Chapter 68, The Time Black Hole. Wudong Town, nestled at the foot of the Qinggu Jialing Mountain. This was originally a quaint town with a sparse population, where wandering cultivators would settle for a few days while seeking opportunities in the Qinggu Jialing. However, ever since a few months ago, when a master of the Yi family's Tianwan Hall and the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion joined forces to combat a formidable beast tide, Wudong Town has gradually become lively. Its area has expanded several-fold, attracting numerous wandering cultivators who come in search of fortune, claiming that venturing into the mountains from here would bestow them with luck. On this day, a simple donkey cart leisurely rolled into Wudong Town. The driver was a young man clad in plain attire, while two distinctly different young ladies sat in the cart behind him. One was quiet and serene, while the other was restless and animated. They were none other than Ye Suifeng and his companions. From a moment they departed from Yunxiao City until their arrival at Wudong Town, he had allowed the donkey cart to amble along, taking a full 10 days for the journey. Along the way, they encountered a plethora of picturesque scenery and met many people. Naturally, they also savored a variety of delectable dishes. The young girl, Gu Yulan, possessed remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even the esteemed chefs of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. She could unearth the utmost value of any ingredient, transforming it into exquisite delicacies. Truly a gem, Ye Suifeng bestowed upon her an unprecedentedly high accolade. Oh, how much Wudong Town has changed! As the donkey cart progressed slowly, Ye Xiaoxiao looked around in astonishment. In her arms, she cradled a small white rabbit. It was an ordinary rabbit, except for its remarkably large front teeth, which were several times larger than those of a typical rabbit. The little rabbit's oversized front teeth captivated Ye Xiaoxiao, and she rescued it from a litter of rabbits that Gu Yulan had gathered. Murmuring, "The bunny is so adorable," she indulged in the delicious dishes made from its siblings. This sight drew a scornful glance from Ye Suifeng. "Last time I came here with my sister and the others, it was merely a larger village," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. The number of cultivators in Yunxiao City has increased significantly. Along the way, it was evident that the number of cultivators they encountered was noticeably higher than before, likely fleeing from other regions. After a brief moment, the group arrived at a grand plaza. In the center of the plaza, amidst swirling smoke, they could faintly discern what appeared to be a colossal structure behind the dense fog. Upon approaching, Ye Suifeng was taken aback. It was actually two vividly lifelike sculptures. One figure wielded a long spear, exuding a cold gaze and an aura of fierce battle intent, as if engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts. It was none other than Yilong. The other figure stood with a long sword resting on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robe billowing majestically, radiating an overwhelming presence. It was Yi Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of these two. Ye Xiaoxiao, gazing upward with her mouth agape, exclaimed, "They are so handsome." "Mind your words." Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached. "These are the illustrious Fairy Huang and Lord Long, extraordinary prodigies. How could they be described with mere mortal language?" He shot Ye Xiaoxiao a stern look, then produced two long incense sticks, igniting them and placing them at the base of the sculptures. Ye Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. How could someone from outside find fault in her esteemed brother and sister? What has transpired in this world? Ye Suifeng chuckled as he observed the scene, and after the old cultivator finished offering incense, he stepped forward to inquire, "Esteemed friend, what compels you to act thus towards these two young individuals?" The old cultivator scrutinized Ye Suifeng from head to toe. "You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to swiftly procure a pillar of celestial incense and ignite it beneath the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. It shall undoubtedly summon the unseen fortune to shield you." With that, he disregarded Ye Suifeng and turned it apart. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose, contemplating whether he should offer incense to his daughter and nephew. It seemed rather contrary to the celestial order. Besides, they could hardly bear it. "Hee, uncle, shall I procure a stick now, to try our luck?" "Ye xianxiaaudiobooks. Get lost," Ye Suifeng replied curtly. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed, while the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Ye Suifeng. Truly a rebellious creature. Even its pet mirrored that defiance. "Sooner or later, I shall find an opportunity to stew it in a pot." Ye Suifeng gazed at the throngs of people coming to offer their prayers and chose to leave without lingering. Behind him, Ye Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan and whispered, "Yulan, heed my words. He lacks the courage to act. You should purchase incense and place it there." Gu Yulan remained impassive. "Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed only the words of the elder master when outside. I sincerely apologize." Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. How dull. The trio enjoyed a meal in Wudong town but did not tarry long, setting forth deeper into the Jailing Mountains. After traversing a path thronged with cultivators, Ye Suifeng finally abandoned his slow pace. With a grand gesture, the entire donkey cart soared into the air, gliding atop the clouds at a swift pace. Ye Xiaoxiao was at last able to remove her robe, her purplish-red hair dancing in the wind, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, appearing quite anxious. "Rise, uncle won't let you fall." Ye Xiaoxiao stepped forward and pulled her up. The two stood in the carriage, gazing at the sun suspended above the clouds, its golden rays gently caressing their faces. "Isn't it beautiful?" Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a smile. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously. Witnessing this sight, she was reminded of her aunt's words. By following that elder master, you shall experience wonders that few will ever know in a lifetime. When she first beheld the donkey cart, she held skepticism towards those words. Yet now, she was wholly convinced. The majestic mountains rushed past beneath their feet. The donkey cart journeyed further into the ancient peaks, finally arriving at the summit of a densely wooded mountain. Ye Suifeng whistled, and the donkey cart gradually descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the very place where Yi Jingguang had been ambushed. "Wait for me here," Ye Suifeng instructed before rising into the air and landing atop a towering cliff across the way. The view here was expansive, allowing him to observe all that lay beneath. A year had passed since that incident, and the forces of nature had long since erased every trace. Not a single remnant remained. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. In truth, he had always evaded thoughts of Yi Jingguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from another realm, as a mentally sound adult, and the sudden emergence of a father figure was not something one could face with equanimity. Indeed, with his current abilities, he could even reunite their souls, reconstruct the physical form, and resurrect Yi Jingguang. But after the resurrection, how would they coexist? He simply could not bring himself to sincerely utter the word father. Thus, even though the circumstances of Yi Jingguang's demise were suspicious, he had never actively pursued the matter. Were it not for Yi Jizong's pleas, perhaps he would never have come to this place before leaving this world. Alas, it seems I must uncover the truth. It would serve as a reckoning for this borrowed body. Ye Suifeng inhaled deeply, gradually extending his hand, then suddenly flipping it upward. Time rewind. As he executed the motion, everything beneath him began to transform. The trees swayed, the streams flowed backward, and the very heavens turned upside down. The grasses burrowed into the earth, and even the birds rapidly shrank, returning to their eggshells. Suddenly, the great trees began to topple, revealing a gruesome scene that gradually unfolded before Ye Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, to the moment following the battle. He beheld shattered rocks, bloodied earth, and the tragic demise of members of the Yi family. The strength of the blood fiend tiger was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. Ye Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on uncovering how this catastrophe had unfolded. As time passed, a furious roar echoed faintly. It was the voice of the blood fiend tiger. The truth lay before him. Yet at that moment, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted. The scene before him began to tremble violently, every image rippling like waves upon water, unsteady and distorted. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, unleashing a formidable aura as immeasurable spiritual power radiated from him, stabilizing this fragment of time. However, the subsequent moment saw all images vanish, dissolving into a profound darkness. Ye Suifeng's expression turned grave. Here lay a temporal void. Someone had invoked a great power, forcibly severing the moment of Yi Jingguang's ambush from the flow of time. Chapter 69, Apologies, River of Time. Within the abyss of the temporal black hole, an expanse of nothingness enveloped Ye Suifeng, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He could not comprehend why the scene of Yi Jingguang's ambush had been erased. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay concealed therein? How could a feeble cultivator of the late Golden Core stage attract such formidable forces? A multitude of questions swirled within Ye Suifeng's mind as he continued his temporal rewind. After a duration in the black hole, the realms were once again bathed in light. However, the world below had returned to a state of tranquility. Evidently prior to the battle, that enigmatic entity had indeed come for Ye Suifeng. Intriguing. A cold smile crept across Ye Suifeng's lips. You wish to remain hidden? I shall uncover your true identity and intentions. Subsequently, he reversed the flow of time, traversing the black hole once more to arrive at the scene that had been obliterated. Dozens of corpses belonging to the Ye clan lay strewn before him, drenched in blood. Can you sever the threads of time and erase causality? Ye Suifeng curled his fingers into claws, piercing the void in an instant. Moments later, he grasped a gray line, the very pathway of causality. Previously, while pursuing the murderer of Ye Suifeng, he had merely skimmed the surface of causality. But this time, he had seized the entirety of the pathway. Go. Ye Suifeng thrust his palm forward, and the gray line of causality immediately expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a gray world. This was the celestial canopy of causality, where countless strands swayed uncertainly. Through this veil, Ye Suifeng gazed down at the fallen members of the Ye clan. To his astonishment, within the realm of causality, he discerned the life trajectories of all beings. Yet, the deceased Ye clan members were enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. They were absent from causality. That individual had truly obliterated them along with their causal ties. Ye Suifeng's heart swelled with confusion. What capabilities did Ye Suifeng possess to warrant such treatment from that entity? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to reality. The fresh air gradually soothed his restless spirit. Clearly, the one responsible for these actions was a being of immense power, adept in the grand principles, executing their deeds with such precision that no evidence remained to pursue. This matter had grown increasingly complex. He had not anticipated that the first promise he made would be so arduous. Ye Suifeng shook his head, yet a cold smile graced his face. However, if you believe I shall yield, you greatly underestimate me. I will undoubtedly find you. A moment later, Ye Suifeng gently descended beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we found a nest of spirit-ling birds' eggs. Upon his return, Ye Xiaoxiao bounded over. Yet, upon noticing Ye Suifeng's countenance, she was instantly taken aback, retracting her hand and gazing at him with wide eyes, rendered speechless. She had never before witnessed her uncle in such earnestness. Ye Suifeng regarded her and, smiling, reassured her, it's nothing. I must leave again shortly. You all stay here and do not wander off. Saying this, he extended his finger, drawing a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had instilled a sense of caution within him. Perhaps the individual behind this was not solely here for Ye Suifeng. Rest assured, uncle, I will absolutely not wander off. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he tousled her hair. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. With that, his figure gradually vanished from sight. Uncle, Ye Xiaoxiao called out. But it was too late. She glanced around her surroundings and instinctively hugged her little rabbit tighter. Then, she pulled Gu Yulan and hid inside the cart. Don't be afraid, Yulan, I will tell you a story. In the realm of nothingness, the silver river of time flowed from antiquity into the future, an eternal stream unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of time. It was Ye Suifeng. He gazed upon the boundless river, a cold smile gracing his lips. I do not believe you can affect this place. The realm of nothingness had evolved from the river of time. To oppose it was to contend against the entirety of space. Here, no one possessed such formidable power. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ye Suifeng tread upon the surface of the river, flowing against the current. Soon, he arrived at the temporal juncture from a year prior, the moment of Ye Suifeng's ambush. At last, he beheld Ye Suifeng, witnessing the frenzied blood fiend tiger. Ye Suifeng's spirit lifted. Indeed, his conjectures had proven accurate. He pondered briefly and plunged into the river of time, arriving at the familiar scene. The land lay ravaged, and a robust middle-aged man, drenched in blood, stood against a massive red-black demonic tiger, his back littered with the corpses of dozens. Impossible. You cannot be here. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, being none other than Ye Suifeng himself. It was the first time Ye Suifeng had witnessed him alive. At that moment, he was gravely injured, his strength waning. In fury, he demanded answers. However, the blood fiend tiger had no intention of conversing. With a roar, it lunged forward. Its razor-sharp claws instantaneously tore through Ye Suifeng's body. Following this effortless act, the blood fiend tiger howled towards the heavens before dissipating into myriad stars, vanishing entirely. That being had indeed come expressly to eliminate Ye Suifeng. But what was their ultimate objective? From the earlier scene, he had discerned that Ye Suifeng was merely an exceedingly ordinary cultivator, entirely devoid of reason for such elaborate attention from that entity. Ye Suifeng found himself at a loss. Very well, I shall seek the answers myself. Ye Suifeng focused on the location where the blood fiend tiger had vanished, preparing to once again employ the pathway of causality within the river of time. Yet, just as he set into motion, the scene before him abruptly shifted violently, the entire galaxy seemingly inverted. Suddenly, countless colossal portals surged within the galaxy, encircling Ye Suifeng in the blink of an eye. Behind each portal lay a different world, powers extracted from the river of time. Ye Suifeng snorted coldly, unleashing the full force of his being as he struck a portal with a mighty punch. However, after a resounding crash, the portal merely trembled slightly before returning to its original state. The silver light continuously swirled upon the portal. Ye Suifeng's brow furrowed. It seemed that the entity had linked these portals with the entire river of time. To oppose them was to challenge the river itself. This was evidently premeditated. Was this all for me? Ye Suifeng observed the temporal energies flowing across the myriad portals, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. But are you truly prepared? Ye Suifeng chuckled coldly, a flicker of emotion stirring within him as the cultivation stored within the system was instantly unleashed, flooding into his body. A millennium, 10 millennia, within the portal, Ye Suifeng's cultivation began to surge with frenzied intensity. That world had its limitations. Being excessively powerful could very well lead to its collapse. Yet, within the void, there existed no such apprehension. Ye Suifeng continuously extracted his cultivation, and around him, the void rippled in concentric circles. With tens of thousands of portals, the flow of temporal power accelerated, clearly sensing the pressure. It was only after Ye Suifeng drew forth 100 billion units of cultivation that the portals became riddled with cracks. Get out! Ye Suifeng bellowed, clenching his fist and striking directly at the portal before him. An overwhelming surge of energy, beyond the capacity of mere words to describe, erupted forth. The myriad portals disintegrated into dust upon contact with his fist. The energy was so formidable that after shattering the portals, it surged directly into the river of time. Boom! A deafening roar resonated throughout the cosmos. The pitch-black void seemed to ignite, resembling the emergence of a dazzling sun, blinding to behold. After a significant interval, the brilliance gradually faded. Ye Suifeng stood amidst the void. Before him, in the silvery river of time, a colossal fissure had appeared. His fist had cleaved the river of time asunder. The void surged forth, following the crack, swallowing the upstream of the river. All the moments of this world from a year prior were obliterated beneath Ye Suifeng's wrathful strike. Observing the scene before him, Ye Suifeng fell silent. He had just broken through, and his power had spiraled out of control. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70, No Turning Back. In the realm of the void, Ye Suifeng stood suspended, watching as the distant river of time was gradually consumed by the void, until it vanished entirely. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Subsequently, at the fracture of the river of time, a plume of gray mist, akin to smoke, surged upward uncontrollably. It was the essence of chaos. Ye Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his earlier strike had not only disrupted the river of time, but had also shattered this void. You've heard of me. I truly did not intend for this. Ye Suifeng reflected helplessly. He had merely sought to break the portals that confined him, never anticipating that 100 billion years of cultivation would wield such ferocity. The void had been rent asunder. Who, then, was responsible for such a grand upheaval? Surely, this wasn't merely for the sake of Ye Suifeng. Within the river of time, Ye Suifeng discerned clearly that Ye Suifeng was simply an ordinary cultivator, utterly unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. In his memories, her mother was merely a disciple of a modest sect outside Yanxiao City, their marriage more a political alliance than anything else. The likelihood of her being the motive was low. Perhaps there existed another possibility. He had indeed come for me. To sever the threads of time, to erase causality, was to enable him to delve into the river of time in search of the truth. Within the river of time, as he had just employed the path of causality, those portals had manifested. Reflecting upon it, those portals, connecting with the river of time, were inherently perilous. Even a person approaching the limits of cultivation in that mundane world would find it impossible to break free. They could very well be slain on the spot. Did you intend to utilize Ye Suifeng's demise to eliminate me? Ye Suifeng laughed coldly. The methods of that individual were indeed extraordinary. Alas, he failed. Yet, he succeeded in inciting Ye Suifeng's fury. I hope you find yourself a well-situated grave. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a pure white leaf, resembling freshly fallen snow, resting tranquilly upon his hand. Upon the leaf was etched the image of an animal, reminiscent of a bear with an exuberant coat. At the moment Ye Suifeng had inadvertently shattered the river of time, his consciousness had seized this leaf. It was nestled within the temporal fragment of Yi Zhenguang's demise. Moreover, the leaf was extraordinarily unique. It too was severed from the threads of causality, existing beyond the realm of causation. Wait for me. I shall certainly find you. Ye Suifeng tucked the white leaf away and turned to depart, preparing to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil constituted the world's barrier, designed to repel the encroaching chaotic storms from the outside. However, for Ye Suifeng, penetrating it was an exceedingly simple affair. Without much contemplation, he stepped into the world barrier. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying occurrence unfolded. As his foot crossed the threshold, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. To Ye Suifeng's astonishment, the world barrier began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the heavenly path embedded within the world barrier shattered, one after the other, turning to dust. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Gradually, the collapse of the world barrier subsided, slowly beginning to mend the laws that had been broken. Ye Suifeng realized he had forgotten that he had extracted 100 billion years of cultivation. His energy had long surpassed the threshold of this realm's capacity to endure. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair from staying up late and fall into this world, it would not take an hour for the world to completely disintegrate. When I arrived, everything was fine, and now, I can't go back? A massive exclamation echoed within Ye Suifeng's mind. In the depths of the Qinggu jailing, a donkey cart sat incongruously amidst the dense primordial forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emanated a faint glow, seemingly shielding the cart. Inside the vehicle, two young girls, Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, squatted within the cabin. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from outside. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perked up, turning to lean over the edge of the cart, cautiously peeking her head out. The jungle was serene, the foliage dense. A flicker of trepidation flashed in her large eyes. After a moment, she slowly retreated her head. Liar, you promised to return swiftly. And yet it has been 3 days without a trace. Ye Xiaoxiao murmured, clutching a rabbit tightly in her arms, curling into a ball and burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he no longer wants me because I was too mischievous? Or perhaps he has encountered some peril. Could it be that he has been ambushed? And Gu Yulan regarded the girl before her and sighed softly. The normally reckless Ye Xiaoxiao had become so timid in the wake of Ye Suifeng's departure. She sat up, positioning herself beside Ye Xiaoxiao. Miss, would you tell me another story? Ye Xiaoxiao turned her eyes and glanced at her. I have no more stories to tell. Then please recount how you assisted those impoverished children in their dreams to realize their aspirations, Gu Yulan urged. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a gentle sigh. Dreams are but illusions. Come the dawn, there are still those who perish from hunger. Gu Yulan was momentarily taken aback. Then why do you not save them? Ye Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and stared intently at the straw before her. In the realm of dreams, each day I witness countless dreams. There are beautiful dreams, and there are nightmares. I also observe many people struggling and perishing amidst their nightmares and anguish daily. I watch them die before my very eyes, yet I am powerless to intervene. Not even knowing their whereabouts, I cannot save them. Truly, I am unable to rescue anyone. As she spoke, Ye Xiaoxiao buried her head once more into her knees, softly sobbing. Gu Yulan gazed at the weeping Ye Xiaoxiao, astonished that this seemingly carefree girl had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. She pursed her lips and gently raised her arms, enveloping Ye Xiaoxiao in an embrace. How about I tell you a story instead? Chapter 71, The Taoist Ring. Beyond the world barrier. Ye Suifeng had been here for an entire day. He had tried various methods in an attempt to breach this world. Yet, regardless of whether he concealed his own aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely traverse the world barrier. Of course, this safety was in reference to the world itself. His current power, if he were not cautious, could bring about a permanent catastrophe to this realm. What is this nonsense? Something that could be washed away with a mere splash of urine dares to call itself a world. The fragility of the world ignited his impatience. What would happen to the Yi family if he could not return? How heartbroken would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Ye Xiaoxiao behind on the Qinggu heights. No, he must remain calm. Ye Suifeng took a deep breath and began to contemplate earnestly. Relying solely on brute force would not suffice. The issue at hand was not a lack of strength, but rather being too powerful. Even if he were to dissipate his cultivation, his body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his ascension. At this moment, a single drop of his blood could effortlessly annihilate countless beings, obliterating a small world. Was he to abandon his physical form and attempt to seize another? That would be far worse than not returning at all. It was simply repugnant. After much reflection, Ye Suifeng gradually recognized his greatest weakness, insufficient mastery of the Tao. Although he possessed cultivation and soul power beyond the ordinary, allowing him to easily command the laws of the Tao, he was somewhat naive when it came to certain intricate and specialized Tao techniques. The reason was simple: he had never encountered them. Since his transference, he had studied an abundance of techniques, yet they were all from the mundane realm. His exposure to knowledge of the Tao that transcended the ordinary was exceedingly limited. It was precisely for this reason that he had fallen into a trap set by that unknown entity, nearly shattering the entire void space and now finding himself unable to return. The thought of this only intensified his desire to find the mastermind and exact his revenge. For now, however, he needed to focus on how to return. Ye Suifeng gazed at the world barrier before him, where countless Tao laws intertwined like a finely woven celestial net. Perhaps if I transform myself into the Tao of this realm, I could integrate into it. A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled something. Opening his palm, a brilliantly shining crystal appeared within it. This was the celestial array stone. This crystal could directly connect with the laws of the Tao, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower was constructed utilizing this very characteristic. It employed various intricate formations to connect with the laws, thereby generating an array of primordial spiritual liquids. Yes, this approach should have a high probability of success. Ye Suifeng nodded, waving his hand to arrange countless celestial array stones in the void. This was an extraordinarily grand endeavor, for he needed to inscribe all the Tao laws onto the celestial array stones to serve as his disguise. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng began his task. 1 day, 2 days. Days turned into weeks, as Ye Suifeng devoted himself entirely to the process of replicating the Tao. Before him, each celestial array stone was engraved with dense lines of formation patterns, each representing a different Tao law. Finally, after tireless effort, he had inscribed a complete Tao into the celestial array stone. At this moment, the celestial array stone should now be called the Tao stone. Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply, counting and discovering that there were indeed over 100 billion Tao stones. Every detail was accounted for. I hope you do not disappoint me. With both hands shifting, the 100 billion Tao stones transformed into an immense vortex in an instant, then contracted tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the Tao stones completely vanished, morphing into a small, delicate white ring that settled in Ye Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the Tao ring. Ye Suifeng casually designated a name before adorning the Tao ring on his finger. Instantly, the aura surrounding him shifted, becoming enigmatic and profound, as though he had transformed into a walking embodiment of the Tao. Let us test this. Ye Suifeng donned the Tao ring and approached the world barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm towards the world within. As he passed through the world barrier, finally, no collapse occurred. A stream of radiant light flowed from the Tao ring, enveloping Ye Suifeng's hand. It protected him. No, it shielded this world from the harm he could inflict. Ye Suifeng's spirit soared as he took a step forward, his entire being gliding into the barrier. No further accidents transpired. Ye Suifeng had successfully entered. What a journey! Ye Suifeng glanced at the Tao ring on his hand, feeling immense satisfaction. Alas, within this realm, he could only be as weak as the Tao itself. He should promptly check on Xiao and see if she had been causing mischief. Qinggu Heights. The donkey cart remained unchanged. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the donkey cart. The gaunt old donkey let out a bray. Ye Xiaoxiao's head poked out from the cart. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng, she momentarily froze. Oh, not bad. You actually behaved this time and did not run off. Before Ye Suifeng could finish his words, a small figure lunged into his embrace, holding him tightly. I thought you wouldn't come back, Ye Xiaoxiao said, her voice tinged with tears. I almost didn't but it was not beyond my capability. Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Ye Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely tightening her grip around him. Sensing her emotions, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and chuckled. I recall the last time you stayed in the dream realm for a month, and you didn't act like this. That was because you returned on time. Ye Xiaoxiao mumbled. What? Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly released her grip and glared at Ye Suifeng, exclaiming, what I mean is, when you leave next time, could you provide a specific time frame? You said you would return soon, yet we have waited for over half a month. Observing the unexpectedly irate Ye Xiaoxiao, Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. When did this girl become so attached to him? He tousled her purplish-red hair and chuckled. All right, I promise you. If I must leave again, I will certainly give you a precise time. How does that sound? Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. That's more like it. He then turned to see Gu Yulan, who had just disembarked from the carriage, and remarked, you have no idea how frightened Yulan was in this desolate wilderness. Gu Yulan replied, fine, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes. Ye Suifeng smiled and said, this time, it's on me. Since you enjoy playing, I promise you. For the rest of the journey, you can have as much fun as you like. Instantly, Ye Xiaoxiao erupted with joy, gazing at the adorable little girl. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but feel that all the effort he had expended to return was worthwhile. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, I will settle accounts with you in due time. Chapter 72, The Northern Snowfield. Towering mountains rose like knife edges, piercing the clouds and soaring hundreds of feet high. Virtually no human had ever set foot here, and everything remained in its most primal state. Among these peaks, one was even more majestic than the rest. At the summit, there lay a verdant pool of water. Beside the pool, a lion of deep azure hue lay with its eyes closed, soundly asleep. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it turned to gaze at the southern sky. A powerful wave of energy was rushing towards this area at an alarming speed. The azure lion sprang to its feet, its gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction was nearly as formidable as its own, boldly displayed without concealment. Was it seeking to challenge its position? A fierce energy surged from the azure lion, its fur bristling and rage boiling within. Who dares to provoke me in this realm? Moments later, a colorful figure appeared in its line of sight, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion blinked in surprise, exhaling 2 jets of scorching breath that melted the stones beneath its feet. It recognized the approaching avian figure as the colorful phoenix that resided 100 miles away, its sworn enemy. As the colorful phoenix drew nearer, appearing larger by the second, the azure lion puffed out its chest, its mane dancing wildly, and let out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. A tremendous force erupted from the mountaintop, creating a massive circular void in the surrounding clouds and mist. However, suddenly, it sensed something unusual in the vicinity. The scent of vegetation had vanished, replaced by a faint, pleasant fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes, and a human face appeared before it. Meow. A large fist loomed in its vision. With a thud, darkness enveloped it, and it lost consciousness. Uncle, what was that? The colorful phoenix in the sky suddenly heard a girl's voice. A head of purplish-red hair emerged from beneath the phoenix. It was Ye Xiaoxiao. Instead of sitting atop the phoenix, she was grasping one of its claws with one hand, swinging back and forth in the air. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoxiao released her grip, and a blue circle appeared beneath her feet. In an instant, she found herself before Ye Suifeng, who continued driving the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, stating nonchalantly, that was the Tsangu blue lion, a grade 8 demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the late stage of integration. Oh, Ye Xiaoxiao replied, tilting her head to observe the now smaller and somewhat dazed Tsangu blue lion, which Gu Yulan had just stabbed in the throat with a knife. Using the method I taught you, make a careful distinction. This type of lion has delicious meat and is a treasure in its entirety, Ye Suifeng remarked. Yes, master. Gu Yulan pulled out her small knife, and blood gushed forth, which she quickly collected in a small vial. This knife was specially forged by Ye Suifeng, capable of slicing through even the toughest materials with ease. Gu Yulan dipped her finger in the blood and tasted it, her eyes instantly illuminating with a faint golden glow. Watching the two before her, Ye Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shrink her neck. How cruel. The lion is so adorable. However, recalling the delectable delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach began to grumble. I can't watch this anymore. Ye Xiaoxiao fell backward, and the blue circle reappeared, transporting her to the neck of the colorful phoenix. Then, she seemed to hear a sound of sobbing. Tilting her head, she noticed the colorful phoenix was actually shedding tears. Little Kai, what's wrong? Ye Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. The colorful phoenix spoke. That blue lion was my old friend. Ye Xiaoxiao was taken aback. So you wish to accompany it? No. The colorful phoenix exclaimed in alarm, shaking its head. I am merely moved. I am incredibly fortunate that the great master spared me and did not hand me over to that little witch in the cart. Ye Xiaoxiao playfully tapped its forehead. Stop shaking. I'm about to fall off. The phoenix immediately steadied its flight. Rest assured, little Kai, as long as you stick with me, you shall never come to harm. As she spoke, Ye Xiaoxiao plucked a vibrant feather from its neck and began to weave it into a headband. You're quite the little witch yourself, the colorful phoenix remarked. Well, it's certainly better than being with that other stronger witch. Where all the demon beasts end up on a plate. Several figures soared swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, a biting cold wind struck them. Ye Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. She placed the completed colorful headband on her head, stood up, and gazed into the distance. A vast expanse of pristine white appeared before her, dazzling and blinding under the sunlight. Uncle, we've arrived. Ye Xiaoxiao shouted excitedly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had noticed it long before. The northern snowfield was indeed his destination. In shattering the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, engraved with the image of a bear with long fur. Upon closer inspection, Ye Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that only existed in the northern snowfield, referred to by people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the Qinggu highlands to reach the northern snowfield. However, he was not in a hurry along the way. He took Ye Xiaoxiao and the others to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu highlands. For instance, they savored charcoal-grilled dragon pond monsters, steamed crimson fire cheilants, and stir-fried earth deities. Throughout their journey, they swept through all demon beasts of grade 6 and above, gathered heaps of heavenly and earthly spiritual fruits, and plundered countless rare treasures. The phrase "to pluck the feathers as the wild geese pass" could not be more fitting. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the northern snowfield. Had the Qinggu highlands possessed consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where shall we go next?" Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. At this moment, they had officially ventured into the skies above the northern snowy plains, where the earth was enveloped in a thick blanket of ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life. Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness, sweeping across the landscape, and soon, several hundred miles to the east, he discovered a small human settlement. "Let us seek out the inhabitants," he declared, and with that, the donkey cart altered its course, swiftly heading towards the gathering of humanity. Ye Xiaoxiao stood atop the vibrant phoenix, following closely behind. Chapter 73, The Eternal Winter Realm. The northern country lay frozen for miles, perpetually blanketed by falling snow. The climate here was exceedingly frigid, and the conditions for survival were incredibly harsh. Yet, there always existed certain beings, resolute in their will, who persevered in such a desolate place. Humanity was among them. In the vast expanse of the snowy plains, a towering wall stood resolutely against the cold winds emanating from the depths of the snowfield. It was a wooden barrier, suffused with the glow of protective runes, remaining steadfast through the years. Beyond the wooden wall, a cluster of simple wooden houses scattered about. The exteriors and rooftops of these dwellings were thickly wrapped in hay and animal hides, while the snow-covered streets occasionally saw passers-by bundled tightly against the cold, hurrying along. At that moment, a donkey cart approached from a distance. Its appearance starkly contrasted with the local style, too rudimentary, allowing the wind to whistle through, lacking even a proper cover. A man and two young maidens, dressed in thin clothing, appeared to be at the mercy of the chilling breeze. Yet, remarkably, the trio seemed utterly unfazed by the biting cold, a peculiar sight indeed. Although the donkey cart appeared slow, it soon arrived at the entrance of the wall. The guards stationed atop the wall immediately became vigilant. "Who goes there?" they shouted, uttering a language entirely different from that of the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a strand of spiritual awareness surged forth from the head of one of the guards, subsequently dividing into three and entering the minds of the trio. Instantly, they comprehended the language. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" the guard bellowed, his bowstring taut, ready to unleash an arrow. Ye Xiaoxiao mimicked Ye Suifeng's gesture, snapping her fingers as well. Immediately, the guard on the wall swayed and collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. She grinned at Ye Suifeng, who merely shook his head and urged the donkey cart forward. As they approached, the gate swung open of its own accord, while the guards remained lost in their dreams. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a larger building, where various beasts were tethered, fiery steeds, unicorn bulls, and a peculiar large bird with long legs, all seemingly fit for riding. This was the Wooden Tower Inn, a resting place from which faint voices could be heard emanating. "Let us see what lies within," Ye Suifeng suggested, dismounting the donkey cart. With Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan following suit, the vibrant phoenix had shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestling within Ye Xiaoxiao's long hair. With a creak, Ye Suifeng pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth, heavy with the scent of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, rushed to greet them. "Ugh!" Ye Xiaoxiao coughed, waving her hand in front of her nose. When she lifted her gaze, she found that the previously boisterous inn had fallen silent. With nearly all eyes fixated upon them, a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and greed evident in their stares. Ye Suifeng stepped forward and casually chose an unoccupied table to sit down. "Waiter, bring forth your finest food and drink." "Certainly," responded a lean young man, his voice raised. Before long, he returned with a jug of wine and several plates of food, while the other patrons resumed their chatter. All three dishes were carnivorous, prepared in a simple and rough manner. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a true gourmand, one must possess a heart daring enough to explore new tastes. Gu Yulan placed a low-grade spirit stone in the waiter's hand. The waiter paused for a moment, then beamed with delight as he left. Returning to the counter, he leaned in close to the burly innkeeper. "Uncle, those individuals must have come from a great distance." As he spoke, he subtly shook the spirit stone. The innkeeper, pipe in hand, shot him a warning glance. "Mind your own affairs. They are clearly no ordinary folk," Do not invite trouble. The waiter chuckled. I wouldn't dream of it. But the Black Wolf gang might not be able to restrain themselves. Following the waiter's gaze, one could see a table of 5 clad in dark, coarse clothing, huddled together, whispering while casting furtive glances towards Ye Suifeng. Let them test the waters. The innkeeper exhaled a plume of smoke. A moment later, the members of the Black Wolf stood up, grins of malice plastered across their faces, striding towards Ye Suifeng. Hey, shut your mouths and return whence you came. Ye Suifeng lifted the wine jug, took a sip, and frowned slightly before setting it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan's cooking, he found this mundane fare utterly unappealing. The Black Wolf, taken aback by the dismissal, found himself momentarily stunned. After years of terrorizing this region, he had never encountered such audacity. You son of a bang. As he began to speak, the 5 members of the Black Wolf were instantly sent hurtling backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before smashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths, their breaths extinguished. He stared wide-eyed until death claimed him, utterly oblivious to the formidable existence he had provoked. The other patrons in the inn stood frozen, terror-stricken as they gazed upon Ye Suifeng. How did he accomplish that? Yet Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, as though he had merely performed a trivial act, picking up a piece of meat and shaking his head before setting down his chopsticks. The food and drink here held nothing remarkable. He then rose and approached the innkeeper directly. The innkeeper, witnessing Ye Suifeng's approach, felt his heart race as he clutched his pipe, paralyzed with fear. Have you seen this? Ye Suifeng produced a white leaf and placed it before the innkeeper's eyes. The innkeeper's expression shifted as he beheld the bear emblem on the leaf, his pupils constricting. This is the totem of the eternal winter realm. His face paled. The individual before him sought the eternal winter? That was one of the most formidable powers on the northern snowy plains. Where is it? Ye Suifeng retracted the leaf. The innkeeper took a moment to compose himself. Very far, beyond 10,000 miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place. Thank you. Ye Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before turning to leave. Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan quickly rose to follow him. After a considerable time, the inn began to murmur once more. Uncle, who exactly were those individuals? The waiter asked, trembling, his legs still shaking. Thankfully, he had resisted the temptation earlier. The innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the fallen Black Wolf gang, taking a deep drag from his pipe before responding. They are extraordinary beings. But it remains uncertain whether they are destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. Expelling a cloud of smoke, the innkeeper felt a lingering dread. Fortunately, their target is the eternal winter realm. The young man expressed his bewilderment, saying, I have never heard of this name. To which the shopkeeper replied, Of course you haven't. It belongs to a vast empire situated thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely. Once, by a fortunate twist of fate, I accompanied a prodigious extraordinary being and visited it once. The journey alone took 3 long years. As they conversed, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived before a magnificent gatehouse. Towering several dozen zhang, it soared into the clouds, resembling a celestial portal. Above it, 2 grand characters were inscribed, Eternal Winter. Chapter 74, The Enlightenment Tree. The Pingyang Pass stands as the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Realm. It dominates the interior of the Western Sky Gate, akin to an ancient dragon coiled in this location. In comparison, the Cloud City appears almost like a mere village. The Western Sky Gate rises to great heights, with a luminous barrier emanating from its entrance, extending endlessly into the distance, its expanse immeasurable. To enter the Eternal Winter Realm from this side, one must pass through the Western Sky Gate. Each day, multitudes of cultivators form serpentine lines, stretching for dozens of miles, awaiting entry into the pass. Naturally, Ye Suifeng possessed neither the patience to queue nor the desire to be part of the throng. Quietly and unobtrusively, his donkey cart entered the Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a wave of warmth washed over him. How vibrant it is here, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gazing at the wide streets thronged with people, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Some of the onlookers, however, were scrutinizing her. What kind of vehicle is that? It appears to be just an ordinary old donkey. Oh, that girl seems quite charming. I initially thought she might be a little princess from some noble family. They murmured about her humble cart. Thankfully, the diverse styles of attire worn by the locals prevented anyone from lingering too long on their peculiarities. Hey, uncle, look quickly. I've spotted a bear. Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted, pointing at a child on the street. The child had an intricate pattern embroidered on their back, resembling the long-haired bear head depicted on the white leaf. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, lift your head. Upon doing so, Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape. In every nook and cranny, from the streets to the shops and towering buildings, white flags adorned with that very bear motif fluttered everywhere. Have we arrived at the bear's den? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, astonished. Ye Suifeng gestured, drawing a circle in the air. Instantly, a myriad of intricate information erupted above the heads of every person on the street, converging at his fingertips to form a vortex. He then immersed his consciousness into this whirlpool. The great heavenly god? A crucial piece of information emerged. In the eternal winter realm, this bear was not referred to as a natural disaster, as it was in the outside world. It was revered as the great heavenly god. This divine being possessed immense powers, capable of summoning winds and rains. Most importantly, it was responsible for creating the eternal winter barrier, which shielded humanity from the harsh cold and blizzards of the outside world, allowing them to exist in peace. Ye Suifeng smirked. He had noted the signs of the eternal winter barrier upon his arrival. The array was conspicuously crafted by several formidable cultivators working in concert, rendering the bear's involvement dubious. Nonetheless, he was not particularly concerned with the barrier. Rather, he was intrigued by why the head of this great heavenly god would appear on the white leaf. What indeed was this white leaf? After a moment's reflection, Ye Suifeng expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of the Pingyang Pass. All its inhabitants became vividly visible within his perception. Is the most powerful force here merely at the integration stage? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. To sever the causality of this leaf and place it into the river of time, a mere integration stage cultivator would be incapable of such a feat, however. He could inquire further. With this thought in mind, Ye Suifeng prepared to summon someone for questioning. Yet, within his divine awareness, he suddenly recognized a familiar name. I shall pay that place a visit. Moments later, the cart arrived in an exceptionally bustling area. The decorations here were evidently of a much higher caliber. Among them stood a striking 9-story building, prominently displaying 3 bold characters, Treasure Pavilion. Indeed, a powerful force. Their establishments are spread across the continent. Ye Suifeng disembarked, bringing Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan into the Treasure Pavilion. Like other locales, the first floor was teeming with people. A quick glance revealed that the merchandise here differed significantly from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly in the stark reduction of medicinal pills. Instead, various beast blood and inner cores took their place, items highly sought after. The gathering cultivators exhibited peculiarities. Their spiritual energies were exceptionally varied. Yet their physical prowess was extraordinarily robust, with each individual possessing one or more distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? In the earlier information he had acquired, there were snippets regarding beast spirit warriors and fate mages. This represented a cultivation method entirely divergent from that of the 9 Cities Alliance. I shall inquire about the news while exploring the merits of these 2 cultivation styles, Ye Suifeng mused, nodding to himself. Subsequently, he allowed Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to explore freely before his figure gradually faded from sight. In the upper echelons of the Treasure Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined an account book. Suddenly, the presence of a stranger manifested within the room. Who goes there? The middle-aged man exclaimed, abruptly raising his gaze. A 3-inch-long, handle-less dagger shot forth from his sleeve, aimed lightning-fast at the figure that had appeared before him. This was his most formidable life-spirit tool. Few below the integration stage could withstand its might. Yet, an alarming event transpired. The once unbeatable dagger inexplicably halted just before striking the young man. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man found himself immobilized, unable to move a muscle. His heart raced. In the Pingyang Pass, the only individual he feared was the formidable pass lord at the integration stage. However, even that lord did not possess such terrifying prowess. From whence does this terrifying cultivator hail? And why have they sought me? The middle-aged man's heart trembled. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Ye Suifeng remarked, plucking the 3-inch dagger from midair and taking a seat before the middle-aged man. He then placed the dagger upon the table. A fine spirit tool, indeed, with a uniquely elegant design. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move again. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. Ye Suifeng observed him in silence, bemused. This man lacks the courage of Gu Wanqin. You must be the master of this treasure pavilion, Ye Suifeng inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowing hard before responding. Senior, I am indeed the pavilion master here, Xianxiaaudiobooks. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it. Ye Suifeng remained speechless. What do you take me for? Without further ado, he produced the leaf and asked, have you seen this before? Xianxiaaudiobooks stared, momentarily dazed, before examining the leaf closely. Senior, how could you possess such an item? His astonishment was palpable. Ye Suifeng grasped the leaf, saying, please hold on for a moment. I will verify this. With that, Jian Xingquan swiftly darted to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex array, he revealed a chest brimming with books, a storage box housing countless tomes. Jian Xingquan began to rummage through the contents with great urgency. Soon, He procured a book that appeared exceedingly ancient. Indeed, it should be this one, he exclaimed, turning to a specific page before reverently placing it before Ye Suifeng. Senior, please take a look. His flurry of actions elicited amusement from Ye Suifeng, who chuckled inwardly, pondering how he had done nothing to warrant such trepidation. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient tome. The pages depicted a towering tree under which a group of playful cubs frolicked, their clumsy antics endearing. Ye Suifeng glanced at the chapter title, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Gift Conference. As chaos reigned and the heavens and earth began to take form, a great tree emerged, standing tall and resolute, becoming the very pillar of existence. As it continued to grow, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to an initial world. This tree, known as the world tree or the backbone of existence, fulfilled its purpose and subsequently collapsed. From its remains, several new saplings sprouted, each one extraordinary, endowed with unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was among them. Legend has it that the Enlightenment Tree symbolizes the inception of celestial wisdom, capable of enlightening all living beings. One fateful day, a gravely wounded mother bear, pregnant and seeking solace, stumbled upon the shade of the Enlightenment Tree to recuperate. Tragically, her injuries proved too severe, and she succumbed after giving birth to 7 cubs. These cubs thrived beneath the Enlightenment Tree, nourished by the essence of the cosmos, growing stronger with each passing day. After a convoluted tale, one day, one of the bears shattered millennia of accumulated ice and snow with a single paw strike, establishing an oasis within a frozen expanse, which would later be known as the Eternal Winter Kingdom. This bear, revered as the great celestial deity, was worshipped by all living beings. Thus concluded the story inscribed within the ancient tome. If the leaf held in Ye Suifeng's hand was accurately recorded, it was indeed a leaf from the Enlightenment Tree, explaining the insignia of the great celestial deity etched upon it. Closing the tome, Ye Suifeng fell into silent contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the Enlightenment Tree into the river of time was the so-called great celestial deity? According to the ancient text, this deity might possess the true power to traverse the void. Reflecting on this, Ye Suifeng inquired, where might one find the Enlightenment Tree? Xianxiaquan's expression turned awkward. Senior, I am afraid I do not know. My knowledge of the Enlightenment Tree is merely a fleeting impression from an accidental encounter with a book. Ye Suifeng nodded in understanding. Such an entity was beyond the comprehension of a mere late-stage transformation cultivator. Who could possibly possess knowledge of the Enlightenment Tree or the great celestial deity? Ye Suifeng pressed further. Xianxiaquan pondered before responding. Perhaps only those in the eternal Eastern Imperial City might have some understanding of the Enlightenment Tree. However, if you seek the great celestial deity, his consciousness will descend upon Pingyang Pass during the Divine Gift Conference in half a month. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Gift Conference. He had encountered that name earlier while gathering information. It seemed to be a grand event, and the influx of visitors to Pingyang Pass was undoubtedly in anticipation of it. Tell me more about this Divine Gift Conference, Ye Suifeng requested. Of course, Xianxiaquan replied eagerly. The Divine Gift Conference is held every 3 years and is the most magnificent event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom. As Xianxiaquan elaborated, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the gathering. In essence, it was a selection event orchestrated by the great celestial deity. Participants, all extraordinary youths under the age of 16, could include destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, and practitioners from various other disciplines. Through rigorous selection and fierce battles, the most outstanding young talents would emerge. The great celestial deity would then bestow blessings upon them according to their rankings. The top few would be directly guided into the divine realm by the deity himself, embarking on a legendary journey. For this year, 5 slots from Pingyang Pass would be taken back by the great celestial deity. It sounds as if this great celestial deity is akin to a cult leader. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Xianxiaquan offered an awkward smile. He dared not respond to such a characterization. Should the locals of Eternal Winter hear someone describe their great celestial deity in such a manner, regardless of your strength, they would undoubtedly swarm in a frenzy. Are you certain that the great celestial deity's consciousness will indeed descend? Ye Suifeng asked. Yes, Xianxiaquan affirmed. Since my arrival at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every Divine Gift Conference. I can feel the terrifying presence of the great celestial deity's consciousness. It's truly formidable, unmatched by anyone. Of course, in comparison to you. Senior, it pales in comparison. Ye Suifeng fell silent once more. Your continued existence is likely closely tied to your rather minuscule courage. However, if the great celestial deity were indeed coming, he need not expend further effort searching. When the time came, he could simply seize the opportunity to confront him directly. With half a month remaining, Ye Suifeng pondered aloud. Does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any cultivation techniques or texts regarding destiny mages or beast spirit warriors? Jian Xingquan's heart raced. He feared the inevitable consequences of such a request. Yet, he dared not lie in front of this figure. Yes, senior. Not only do we have those techniques, but we also possess methods practiced by southern cultivators, along with spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-grade demon beast cores, rare materials, and spirit stones. Enough, enough, Ye Suifeng interjected, raising a hand to his forehead. I only require those 2 types of techniques. Bring as many as you have. During this waiting period, he intended to examine the unique aspects of both cultivation systems. Understood. Jian Xingquan quickly retrieved an exquisite storage ring and presented it to Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng glanced inside. Good heavens, there were at least 10,000 volumes. This person had truly emptied his entire collection. How much for all of this? Please, let it be at the standard market rate. Ye Suifeng emphasized. Jian Xingquan appeared taken aback, clearly surprised that the senior would pay. The cost price is approximately 8 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Does that sound acceptable? Ye Suifeng remained silent, extracting the techniques from the storage ring and placing sufficient spirit stones within before handing it back to Jian Xingquan. It was but a trivial matter. He was not so impoverished as to resort to theft. Having settled the transaction, he prepared to depart when suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, how does one participate in this divine gift conference? With numerous prodigies gathering, it would also serve as a splendid opportunity for Ye Xiaoxiao to hone her skills. Engaging her in some activities would prevent her from causing mischief. The slots for the conference were already determined over a month ago, Jian Xingqiuan remarked. Is it possible to purchase a slot, and how much does each cost? Jian Xingqiuan's lips twitched. Does one wish to acquire everything? Just how affluent are you? How many slots does the esteemed senior require? Ye Suifeng replied. Just one will suffice. I happen to have a junior with me, and I wish for her to have a try as well. That can be arranged. Jian Xingqiuan responded. Our Wanbao Pavilion has 10 slots this year, and I can provide one for you. Ye Suifeng frowned. You must have predetermined the candidates long ago. Wouldn't he that push others out? Jian Xingqiuan respectfully stated. The matters concerning the esteemed senior are of utmost importance. Have you inquired whether she is qualified? The disciples of the esteemed senior must surely be the creme de la creme, the dragons and phoenixes among men. Ye Suifeng could no longer endure it, and, after muttering then so be it, swiftly exited the room. After a considerable time, Jian Xingqiuan approached his chair and sat down slowly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. He shook his head and sighed. I had thought that after reaching the late stage of transformation and arriving at Pingyang Pass, I would no longer have to face such circumstances. Who would have imagined? No matter, maintain a calm mindset. As long as one is alive, it suffices. Chapter 76. Who is the waste? You want me to participate in a competition? In a room adorned with elegance and comfort, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Suifeng lounged by the window. A plethora of fruits from the eternal winter kingdom spread across the table. Their taste was icy and melted upon contact. Indeed, it was quite similar to the battle in Yunqiao City. Ye Xiaoxiao leaped down from her chair. But this place is evidently much larger than Yunqiao City, and there must be many formidable opponents. What if I cannot defeat them? Ye Suifeng scoffed lightly. If you cannot win, then stand tall and take the blows. What else can you do? One must inevitably face some trials. You are already 14 in years. It is time to grow up. Ye Xiaoxiao's face contorted with reluctance as she gazed down at her toes. Clearly, she had not grown at all. What are their abilities like? Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. I do not know, Ye Suifeng replied. In any case, the participants are all youths under 16, so they cannot be exceptionally powerful. There are still 2 weeks before it commences. Take this time to contemplate how to deal with them. It had been several months since they departed from Yunqiao City. During their journey, he seized the opportunity to refine some origin towers, utilizing the supreme essence they produced for cooking, washing, bathing, and other daily activities. Naturally, it was also used for daily cultivation. Supreme is not merely a phrase. With such resources invested, even without specialized training, Ye Xiaoxiao's cultivation had soared, entering the foundation establishment stage over a month ago. Now, she had become a budding genius at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who had initially been at the qi refining stage, had experienced consecutive breakthroughs and was now a practitioner at the late stage of qi transformation. Indeed, Pingyang Pass far surpassed Yunqiao City, yet the prodigies under 16 would not be excessively extraordinary. The most exceptional among them would likely be at the foundation establishment to golden body stages. According to this cultivation system, they would fall between the 3rd and 4th tiers of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. Given Ye Xiaoxiao's capabilities, even if she were to lose, the losses would not be substantial. All right, Ye Xiaoxiao murmured. All this time, she had been engrossed in studying the dream void realm. and her offensive skills were indeed rather scarce. It seemed she needed to ponder them thoroughly. If you are truly worried, there is a gathering at Wanbao Pavilion tonight where many participants will be present. You can go and observe, Ye Suifeng suggested. A gathering? Excellent. Ye Xiaoxiao's spirits immediately lifted. No mischief, no teasing, and absolutely no stealing. Focus on understanding your opponent's strengths, understood? Ye Suifeng grunted. This girl was still too young, having grown up under the protection of her family, with too much playfulness. Rest assured, I have outgrown the age of mischief, Ye Xiaoxiao declared solemnly. Ye Suifeng shook his head. However, she was not entirely incorrect. Ever since that day at Qinggu jailing, the little girl had undergone some changes. Though her character remained lively, she no longer behaved recklessly. All right, off you go, Ye Suifeng urged her. After she departed, he retrieved a book and began to peruse it casually. Destiny Mages. Beast Spirit Warriors. How intriguing. That night, in a private room at Wanbao Pavilion. Why is this happening? I must seek the pavilion master for justice. An indignant voice echoed in the room. Among the 10 young men and women casually seated, one stood up, brimming with righteous fury. Xiaoda, sit down. A slightly older individual admonished in a deep voice. Huarong, a Fun has clearly obtained this qualification, yet as the competition approaches, he was usurped by a stranger. I must confront the pavilion master. Xiaoda exclaimed angrily. Do you presume Wanbao Pavilion operates on your whims? The older Huarong retorted. The pavilion master's decisions surely have their rationale, and we must comply. Moreover, did he not also mention that a Fun would receive appropriate compensation? Compensation? Xiaoda scoffed. What compensation could possibly be more precious than the divine essence? Perhaps he could even be chosen by the great deity. At that moment, a person beside Huarong suddenly laughed. Chosen by the great deity? Such delusions you entertain. Hua Yining, you are merely upset that after a Fun's exit, you can no longer swindle the divine essence from him. Hua Yining interrupted. Xiao Da's face darkened. A Fun is my dear friend. Indeed, just a friend who is perpetually taking advantage of you. Do you think we are blind? Hua Yining's face was rife with mockery. Xiao Da fell momentarily silent. None present were fools, and they were all keenly aware of the daily happenings. At that moment, another girl idly playing with a dagger remarked, if this newcomer possesses considerable strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections. How could they not be strong? Xiao Da spread his hands. I've inquired. That person is merely a relative of the pavilion master, clearly having taken advantage of connections. Suddenly, there was a knock at the main door of the room. Subsequently, a small head with purple-red hair peeked in from outside. Excuse me, is this the assembly point for participants of Wanbao Pavilion? It was none other than Ye Xiaoxiao. Her arrival instantly silenced the room, with all eyes converging upon her face. Some scrutinized, others puzzled, some indifferent, and others disdainful. Under such scrutiny, Ye Xiaoxiao's little head gradually retreated. After a moment, she peered back in. Is Huarong here? The elder Huarong stood up. I am Huarong. You are. Ye Xiaoxiao exhaled and stepped fully into the room, subsequently producing a token and handing it to Huarong. It was Jian Xingquan who sent me here. Everyone immediately realized that this little girl was indeed the new participant. She seems rather young. Surely she is not here to jest? You must be Ye Xiaoxiao, right? How old are you? Huarong also expressed disbelief. Although the regulations allow participants under the age of 16, nearly all contenders are indeed 16 years old. After all, at this tender age, a mere year can result in a significant disparity in both strength and experience. I am only 13 or 14, exclaimed Ye Xiaoxiao. The room was instantly filled with a chorus of sighs. Such youth participating in the Divine Gift Conference is merely an invitation to suffering, is it not? The collective strength of the team is of paramount importance in this competition. The participants of this year will undoubtedly bear immense pressure. Xiao Da shrugged and remarked. I told you, she must have taken the back door to get in. Now we've lost a third-tier Destiny Mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste of space. Our Wanbao Pavilion should brace itself for embarrassment at this Divine Gift Conference. As he spoke, he noticed the peculiar expressions on those around him. Everyone's gaze had shifted toward him. Oh no, rather, it was directed at his side. Confused, Xiao Da was about to inquire when suddenly, a gentle breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and a shiver of terror coursed through him. With great difficulty, he turned his head, only to find a pair of icy eyes, laced with faint anger, staring coldly at him. A sharp blade, emanating a chill, pressed against his throat. Who did you just call a waste? Chapter 77, The Wolf Girl Stunned. The cold dagger pressed against Xiao Da's neck. The increasingly acute pain sent chills throughout his body. Drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his neck. The people in the room were frozen in shock. No one had seen how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had approached Xiao Da, nor could anyone fathom how decisively she had acted, leaving a shallow gash on Xiao Da's throat. Xiao Da dared not move, casting a pleading glance toward Huarong. Sister Ye, that's enough, Huarong said in a low voice. If this escalated to a fatality, he would be grossly negligent as the team leader. However, Ye Xiaoxiao didn't even glance his way. The blade slowly shifted. That's really enough. He didn't mean it. Huarong's expression grew grave. If this continued, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocritical, he clearly did it on purpose. Ye Xiaoxiao let out a soft huff, and the blade shifted once more. The atmosphere in the room had plunged to freezing point. As the dagger neared Xiaoda's major artery, Huarong and several others were already poised to act. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoxiao gasped. The dagger vanished from her hand, and she strolled casually to the side. I almost forgot. He doesn't allow me to make too much noise. So annoying. With that, Ye Xiaoxiao took a seat, her tone and expression light and playful, as if the earlier incident had been mere jest. Crash! Xiaoda sprang to his feet, colliding with several chairs as he hurriedly sought refuge behind Huarong. Clutching his neck, he glanced back at the seemingly nonchalant Ye Xiaoxiao. His eyes filled with terror, cold sweat dampening his clothes as he trembled. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the specter of death. Seeing that Xiaoda was unharmed, Huarong finally relaxed, flexing his fingers only to discover that even his palms were sweating. This seemingly harmless little sister was remarkably ruthless when provoked. I quite like this newcomer. Suddenly, a woman playing with a dagger stood up and approached Ye Xiaoxiao. She was far more formidable than that foolish boy offing. The woman wore a smile, her exposed neck and shoulders adorned with tattoos. Most striking were her icy blue eyes, which exuded an endless chill. Who is offing? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Just an inconsequential person, the woman replied with a laugh. And who might you be? Xianxia. The woman extended her hand. Of course. Everyone calls me the Wolf Girl. Ye Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes. Wolf Girl, that is quite an odd nickname. Yet, she felt no aversion towards this woman. She reached out her small hand and shook hers gently. Let us go. I'll take you to today's gathering. Let them stew in their own boredom here. With that, the Wolf Girl pulled Ye Xiaoxiao up and strode out of the room. Once they departed, the tension in the room eased somewhat. Xiaoda, still clutching his neck, approached Huarong. Brother Rong, shut up. Huarong snapped coldly, turning to glare at him. I've told you time and again to focus your energy on training, rather than scheming to take advantage of others. True strength is what matters. Huh. Terrified by a 13-year-old girl, and you can't even muster a semblance of resistance. Look at yourself. Wanbao Pavilion ISNT, the one losing face. You've already embarrassed yourself. With that, he forcefully yanked Xiaoda's hand away from his neck. Xiaoda gasped, quickly touching his throat only to find that it had long ceased to bleed. Ye Xiaoxiao's precision with the blade had only caused him pain and fear, without inflicting any lasting harm. Observing the panic-stricken Xiaoda, Huarong scoffed and turned to leave the room. The others followed suit, casting scornful glances at Xiaoda as they passed. They found themselves in an exceptionally luxurious hall, where the light danced off glasses, and dozens of young people engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, two figures entered through the door, one tall and one short. The taller one had a wheat-colored complexion, adorned with intricate tattoos, and eyes of chilling blue that sent shivers down one's spine. The other, with long, purplish-red hair cascading nearly to her heels, had bright, curious eyes that were utterly charming. A handsome young man, upon seeing the two, immediately brightened and approached them. See you my dear sister. Get lost. The wolf girl didn't even glance at him, leading Ye Xiaoxiao straight into the depths of the hall. 2 glasses of ghost flame wine. Soon, 2 cups filled with blood-red liquid, burning with green flames, were presented before them. The wolf girl took one for herself and handed the other to Ye Xiaoxiao. Can you drink? Ye Xiaoxiao curiously examined the cup. The intense aroma of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood wafting toward her. This was her first encounter with such a drink. I'll give it a try. Having traveled with Ye Suifeng for several days, she had already started drinking along with him. She took the cup and sipped cautiously. Instantly, her eyes widened as a fiery surge of power exploded in her throat. The wolf girl laughed heartily, downing her own cup, feeling a wave of heat envelop her, as if every pore in her body were erupting with flames. This was no ordinary wine, but a concoction brewed from the blood of various high-tiered demonic beasts mixed with special spiritual fruits. Its violent energy was such that even she, a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior, would need a considerable amount of time to recover after just one sip. Encouraging Ye Xiaoxiao to drink was purely for her amusement. Hello. Could I have another cup, please? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Then, she beheld Ye Xiaoxiao clutching her second cup of ghost flame wine, downing it with a series of hearty gulps. The wolf girl exclaimed, Xiaoxiao you. Sister wolf, I'm sure there is sugar in this, right? Ye Xiaoxiao wiped the remnants from her lips and remarked, next time, I'll have uncle add a bit of sugar too. His wine is far too spicy. This one, however, tastes delightful, almost like juice. As she spoke, She requested another cup from the maid beside her. The maid in charge of serving the guests was utterly flustered, deeply questioning whether she had mistakenly served the wrong wine. The wolf girl's eyes twitched as she watched the third cup of ghost flame wine vanish into Ye Xiaoxiao's belly, and asked, Xiaoxiao, what level are you at now? After finishing her third cup and letting out a satisfied burp, Ye Xiaoxiao replied, well, I suppose I'm a tier 3, level 6 fate mage, which is rather behind in our group. Along the way, she had learned through the wolf girl's introductions that among the people of the Wanbao Pavilion, the strongest were Huarong and the wolf girl herself, one a tier 4, level 3 fate mage, and the other a tier 4, level 2 beast spirit warrior. The rest were all at the late stages of tier 3. The wolf girl fell silent. No one dared to consume ghost flame wine in such a manner at tier 3, level 6. Beautiful sister. Do you have more of this juice? I'd like to take some home, Ye Xiaoxiao said to the maid, wishing to share it with her uncle as well. Miss, to take some out, you would need to purchase it, the maid replied. How much does it cost? The maid responded. A single cup requires 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, but in bulk, it's a bit cheaper at 500,000 for a barrel. Oh, then I'll have one. Before Ye Xiaoxiao could finish, she was interrupted by the wolf girl, who cheerfully said, it's your first time here. I can't let you pay. It's on me. It's fine. I can manage, Ye Xiaoxiao insisted. I insist, the wolf girl said firmly. Consider it a welcoming gift from me. Now tell me, how many do you want? Ye Xiaoxiao blinked. All right then. She removed the storage ring from her finger and handed it to the maid. Let us just fill 100 barrels. The wolf girl. Good heavens. What kind of family are you from? Do you measure everything in hundreds? Chapter 78. The God-slaying technique that evening. Uncle, I've brought you some delightful treasures. Ye Xiaoxiao skipped back to the inn, approaching Ye Suifeng with glee. What treasures? Ye Suifeng, still engrossed in his book, did not turn around. Here, take a look, it's delicious. Ye Suifeng turned to see Ye Xiaoxiao cradling a wooden barrel nearly the same size as her body, pouring out some mysterious red liquid. Instantly, the room was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, laced with a faint scent of blood. Wow! Ye Xiaoxiao snapped her fingers, igniting the liquid in the cup. Then, she held it out to Ye Suifeng, saying, Uncle, do taste it. Ye Suifeng set down his book and grimaced. He could tell without tasting that this was a concoction mixed with the blood of numerous low-level magical beasts. However, to spare the child's feelings, he took a cautious sip. How is it? Ye Xiaoxiao asked eagerly. It's all right, but it's not to my liking, Ye Suifeng replied, picking his book back up. Just a drink for children. Hee. Ye Xiaoxiao finished the remaining ghost flame wine in her cup and said, somewhat reluctantly, but I'm still a child. Ye Suifeng shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I think it's quite good, Ye Xiaoxiao said, placing the barrel on the corner of the table. I bought 100 barrels, intending to bring some back for my sister and cousin Yi Huang to try as well. I originally planned to buy 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I felt a bit embarrassed. As she spoke, she noticed Ye Suifeng looking at her with a strange expression. You bought how many? 100 barrels. And each barrel costs 500,000 spirit stones. And someone else paid? Uh-huh, Ye Xiaoxiao nodded. She's really nice to me. She's a friend I made tonight. Ye Suifeng set down his book again, rubbing his forehead. That friend who paid for you. Make sure to return the favor when you can. And from now on, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Ye Xiaoxiao was instantly taken aback. Why? She felt disheartened. I brought you a treat, and you're cutting my allowance? And this reduction is a bit too drastic. I assent it. Once you understand why, I'll restore your allowance, Ye Suifeng stated, resuming his reading without further comment. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, struggling to comprehend what she had done wrong. However, she trusted her uncle's judgment must hold merit. What to do? What could she do but ponder it? With her head down, Ye Xiaoxiao turned and exited the room. Moments later, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and set his book aside once more. After her commotion, he found it impossible to concentrate on his reading. He acknowledged his own responsibility for nurturing Ye Xiaoxiao's temperament. He shouldn't have acquiesced to her outlandish requests so easily. Good heavens, 100 barrels in one go. Such a thing was akin to someone going to Wanbao Pavilion and purchasing everything in one fell swoop. Who would do such a thing? Well, there are those who would, but I'm unafraid of the risks that come with spending. Without the assurance of strength. Too much wealth often serves as a fuse that leads one into peril. It seems prudent to occasionally let her out into the world, to expose her to its harsh realities. Otherwise, she might forever remain sheltered in her own little bubble. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Fortunately, the girl's heart remains kind. Her intent in buying so many was to share with Yi Huang and the others, rather than for mere indulgence. A few more experiences would do her good. Reflecting on this, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but think of Yi Huang and the others. Months had passed. He wondered how they were faring now. He raised his hand. contemplating using the great Dao to glimpse their circumstances. However, after a moment's hesitation, he set it down instead. Forget it. Everyone has their own path. Interfering too much may do more harm than good. Let them carve out their own brilliance. In the 9 Cities Alliance, within the boundaries of the city of Su, the largest city, Huangya City, at the central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stood proudly amidst the chaos. Surrounding her lay a dozen or so young cultivators, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Before her knelt a valiant young man, propping himself up with a longsword. The pride of Huangya City is but this. Yi Huang sheathed her longsword, the blood-stained purple cloak billowing around her. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, "Yi Huang, you're going too far, too far." Yi Huang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you remember the expressions on your faces when we first arrived in Huangya City? Country bumpkins, lower-class citizens, inferior beings, wretched scum. Haha, how does it feel now? Being defeated by the very wretched scum you once despised?" The young man's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He had heard of Yi Huang's reputation, but never anticipated her strength to be so formidable. A multitude of young prodigies, all under the age of 20 and possessing foundational cultivation, simultaneously besieged Yi Huang. Yet, within the span of merely a single incense stick's burning time, she vanquished them all, and in a most devastating manner. Some even fell lifeless before her, slain on the spot. "Even if we have had our grievances, you cannot be so ruthless." A youth, his eyes bloodshot, lamented, for among the slain were his friends. "Ruthlessness is a lesson you have imparted to me," Yi Huang replied, stepping forward with deliberate grace, producing a small box and placing it before the youth. Upon opening it, he beheld 20 fingers, each belonging to different bodies, meticulously arranged. Had you not treated the members of the Tianluan Palace as mere playthings, subjecting them to torment until death, perhaps today's calamity would have been averted. With a swift motion, Yi Huang unsheathed a dagger from her waist. The youth gazed at the glinting blade, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. "You've harmed me. You shan't leave Huangya City alive." Yi Huang's countenance was devoid of emotion. "If you do not harm me, I cannot return to Tianluan Palace." With a swift thrust, hot blood cascaded from the dagger, staining her hand crimson. The youth's expression morphed from disbelief to an overwhelming terror as the color drained from his face. As the dagger was withdrawn, his lifeless form crumpled to the ground, blood saturating the box containing the fingers. Yi Huang straightened, her long hair fluttering in the gentle breeze. In that moment, she truly became the master of the Tianluan Palace. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air. Yi Huang turned to see a middle-aged man, exuding immense authority, rushing towards her. Behind him followed a cadre of formidable cultivators, their auras palpable. Upon noticing the youth sprawled at Yi Huang's feet, the man's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. "You dare to kill him?" he roared, his furious energy surging towards Yi Huang, a powerful aura befitting a golden core cultivator. Yi Huang stood amidst the tempest, a solitary leaf in the storm. "Who dares harm my master?" At that moment, a throng of individuals clad in black attire leapt onto the arena, forming a protective barrier behind Yi Huang against the oncoming pressure from the middle-aged man. "You all shall perish." The man seethed, his gaze fixed on Yi Huang with unbridled fury. Yet, Yi Huang remained unfazed, slowly uttering, "I can empathize with your feelings." However, she produced a sheet of paper inscribed with words, "We have signed a death contract." The middle-aged man scrutinized the contract, his eyes lingering on a familiar name. As grief and wrath consumed his rationality, "I care not for any death contract. You have slain my son, my only son. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself intervenes, I shall take your life." He had succumbed to madness, unleashing his full power as he charged forward. Yi Huang sighed softly, "Then do not blame me." A delicate purple petal descended gently from her brow. As she drew her long sword, the petal landed gracefully upon its blade, transforming into a radiant stream of violet light, akin to the glow of celestial phenomena. "Perish." At that moment, the middle-aged man had completely lost his sanity, recklessly charging forward. Yi Huang's expression remained composed. She raised her sword and spoke calmly, "God-slaying." First form. Chapter 79 began. Huangya City, the foremost city within the jurisdiction of Su City, boasted an area several times larger than that of Yanxiao City. Viewed from above, it resembled a perfectly symmetrical cube resting upon fertile plains. Today, however, a colossal fissure had emerged from the city's center, cleaving it open with a profound gash. A middle-aged man stood in the arena, gazing silently at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clutched his arm tightly, her complexion pale. It was Ye Suifeng, who had participated in the drunken dream gathering. "Father, did that really happen at the hands of Yi Huang?" Her voice trembled, struggling to fathom the immense power capable of rending Huangya City asunder. Had Yi Huang unleashed this technique upon her, the outcome would have been dire. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, several formidable figures descended rapidly from the sky, landing beside him. They gazed at the vast scar etched into the ground, their expressions filled with astonishment. Patriarch Nye, one stepped forward, inquiring, "Where are the members of Tianluan Palace?" "They have departed," replied Patriarch Nye. "Fled?" "No." He shook his head. "After slaying the Huang family head, she did not leave. She awaited our arrival." The man paused, bewildered. "And then?" Patriarch Nye sighed softly. "I allowed her to leave." "What?" Another patriarch exclaimed. "How could you let her go? She has so brazenly provoked Huangya City. She must pay a price." Patriarch Nye turned to regard him with an emotionless gaze. "Have you considered Ye Suifeng?" The others fell silent, struck by his words. Indeed, if his daughter was so formidable, what of her father? Ye Suifeng had unified Yunxiao City single-handedly, establishing a city beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Their late arrival was merely to witness the character Ye suspended high above Yunxiao City. A mere glimpse had left them shaken, nearly suffering severe injury. Such an individual was far beyond their capacity to challenge. After a moment of silence, one inquired, "Where's the Huang family head?" "Here." Patriarch Nye displayed his palm, revealing a severed thumb. This is the other's expressions shifted instantly. It was both a retaliation and a warning. Patriarch Nye gazed distantly towards Yunxiao City. "Perhaps we shall need to deliver our tributes there henceforth." At Yunxiao City, the sound of 3 resounding bells echoed throughout the city. A brand new courtyard slowly opened its gates, and the plaque above descended, unveiling its hidden canopy. The 2 characters inscribed upon it, elegantly sweeping and forceful, read, "Under Heaven." As the gates swung open, a procession of youths clad in pale blue attire formed 4 elongated lines, entering the courtyard in succession. Leading them was a very young girl, her demeanor grave and her expression solemn. She was none other than the girl who had narrowly escaped from Lishunga, Xiaoyi. Upon entering the gates, they beheld a towering sculpture, rising over 10 zhang high, standing proudly at the center of the square. The statue depicted the master of Yunxiao City, Ye Suifeng. Once inside, they arranged themselves around the statue, forming a vast fan-shaped assembly. "Salutations to the dean," they chorused in unison. Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes. Xian City, located in the western region of the 9-city alliance, stood as a principal city, comparable in status to Sioux City in the north. The environment here was harsh, yet the people were fiercely spirited, with cultivators known for their combative nature. Battle was a daily occurrence for them. Within Xian City, numerous arenas, both large and small, were built explicitly for combat. The Huangfeng Arena was the largest among them, drawing crowds of spectators daily, with seats perpetually filled. Naturally, the battles held within this arena were nothing short of extraordinary. Have you heard? Recently, a force known as the True Dragon Pavilion has been quite active. In the audience, 2 burly men, half-naked, were engaged in a loud conversation. "I know, but it seems the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion is just a mere boy, fair-skinned and delicate." "Like a young woman," replied one of the men. At that moment, a third individual nearby suddenly chuckled. "Haha, have you never seen the Dragon Lord?" The 2 men turned their gaze towards him. "Why would we care to meet a callow youth just because he resembles a pretty boy? Haha, in our Sandrock, we value strength in battle. You wouldn't abandon our traditions just to follow that so-called Dragon Lord and become a mere puppet, would you?" The 2 men provoked. "Not satisfied? If you're not, let us settle it in the arena. That's the way of Sandrock." Yet the man who was challenged merely laughed. "Let me first ask you, what brings you to the Yellow Wind Arena today?" "TCH. Coward." One man scoffed, turning his head away. The other, however, laughed heartily and proclaimed, "We are here for the Gun King. In just over a month, he has fought his way from the smallest arena to the Yellow Wind Arena, taking on the fiercest opponents, each battle leaving him bloodied. He is the one we, the people of Sandrock, should follow, not some peach-faced pretty boy." As the tension escalated, a tremendous cheer erupted throughout the arena. "Gun King! Gun King!" The crowd roared with excitement. Amidst this tsunami of applause, a figure strode into the arena, wielding a long gun, his clothing tattered and stained with blood. He exuded an aura of indomitable battle spirit. "Haha. If you have the guts, call your Dragon Lord down to face the Gun King," the burly man bellowed. Yet the figure continued to smile, and his smile was one of utmost confidence. "I fear that one be necessary, for he is our Dragon Lord." At the southernmost tip of the 9 cities alliance lies a grand mountain range. At the heart of the mountains stands a towering gatehouse, piercing through the clouds, with the words Tianfu Academy inscribed above. "Ah, we have finally returned," Yanxi exclaimed loudly. Yi Qiniao, standing beside her, gazed at the majestic scene with a sense of awe. Along their journey, they had traversed many places and encountered numerous tales of culture and history. Now, they had finally reached their destination. "Let us go," Yanxi smiled, taking Ye Qinyao by the hand as they ascended a path reminiscent of a heavenly staircase. This path, according to the rules of Tianfu Academy, could only be traversed on foot. As they walked, Yanxi provided explanations. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. From this vantage point, the academy's entrance appeared even more magnificent. We shall go to the Dragon Gate, Yanxi declared, leading Ye Qinyao not through the main entrance, but toward a peculiar small door. When Ye Qinyao looked puzzled, Yanxi explained, every new student must pass through the Dragon Gate. It is used to assess their talents and determine their placement within the academy. Don't be anxious. I believe you will at least enter the Four Seasons Academy. On the way, Ye Qinyao had learned from Yanxi that Tianfu Academy was also divided into ranks, from lowest to highest: the Mundane Academy, the Gentleman's Academy, the Four Seasons Academy, the Starry Academy, and the Heavenly Earth Academy. To enter the Four Seasons Academy already marked one as a genius among geniuses. However, Ye Qinyao held no such obsession. Wherever she was, it was all part of the mortal realm. She stepped forward toward the Dragon Gate. Ring the bell 5 times, and you will enter the Four Seasons Academy. Go for it. Yanxi cheered from behind. Dong. The first bell sounded, as expected. Yanxi's expression was tense. She too was uncertain of the outcome. Dong. A moment later, the second bell chimed. Haha, don't get your hopes up. A so-called genius from a rural area will likely ring only twice, said Guanmu, approaching from behind. Yanxi huffed, declaring, she will surely enter the Four Seasons Academy. Haha. Guanmu laughed heartily. Do you think just anyone can enter the Four Seasons Academy? If she does, I will wager you a piece of Earth-grade spirit artifact. Yanxi rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. However, the third bell did not sound for a long while. Just as she felt she could no longer bear the suspense, suddenly, the third bell rang out. Yet before she could rejoice, the fourth bell followed closely. Then came the fifth and the sixth. Moments later, the 9 bells resonated throughout the entire Tianfu Academy. Boom. A tremendous explosion startled Ye Suifeng, who was reading. He frowned and prepared to investigate. Just then, the door opened, and Gu Yulan entered. Master, the grand event has begun. Chapter 80, Destiny Star, Beast Soul. A magnificent firework burst forth above Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire checkpoint in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys were filled with throngs waving banners of the great deity, the fervor of millions igniting this colossal gathering. In his room, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, watching the sky change colors. Master, aren't you going to take a look? Gu Yulan inquired. Ye Suifeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. No, I'm not interested. Turning back, he picked up a book of techniques and began to read. Such grand events held increasingly little allure for him. They were less intriguing than the plate of fruit on the table. The competition officially begins today, and Miss will be making her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Ye Suifeng paused and said, you go accompany her, and tell her to perform well. I will be watching closely. Gu Yulan nodded, obediently leaving the room. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Senior, it's me. Come in. A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open, carefully closing it without making a sound. It was Jian Xingxuan. Isn't today the opening of the grand event? What brings you here? Ye Suifeng casually asked. Such matters pale in comparison to what concerns you, Senior, Jian Xingxuan replied with a bow. Ye Suifeng sighed inwardly. Jian Xingxuan was exceedingly cautious, almost servile. He didn't particularly like such people. A more relaxed demeanor would foster more comfortable interactions. However, one couldn't impose such traits on others. It was evident that Jian Xingxuan's personality had been cultivated over time, as one could not survive long in the cultivation world without certain survival skills. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Jian Xingxuan respectfully presented a ring. Senior, I have found some high-tier techniques for you. However, to acquire the most elite ones, one must go to the Eternal Winter Imperial City. Ye Suifeng nodded, accepting the ring. Upon opening it, he found it neatly filled with over 1,000 tomes, all concerning the techniques and secrets of fate mages and beast spirit warriors. Last time, after Ye Suifeng delved into the intricacies of these 2 cultivation methods, he found himself captivated by them. They stood in stark contrast to the traditional practices of the southern sections. The Destiny Mage technique appeared to be a variant that incorporated formations into conventional cultivation. This unique formation was capable of forging a connection between the practitioner and an entity known as the Fate Star. By communicating with the Fate Star, practitioners could refine their bodies and master spells. Compared to traditional methods, the cultivation of a Destiny Mage was more convenient and expedited. Yet it placed a greater emphasis on innate talent. The significance of the Fate Star was paramount within the Destiny Mage framework. It constituted the very foundation of the practice. Should an individual's Fate Star be weak, they might find themselves forever unable to ascend to the rank of Destiny Mage. Conversely, the Beast Spirit Warrior approach filled this gap with its sheer simplicity and brute force. Practitioners strengthened themselves by merging with the souls of ferocious beasts and bathing in their blood, thereby augmenting their power and acquiring certain abilities of the beasts they absorbed. Unlike the Destiny Mage, this method could swiftly cultivate a formidable warrior in a short span. Consequently, the population of beast spirit warriors within the Eternal Winter Kingdom was remarkably vast. Both of these unconventional cultivation methods bore significant flaws, yet they also possessed their own merits. As Ye Suifeng's understanding deepened, he discerned that certain characteristics of these methods could potentially serve as extensions for the various stages of the primordial technique. After creating the initial 2 stages of the primordial technique, he had set this matter aside, treating it as a mere afterthought. However, he now saw an opportunity to refine it further. Thus, a few days prior, he had instructed Xianxiaaudiobooks to seek out higher-level techniques and to assess them before making any decisions. Stowing away his ring, Ye Suifeng produced a verdant spirit fruit and handed it to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Your reward. Xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly stepped forward, cradling the spirit fruit with both hands. His expression tinged with confusion as he wondered about its nature, gazing at the fruit's elegantly natural patterns and the faint aura of life it exuded. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils dilated in realization. This appeared to be a fate source fruit, a divine-grade spirit fruit. It could extend one's lifespan, cleanse the soul, and even reshape the body. As Xianxiaaudiobooks beheld the fruit, his hands began to tremble, fearing that a moment's lapse might lead to its destruction. Senior, this reward is far too generous. He hesitated to accept the spirit fruit, recognizing that such a treasure was a rare find, even for those in the tribulation stage. Take it, it's yours. Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly, flipping through a tome he had retrieved from his storage ring. During their expedition across the Qinggu Highlands, they not only vanquished all 6th tier and above beasts, but also collected a plethora of 6th tier and above spirit fruits and herbs. Among them were numerous divine medicines akin to the fate source fruit. Ye Suifeng felt that he had been reaping the benefits of heavenly providence since the beginning. Cultivating his family was part of this as well. He felt somewhat guilty for taking too much. Therefore, he planned to seize the opportunity during his travels to gather more divine medicines and sacred beasts, which he could later nurture in the Mirror Lake Garden, thus giving back to the heavenly order. Moreover, should he ever crave a taste, it would be conveniently accessible. Observing Ye Suifeng's nonchalance, Xianxiaaudiobooks, with trembling hands, carefully accepted the fate source fruit. The will of his senior was not to be defied. Enough, you need not keep coming back to me. Go preside over the assembly. Ye Suifeng began to usher him away. Aren't you coming? I've arranged the best seat for you. Xianxiaaudiobooks insisted. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng replied, I shall wait until the final battle. He was confident that with Ye Xiaoxiao's current strength, she would undoubtedly reach the end. Xianxiaaudiobooks acknowledged the order and exited the room. Moments later, he appeared above a grand arena, landing in the highest viewing box. Master Jian. Several individuals greeted him with warmth and respect. After all, he was the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a formidable presence in the late transformation stage within the Pingyang Pass. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded impassively before taking his seat beside a burly man with a full beard. Old Jian, where have you been? You missed the grand ceremony. The man boomed. Xianxiaaudiobooks clasped his hands in apology. My apologies, Master Shi. I was meeting an important guest. It turned out this man was the overseer of the Pingyang Pass. Master Shi turned slightly, glancing at the empty chair beside Xianxiaaudiobooks, which seemed to hold a rank even higher than his own. Is that a high-ranking member from your 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? He inquired. Xianxiaaudiobooks turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Master, I believe you should refrain from concerning yourself too much with the affairs of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Humph. Master Shi scoffed. Yet he did not press further. Those in high positions understood well what the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion represented. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the grand arena. The surrounding platforms began to buzz with excitement. The Divine Gift Assembly has officially commenced. Chapter 81. A single brick topples. In the Pingyang Grand Arena, dozens of platforms of varying sizes were arranged in disarray. Tens of thousands of spectators jostled around the platforms, their voices a cacophony of enthusiasm. I am number 885. Sister Wolf, what is your number? Ye Xiaoxiao asked from within a modest room. The room was sparsely populated, primarily occupied by young individuals, some serious, others brimming with excitement. This was one of the preparation rooms for participants of the Divine Altar Assembly. I am number 21. The Wolf Maiden replied, applying paint to her arms. This was no ordinary paint. It was a beast sand crafted from the marrow of various beasts. Most beast spirit warriors adorn themselves with this beast sand to enhance their strength. Why is our numbering so disparate? Ye Xiaoxiao pondered aloud, before suddenly realizing. I get it. It's drawn randomly to ensure fairness, right? The Wolf Maiden paused, her expression slightly strange. Well, not entirely. Actually, the numbering is based on estimated strength to prevent powerful extraordinary beings from encountering each other too early. The wolf maiden shrugged. Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at her large 3-digit number, feeling the weight of the world's malice bearing down upon her. She was placed over 800 numbers behind the wolf maiden. This is absurd. Who is responsible for this? Clearly, they have mismanaged the numbering. The estimated rankings were primarily determined by level and age. The information you submitted indicated you are a 14-year-old 3rd-tier, 6th-level Destiny Mage, which is why you were placed so far back. By this time, the wolf maiden had finished painting the beast patterns and gave Ye Xiaoxiao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. We have strength and need not fear any ranking. There are over 2,000 participants, and this position is quite respectable. Prepare for battle. Our turn will come soon. Ye Xiaoxiao slumped her shoulders, clearly unaffected by the comfort. By the way, Sister Wolf. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoxiao turned and produced an exquisite small box from her bosom, presenting it to the wolf maiden. Subsequently, she shyly remarked, "The last time, you purchased 100 barrels of ghost flame wine for me, and upon returning home, I faced a stern reprimand from my elders. Therefore, I have procured a delightful gift to express my heartfelt gratitude." The wolf girl was momentarily taken aback, reminiscing about the gathering that day. Ultimately, she had reluctantly gathered 50 million spirit stones to buy the ghost flame wine, as she had already made a commitment, and backing out would have been rather inappropriate. This incident had nearly slipped her mind. Yet she was astonished that Ye Xiaoxiao had kept it in her thoughts. She chuckled softly, saying, "It's nothing. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Please accept it, or else I shall be reprimanded again upon my return." Suddenly, a horn hanging at the door of the room blared a voice. "Number 885. Proceed to Arena 19 for competition." That was Ye Xiaoxiao's number. "I must take my leave. Don't dawdle, just take it." With that, Ye Xiaoxiao thrust a small box into the wolf girl's hands and hurriedly exited the room. Watching her retreating figure, the wolf girl shook her head in resignation. The small box in her hand was surprisingly light, with a slight chill to it. Could it possibly be a toy of some sort? The wolf girl pondered, slowly lifting the lid. Suddenly, a wave of icy energy filled the entire room, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. The others present could not help but shiver, glancing around in astonishment. With a snap, the wolf girl swiftly closed the box, a profound shock flashing in her eyes. She had merely opened it a crack, but had already glimpsed a white inner core of a demon beast lying within. For beast spirit warriors, this was the most optimal cultivation material. Typically, she utilized a 5th-grade demon beast inner core for her training. However, the formidable power exuding from this core indicated it was at least of the 7th grade. Moreover, it resonated perfectly with her cultivation direction. Could it be from the Icefield Wolf King? In the arena, Ye Xiaoxiao stood alone on platform 19, awaiting her opponent's arrival. Suddenly, a diminutive bird's head emerged from her long hair on her shoulder. The little bird yawned, its eyes half closed, appearing somewhat lethargic. "Ah, you finally returned," it exclaimed suddenly. Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "It's just a small wolf. Look at how exhausted you are, sleeping for days on end." "A small wolf?" The bird's eyes widened in disbelief. "My dear lady, that is the Icefield Wolf King, an 8th-grade demon beast. Its strength is just slightly inferior to mine." This little bird was the colorful phoenix that Ye Suifeng had captured on the Qinggu Heights. It had now become Ye Xiaoxiao's cherished pet. As for her previous favorite pet, well, the colorful phoenix certainly wouldn't want to know its fate. "Heh, don't you always boast about being invincible below the 9th grade? Ye Xiaoxiao scoffed. "In the end, I had to trap it in a dream realm for a moment before you could finally defeat it." The colorful phoenix fell silent, realizing that in the northern environment, the Wolf King had proved to be exceptionally formidable, nearly overpowering it. Had Ye Xiaoxiao not intervened, it might not have been able to claim victory. Reflecting on this, the colorful phoenix was left in awe. A mere foundation-building cultivator had managed to ensnare an 8th-grade demon beast. Even if only for an instant, that was truly impressive. Indeed, those under that individual's command were not to be trifled with. At that moment, a robust young man strode onto the arena from the opposite side. Agile. As he took the stage, the audience erupted into cheers, clearly recognizing him as a celebrity. Ye Xiaoxiao scrutinized the number tag at his waist. 273. Agile. Defeat this little mage. Show her our might. A group of young boys, flushed with excitement, cheered him on. Agile nodded, a flash of bloodlust crossing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ye Xiaoxiao. From the crowd, some unfamiliar with the two began to murmur. Agile, 16 years old. A Tier 3 8th-level beast spirit warrior, known for his brutal temperament and extensive combat experience. He has even torn apart a 3rd-grade ice giant with his bare hands. Ye Xiaoxiao, 14 years old, a Tier 3 6th-level destined mage. Someone sifted through their records. The gap is rather significant. Indeed, Ye Suifeng seems rather young and malnourished. She appears far too slender, like a little sprite. I doubt she can withstand even a single blow from Aguli. The spectators voiced their doubts, expressing skepticism regarding the diminutive Ye Suifeng's chances. Step right up to place your bets. Aguli pays 1-1, while Ye Suifeng pays 6-1. Place your bets now. Some even began to wager. I bet 100 spirit stones on Aguli. I wager 300 spirit stones. Heh, I'm banking on an underdog. I'll bet 10 spirit stones on Ye Suifeng. The vast majority bet on Aguli. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached. I'm betting on Ye Suifeng to win, with a wager of 10,000 spirit stones. It was Gu Yulan. Instantly, astonished gazes surrounded her, as if she were a fool. However, Gu Yulan remained unfazed, turning her attention back to Ye Suifeng on the arena. Suifeng, your pocket money relies on you now. As the referee's voice boomed, the battle commenced. Aguli, grinning wickedly, suddenly threw his head back and roared, shredding his shirt to reveal a muscular body marred with scars. Tremble, you insignificant brat. I, Aguli, will give my all against even the weakest of opponents. With that, he bellowed once more, and black fur sprouted rapidly from his body, glistening like steel needles. He had transformed into his beast form. His beast spirit was the earth violent ape. Ye Suifeng was in peril. The onlookers gasped, unable to suppress their concern for the small girl facing him. Ye Suifeng tilted her head, observing Aguli mid-transformation. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and a brick engraved with a pig's head appeared behind Aguli. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Enough with the noise, it's unbearable. Ye Suifeng declared as she wielded the bloodied brick, turning without a glance and descending from the arena. The hulking Aguli had barely transformed halfway before collapsing to the ground, blood staining the platform, unconscious. The audience stared, wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Is that it? Chapter 82, Divine Essence. Is he not coming? In the waiting room, Ye Suifeng looked at Gu Yulan, disappointment clouding her eyes. I had researched various combat techniques, intending to showcase them to him. With her head bowed, she felt somewhat disheartened by Ye Suifeng's absence. For days, she had scarcely rested, immersed in the dream realm, studying combat methods, all in hopes of impressing Ye Suifeng. Yet, she never anticipated he would not show up. Father said he would always be watching over you. He mentioned that you should perform well and would come to the scene during the final battle to cheer you on. Gu Yulan elaborated on Ye Suifeng's intentions. Upon hearing those words, a renewed sparkle ignited in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Really? Hee. I am certain I can reach the final showdown. Did you not see that burly fellow today? I sent him reeling with just one brick. With that, she continued her enthusiastic chatter. Gu Yulan, listening to Ye Suifeng's prattle, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In her heart, she felt that the old master had set his expectations too high for Suifeng. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old child. The Divine Gift Conference was still in full swing. Over 2,000 young prodigies from various regions were vying for the title of the strongest 30 over the course of 5 days. The top 100 would receive generous rewards from the Grand Master, while the top 30 would be bestowed with precious divine essence in addition to other accolades. This divine essence was an exceedingly rare elixir of immense potency. In pursuit of it, all the youths were exerting their utmost, showcasing their most formidable techniques in battle. Throughout this process, some faced bitter defeat, while others soared to new heights. The Pingyang Prefecture, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Great Heaven Alliance remained dominant, with nearly all participants successfully advancing to the top 100. Among them, a few outstanding individuals garnered much fame, including Shi Chong and Liao Huayan from Pingyang Prefecture, Ming Untu and Shirigan from the Great Heaven Alliance, and Hua Rong and the Wolf Maiden from Wanbao Pavilion. They crushed all opponents with an invincible demeanor, regarded as seed candidates for selection by the Great God this year. Of course, apart from them, certain lesser-known talents also demonstrated their formidable prowess, emerging as dark horses. Among the most talked about was another contestant from Wanbao Pavilion. At merely 14, she was petite and adorable, yet possessed an uncanny ability, wielding a brick and accompanied by a comically peculiar monkey, striking anyone in her path. Those who had fought against her were nearly knocked senseless. She was nothing short of brutal. She was nearly on par with the Wolf Maiden in terms of renown, earning the moniker of Monkey Girl. Ye Suifeng's face fell, and she approached Gu Yulan. Her eyes icy. Sister Yulan, who bestowed this title upon me. I shall ensure that person has a night to remember. Upon learning of this title, she was utterly aghast. Back in Yinshao City, she was revered as the fairy Xia, yet upon arriving at your Pingyang Pass, she was transformed into the Monkey Girl. Furious, Ye Suifeng was ready to confront the nameless individual responsible. Gu Yulan quickly intervened, saying, everyone assigns titles based on characteristics. Here, there is no mention of fairies. Besides, you always carry that monkey with you, so. But that monkey is merely an illusion I conjured. It's essentially just a weapon. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed loudly. Gu Yulan wore a resigned expression. But no one sees it that way. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she huffed, Fine, I shan't bother with them. In the following days, the battles grew increasingly fierce. The competitors' abilities were closely matched, all exerting their full strength, and each fight was a brutal spectacle. Especially the monkey girl. Ye Xiaoxiao. It seemed she had been spurred by something, becoming increasingly aggressive. Moreover, the louder the crowd cheered her name, the more frenzied she became, even intimidating some weaker opponents into forfeiting. Scholars speculated that the monkey girl's fate was intertwined with some form of motivation. Thus, the more enthusiastic the audience, the more potent her combat prowess. Consequently, her supporters roared their encouragement at every match. After 5 days, only the final 30 contestants remained from the over 2,000 participants. They were the creme de la creme, prodigies of extraordinary caliber. The vast majority were 4th-tier extraordinary beings, with only a few still at the 3rd tier. Ye Xiaoxiao was among the strongest of them all. The grand arena of Pingyang, once filled with dozens of platforms, had been replaced by a single magnificent super arena. The top 30 stood at its center, receiving accolades from the Grand Master, xianxiaaudiobooks, along with rewards. After a round of encouraging words, each received a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Finally, the Grand Master presented a beautifully crafted jade plate, upon which lay 30 small vials. As the vials appeared, the entire arena held its breath, eyes fixed on the jade plate with fervent intensity. Inside those vials contained the ultimate treasure, 1st-tier divine essence. The Wolf Maiden, too, was visibly excited. Sister Wolf, what exactly is this used for? Although Ye Xiaoxiao had participated in the competition, she was oblivious to the nature of 1st-tier divine essence. It is the ultimate elixir that purifies the soul and cleanses the body's essence, a treasure possessed solely by the great god. The Wolf Maiden whispered. Ye Xiaoxiao pointed curiously at xianxiaaudiobooks. Does he not have it too? That was left behind by the great god in advance, replied the Wolf Maiden. If we secure a spot in the top 10, the great god will personally arrive and bestow upon us even stronger 2nd-tier divine essence. The top 3 will be taken by the great god to the divine realm to receive their fortune. The Wolf Maiden was filled with fervor. Ye Xiaoxiao blinked. Though still unsure of what it entailed, it certainly sounded impressive. Shortly thereafter, the 30 contestants each received a vial of 1st-tier divine essence. They stood tall and proud, soon learning that the qualification battle for the divine realm would commence in 2 days. That evening, Ye Xiaoxiao returned to her room, played with the little monkey for a while, and then retrieved the vial of divine essence. What could it truly be? After pondering, she gently opened the vial. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her senses. This truly seems extraordinary. Ye Xiaoxiao flared her nostrils, finding the scent remarkably pleasant. Yet, it bore an oddly familiar quality, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. After a moment's thought, she shook her head in defeat. Forget it. Sister Wolf said the divine essence can be consumed directly. I might as well give it a try. With that, Ye Xiaoxiao tipped the vial and poured its contents into her mouth. The rich spiritual energy coursed down her throat, instantly permeating every corner of her body. At that moment, Gu Yulan entered, carrying a basin. Miss, it's time to wash your feet. Ye Xiaoxiao remained silent. Gu Yulan paused, then set down the basin and approached Ye Xiaoxiao. In an instant, her pupils constricted. A profound shock flickered in her eyes, causing her body to tremble slightly. Miss you. Ye Xiaoxiao turned her head, puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Yulan's expression was complex as she gently embraced her. Miss, it's nothing. The name Monkey Girl isn't pleasant. We simply want tea heated. You mustn't demean yourself over this, even drinking foot wash water. Ye Xiaoxiao. She glanced at the vial in her hand, and then at the basin she used for washing her feet. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. This was why the 1st-tier divine essence felt so familiar. A wave of nausea surged within her. Ugh. Chapter 83, The Celestial Fairy. Is this what divine essence is? Ye Suifeng inquired, holding the small vial, a look of keen interest gracing his face. Indeed, Gu Yulan remarked. I heard from the young lady that this is the 1st-tier celestial elixir awarded to the top 30 competitors in the grand tournament. Once the strongest contender is determined, the great celestial will personally descend and bring forth the 2nd-tier celestial elixir. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that this so-called 1st-tier celestial elixir was, in fact, the primordial essence produced by the 1st level of the origin tower. It was reasonable to assume that the 2nd-tier celestial elixir was derived from the 2nd level's body refining liquid. This implied that the great celestial possessed a formidable origin tower, undoubtedly of a high tier. Otherwise, the vast divine realm would struggle to provide sufficient spiritual essence. Xiaoxiao must be quite disappointed. He mused with a smile as he handed the vial to Gu Yulan. Since their departure, The water they used for washing had been entirely replaced with the spiritual essence, while the food was prepared using the refined essence that Ye Suifeng had carefully purified. Otherwise, the two young girls would not have made such rapid progress. Indeed, the young lady is very disappointed, Gu Yulan replied. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Tell her that the recent competition has been splendid. I will personally attend the upcoming battles to encourage her to persevere. With that, Ye Suifeng picked up a book, immersing himself in the ocean of cultivation techniques. Did you let it slip? Outside, Ye Xiaoxiao intercepted Gu Yulan, her expression darkening as she inquired. No, the master didn't ask much either. He even praised your recent performance, Gu Yulan quickly assured her. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao's expression softened somewhat. I knew he must be secretly watching me. Humph, she huffed. Then, turning to Gu Yulan, she whispered, the matter regarding the foot bath must remain between us. No third party must ever know, understand? Gu Yulan blinked, confused. What foot bath? 2 days later, at the Pingyang Grand Arena, after spending more than half a month in seclusion, Ye Suifeng finally arrived at the venue. Taking his seat in the area prepared by Jian Xingxuan, the Grandmaster, xianxiaaudiobooks, cast curious glances towards Ye Suifeng, but Ye Suifeng remained languidly seated, indifferent to him. He was merely a minor cultivator in the integration stage, not worthy of his attention. His purpose for attending today was twofold, to observe Ye Xiaoxiao in action and to await the arrival of the Great Celestial. Clearing his throat, Jian Xingxuan coughed lightly, giving xianxiaaudiobooks a warning glance. xianxiaaudiobooks shrugged and rose to his feet. After delivering a stirring speech, the final round of the competition commenced. In the opening match, Ye Xiaoxiao took to the stage. Upon spotting Ye Suifeng in the audience, her heart brimmed with joy, and even the thunderous cheers from the crowd became less jarring. Her opponent was a member of the Great Heaven Alliance, Shi Hong, a 4th-tier, 2nd-level Fate Mage. Monkey girl, we finally meet, Shi Hong sneered, crossing her arms. But your dark horse journey ends here. Ye Xiaoxiao scoffed. I've heard that countless times before. The two faced off, and the battle began. Shi Hong made the first move, swiftly waving her arms as several deep gray lines emerged from thin air, rushing towards Ye Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a brick appeared behind Shi Hong's head. Anticipating this, she flashed a wicked smile as gray material surged forth around her body. It intertwined with the brick and, following the hand extending from the blue light circle, shot upward. Ye Xiaoxiao frowned, quickly retracting her hand and dodging the incoming gray lines. The brick, overwhelmed by the gray substance, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. What is this? Ye Xiaoxiao wondered, raising her hand to discover a bit of gray material clinging to her, remnants from when she closed the dream void gate. Though it appeared innocuous, its weight was astonishing. Dare to be distracted in battle? Shi Hong laughed suddenly, a massive gray vortex forming before her. Come here, she commanded. And the vortex extended countless fine threads, akin to the fur of a beast. The gray substance on Ye Xiaoxiao's hand mirrored this. An immense pulling force materialized out of thin air, drawing her body irresistibly towards Shi Hong and into the vortex. No, not that vortex. Ye Xiaoxiao grimaced, hastily opening the dream void gate and darting away. However, as soon as she emerged, the pulling force returned, relentless as a vice. Monkey. Ye Xiaoxiao summoned her little monkey. The blue lights circle flickering as their forms danced through the air. Yet, regardless of her efforts, they could not escape the vortex's formidable grip. It seems Shi Hong's fate star is of the Xian magnetic type, xianxiaaudiobooks mused from the high platform. The monkey girl is in trouble now. He spoke while casting a glance towards Ye Suifeng. Master Shi, perhaps you should pay more attention to your own Pingyang faction, Jian Xingxuan suggested quietly. Haha. Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed heartily. My son, Shi Chong, has the beast spirit of the mountain giant, who is least affected by Xian magnetic forces. His face radiated pride. Shi Chong, a 4th-tier, 5th-level beast spirit warrior, was among the top contenders for the championship. Jian Xingxuan snorted but remained silent, though anxiety gnawed at him. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Ye Xiaoxiao. His concern did not stem from a fear of her defeat, but rather from the potential wrath of the individual beside him if she were to lose, which could lead to dire consequences. Stealing a glance at Ye Suifeng, he found him still lounging, his expression unchanging. With a heart full of trepidation, Jian Xingxuan redirected his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao's monkey had also become ensnared by the gray substance, crashing heavily to the ground, immobilized. Haha. Monkey girl, your tricks have run dry. You might as well admit defeat. Shi Hong cackled. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed at her fallen monkey, letting out a soft sigh. Yet a smile graced her lips. In that case, allow me to show you something I've recently been perfecting. Uncle, do pay attention. She stood her ground, no longer using the void gate, and gazed towards the distant high platform. As her body was drawn into the gray vortex, she swiftly vanished within. Oh no. Xianxiafan's heart raced with alarm. Monkey girl, no? Ye Xiaoxiao's supporters cried in terror. Yet Ye Suifeng wore a faint smile. So that is how it is. This young lady has a commendable understanding of the dream void. At that moment, the entire Pingyang Grand Arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes anxiously awaiting the outcome of this fierce battle. What had become of the girl? Suddenly, an enigmatic aura emanated from the gray vortex atop the arena, followed by the emergence of a colossal white flower, gracefully unfurling from the depths of the whirlpool. It boasts merely 6 petals, seamlessly interlinked. Upon blooming, the white petals become adorned with a lattice of black lines. Yet, at its core, lies an abyss of utter darkness, akin to a profound chasm. Beautiful yet eerie. Is that the celestial blossom? An erudite individual uttered the name of this flower. Instantly, a chill ran down the spines of many. The celestial blossom, a flower synonymous with eternal nightmares. How could such a thing appear here? Suddenly, a melody, accompanied by gentle whispers, emanated from the depths of the celestial blossom. It was the voice of Ye Xiaoxiao. Almost immediately, numerous colossal celestial blossoms sprouted upon the arena, enveloping the entire stage, including the terrified Shihong. Everyone was spellbound by this fantastical spectacle. Yet, Ye Suifeng suddenly gazed upward. Behind the void, an exceptionally formidable force was approaching. The great celestial deity? Has it arrived ahead of schedule? Chapter 84, The Rose. Pingyang Grand Arena. On the stage, countless celestial blossoms flourished. With the gentle breeze, a faint fragrance gradually wafted to every corner of the arena. Slowly, some individuals of ordinary cultivation began to lose focus. Some felt inexplicable joy, while others appeared to plunge into a profound state of fear. Xianxiaaudiobooks, upon the high platform, also caught a whiff of this floral aroma. Furrowing his brow, he waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that dispersed the scent of the celestial blossoms. In that moment, those entranced began to regain their senses, their faces etched with terror. However, after a brief period of clarity, the fragrance began to waft once more. Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned deeply. If this continued, the spectators would again succumb to a dreamlike state. Very well, I declare the winner of this match to be the monkey girl, Ye Xiaoxiao. He could no longer contain himself. Yet, the celestial blossoms on the stage remained enchanting. Jin Pavilion Master, please put an end to this, otherwise I shall take matters into my own hands. Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke in a grave tone, his gaze shifting to Ye Suifeng. At that moment, Ye Suifeng redirected his attention from the sky. He was now certain that something extraordinarily peculiar had just arrived above the arena. It was lurking behind the void, observing the unfolding events. Could it truly be the great celestial deity? Ye Suifeng felt puzzled, for in his perception, that entity seemed to possess strength only at the mid-stage of tribulation. According to ancient texts, the power of the great celestial deity was undoubtedly far greater. He decided to bide his time. After all, the great celestial deity would descend after the climactic battle. Lord Ye, look. Seeing Ye Suifeng's lack of response, Jian Xingxuan urged. If Xiaoxiao were to personally intervene, the situation would transcend mere victory or defeat. Xiaoxiao. Enough, I have seen enough, Ye Suifeng spoke. He understood that this girl was merely awaiting his words. After all, having devised such an extraordinary creation, she surely wished to showcase it before him. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, the celestial blossoms on the stage suddenly began to wither and shrink at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing entirely. All that remained was a purple-haired girl clutching a brick, alongside Shihong, who lay on the ground, bloodied and dazed. Hee. Ye Xiaoxiao grinned triumphantly at the high platform, as if to say, look how impressive I am. Ultimately, with the referee's announcement, the first battle concluded with Ye Xiaoxiao's victory. Many exchanged bewildered glances. They had not witnessed how Ye Xiaoxiao had vanquished Shihong, who had seemingly been at a disadvantage. Yet, upon seeing Shihong being carried away, terror evident on her face, some began to realize. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the celestial blossom was inextricably linked to her. So the monkey girl is, in fact, the celestial blossom. One exclaimed. This assertion quickly spread throughout the arena, transforming into a roaring tide of cheers. Celestial, 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 they shouted, expressing their admiration and reverence for Ye Xiaoxiao. With a beaming face, Ye Xiaoxiao returned to the preparation area. Through her own efforts, she had triumphed over a formidable opponent and garnered her uncle's approval. Most importantly, she could finally shed the moniker of Monkey Girl. Congratulations on your initial victory, the Wolf Girl said with a smile. You will be fine too. Ye Xiaoxiao grinned, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, Sister Wolf, did you drink the first-tier celestial essence we obtained a few days ago? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. The Wolf Girl shook her head, saying, such a supreme treasure cannot be consumed lightly. I need to find an appropriate moment to purify myself and approach it with reverence. All right, no need to elaborate. As long as you Haven Tea consumed it, Ye Suifeng interrupted her reverence for the celestial essence, feeling relieved. Yet, inexplicably, a hint of disappointment lingered. I'm the only one who drank the foot-washing water. Shaking her head, Ye Suifeng produced a small vial and handed it to the wolf girl, saying mysteriously, Sister Wolf, you should sell that vial of celestial essence. What is inside is far superior. The wolf girl was taken aback. She had believed the celestial essence to be the ultimate treasure of this world. Could something be even more potent? She hesitantly opened the vial slightly. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted forth, invigorating her senses and accelerating the flow of her blood. The wolf girl quickly sealed the vial, her expression a mix of astonishment. She could sense that the essence contained within bore a resemblance to the first-tier celestial essence, yet the energy it harbored was over 10 times more potent. Xiao, what is this? The wolf girl could not resist asking. Fear not, it's nothing too precious. We simply use it for cooking at home. Ye Suifeng waved her hand dismissively, concerned that the wolf girl might consider it too valuable to return. The wolf girl fell silent, first producing an inner core from an 8th-tier demon beast, then casually revealing a spirit liquid even more potent than the celestial essence, claiming it was for cooking. Xiao, what kind of family do you come from? The ultimate battle of the Divine Bestowal Conference continued to rage intensely. After her initial bout, Ye Suifeng faced 2 more opponents, one of whom was a leading contender, Shirigan from the Great Celestial Alliance. Yet, within the nightmarish domain constructed by the Celestial Blossom, none could successfully escape. Ye Suifeng emerged victorious in every battle, successfully advancing into the top 10. Hu Rong from Wanbao Pavilion, along with the wolf girl, also made it through, winning decisively. Hu Rong was expected, as he was one of the most favored contenders for the championship, while the wolf girl's performance was unexpectedly formidable, surprising even Jian Xingqiuan, the pavilion master. Yet, only the wolf girl knew the terrifying benefits she had reaped from the Icefield Wolf King's inner core. She felt immensely grateful to Ye Suifeng. Yet, who could have known that the inaugural clash for the coveted qualification would witness her fateful encounter with Ye Suifeng? In the ultimate qualification battle, the first match pits the wolf girl, xianxia, against the monkey girl, Ye Suifeng. The host proclaimed with fervor, "It is the celestial Ye Suifeng. How dare you utter such nonsense and tarnish the idol of my heart?" The host, taken aback by the fervent uproar ignited by a mere title, quickly retracted his statement and hastily vacated the stage. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ye Suifeng and the wolf girl ascended the platform. "Sister Wolf, here we meet again," Ye Suifeng exclaimed with a smile. "Let us unleash our full strength and engage in a thrilling battle." The wolf girl returned her smile and assumed a battle stance. "Sister Wolf," Ye Suifeng suddenly became serious, gazing intently at her. "I hope you will give it your all." The wolf girl paused, her expression betraying a hint of helplessness. "This girl is far too clever. She has discerned my intention to hold back. Over the past few days, I have genuinely grown fond of this innocent, spirited younger sister. After all, a mere qualification for the Divine Mansion may not be of such monumental importance." "Truly, Sister Wolf," Ye Suifeng reiterated, "my esteemed master is watching from above. I do not wish for him to think that I have employed any underhanded tactics to reach this point. He wants to see my efforts, and I, too, wish to showcase my diligence." Faced with Ye Suifeng's resolute demeanor, the wolf girl fell silent for a moment before finally resuming her battle stance. "Then let us commence." Her eyes shimmered with a chilling azure light, and the black tattoos on her body seemed to emanate an ethereal mist. "But you must also understand the harsh and tormenting circumstances under which I was raised. The nightmares you conjure hold no sway over me." Ye Suifeng regarded the menacing wolf girl and suddenly laughed. "Who says I can only create nightmares?" With a gentle snap of her fingers, a colossal blossom erupted beneath the wolf girl's feet, its petals a pristine white tinged with a hint of emerald, cradling the wolf girl at its heart. An enchanting fragrance permeated the entire arena. Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The green and white rose is indeed a rare sight. Chapter 85. The Great Celestial has arrived. Bang, bang, bang. A dilapidated wooden door was being forcefully knocked from the outside. The dust from the wall above cascaded down in response to the impact. In the corner of the room, a small girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, clutched her deformed little wolf pillow tightly. Her hair was unkempt and dirty, and her tiny eyes were filled with confusion and an unshakable fear. The knocking continued relentlessly, the assailant seemingly growing impatient. "Please, do not do this. She is our child." Suddenly, a woman's voice faintly emerged from outside the door. The girl's eyes brightened momentarily as she murmured, "Mama. She is a calamity. She is a harbinger of disaster." A man shouted in fury, "No, we must leave here today. Please spare her. She is my only daughter." The woman pleaded, her voice rife with sorrow. "No. The village elder has decreed that she must be sacrificed to the mountain god, or our village will suffer relentless misfortune." The man refused. The violent knocking resumed. "I cannot allow you to take her. Absolutely not." The woman seemed to lose her senses, and soon, the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted. But it was short-lived. With a thud, silence enveloped the scene. The little girl trembled, instinctively clutching her little wolf pillow once more. Suddenly, the door was violently crashed open from the outside, splintering into pieces and sending dust swirling. A burly man, wielding a bloodied axe, fixed a furious gaze upon the girl in the corner. The girl's eyes widened, and through the man's frame, she glimpsed a woman, blood-soaked, sprawled lifelessly on the ground, devoid of vitality. "Mama," she murmured again. The man approached with a menacing expression, the bloodied axe hanging ominously before the girl, still dripping with crimson. She looked up, her small stature barely allowing her to see past the man's abdomen. "Ada!" A massive hand descended from above. Splat! A fountain of blood sprayed across the earthen wall, trickling down to form a macabre mural. Moments later, the little girl emerged from a lowly dwelling, her hands stained crimson, soaking her once whole little wolf pillow, now in tatters. She wandered aimlessly, her expression vacant. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, and her eyes began to clear. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself enveloped in a sea of blooming green and white roses, stretching endlessly before her. Awakening the inner demon, Xiao, is this your new tactic? The wolf girl mused, crossing her arms with a gentle smile. The floral branches swayed, transforming in an instant into a girl with flowing crimson hair, none other than Ye Suifeng. "I have said before, nightmares hold no power over me." The wolf girl shrugged nonchalantly. Ye Suifeng regarded her with a complex expression, shaking her head softly. "No, I intended to grant you a beautiful dream." The wolf girl blinked in surprise, then shrugged dismissively. "It matters not to me. Illusions cannot harm me. But they may affect her, correct?" Ye Suifeng pointed behind her, prompting the wolf girl to turn. There stood an ordinary woman, smiling warmly, her eyes brimming with affection. The wolf girl fell silent. "You have never shared this with me," Ye Suifeng remarked. "There is nothing to discuss." The wolf girl turned away. "Who among us lacks a past? Let it be my inner demon," she added. Ye Suifeng sighed, then suddenly smiled. "My guardian once told me that inner demons are exceedingly difficult to manage. Avoiding them allows them to cling to you like a burr, while resisting them only makes them grow stronger." The wolf girl was silent for a moment before asking, "And then?" Ye Suifeng shook her head. "There is no and then. He mentioned it during dinner and went to sleep afterward." "So casual?" The wolf girl mused. "I suddenly wished to meet this guardian of yours." Ye Suifeng's family was indeed a riddle, and the answer likely lay in the guardian she often spoke of. "He has been quite busy lately." "Not just anyone can meet him," Ye Suifeng replied, "and you must first find your way out of here." The wolf girl gazed at the endless sea of flowers, shaking her head with a smile. "I concede. I admit I underestimated your mastery over illusions. Here, I cannot find a single means to shatter this enchantment." Ye Suifeng giggled. "This is not an illusion, it is a dream. However, I do not intend to elaborate. My uncle advised me to never reveal my secrets to others, even if they are those closest to me." Moments later, the grand arena of Pingyang awaited. In the heart of a magnificent rose, the wolf girl gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and serene. The spectators, filled with bewilderment, were uncertain about the unfolding events. It was only upon the announcement of the results that they realized the victor was Ye Suifeng. In the subsequent matches, Ye Suifeng advanced triumphantly, overcoming all obstacles with remarkable prowess. In the final showdown, she vanquished the so-called invincible son of the guardian, Shirchong, claiming the top position. She thus emerged as the true dark horse of the Divine Gift Conference. Regarding his son's defeat, Xianxiajia felt no regret. He believed that experiencing setbacks was beneficial for the youth. Moreover, he was aware that Ye Suifeng was a junior of the Southern Great Cultivation, destined for greatness. The rankings were now established. What followed was the final and most significant segment of the Divine Gift Conference, the sacrificial rite. Xianxiajia personally ascended the arena, constructing a grand altar adorned with an array of meticulously selected precious offerings, filling every inch. He then commenced the ritual to the great celestial god, endeavoring to summon his divine will. Ye Suifeng's consciousness remained fixated in the skies. However, to his disappointment, the void revealed no other beings or consciousness beyond the already present tribulation phase entity. Could it be that the great celestial god was merely a ruse? As Xianxiajia opened his arms and let out a mighty roar, the heavens transformed dramatically. A colossal visage, imbued with profound majesty, gradually materialized in the sky, an imposing bare face. Countless auspicious clouds cascaded, resembling its flowing fur, undulating like waves. Its eyes were indifferent, gazing down upon all mortals. Bow before the great celestial god. Xianxiajia was the first to kneel, and soon, Nearly everyone in the arena, including those from the Pingyang Great Pass, humbly followed suit. With a thunderous sound, a massive black bear paw descended from the heavens, palm facing downward, crashing heavily onto the arena, nearly dominating its expanse. The paw slowly opened, revealing 10 glistening vials nestled within. Chapter 86. Startled? Ye Suifeng felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that this being, revered in ancient texts as the embodiment of faith throughout the entire eternal Winter Kingdom, would possess unparalleled strength. Yet, to his astonishment, it was merely a tribulation phase creature. He had thought he had uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Observing the dark bear claw emerging from the void, he realized it was indeed quite dark. But this black hand could not manipulate the currents of time itself. Senior, behold, that is the great celestial god, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in shock. Trembling at the sight of the descending might, Ye Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, at a loss for words. At this moment, xianxiaaudiobooks, with utmost reverence, lifted the 10 radiant vials from the great celestial god's palm. Apart from Ye Suifeng and a few others, the eyes of the rest sparkled with excitement. The second-tier celestial elixir. To them, it was a divine treasure. This is the blessing of the great celestial god. You must be even more devout and diligently cultivate. Xianxiaaudiobooks proclaimed, personally handing the second-tier celestial elixir to each individual. Ye Suifeng discreetly opened her vial for a glimpse. Indeed, this was the substance she had previously used for her baths. The great celestial god was rather stingy. Those in the top 3 stepped forward. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks bellowed. Shichong and Ming Untu from the Great Celestial Alliance promptly advanced. Ye Suifeng glanced around and quickly joined them. Fortunate ones. Xianxiaaudiobooks beamed with pride at his son, then turned to the other two, announcing, step onto the great celestial god's palm. He will personally escort you to the divine realm. The others cast envious glances at them. The top 3 were to be personally guided by the great celestial god to cultivate in the divine abode, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huarong's expression was filled with reluctance, for he had only lost to Ming Untu by a single move, falling to 4th place and missing out on this invaluable opportunity. Father, I will not disappoint you. Shichong bowed deeply to Xianxiaaudiobooks, brimming with anticipation and excitement as he ascended the great celestial god's hand. Ming Untu, after bidding farewell to his family, resolutely followed suit. Yet Ye Suifeng appeared conflicted, glancing towards the high platform intermittently. What should I do? Should I go or stay? Senior? Xianxiaaudiobooks jolted Ye Suifeng from his reverie. Isn't it time for the great celestial god to take Miss Xiaoxiao away? Would you not go to bid her farewell? He pointed towards the center of the arena. Ye Suifeng responded with an odd smile. Ah, of course I will go. With that, he stood tall and swiftly made his way to Ye Xiaoxiao's side. Uncle! Ye Suifeng exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace. The others turned to look, and the wolf girl cast a curious glance. It was her first time seeing Ye Xiaoxiao's guardian. He seemed rather handsome, but nothing particularly remarkable stood out. You've done well. Continue to strive and don't let your sisters outshine you. Ye Suifeng chuckled, ruffling her hair. I won't. When I return, I will surely defeat them one by one. Ye Suifeng declared, shaking her little fists. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks approached. Esteemed Lord Ye, he casually clasped his fists. Your junior must depart. We cannot keep the great celestial god waiting too long. Ye Suifeng lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes causing Xianxiaaudiobooks to feel a sudden chill. How long has he been waiting? I have been waiting for him for over half a month. Ye Suifeng replied coolly. Be cautious with your words. Member of the Wanbao Pavilion. Xianxiaaudiobooks said, his brow furrowing. He had often heard Jian Xingqiuan mention that this individual was a formidable figure from the southern Wanbao Pavilion, known for a volatile temperament, and should not be trifled with. For the safety of the Pingyang Great Pass, he had always adhered to this counsel, even if this person showed him no respect. However, at this moment, he could no longer tolerate such disrespect towards the great celestial god. Southerner, the great celestial god watches from above. Do not jeopardize your junior's future with careless words, for it may bring trouble upon yourself. Xianxiaaudiobooks admonished sternly. Ye Suifeng gently patted Ye Xiaoxiao's small shoulder, urging her to release him. Then he stepped forward deliberately. Perfect, I shall go and greet him. As he spoke, he strode toward the pitch-black paw of the great celestial. You may descend first. This place may not be safe for a while, Ye Suifeng remarked. Observing the 2 youths atop the paw, the 2 boys were taken aback. After all, they were perched upon the hand of the great celestial. What could possibly be unsafe? You are audacious. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks could no longer restrain himself. The formidable aura of the integration stage erupted violently on the platform. He unleashed his most potent technique, a furious punch aimed squarely at Ye Suifeng's back. However, Ye Suifeng did not even cast a glance in his direction. He merely waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks, already airborne, felt his pupils constrict. A chilling sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of his soul, prompting him to cross his arms and shift from offense to defense, shielding himself. Boom. A tremendous force erupted on the platform. A multitude of individuals, xianxiaaudiobooks included, were sent sprawling as if scattered by a celestial maiden's bouquet, crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Ye Suifeng and Ye Xiaoxiao remained standing serenely on the platform. I have said, leave, Ye Suifeng stated coolly. Lying on the ground, xianxiaaudiobooks groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of sheer horror. Just moments ago, he felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming force of nature. He had never felt such terror, even in the face of the great celestial's will. My son, xianxiaaudiobooks anxiously scanned the surroundings for his child. However, he soon discovered that others were in a similar predicament, merely knocked off the platform without sustaining serious injuries. Yet this realization only intensified xianxiaaudiobooks' fear. What kind of formidable being could execute such precision in an instant? It was catastrophic. On the high platform, Xianxiaaudiobooks slumped in his chair. What now? Have we truly provoked this terrifying entity? With great effort, he lifted his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Ye Suifeng had approached the bare paw, raising his head to gaze at the imposing bare face, breaking into a smile. What? Are you frightened? Chapter 87. The Great Celestial is struck. Gazing up at the massive bare visage, Ye Suifeng placed his hand gently upon its paw. Let us converse, he declared. At this juncture, the Great Celestial seemed to finally succumb to fury. The slender strands of cloud-like fur began to darken ominously. An overwhelming wrath descended from that bare face. It's over. The Great Celestial is enraged. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned frantic as he sensed the sheer power. The Great Celestial was irrevocable. He looked towards the figure of the human on the platform, pondering how he could possibly withstand the wrath of a deity. Either you come down, or I shall ascend. Yet Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, his demeanor unperturbed. Nevertheless, the Great Celestial did not appear inclined to descend. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, its long fur whipped about wildly. Subsequently, the bare paw on the platform began to rise slowly. Ye Suifeng gently shook his head. Today, if you do not clarify matters, you shall not depart. After saying this, he pressed down forcefully on the immense paw. Boom. The colossal tremor made it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing, as if the entire Pingyang Pass had just quaked. Xianxiaaudiobooks was aghast. He witnessed Ye Suifeng, with a single hand, force the Great Celestial down, creating a vast indentation on the array-imbued platform, with countless fine cracks radiating outward. Is the Elder truly going to confront the Great Celestial head-on? Soon. The Great Celestial provided its answer. A fist as massive as a mountain descended from the heavens, accompanied by a ferocious roar, crashing toward Ye Suifeng on the platform. Feeling that power, Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart nearly shattered with fear. This was a deity. How could a mere human withstand such force? Yet Ye Suifeng merely shook his head. Very well. In the face of the overshadowing fist, he too clenched his fist and retaliated with a rapid strike. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a vast wave of energy radiating outward in a circular explosion, once again propelling those near the platform several dozen meters away. When they regained their senses, they were horrified to see that the previously world-shattering fist had been obliterated, and even the colossal arm on the platform had been severed, dissipating gradually. In the sky, the Great Celestial's enormous visage had vanished. The entire cloud layer had been punctured, creating a gaping void. At the end of the abyss, a comical little bear stood, its eyes glazed over as if in a daze. Ye Suifeng smiled at the little bear. The bear, startled, turned and fled. Yet, it barely managed to turn around before encountering a familiar figure standing before it. Speak, Ye Suifeng commanded. Roar. The little bear's body suddenly expanded, resembling a muscular man as it struck out with a paw. Ye Suifeng countered with a swift palm to its bare face. Bang! The void shattered, and the bear was sent hurtling outside the boundaries of reality, crashing heavily into the center of the platform, creating another massive pit. The little bear, stars circling its vision, shook its head and once again beheld the face that instilled dread in its heart. Speak. Before it could react, a fist loomed large in its vision, smashing into its face. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as the little bear's body obliterated the platform, flying several dozen meters away and carving a deep trench into the ground. As it struggled to rise, another fist came crashing down. Speak. If you refuse to speak, I shall compel you to. Ye Suifeng seized the little bear, raining down blows upon its face. He moderated his strength to avoid fatality, yet ensured it experienced intense pain. The onlookers in the arena were utterly astounded. This seemingly adorable little bear was, in fact, their Great Celestial? And now, their Great Celestial was being thoroughly thrashed by a human cultivator, tears streaming, without a chance to retaliate. What on earth was happening in this world? Their faith was crumbling rapidly with each of Ye Suifeng's punishing strikes. Still not speaking? Another punch landed with force upon the great celestial's nose. The little bear could finally contain itself no longer, exclaiming, "Why don't you just ask?" Its voice, surprisingly, was rather childish. Ye Suifeng halted his poised fist, gazing at the bear, now tear-streaked and sobbing. I forgot to ask. Go ahead." Having said that, he seized the little bear by its fluffy ears and leaped into the sky, also taking along Ye Xiaoxiao, who had been watching the spectacle from the platform. The little bear lamented internally, "All because you forgot. I endured so many punches for nothing." Moments later, within a room, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. The two young girls stood on either side, curiously observing the comical little bear before them. "Is it truly the great celestial?" Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the great heavenly deity could be so endearing? A vibrant bird's head emerged from the shoulder of Ye Xiaoxiao, glaring at the little bear with an air of hostility, seemingly anxious about its own precarious position. "I am addressing you," Ye Suifeng said coolly. The little bear's expression shifted dramatically, and it hurriedly exclaimed, "I am the great heavenly deity." "No, wait, I am not the great heavenly deity." "What exactly is the great heavenly deity?" The three of them exchanged glances. "Are you speaking in riddles?" Ye Suifeng turned around. Upon seeing that face, the little bear nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I truly do not know what the great heavenly deity is. I simply accepted an invitation from the eternal Winter Emperor to complete a task." As the little bear recounted its tale, Ye Suifeng began to understand the situation. It turned out that within the eternal Winter Imperial City, there indeed existed a bear den. These bears resided in a mystical realm, each possessing extraordinary strength, with some exhibiting terrifying prowess akin to human cultivators in the tribulation stage shortly after birth. The strongest among them had nearly touched the ceiling of this world. Every 3 years, the eternal Winter Emperor would visit this mystical realm, requesting a portion of the bears to undertake a task of guidance. Upon completion, they would return to their realm, remaining oblivious to worldly affairs. This little bear was venturing out for the first time, accepting the invitation to complete a task. Thus, it truly had no knowledge of the popular moniker, the great heavenly deity. "Everything I know, I have already said," the little bear replied weakly, a sense of desolation enveloping its heart. What had begun as a simple task had suddenly unraveled into a tumultuous encounter with such a formidable being. Had it known, it would have declined the invitation. After hearing the bear's tale, Ye Suifeng inhaled deeply. He had not been mistaken. This so-called great heavenly deity was indeed a ruse to deceive the masses, orchestrated by the human cultivator known as the Eternal Winter Emperor. "Very well," Ye Suifeng said, turning around and revealing a white leaf with a flick of his fingers. "Do you recognize this?" The little bear blinked in surprise, looking at Ye Suifeng. "This is a leaf from the tree atop my house. How do you possess this?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "The enlightenment tree? It belongs to your home?" Perhaps the tales within that ancient tome were indeed true. "Where is your home?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "In the mystical realm," the little bear replied. "Where is that mystical realm?" Oh. The little bear scratched its arm, saying, "It's located behind the palace in the eternal Winter Imperial City. If you wish to go, I can guide you." Ye Suifeng fell silent for a moment. "All right, then let us journey together." Chapter 88, The Imperial City Array. A magnificent multicolored bird soared into the sky, its wings casting shadows over the earth, as it ascended gracefully towards the east. "Phew, it's finally gone." On the ground, Jian Xingqiuan watched the departing bird, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With such a formidable deity nearby, he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles daily, fearing he might inadvertently offend it. "Are you truly not allowing your son to accompany the great heavenly deity?" Jian Xingqiuan turned to xianxiaaudiobooks. "Do not utter that name in my presence." xianxiaaudiobooks snorted disdainfully. His countenance was dark, and his breath shallow, evidently affected by the residual turbulence from the battle between Ye Suifeng and the great heavenly deity. "I will not worship a bear that is still weaning," xianxiaaudiobooks declared with indignation. "I shall find the time to visit the imperial city and inquire with the eternal Winter Emperor about this matter." With that, he took Shizhong and turned to leave. Jian Xingqiuan gazed at the eastern sky, shaking his head gently. The eternal Winter Emperor? Perhaps whether one can meet him is a question in itself. In the lofty skies, the multicolored bird darted swiftly past. Upon the back of the great bird stood 4 figures, including Ye Suifeng and his companions, along with the visibly shaken wolf girl. As they were about to depart, Ye Xiaoxiao clung to Ye Suifeng's arm, pleading to bring the wolf girl along, claiming she was her good friend and a promising future aid. Thus, Ye Suifeng laid down 3 stipulations. The wolf girl could accompany them, but all her needs, including training resources, would be the responsibility of Ye Xiaoxiao, for she belonged to her, not him. Initially, Ye Suifeng anticipated that upon hearing these conditions, Ye Xiaoxiao would relent. However, to his surprise, she readily agreed, even confidently patting her small chest, assuring him she would take full responsibility. Subsequently, the wolf girl climbed aboard the multicolored bird, setting off towards the eternal winter imperial city in the east. Do not be anxious. Little Kai flies steadily, so there is no need to worry about falling. Ye Xiaoxiao comforted the wolf girl, who maintained a tense expression. The wolf girl glanced at her and forced a strained smile. It was not the fear of falling that troubled her. Rather, it was the presence of the little bear beside her, clutching a milk basin, that filled her with dread. That was the great heavenly deity. When had she ever imagined sitting alongside the fabled great heavenly deity? Would you like some? Suddenly, the little bear blinked and offered the milk basin to the wolf girl. Startled, the wolf girl jumped in fright and waved her hands repeatedly. Oh no. I don't need that. She stammered. Hey, we are all adults now. We have long since stopped drinking milk, Ye Xiaoxiao said, unperturbed, as she approached the little bear. How old are you? The little bear, retracting its hand upon seeing the wolf girl's rejection, sipped from the basin while mumbling, I was born 19 years ago. 19 years old and still drinking milk. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Ye Suifeng interjected, the age of demon beasts cannot be calculated in human terms. 19 years for them is likely comparable to 2 or 3 years for you. Enlightenment dawned upon Ye Xiaoxiao as she gazed at the fluffy bear head, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Uncle, are we going to his home? Ye Xiaoxiao asked. Ye Suifeng nodded yes. We are going to discuss a matter with his guardian. After waiting at Pingyang Pass for over half a month, expecting to encounter the mastermind behind Ye Jingguang's demise, he had not anticipated the arrival of such a naive little bear. However, the little bear's strength was indeed remarkable. If the ancient tome had not been mistaken, its 3 ancestors likely possessed the power to manipulate the currents of time. Even if not, given the origin of that white leaf, the person would undoubtedly be connected to the eternal winter imperial city. We shall see once we arrive. The towering mountains rushed by beneath them. Due to the immense array surrounding the eternal winter kingdom, the climate here was significantly more pleasant than that of the snowy plains outside, resembling the wintry conditions of Cloud City. The eternal winter imperial city lay tens of thousands of miles from Pingyang Pass. However, with the full flight of the multicolored bird, they soon beheld a grandiose and majestic city. Its area was more than 10 times that of Pingyang Pass. The city was structured in a tower-like formation, with its central edifice nearly piercing the heavens and breaking through the clouds. A luminous halo, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the city above. We have arrived. This is the eternal winter imperial city, the little bear exclaimed, climbing to the front, peering ahead, with remnants of white milk stains adorning its fur. I heard my elders say that there is an exceptionally solid array surrounding this imperial city. Even after we mature, we cannot breach it. How impressive. The little bear spoke while discreetly observing Ye Suifeng's expression. Regrettably, it did not reveal the fearful expression it had hoped for. However, it matters not. For I possess the pass granted by the eternal winter monarch. We can simply enter through the main gate. It produced a golden token from some unknown source, inscribed with the 3 grand characters, Eternal Winter Monarch. Ye Suifeng cast a glance at it before turning away. That token is the key to this formation. The array enveloping the imperial city is indeed extraordinary. In his sight, the formation spanned the heavens and the earth, intertwining with the laws of the world, forming a formidable barrier. Even a cultivator in the Mahayana stage, who has weathered the tribulations of heaven and basked in the radiance of immortality, would find it difficult to forcefully breach this barrier. The one who arranged this formation must be a figure of near legendary status within this realm. Shall we descend, uncle? Little Bear inquired, gazing at Ye Suifeng. There is no need, Ye Suifeng replied, stroking a ring upon his finger. After waiting for over half a month, my patience wanes. With that, Ye Suifeng rose to his full height and soared toward the colossal light shield. Little Bear's face was a picture of confusion. What does he intend to do? The formation cannot be recklessly breached. It would annihilate anyone who dares to attack it. Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled, playfully ruffling the fluffy head of Little Bear. Just wait and see. No wonder Uncle always enjoyed rubbing her head. It was such a delightful sensation. Before the light shield, Ye Suifeng lingered for a moment, then smiled faintly. Laws, you say? The ring upon his hand gradually emanated a hazy radiance. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dao ring burst forth with an overwhelming brilliance, unleashing countless tentacle-like appendages that erupted in a frenzy. Each appendage embodied a complete law of the Heavenly Dao. They swiftly unfurled, enveloping the entire hemispherical light shield. The foremost tips of each law radiated dazzling light, akin to miniature suns. The commotion was so tremendous that the inhabitants of the imperial city quickly became aware of the spectacle. Their expressions turned anxious as they beheld the myriad suns in the sky, uncertain of what had transpired. In the innermost palace of the imperial city, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe experienced a sudden jolt in his heart. He lifted his gaze, and radiant light streamed through the windows, illuminating his face. What of borrowed laws compared to complete laws? Ye Suifeng manipulated the Heavenly Dao ring, and in an instant, countless glowing tendrils surged toward the light shield. In a heartbeat, a cataclysmic roar akin to the collapse of the heavens erupted above the imperial city. Countless fissures, like bolts of lightning, rapidly spread across the surface of the light shield. Crack! Within mere breaths, it appeared on the verge of shattering. A pen clattered to the ground in the palace. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was filled with horror. Quickly, summoned the divine sage of heavenly wisdom from the secret realm. Chapter 89, Shattering with Ruthless Precision. The Eternal Winter Imperial City is the grandest city within the Eternal Winter Realm, home to tens of millions of souls who dwell here in peace. Under the protection of the Imperial City formation, its inhabitants had never feared threats from the outside world. Yet today, calamity struck. All beings flooded into the streets. Gazing at the small suns that dotted the sky, and the intricate cracks on the formation, terror surging from the depths of their souls. Some stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Others collapsed to the ground, murmuring incoherently, as if in a dream. Suddenly, a massive golden warship ascended from the pinnacle of the imperial city, soaring toward the heavens. The Winter Monarch had personally taken to battle. Heavens! Is that the legendary Nine Heavens warship? I have only seen its marvels in ancient texts. Long live our emperor! The imperial city shall never fall. The crowd erupted in fervent cries for the Winter Monarch, their spirits buoyed. What formidable enemy could possibly be reduced to dust before the Nine Heavens warship? In the blink of an eye, the golden warship arrived before Ye Suifeng. It halted within the formation, and over 100 powerful auras stood at the forefront of the warship, their might indicating that they were all at least in the integration stage. At the very front stood a middle-aged man adorned in a dragon robe, wearing a golden and jade crown. His expression was one of shock as he beheld Ye Suifeng. Stop! The Eternal Winter Monarch brandished his long sword, pointing it at Ye Suifeng beyond the formation. I do not care who you are or whence you come. Cease your actions at once. The Eternal Winter Imperial City is not a place for you to wreak havoc. His dragon robe billowed, exuding an extraordinary aura of authority and majesty. Alas, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Ye Suifeng's demeanor remained indifferent as he slowly replied, If I do not cease, what do you intend to do? The Eternal Winter Monarch's fury erupted, his sword pointing skyward, and a kingly aura surged forth with a deafening roar. In an instant, an immense force began to rise within the entire imperial city. It seemed drawn to the long sword in the hands of the Eternal Winter Monarch, rushing toward him. And his momentum rapidly escalated. Originally at the integration stage, he soon soared to the tribulation stage, and ultimately, he even broke through to reach a level comparable to that of a cultivator on the brink of ascension to the Mahayana stage. A colossal five-clawed golden dragon rapidly coalesced above the Eternal Winter Monarch's head, letting out a fierce roar directed at Ye Suifeng. Sensing this overwhelming aura, the people within the imperial city erupted in fervor. The cries for the Winter Monarch intensified. The Eternal Winter Monarch's countenance darkened as he glared at Ye Suifeng, sharply commanding, Cultivator, I advise you not to be too reckless. You should understand that you now face the combined strength of tens of millions of souls within this imperial city. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, feeling that the Eternal Winter Monarch had now connected with every single inhabitant of the city. To oppose him was to oppose the entirety of the imperial city. Yet so what? I advise you once more, let the one in charge of this city come forth. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences, Ye Suifeng stated coolly. He had chosen to confront them head-on to avoid wasting further time, compelling the one behind the imperial city to reveal themselves. Otherwise, this formation would have long been reduced to nothingness. However, upon hearing these words, the Eternal Winter Monarch became even more enraged. I am the master of this imperial city, he bellowed, fiercely swinging his long sword and initiating an attack against Ye Suifeng. The five-clawed golden dragon also soared into the air, enveloped in boundless might as it charged forward. He was doomed, for the formation would not impede attacks from within. On the back of the seven-colored phoenix, Little Bear exclaimed in delight. Bang! Ye Xiaoxiao gave it a light thump on the head. Do not forget, you are still a captive. After chastising it, she glanced at Ye Suifeng, her expression tinged with concern. After all, the might of that golden dragon was simply overwhelming. Could Uncle withstand it? Very well. As he observed the incoming attack from the Eternal Winter Monarch, Ye Suifeng remained expressionless, and the Heavenly Dao ring in his hand once again radiated light. Subsequently, The countless laws of the Heavenly Dao embedded within the Imperial City's formation surged into action. In a mere instant, the cracks in the formation multiplied exponentially. Then, with a resounding crack, it shattered completely. The laws of the Heavenly Dao, like serpents gliding through the sky, redirected themselves after demolishing the formation, hurtling toward the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shattering eardrums. Two formidable forces collided with a ferocity that defied comprehension. Subsequently, the five-clawed golden dragon was utterly torn asunder by the laws of heaven, reduced to mere dust. After the annihilation of the golden dragon, the momentum of the law-infused power showed no signs of abating, surging forth once more toward the eternal Winter Emperor. A full frontal assault. He was filled with dread, utterly unprepared for the fact that the so-called indestructible Imperial City formation had been shattered in an instant by this individual. Moreover, the terrifying attack that had unified all living beings within the city appeared pitifully weak before him, akin to an ant. In this dire moment, his last glimmer of hope rested upon the Nine Heavens warship. With a thunderous roar from the eternal Winter Emperor, all cultivators aboard the warship began to fervently unleash their powers. Immediately thereafter, an energy of unimaginable strength began to brew within the dragon's maw atop the vessel. Just as the law's attack was about to arrive, cataclysmic energy erupted from the dragon's mouth. Boom! A second explosion ensued. The blinding light rendered all unable to open their eyes. As their vision gradually returned, the residents of the Eternal Winter Empire beheld in horror the legendary Nine Heavens warship. Now completely obliterated, its debris blotting out the sky above the Imperial City. They collapsed to the ground, witnessing a scene reminiscent of world destruction. A chill spreading rapidly from their heads to their toes. Had our Emperor been defeated? The Eternal Winter Emperor, drenched in blood, held a heavenly grade spirit sword that had been utterly shattered. He gazed at the fragments of the warship descending upon the Imperial City, his eyes filled with confusion. Why was there someone so powerful? So powerful that it instilled despair, causing souls to tremble and hearts to freeze. This battle could only be described with one phrase: utterly devastating. A force began to pull his body, slowly lifting him forward until he hovered before Ye Suifeng. Are those behind you abandoning you? Ye Suifeng remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. The Eternal Winter Emperor looked at the towering figure before him, forcing a bitter smile. Wait for them to arrive. You shall not escape. Ye Suifeng regarded him coldly. You are far too arrogant. Indeed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. Following this, a young man clad in plain garments gradually materialized. He had long resided in high positions and had indeed forgotten his original mission. The youth spoke, then gestured with his hand. A white leaf materialized from thin air. Ye Suifeng observed that the leaf was identical to the one in his own hand. It was the leaf of the Enlightenment Tree. The leaf rapidly expanded in the wind, shielding the Imperial City above, intercepting the falling debris of the warship. The fragments were incredibly heavy. Had they plummeted into the city, they would have likely destroyed a significant portion of the Imperial structures, resulting in countless casualties. The youth protected the citizens of the Imperial City. He then retracted the leaf and approached Ye Suifeng, bowing deeply. Forgive me, esteemed elder. My master has been waiting for some time. Chapter 90. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets. The young man in plain garments spoke calmly, yet his demeanor was exceedingly humble. Who are you? And who is your master? Ye Suifeng inquired. Naturally, he was willing to engage in meaningful conversation with someone who approached him respectfully. My name is Yuhong. You may also call me the Ninth Prince, he replied, nodding toward the Eternal Winter Emperor, his ninth son. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This youth was indeed the son of the Eternal Winter Emperor. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he appeared to hold no regard for his father, exhibiting not an ounce of respect. As for my master, Yuhong chuckled softly. Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot mention his name within the main world. Otherwise, dire consequences may arise. For this reason, he is unable to personally welcome you, and I hope for your understanding. Yuhong bowed once more. He is not in the main world. Ye Suifeng extended his hand, retrieving the small bear that had been tossed onto the back of the phoenix. Could it be that your master is also a bear? The small bear, still in shock from earlier events, was suddenly grabbed and appeared somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the youth before him, he became agitated. Brother Yuhong, quickly save me. Rich and noble? Yuhong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Esteemed elder, my master is not of the same kin as the ancient battle bears, like us. He is human. He merely coexists with the bear clan in that small world. Ye Suifeng nodded. He was not particularly inclined to engage with the bear. Since he has long anticipated my arrival, let us proceed, Ye Suifeng stated. This way, please. Yuhong inclined his body, granting passage. Ye Suifeng stepped forward, and the multicolored phoenix promptly followed suit. As they passed Yu Hong, the small bear cast a pitiful glance at him. However, Yu Hong simply shrugged in resignation. After they departed, Yu Hong lowered his head, observing the still frightened residents of the imperial city, and sighed softly. Master, is he truly the one you seek? Just moments ago, he had shown no mercy towards these countless lives. After another sigh, Yu Hong followed Ye Suifeng and the others, completely disregarding the near-senseless eternal winter emperor. Moments later, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived at the highest palace within the imperial city. This palace was already above the clouds. Yet behind it lay a landscape imbued with celestial essence. The entrance to the small world was located here. Yu Hong halted, pointing toward a shallow pool of water before them. Ye Suifeng's gaze flickered. Through the Heavenly Dao's vision, he could indeed see a distinct space behind it. One that referred to itself as a realm, entirely separate from the main world. It was exceedingly difficult to discover this entrance without deliberate investigation. Such a profound concealment. Let us go. Ye Suifeng stepped directly into the pool, his Heavenly Dao ring emitting a faint glow that enveloped his entire being. There was no alternative. He was now far too powerful, and every entry or exit from a world necessitated the disguise of the Heavenly Dao ring. Otherwise, before he could even enter, the world would shatter. The heavens and earth reversed. After traversing the pool, Ye Suifeng found himself in a vast grassland. The grassland was modest in size, with a colossal tree standing solitary at its center. Its trunk and leaves were entirely white. It was indeed the Enlightenment Tree. Beneath the Enlightenment Tree, several bears resembling rich and noble were lazily lounging by the edge of a pool. Above the pool floated a small tower, quietly suspended in the air. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. That small tower was indeed a tower of all origins. However, it consisted of only 8 levels. Esteemed elder, my master is right there. At this moment, Yu Hong also entered, then whistled. Upon hearing the whistle, the bears beneath the tree immediately rushed over, encircling Ye Suifeng with curiosity. Wow, this is truly a bear den. Ye Xiaoxiao and the others also arrived, and at that moment, the multicolored phoenix had shrunk in size, perching upon her shoulder. The wolf girl appeared astonished. What a large gathering of divine bears. Esteemed elder, Yu Hong suddenly said somewhat sheepishly, rich and noble is still young. He may have inadvertently offended you. I wonder if you might spare him? Ye Suifeng remained silent, casually tossing the small bear down, since he had found the rightful owner. The bear had lost its purpose. As the little bear landed, tears welled up in its eyes, and it rushed to the side of the other bears. I will never accept that task again, it sobbed. Ignoring the commotion, Ye Suifeng walked alone, slowly approaching the Enlightenment Tree. By the water's edge sat an emaciated old man, seemingly parched and withered, eyes closed and legs crossed. You have finally arrived, he rasped, his eyes appearing incapable of opening. Is this deed yours? Ye Suifeng directly produced a leaf and tossed it into his lap. The old man extended his skeletal, ghastly hand to touch the leaf. Heh. Time, causality, the past. All is fated. All is the work of divine machinations. Ye Suifeng frowned. He had little patience for riddles and ambiguity that clouded clarity. He only sought to uncover who had slain Yi Jingguang and plotted against him through the river of time. Speak, what have you summoned me for? Ye Suifeng inquired once more. The old man, however, shook his head slightly. Young man, it is not I who sought you. Rather, it is the heavenly mechanisms that have found you. Or perhaps, it is you who has sought them out. Just as the old man was about to continue, Ye Suifeng abruptly struck the nearby Enlightenment Tree with his palm, his fingers curling into the bark, which immediately oozed a white sap. A visage of agony began to emerge upon the trunk. Ye Suifeng turned his head. I possess little patience. Reveal your identity. Why did you kill Yi Jingguang? And why did you erase his temporal imprint, ultimately seeking to confront me? His tone was icy. He had already discerned that the old man by the water was not his true self. The true essence had long merged with the Enlightenment Tree. Increasing the pressure of his fingers, the face upon the trunk contorted in anguish, finally managing to speak with great difficulty. Do not rush, I will tell you. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng slowly released his grip. He sought the truth, not esoteric nonsense. Once freed, the face gasped for breath. Its eyes wide with shock as it regarded Ye Suifeng, seemingly unprepared for the strength of the one it awaited. After a brief pause, it steadied itself and said, My name is the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. As he recounted his tale, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the enormity of the situation. It appeared that when this world was birthed, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms had emerged. However, the Elder was not a singular entity, but rather a succession of continuities, with the present one being a continuation of over 100 generations. Upon succeeding the previous Elder, he learned of an exceedingly terrifying truth. This world faced a colossal crisis, one that could lead to its imminent demise. Thus, he devoted his entire life to discovering a means to save the world, yet year after year, he remained fruitless. Until one fateful day, while observing the heavenly mechanisms, he suddenly spotted a faint star. This star bore the potential to save the world. He intended to examine it closely, but merely glancing at it nearly drained him of his life force, leading to his immediate demise. Yet that star was the hope of the entire world. Ultimately, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms condensed his life as essence, merging with the Enlightenment tree, plucking a leaf to serve as a beacon, casting it into the vastness of heavenly mechanisms. He hoped this leaf, imbued with divine secrets, would locate the star and ultimately rescue this dying world. He succeeded. Ye Suifeng had arrived. However, this formidable being seemed to have come solely in pursuit of certain truths. Then, Ye Suifeng was not killed by you? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. I do not know Ye Suifeng, and you did not create the trap within the river of time? The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms replied helplessly. With my powers, I am utterly incapable of reaching such a level. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. He recognized that the Elder's abilities could not manipulate the river of time. In truth, within this realm, no one aside from himself possessed such capabilities. Perhaps only the celestial realm could. However, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms suddenly interjected. If there were indeed someone capable of entering the river of time, it would likely be those whose powers transcend the limits of this world. Ye Suifeng turned back. Who? Chapter 91, Above the Ceiling. Aside from the unknown celestial realm, every world possesses its own limitations. Ye Suifeng referred to this limitation as the ceiling. Under normal circumstances, no living being could shatter this ceiling. Yet, in the myriad realms and boundless chaos, there exist countless formidable beings. Should a being surpassing the limits of this world leave traces behind, they could be exploited by the natives. In such cases, there lies a slim chance to break through the world's limitations and rise above the ceiling. Throughout history, there have been those in Ye Suifeng's world who achieved such heights. Through the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms explanation, Ye Suifeng gleaned insights into the origin of this world. Once, this land was but a desolate expanse. Since ancient times, powerful existences from the myriad realms had engaged in countless fierce battles here. The world was shattered time and again, only to be remolded anew. Until one day, a seed fell upon this lifeless earth. It drew nourishment from the blood of deities and demons, gradually growing to overshadow the sky. One day, its vast roots pierced through the void, embedding themselves in the chaos. The power of chaos unwittingly birthed various fundamental laws. As time flowed, these laws gradually matured, and this realm finally ceased its turmoil, establishing its own rules. Thus, the Heavenly Dao came into being. The great tree, in conjunction with the Heavenly Dao, expelled the chaotic energies that pervaded the world, purifying the realm, ultimately beginning to nurture life. A world with complete laws came into existence. Nevertheless, the traces left by those exceedingly powerful beings remained difficult to erase entirely. As the beings of the world developed wisdom and grew ever stronger, some eventually discovered these remnants. They were forces that transcended the world. Nearly all beings coveted them. Thus, a great calamity ensued. Amidst this upheaval, the great tree that birthed the entire world was severed in two. Even the laws of the Heavenly Dao suffered grievous wounds. And it seemed the world was on the brink of returning to the ancient era of eternal chaos and silence. In the face of life and death, the spirit of the great tree merged with the Heavenly Dao, forcibly igniting the world's while still in gestation, ultimately uniting the three, and obliterating the vast majority of the remnants of deities and demons. However, this led to the complete demise of the great tree, leaving behind but a single seed. The spirit of the Heavenly Dao also dissipated, leaving only the laws of heaven and earth that could no longer advance. The entire world was left with but a mutated world will, eternally guarding the realm beyond. This enlightenment tree is, in fact, the seed left by that great tree. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms concluded. Upon hearing all this, Ye Suifeng could not help but fall into silence. Unexpectedly, this world has endured such a calamitous past. The myriad realms, both grand and diminutive, shimmer like a constellation of stars. Each world, in essence, embodies a living entity. The world serves as the corporeal form of a being. Its will is akin to consciousness. While the laws of heaven are the methodologies employed by the world to transcend its own limitations. By perpetually enhancing and refining these laws, the entire realm evolves in tandem. The spirit of the heavenly path signifies the route through which a world can ascend. Alas, this path has now been severed. This implies that, even if this world were to persist through the eternal flow of time, it bears no possibility of further advancement. The beings within this realm, should they wish to progress, must traverse a certain passageway to enter into more potent worlds, such as the celestial realm. The celestial realm reigns supreme among all realms. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms continued. Every being from the lesser worlds can ascend to the celestial realm, thereby broadening their cultivation paths. This remains the sole avenue for the beings of our world. Ye Suifeng nodded, acknowledging that this indeed represents a breakthrough route for all beings within the lesser realms. However, he found himself rather indifferent to the fate of this world. His curiosity was singularly focused on one question. Who exactly is the individual that transcends the limitations of the world, as you just mentioned? The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms sighed softly, and then a disk resembling a palette of colors gently descended from the enlightenment tree, hovering before Ye Suifeng. It bore various regions of differing hues. Following the ancient calamity, the world sacrificed its own potential to preserve itself from annihilation, expelling forces not belonging to its essence. Yet, some entities of unfathomable power remain. Certain individuals have acquired them, enabling their own strength to surpass the limits. Ye Suifeng gazed at the disk, which displayed dozens of regions, each marked with distinct symbols. Some bore the likeness of an ominous vertical eye, others depicted a dilapidated tower, and still others showed a shattered short sword. I mentioned earlier that our world faces imminent destruction, and indeed, it is due to them, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms stated. Those individuals, after surpassing the limits of the world, have shifted their ambitions toward the world's will, expanding their dominion through remnants of divine beings, thereby siphoning the primal energy from the world's consciousness. The larger their territory, the swifter the extraction. According to the indications on the Heavenly Mechanism disk, our world's will is on the verge of collapsing. When that time comes, it is feared that all beings, save for them, shall be extinguished. Upon concluding, the Elder suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, studying the disk before him. Several particularly prominent regions collectively occupied over half the area of the Heavenly Mechanism disk. Are you suggesting that those who tamper with the river of time are indeed them? Ye Suifeng pointed at the disk. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanism sighed. I can only speculate, for I can conceive of no one else capable of employing such terrifying methods to interfere with time. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, thank you. With that, he rose to leave. Since there was a new objective at hand, he could simply pursue it. Wait, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms called out urgently, halting him. What will happen to our world if you depart? I know you must possess the ability to save it. The Elder rasped. Even if I do, why should I? Ye Suifeng replied slowly. But if the world were to perish, all your relatives and kin, I will protect them. Ye Suifeng interjected coldly. To put it bluntly, even if the world were to suddenly explode, he could safeguard all the members of the Ye clan, allowing them to survive amidst the chaos and subsequently find a suitable new world. Therefore, I apologize. Farewell. With that, Ye Suifeng departed without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms let out a heavy sigh. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his vacant eyes, cascading down the trunk of the enlightenment tree, pooling on the ground. Alas, a sigh suddenly resonated. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms opened his eyes, and Ye Suifeng's figure reappeared. His overwhelming strength had rendered his emotions increasingly apathetic, as if he cared little for anything. Yet, the sentiments cultivated within the tribe of his original world were etched deep within his soul. Family, ethnicity, nation, and the land that nurtured him, these were not easily cast aside. This world, in truth, had become his second homeland. Speak, what must I do? Chapter 92, The Method. Do you truly wish to save this world? The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms asked, somewhat incredulously. Hurry, before I change my mind, Ye Suifeng replied, finding the old man's verbosity rather excessive. Ah, I see. The Elder then recounted the origin of the matter. Within the world, some who had acquired remnants of divine beings began to nurture ambitions to consume the will of this realm. However, the will resides beyond the world's barrier, making it difficult for them to reach. Thus, they devised another method. They utilized the remnants of ancient divine beings, that potent essence foreign to this realm, to erode the very fabric of the world, aiming to seize its primal essence. Moreover, some of the most formidable existences are on the brink of success. The only solution lies in utilizing the enlightenment tree, which originally belonged to the world's creator, to entirely purify the land, thereby rescuing the beleaguered will of the world. Planting a tree can save the world? Why don't you plant it yourself? Ye Suifeng remarked, somewhat incredulously. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms wore a bitter expression. I have long been discovered by them, and their power far exceeds mine, which is why I have concealed myself within this lesser world. They have been keeping a watchful eye on me. In the main world, even a mere mention of my name would alert them. Ye Suifeng nodded, understanding why the 9th prince had refrained from mentioning his teacher's name previously. Once the enlightenment tree is planted, can it truly suffice? Ye Suifeng inquired. Indeed, the Elder confirmed. However, once the enlightenment tree reaches a certain growth stage, it will undoubtedly be sensed by those individuals. At that time, you must not only protect it, but also brace yourself for the assaults of numerous formidable entities. You must be adequately prepared. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. You needn't worry about that. Their attack would be fortuitous. One final question. To what extent must it grow to genuinely purify this world and rescue the so-called will of the world? The elder of heavenly mechanisms pondered and replied, it must at least reach the 18th stage. How long will that take? Ye Suifeng asked again. The elder gestured toward the small tower hovering above the nearby pond. This is the best medium for nurturing divine entities, if utilized. It would require merely 100,000 years for it to mature. Indeed, I neglected to inform you that this is the Tower of Origins, comprising a total of 9 tiers. Ye Suifeng interrupted him, stating, I am well aware of what that is. Subsequently, he retrieved a similarly small tower from his spatial pouch. If we were to utilize the 9-tiered Origins Tower, how long would it take? The elder of heavenly mechanisms stared at the pristine little tower, his expression turning to one of astonishment. How could you possibly possess such a divine artifact of this caliber? My heavenly mechanism valley has expended the efforts of several generations to complete a mere 8-tiered Origins Tower. His demeanor was shaken, and in his fervent excitement, he was unable to suppress a violent cough. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, stifling the urge to mention how such artifacts were commonplace in his home, and inquired, please, do tell. How long would it take? The elder of heavenly mechanisms coughed for a considerable time before gradually regaining his composure. Gazing at the Origins Tower, he spoke with renewed vigor. Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. With such a divine object, it would require merely 10,000 years for the enlightenment tree to regain its former divine splendor. At that moment, he comprehended why the heavenly mechanisms had indicated that this man before him possessed the capability to save the world. The elder's spirit was stirred. Yet, Ye Suifeng subtly shook his head. 10,000 years was an eternity. He could not possibly remain in this world for a millennium merely to cultivate a single tree. What if, instead of planting the tree, I were to capture and eliminate all those who seek to siphon the world's essence? Would that not suffice? Ye Suifeng queried. The elder of heavenly mechanisms was momentarily taken aback. That might not be feasible. The world has already been tainted by their actions. Even if you possess such might, should someone choose to perish alongside the world, irreparable harm would still befall it. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then tell me, if I had 10,000 9-tiered Origins Towers, could I not reduce the time required for the enlightenment tree to grow to just 1 year? The elder's eyes twitched. How could someone so immensely powerful, who possessed 9-tiered Origins Towers, utter such increasingly implausible statements? 10,000 Origins Towers? How could that even be conceivable? Ahem. Such a hypothetical scenario is unattainable. The 9-tiered Origins Tower is already the finest treasure for nurturing the enlightenment tree. Even with more, the enhancement would likely be insignificant. The elder sensed that Ye Suifeng seemed to lack the patience for such a lengthy endeavor, and thus advised, in truth, 10,000 years will pass swiftly. If you prepare adequately, it may not take more than 5 generations for our world to rejuvenate. Still, Ye Suifeng shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, what if I were to divide this tree into 10,000 seedlings, nurturing them simultaneously and planting them in every corner of the world? Would that not shorten the time required? The elder of heavenly mechanisms responded, young brother, even if that were possible, could you protect 10,000 enlightenment trees at once? Just tell me, would it be feasible, and by how much time could it be reduced? The elder sighed deeply. If such a grand dream could be realized, perhaps we could resolve the world's plight within a century. Snap. Ye Suifeng suddenly snapped his fingers. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. A time frame of less than 100 years is certainly acceptable. If he truly ran out of patience, he had a second plan, to eliminate all those responsible. The notion of mutual destruction? He was unperturbed. The elder of heavenly mechanisms stared at the now relaxed Ye Suifeng, utterly astonished. You cannot be serious about this, can you? Surely not. Brother, please consider this carefully. No need for further consideration. That is the course of action I shall take. I noticed that this enlightenment tree can indeed be divided into over 10,000 parts, which can then grow into viable seedlings, Ye Suifeng declared. However, nurturing seedlings also requires time. Moreover, to cultivate 10,000 concurrently, you would need even more 9-tiered Origins Towers. Where will you procure them? The elder of heavenly mechanisms could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly. With a grand gesture, Ye Suifeng summoned dozens of 9-tiered Origins Towers, which began to float before them. These were all crafted out of sheer boredom during his travels. Staring at the cluster of towers, the elder maintained his earlier expression, frozen in disbelief. If that is insufficient, I have another 10,000 at home, or I could manufacture more right now, Ye Suifeng added. He did not intend to flaunt his wealth, but the incessant chatter of this individual was unbearable. After a prolonged silence, the elder of heavenly mechanisms regarded Ye Suifeng with utmost reverence. May I ask, what lineage do you hail from? Chapter 93, Planting Trees Together. Ultimately, under the overwhelming influence of Ye Suifeng's monetary prowess, the elder of heavenly mechanisms was completely swayed. He readily answered any inquiry without the slightest doubt. After all, it was exceedingly rare to encounter someone capable of effortlessly producing dozens of nine-tiered origins towers throughout history. If such a person could not save the world, then indeed, no hope remained for it. Through their discourse, Ye Suifeng gleaned valuable information regarding the origins towers. This tower's origins were actually preserved remnants from the battlefield of gods and demons. Subsequently, the ancestors of the heavenly mechanism valley, through several generations of relentless effort, crafted the Tower of Origins tailored to the rules of this world, specifically to nurture the enlightenment tree and restore the world to its original state. What they had not anticipated was that the information regarding the Origins towers had leaked. Those who had acquired remnants of the divine and demonic entities discovered the immense power of the Origins towers and began to forge their own, surpassing the progress of the heavenly mechanism valley. Thus, many formidable external forces now possessed nine-tiered Origins towers, while the creators, the heavenly mechanism valley, remained at 8 tiers. Why did you not continue to forge them? Ye Suifeng inquired. The elder of heavenly mechanism sighed. The heavenly mechanism valley, due to its unique circumstances, has faced the united onslaught of nearly all other factions, making resource acquisition exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the divine artifact known as the Celestial Array Stone only formed during the world's inception and cannot naturally regenerate. The entirety of nature's Celestial Array Stones, combined, would likely not suffice to forge a single nine-tiered Origins tower. Later, our ancestors developed a means to transmute Celestial Array Stones, thus resolving this dilemma. As he spoke, he could not help but gaze at the still-floating Origins towers. These must require trillions of Celestial Array Stones. How on earth did this person acquire them? Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng was inspecting his own wealth. After counting, he nodded in satisfaction. Well, I still have 35 trillion Celestial Array Stones left, which should suffice. Very well. Let us proceed as such, Ye Suifeng concluded. He initially set out to investigate the shadowy figure behind the scenes, yet unexpectedly found himself tasked with saving the world. Life is indeed unpredictable. However, Ye Suifeng did not leave empty-handed. Having uncovered the truth of this realm, he was now certain that the one manipulating the threads of time must hail from a higher realm. The celestial realm was the most suspicious target. If he were to pursue this further, it might necessitate ascending to the celestial realm. Damn it. I severed ties with my own celestial sect, and have yet to devise a plan for how to proceed. Should I sneak across through another celestial sect? Or should I simply take my family along? He decided to put those thoughts aside for now. Moreover, since that individual has chosen to take action, it is likely that this world is inextricably linked to him. Thoroughly understanding this realm may ultimately reveal the origins and motivations of that hidden hand. Come forth quickly. I intend to obliterate this tree, Ye Suifeng declared. The elder of heavenly secrets paused, momentarily stunned, before realizing that Ye Suifeng was about to begin nurturing the saplings of the enlightenment tree. He shook his head with a smile, saying, "Proceed as you wish. I have completely merged with it. Upon my departure, I shall perish instantaneously. There is no need for concern. I have long anticipated my fate. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission." The expression on the elder's face was one of profound relief. However, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. "What are you rambling about? I am merely worried that your blood and soul might taint the purity of the enlightenment tree, diminishing its ability to purify the world." The elder of heavenly secrets replied, "Very well, perhaps I was overthinking it. Quickly, return to your original body. I guarantee you 3 more years of life. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, now is the time to act." Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. This old man, while quite verbose and never-ending in his discourse, is nonetheless admirable for dedicating his life, even at the cost of his own existence, to safeguard this world. The elder of heavenly secrets was taken aback and then deeply expressed his gratitude. He refrained from questioning how Ye Suifeng could manage to produce dozens of 9-story origin towers at once. He was completely convinced individuals of such stature would not engage in jest. Subsequently, an ancient consciousness detached from the enlightenment tree and entered the body by the pond. After leaving the tree, the flame of his life began to extinguish rapidly. Ye Suifeng activated the Heavenly Dao ring, channeling the complete laws of life, infused with the supreme essence from the origin towers, into the elder's life core. Like adding fuel to a flame, the flickering ember gradually brightened and eventually stabilized. Moments later, Ye Suifeng withdrew his hand, stating, 3 years it is, then. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder of heavenly secrets awakened and respectfully prostrated himself on the ground. I have concealed your aura. You may now leave this small world. Enough. Be gone. Your presence is bothersome. Ye Suifeng gestured. The elder rose, bowed once more, and then trembled as he walked into the distance. The ninth prince, Yu Hong, observed this with astonishment and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Moments later, they departed the small world with a group of celestial beings. Uncle, are we not leaving? At that moment, Ye Xiao jumped over and inquired. Wait a moment. I have been assigned a rather perplexing task, Ye Suifeng replied. What task? Ye Suifeng shrugged. To save the world. Ye Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. My esteemed uncle is saving the world. How magnificent. What should we do? She exclaimed. Ye Suifeng remained silent, facing the enlightenment tree, and flicked his fingers. Instantly, the colossal tree exploded silently, its branches and leaves scattering across the sky of the small world. Then, through the lens of life, Ye Suifeng divided the remnants into tens of thousands of portions, ensuring that each source of life could nurture a seed of the enlightenment tree. In a flurry of activity, thousands of white seeds formed in the sky, arranged neatly. These seeds were not of natural origin, but rather artificial creations. In a sense, Ye Suifeng was their progenitor. Due to their artificial nature, they required meticulous care to truly germinate and grow into saplings. Ye Suifeng reached out, grasped them haphazardly, and then cast them all onto the ground. With a single step, all the seeds sank into the soil. He then waved his hand, and the 9-story origin towers flew over. As they hovered above the buried seeds, he pointed, and the towers descended, haphazardly piled together. To an untrained eye, it might resemble mere construction debris. Following this, Ye Suifeng opened the internal space of the origin towers, and countless supreme essences flowed out, nourishing the seeds below. All done, he remarked, clapping his hands together before turning around to vigorously ruffle Ye Xiao's hair. Do you wish to save the world? Then let us plant some trees together. Chapter 94. A snap of the fingers. 5 years passed. After ensuring all the seeds of the enlightenment tree were planted, Ye Suifeng departed the small world with Ye Xiao and the others. Outside, the elder of heavenly secrets had vanished, leaving only Yu Hong and a few bears waiting. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng emerge, Yu Hong hastily approached and bowed deeply. Esteemed elder, do you truly intend to plant thousands of enlightenment trees in this world? The disbelief in Yu Hong's eyes was palpable when his teacher had mentioned it earlier. He thought his teacher had lost his mind. What? Are there other enlightenment trees? Ye Suifeng inquired. If there are, we could plant even more. No. There are none. Only the one in the small world remains. Yu Hong quickly waved his hands. Ye Suifeng let out a slight sigh of disappointment. I say, you all clearly lack the skill in tree planting. If the nourishment were better, perhaps we could have produced 100,000 seeds. Ye Suifeng lamented, visibly displeased. Yu Hong, however, was left astounded, his eyes filled with stars. This esteemed elder is simply remarkable. That is the enlightenment tree. Its ultimate form can give rise to worlds. And you casually mention numbers like 100,000. Yet, as he pondered, he realized that if those who siphoned the world's essence witnessed suddenly 1,000 enlightenment trees appearing in the main world, their expressions would surely be priceless. Hey, why are you in a daze? As Yu Hong was lost in thought, Ye Suifeng called him back to attention. Oh, esteemed elder, what are your commands? Yu Hong shall do his utmost, he proclaimed loudly, shaking off his dazed expression. You must be the only disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Valley, correct? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yu Hong nodded. Indeed, the lineage of the Heavenly Secrets Valley is singular. Upon becoming my teacher's disciple, I became the elder of Heavenly Secrets for this era. Ye Suifeng acknowledged this. Every lineage possesses its own methods, and he refrained from passing judgment. The seeds of the enlightenment tree required approximately 5 years for growth. During this time, he needed to contemplate his next steps. After a moment, Ye Suifeng asked, It seems you do not hold the eternal Winter Emperor in high regard. At that time, when Ye Suifeng had shattered the Grand Formation, and the eternal Winter Emperor was on the brink of collapse, this 9th prince had remained indifferent. As if he were a mere passerby, Yu Hong chuckled. The ruler of the eternal Winter Kingdom is ostensibly the eternal Winter Emperor, but in reality, it has always been the Heavenly Secrets Valley. His position is merely a result of my becoming the heir of the Heavenly Secrets Valley. Over the years, having occupied a high position, his ambitions have undoubtedly grown. We are just about ready to replace him. Ye Suifeng remained silent. The dynamics of royal families cannot be viewed through a conventional lens. However, this outcome aligned with his suspicions. Then surely you possess a means to acquire some top-tier techniques for fate mages and beast spirit warriors? Ye Suifeng inquired. At the Pingyang Pass, he perused numerous texts regarding these 2 cultivation methods, discovering that certain aspects were indeed commendable. The 5 years ahead would be ample time for him to refine the subsequent stages of the primordial art. There was absolutely no issue. Yu Hong declared, "From this moment forth, as long as you command, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your desires, provided the eternal winter kingdom possesses it." These were the words imparted to Yu Hong by the old sage of heavenly mechanisms before his departure. Ye Suifeng nodded. "Then, bring forth all the high-level techniques you possess." Furthermore, he glanced at Gu Yulan beside him. "Prepare a variety of different ingredients daily for her to practice with. 8th and 9th grade magical beasts will suffice." "I am not picky." Yu Hong's eyelids twitched, yet he respectfully replied, "I shall comply with your wishes, esteemed senior." At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao leapt forth. "Uncle, are you going to read again?" "What about me?" Ye Suifeng regarded the young girl thoughtfully and replied, "Just continue your diligent cultivation. In about 5 years, we should return to Yunxiao City. Do not let your older siblings mock you then." Ye Xiaoxiao patted her small chest. "Rest assured, uncle. I will demonstrate with my strength that following you is the most promising path." Ye Suifeng was speechless, thinking to himself that managing one was quite enough. Taking on more would transform him into a full-time nanny. Suddenly, Yu Hong chuckled. "If this little princess wishes to gain experience, I happen to know several excellent locations. The Eternal Winter Kingdom may lack many things, but it abounds with secret realms, perfect for young people's training." Ye Suifeng nodded. This was advantageous, preventing her from seeking trouble. He then scrutinized Yu Hong's cultivation level. In his 20s, at the mid-stage of integration, he was undoubtedly a prodigy beyond even Shen Tianming and Zhang Dong. Pointing at Yu Hong, Ye Suifeng addressed Ye Xiaoxiao, "I have another task for you. By the time I emerge from seclusion, you must at least engage him in battle without suffering defeat. Otherwise, I shall not take you back to Yunxiao City, lest I lose face." Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he was suddenly implicated. However, he chuckled inwardly, for this little girl possessed only peak foundation establishment strength. How could she possibly contend with him in 5 years? This was undoubtedly a motivational tactic from the esteemed senior. "Little princess, you must strive hard," Yu Hong said with a smile. Ye Xiaoxiao scrunched her nose in determination. "Humph, just wait. I will surely triumph over him." "All right, do your best, haha." Yu Hong laughed heartily, finding the little girl utterly adorable. Ye Suifeng observed Yu Hong's delight, hoping he would still be this cheerful in 5 years. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng remained within the eternal winter imperial city, under the guidance of Yu Hong and the old sage of heavenly mechanisms. The grand formation of the royal city was re-established, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet for the inhabitants of the royal city, that day was akin to a nightmare. First, the so-called eternal formation shattered, followed by the eternal winter royal family being vanquished in a single blow, even their 9 heavens worship reduced to rubble. They believed this was the end of days. But who could have anticipated that the very next day, the formation would rise once more? The former eternal winter emperor descending from his pedestal, and the crown prince ascending to become the new eternal winter emperor. The order within the royal city swiftly returned to normal, as if the horrors of the previous day had never existed, like a dreadful nightmare. However, as time passed, people began to notice subtle changes. For instance, the royal city suddenly commenced an extensive collection of martial techniques. Moreover, the imperial guards frequently ventured out, each time returning with a plethora of different magical beasts. Additionally, some occasionally spotted a group of bears resembling the great celestial deity, frolicking above the palace. Furthermore, a mysterious team emerged within the royal city, tirelessly traversing various perilous locations, consistently reaping substantial rewards. The leader of this enigmatic team appeared to be a young girl with long, crimson hair. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 2 tall figures appeared at the gates of the royal city. "Father, are you truly going to confront the new emperor? Perhaps it would be better to let it go," the younger man said with a hint of reluctance. "Of course, I must go," the middle-aged man retorted, his face etched with indignation. "I have devoted my life to the great celestial deity, only to discover he has become a wretched bear, beaten by an outsider. This time, I will get to the bottom of this." Saying this, he strode toward the royal city's gates. The young man gazed at the magnificent royal city, letting out a soft sigh. 5 years ago, you came alongside the great celestial deity. I wonder if you have grown stronger since then. With that thought, the young man quickened his pace to match the steps of the figure ahead. If anyone from Pingyang Pass were present, they would recognize the middle-aged man as the past lord, Xianxiaujia, and the young man following him as the now-grown Shichong. Chapter 95, The Celestial Conference. In the eternal winter imperial city, atop the palace, 5 years had passed since the new emperor's ascension, and significant changes had transpired. A new administrative ministerial cabinet had been entirely appointed, in accordance with the traditions of eternal winter. However, for those outside the royal city, it merely signified the replacement of one emperor with another, The overarching policies remained unchanged. Some city lords had even experienced several generations of emperors. Xianxiaaudiobooks, the past lord of Pingyang, was one such example. Were it not for an urgent matter, he would never have left Pingyang Pass, regardless of the chaos in the eternal winter imperial city. Yet this time, he chose to take the initiative to come. For the Divine Gift Conference 5 years prior had utterly shattered his faith. He had to come and clarify this matter. In the Great Hall, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the new emperor on the throne. Your Majesty, I require an explanation. The new emperor lounged lazily, rubbing his brow as he perused the memorial before him. Past Lord Shi, you did not attend the Divine Gift Conference at Pingyang Pass 2 years ago, did you? How could I attend? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed angrily. The great celestial deity, whom I revered since childhood, turned out to be a pitiable bear. Impudent. However, before he could finish, the palace guards surged forward, their formidable presence directed toward Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even though he was a cultivator at the integration stage, he found it somewhat challenging to withstand their oppressive aura. His upright form began to bend under the pressure. The new emperor raised a hand, and the guards stepped back, alleviating the weight pressing down upon Xianxiaaudiobooks' head. Yet they continued to fix their steely gazes upon him. Should he utter any further insubordinate words, they would swiftly subdue him. Within this palace, no one dared to show disrespect to the eternal winter emperor. The new emperor regarded Xianxiaaudiobooks with a slight sigh. Eternal winter has its own rules. Regardless of what you have heard or seen, hosting the Divine Gift Conference every 3 years is your duty. The orders of the royal city are indisputable. Considering your long-standing service at the border, I shall overlook your absence this time. Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming pressure surrounding him, and ultimately let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, upon witnessing the truth, I fear I may no longer continue as the Lord of Pingyang Pass. His visit was, in essence, an endeavor to unravel the knots within his heart. However, he has somewhat overestimated his own capabilities. Since time immemorial, the majesty of the imperial city has been an inviolable presence within the realm of Yongdong. They disdain any form of explanation. Resigning from the position of past lord was a decision he had resolved upon during his journey here. After a brief silence, the new emperor spoke slowly. Xianxiaaudiobooks, have you truly made your decision? I can offer you one final opportunity. Weariness etched upon his face, Xianxiaaudiobooks bowed and replied. I have made up my mind. Very well. The new emperor paused before continuing. In 3 days, the new lord of Pingyang Pass will proceed to the frontier. You may return with him, or if you have your own plans, you may depart as you wish. The choice is yours. Xianxiaaudiobooks bowed once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Xianxiaaudiobooks departed, a young man clad in simple garments appeared behind the new emperor. It was Yu Hong. You are more merciful than my father, Yu Hong remarked. The new emperor sighed, rubbing his temples once again. Only now do I realize that in this position, mercy can sometimes be a liability. Take your time. You shall become the most exceptional emperor of Yongdong, Yu Hong encouraged. Emperor? The new emperor chuckled softly. A puppet emperor, perhaps? Yu Hong fell silent. Elder brother, there are matters beyond our control. The new emperor, unable to refute this, smiled and turned his gaze. Are you still guarding the tomb of the celestial sage? Yu Hong shook his head. Since my teacher's passing, various responsibilities have fallen upon my shoulders. I managed to guard it for only a year before I had to step away. What troubles you of late? Your complexion seems rather poor, the new emperor inquired. Yu Hong let out a deep sigh, a haunting figure with long, crimson hair flashing through his mind. This world is filled with peculiarities that weigh heavily on one's heart, often resulting in nightmarish dreams. It matters not. Calculating the time, the nightmare shall soon come to an end. Xianxiaaudiobooks left the imperial palace in a state of melancholy. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, his heart remained unsettled. Upon returning to the inn, he secluded himself, drowning his sorrows in alcohol day and night. Observing his father's state, Shirchong felt helpless. Yet, as a person, one must continue to survive, irrespective of circumstances. After several days, Shirchong left the inn, intending to seek a means of livelihood. After some contemplation, he entered a bustling tavern, a place where news tends to circulate swiftly, hoping to discover a promising opportunity. Once inside, he found a random spot to sit and listen to the lively discussions around him. Some recounted encounters with a 6th-tier demon beast during their recent outings, narrowly escaping with their lives. Others shared tales of stumbling into a cave filled with treasures while exploring a secret realm, instantly striking it rich. Still, others spoke of encountering a snow mountain fox demon that had transformed into a human shape, captivating all with her enchanting presence. The vibrant atmosphere gradually lightened Shirchong's heavy heart. Youthful zeal is indeed what young men yearn for most. At that moment, a conversation caught Shirchong's attention. I heard the War God Guild is recruiting recently. Indeed, I plan to try my luck as well. It is the largest adventurer guild in the Imperial City. You? Huh. You might as well forget it. The War God Guild seeks true talents. You wouldn't even rank as a mere janitor. Hearing their words ignited a spark of ambition within Xianxiaaudiobooks. The name War God Guild exuded an aura of dominance. Furthermore, it seemed they only accepted the most distinguished individuals. Xianxiaaudiobooks considered himself no top-tier genius, but surely he was among the elite. Joining the War God Guild should not pose a problem. At just over 20, a 7th-tier beast spirit warrior is quite a rare find. With this thought in mind, he approached the group, eager to inquire about the process of joining the War God Guild. However, just then, a cadre of formidable, extraordinary beings strode in. Each radiated vitality, their garments adorned with an embroidered celestial flower. The War God Guild? Huh. It is but a waning star now. Their arrival silenced the bustling tavern. All eyes drawn to them. Xianxiaaudiobooks halted, perplexed at their presence. That celestial flower felt oddly familiar. Upon hearing this remark, those discussing joining the War God Guild turned around, scoffing. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. The reputation of the War God Guild has resounded in the Imperial City for decades. It is not something your freshly minted Celestial Association can compare to. It was evident he was a staunch supporter of the War God Guild. Oh really? In response to the provocation, the Celestial Association member retorted with a smirk. Do you know why the War God Guild has begun recruiting? Huh. The Celestial Association has recently welcomed numerous new members. Care to guess where they all came from? Once this statement was made, the crowd exchanged glances. Were the two most prominent guilds now clashing? It appeared the War God Guild was on the back foot. And what of it? The War God Guild supporter remained unfazed, stepping forward to declare, no matter how strong your Celestial Association may be, I will never join a guild that panders to whimsy. I've heard your Celestial Lord is merely a young girl who hasn't even matured yet. You seek death. The Celestial Association members were instantly incensed. The two sides stood poised for confrontation, tensions escalating. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the tavern doors flew open. A tall figure strode in with purpose. Instantly, a chilling aura swept through the establishment. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils constricted. It was her. Chapter 96, An Acquaintance. A slender figure entered the tavern, clad in a short top that left her flat abdomen exposed, seemingly oblivious to the cold. Several black markings coiled around her body, extending up to her neck. A pair of ice-blue eyes scanned the room, causing the temperature to plummet. After a brief pause, she approached the tavern counter, gesturing with her hand, and a collection of bloodied heads suddenly filled the table. Heavens, is that one of the ice gold leopards? A rank 8 demon beast? And that one, could it be the bloodthirsty eagle, also rank 8? In the center lay the head of the leader from the Black Sha secret realm, a rank 9 beast, the great desolate Snow Lin. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. The presence of these severed demon beast heads was overwhelmingly formidable. Even in death, the aura they exuded sent shivers down the spines of those present. The tavern keeper trembled as he produced a gleaming stone tablet, engraved with numerous names, all belonging to the renowned guilds of Yongdong Imperial City. At the top, the War God Guild held a firm first place, closely followed by the Celestial Association. The tavern keeper then took a pen and inscribed the names of the great demons, placing them behind the Celestial Association. Instantly, the name of the Celestial Association radiated a brilliant glow, gradually surpassing the War God Guild, securing the top position. Subsequently, the woman turned around and coldly addressed the members of the Celestial Society. Strength and respect are earned through action, not through idle chatter. Rather than squabbling over trivial matters, it would be wiser to venture out and slay a few beastly fiends. With that, she rose and departed. The group of followers, heads bowed, ceased their disputes, seized their weapons, and followed the woman out. After a considerable time, the tavern erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. Truly formidable, remarked an elderly man beside Xianxiaaudiobooks. It seems the accomplishments of the Celestial Society will remain unchallenged for a long while. Xianxiaaudiobooks, having just regained his composure from the shock, inquired of the elder, Sir, was that woman also a member of the Celestial Society? The elder stared at Xianxiaaudiobooks in astonishment. You must be new here. You do not recognize even the foremost of the 5 great leaders of the Celestial Society? Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly clasped his fists in respect and urged, please, enlighten me. Thus, the elder recounted the rise of the Celestial Society. It had only been established 5 years prior, yet from its inception, it demonstrated unparalleled strength. They delved into various secret realms, repeatedly vanquishing formidable beasts and achieving remarkable victories. In no time, they garnered fame within the Imperial City, attracting a significant number of young prodigies. Had it merely been this, even with 5 years of development, they would not have reached their current stature. However, 6 months ago, The leader of the Celestial Society unexpectedly challenged the celestial talents of the Divine Mansion and crushed every one of them in a sweeping victory. That was the Great Divine Mansion. Its inhabitants were personally summoned from various corners of the eternal winter by the great deity himself, boasting exceptional strength and talent. Yet, they all fell beneath the leader's feet. From that day forth, the reputation of the Celestial Society soared, drawing countless powerful individuals eager to join. Ultimately, it evolved into a premier organization with one leader and 5 great leaders. Among them, the Wolf Lord was the earliest follower of the leader. Serving as the second-in-command of the Celestial Society, an 8th-stage pinnacle beast spirit warrior. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in a daze. The woman he had just seen was indeed the Wolf Maiden, who had participated in the Divine Gift Tournament alongside him 5 years ago. How had she grown to such an extent? He had thought that his mid-7th stage prowess was already sufficient to stand proud among his peers. Moreover, he remembered that the Wolf Maiden had come with Ye Suifeng. Could it be? Xianxiaaudiobooks recalled the girl who had defeated him in the final match 5 years prior, employing the myriad manifestations of nightmarish celestial spirits. After 5 years, their figures had ascended to heights he could only gaze up at in awe. Furthermore, according to the elder, they had not chosen to cultivate within the Divine Mansion. How had they accomplished such feats? This left Xianxiaaudiobooks perplexed. Young man, you appear to be quite tall and striking. Allow me to share a secret. The Celestial Society is currently preparing to expand its ranks once more. Seize this opportunity to forge your future. Otherwise, once this chance passes, it shall be lost, the elder said, patting Xianxiaaudiobooks on the shoulder. Xianxiaaudiobooks forced a smile. Thank you, kind sir. Moments later, Xianxiaaudiobooks arrived before an opulent edifice. The 3 characters spelling Celestial Society were artistically inscribed, exuding an air of majesty. At the entrance, a constant flow of people passed by, most adorned with a white celestial spirit embroidered on their chests, exuding an aura of vitality. This was the very headquarters of the Celestial Society. Taking a deep breath, Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward. The revelation that his former rival had soared so far ahead struck a heavy blow to his confidence. His past pride crumbled in an instant. Yet, in the face of a heart eager to grow stronger, such pride seemed trivial. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Celestial Society was indeed the best place for him to be. With determination, Xianxiaaudiobooks strode to the entrance of the Celestial Society. I didn't expect you to come, a voice suddenly chimed from beside him. Turning, he beheld a familiar figure leaning against the wall, casually toying with a lightweight dagger. It was none other than the Wolf Maiden. You recognized me? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in surprise. The Wolf Maiden approached, the 5 years having transformed her into a true beauty. Her figure slender, yet a hint of mischief danced upon her lips. I recognized you back in the tavern, she replied with a smile. 5 years have passed, and you have become a mid-7th stage beast spirit warrior. You truly are the most outstanding talent of the Pingyang Pass. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned bitter. Please, spare me the mockery. I am not mocking you, she said earnestly. With your talent, even in the Imperial City or the Divine Mansion, you would not be considered inferior. But I am different. The Wolf Maiden smiled softly. We are old friends now. Come, I shall take you to meet her. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils constricted. To meet the leader? Do not let external rumors mislead you into thinking she is a violent and cruel demon. In truth, aside from her formidable strength, she has hardly changed since 5 years ago, the Wolf Maiden reassured him, patting his shoulder. Relax. Who knows, perhaps you will find yourself on par with me. With that, she stepped toward the grand entrance. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression was complex, but ultimately, he took a deep breath and followed the Wolf Maiden inside. Chapter 97. Unbelievably defeated. At the headquarters of the Celestial Society, Xianxiaaudiobooks accompanied the Wolf Maiden as they ascended. Along the way, greetings echoed around them, and several extraordinary individuals passed by, their powerful auras sending chills down Xianxiaaudiobooks' spine. They were undoubtedly above 8th stage. Yet, before the Wolf Maiden, they displayed utmost respect. As he observed his former rival having reached such heights, Xianxiaaudiobooks' feelings grew increasingly intricate. Was all of this due to Ye Suifeng, and that individual who had effortlessly defeated the great deity? Lost in thought, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly spotted a bear emerging from a room. Instantly, a chill ran through him, rendering him unable to move, his expression one of horror. The great deity? 5 years ago, he had witnessed that battle, although the great deity had suffered defeat. Its terrifying power had been fully revealed. Such an existence was now a member of the Celestial Society? What are you doing, Fugu? The Wolf Maiden approached, affectionately ruffling the bear's fluffy head. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt as if the world was spinning. How could the great deity permit a mere mortal to touch its head? Wolf Maiden, this is madness. Oh, the leader sent me to the small world to deliver something to the uncle, the bear replied nonchalantly. However, the outcome was not as Xianxiaaudiobooks had anticipated. The great deity showed no signs of anger. Rather, It appeared accustomed to such interactions, even turning its fluffy ears away in indifference. Very well, then, do what you must, the wolf maiden said. The great deity nodded, rising to its hind legs and swaying as it walked over to the window, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. It was now a member of the Celestial Society. Observing Shi Chang's stunned expression, the wolf maiden chuckled. Moreover, it is one of our 5 core members, known outside as the Bear Lord, the Black Bear. Since it ranks second, we sometimes refer to it as Bear 2. Shi appeared lost in thought, still unable to comprehend the situation. His revered deity had transformed into a subordinate of the Immortal Lord, now referred to as Fortune and Bear 2, and had even allowed others to pet its head. No wonder his father no longer revered the great deity, regardless of what was said. After a brief moment, the two arrived at a lavishly adorned room on the top floor, its decor exuding an eerie charm, with peculiar lines painted everywhere, as if they were ensconced in a dream. Inside the chamber, 3 formidable figures were busily engaged in their tasks. Shi did not see the familiar young girl. She was just here, the wolf girl remarked with a shrug, inquiring, "Where's the 7th? Shortly thereafter, a figure cloaked in a rainbow-hued robe lifted his head. He possessed a sharply pointed nose, his eyebrows mirroring the colors of his cloak, and an aura suggestive of a great demon emanated from him. Where else could she be? She's off searching for Yuhong, the 7th replied, his voice hoarse and shrill. I expected as much, the wolf girl said, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, the 7th leaped into the air, landing before them, fixating his gaze upon Shi face. I feel as though I have encountered you before. Shi was momentarily dazed. He had no particular recollection of this peculiar individual. An acquaintance from the vicinity of Pingyang Pass, the wolf girl interjected. The Immortal Lord is familiar with him. His talent is commendable. Let us see if he can be persuaded to join us. The 7th still could not recall where he had seen Shi, turning away in disinterest. You assess him. If he is capable, so be it. You know how she is. She never concerns herself with such matters, leaving the labor to us, her subordinates. It's quite exhausting, day in and day out. Don't forget, that esteemed elder has long wished to savor the flavor of the wan bird, the wolf girl observed, nearly inciting the 7th's ire. I merely jest. The fact that the Immortal Lord entrusts these matters to me only underscores my significance. The 7th forced a strained smile. If you seek her, you'd best head to the Royal Palace Gardens. She is surely there. The wolf girl scoffed, gazing towards the distant palace, ultimately shaking her head. Never mind, I shan't disturb her while she completes her task. We can discuss it when we meet again. In the elegant and exquisite garden of the Eternal Winter Palace, a pavilion stood where Yuhong sat, gazing at a complex formation array before him, rubbing his temples. Weary and fatigued. As time wore on, the weight of exhaustion intensified, and he felt his eyelids grow heavy, nearly unable to keep them open. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Yuhong was suddenly jolted awake. No. After uttering this, he collapsed onto the table, descending into a deep sleep. Upon regaining his clarity, he found himself amidst a sea of flowers. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrances, Yuhong sighed. You've just returned, and yet you do not rest? However, no response came. Suddenly, the floral landscape morphed. Each bloom exhaled a thick, black fog. The realm of immortals transformed instantaneously into the domain of demons. As Yuhong contemplated this, countless flowers withered, morphing into grotesque demons, drooling and howling as they lunged towards him. With a faint sigh, Yuhong raised his hand, inscribing symbols in the air. In an instant, a massive 8 trigrams formation materialized beneath his feet, radiating dazzling golden light as it rapidly expanded. Wherever it traversed, the multitude of demons was reduced to dust. In mere moments, all the malevolent spirits surrounding him were obliterated, none daring to approach Yuhong. Just then, a colossal eye appeared in the sky above, mesmerizing and soul-stirring. Simultaneously, a gaping abyssal maw slowly opened beneath Yuhong, lined with rows of bloodied, sharp teeth. Frowning slightly, Yuhong waved his hands once more. Soon, 2 incantations manifested out of thin air, swelling in the wind to form a colossal beam of light that pierced the heavens. Subsequently, Yuhong unleashed the incantations, directing them towards the eye and the enormous mouth. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the realm, sending ripples through the void. Xiao, enough. If you do not emerge soon, I shall shatter this dream, Yuhong declared. A soft sigh echoed through the world. Suddenly, the scene began to shift, and all malevolence gradually dissipated. Yuhong found himself back in the pavilion of the garden, though now there was a diminutive figure at the table before him. She still possessed her long, violet-red hair, her tiny arms bare, perched atop the table with her legs dangling in midair, swaying back and forth. Adorning her slender ankles were strings of beads. If any individuals of great power were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that these beads were all miniature inner cores of demon beasts, each at least of the 9th rank. How dull, still lacking just a smidgen. Xianxiaaudiobooks lay atop the table, resting her chin on her hands, a look of melancholy upon her face. The task assigned to her by her uncle was indeed rather challenging. Yuhong felt a twinge of embarrassment. 5 years prior, when the elder had given Xianxiaaudiobooks this task, he had thought it a jest. Who would have imagined that within a mere 4 years, Xianxiaaudiobooks would ascend from the pinnacle of foundation establishment to the realm of spiritual transformation? Moreover, since entering this new stage, she had begun to challenge herself. Initially, it was manageable, especially since Yuhong had already reached the peak of the merging stage and possessed the intricate and formidable techniques of the Heavenly Mechanism Valley. Though Xianxiaaudiobooks' methods were indeed peculiar, they posed little threat to him. However, her rapid growth in power was staggering. Within less than a year, she had successfully broken through to the spiritual transformation stage, becoming a formidable practitioner of the merging stage. And then, Yuhong found himself in dire straits. He could no longer effortlessly counter Xianxiaaudiobooks' challenges. Each encounter required immense effort to escape from her bizarre dreamscape. Today's ordeal had been comparatively mild. Perhaps it was due to her recent perilous return. This place is becoming increasingly tedious. You are the only one who can entertain me for a while, Xianxiaaudiobooks mused, gazing at the sky. Isn't there still the family of the warbears? Yuhong replied. The ancient warbear clan possesses strength beyond the tribulation stage. They merely enjoy sleeping, even within dreams, and are dreadfully dull. Xianxiaaudiobooks flipped over, asking, are there any other interesting secret realms? Yuhong shrugged, glancing at the beads dangling from her ankle, muttering, you've nearly eradicated the demon kings of eternal winter. Perhaps you should consult the elder. He must have a solution. Yuhong merely wished to dismiss this troublesome individual. Hee. Look at you, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed as she jumped down from the table, her long hair cascading like waves down to her heels. 5 years had passed, and she had likely only grown 5 centimeters taller, still resembling a young girl. Fear not. Once those saplings have matured, we shall depart. At that time, I shall present you with a gift. With that, she bounced away. Yuhong shook his head slightly, picking up his talisman brush, resuming his study of the formation array before him. However, just as he touched the array, a burst of colorful light suddenly erupted from the tip of the brush, rapidly enveloping him in tendrils of shimmering energy. Yuhong was taken aback, only to realize that he was utterly immobilized within the confines of the shimmering light. Subsequently, the colorful radiance gradually congealed upon his chest, giving rise to a resplendent multi-hued flower, which slowly blossomed. Moments later, it burst forth in a magnificent bloom. Yuhong's eyes widened as he beheld a comically round yellow face at the heart of the flower, peering at him with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, the flower erupted, transforming into a multitude of colorful specks. Gradually, the surroundings began to resemble a translucent membrane. Once this membrane dissipated, he found himself truly back in the realm of reality. Leaning against the back of his chair, colorful motes of light drifted gently around him. After a lengthy pause, he chuckled and shook his head. I have indeed lost. Chapter 98, Awakening. Here lay a diminutive world. The ground was carpeted with lush green grass, and at its center, a shallow pool of water shimmered. By the water's edge sat a man clad in white, quietly meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a flicker of gray light flashed within them. It is finally complete. Ye Suifeng exhaled softly. 5 years. Do you know how he has spent these 5 years? Nothing much, really. He had essentially been in seclusion within this world. At his behest, Yuhong had gathered nearly all varieties of supreme techniques from the Eternal Winter Kingdom, even extracting the secret arts of the Heavenly Mechanism Valley. After perusing various esteemed texts, Ye Suifeng commenced the extrapolation of the subsequent phases of the Yuan Shi Gong. Previously, in Yunxiao City, he had only extrapolated the first 2 sections, namely the Meridian Opening and Dan Mansion, corresponding to the realms of Qi refinement and Qi transformation in traditional cultivation. Now, he had completed all stages: Qi refinement, Qi transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit transformation, harmonization, and tribulation crossing. Following the tribulation, one would attain great ascension and could ascend to the celestial realm through the immortal gate. These stages corresponded in Yuan Shi Gong as follows: Meridian Opening, Dan Mansion, Dao Platform, Law Appearance, Core Condensation, Spirit Awakening, Spirit Manifestation, Heavenly Mandate, Divine Union, and the 9 Trials. After the 9 Trials, one would achieve ascension, stepping onto the immortal platform and entering the celestial realm. In comparison to traditional techniques, the most significant aspect of Yuan Shi Gong lies in its universality. It disregards spiritual roots and attributes. As long as one possesses a heart yearning for strength, the path of cultivation is open. Furthermore, while the initial stages of Yuan Shigong are relatively easy, the subsequent phases become increasingly arduous. However, those who cultivate Yuan Shigong will invariably become more formidable than their peers at the same level. Ye Suifeng extended his hand, tracing movements in the void. Moments later, a tome descended, revealing a complete text of the Yuan Shigong. If this were to be propagated, it would not be an exaggeration to say it could elevate the cultivation standards of the entire world by at least tenfold. For the beings of this world, this would be a boon, a creation. Simultaneously, it was Ye Suifeng's objective. Previously, he had encountered an ancient text stating that when an individual exerts sufficient influence over all living beings, the chaotic cosmos would bestow upon them an enigmatic primordial power. Ye Suifeng was greatly intrigued by this power. Moments later, he extracted a passage from the Yuan Shigong and cast it into the void. Such a supreme technique, of course, required some test subjects for experimentation. Feng Zhi and his companions remained his chosen subjects. Over these years, with each phase he extrapolated, he would directly transmit knowledge into their consciousness through the laws of heaven. He would also periodically check in to ensure there were no minor issues. 5 years had passed, and they had not disappointed him, having all reached the pinnacle of destiny, equivalent to the peak of spirit transformation, the 8th-tier transcendent beings of the eternal Winter Kingdom. The 4 of them practicing Yuan Shigong, combined with the Zhuzhen sword array, could even effortlessly hunt down formidable cultivators in the harmonization phase. Throughout these years, they had become one of Ye Suifeng's most powerful aides. Sigh. Ye Suifeng suddenly sighed softly. It is time. I should return. Considering the time, it had been nearly 6 years since they departed from Yunxiao City. He wondered how Yunxiao City and Yi Huang were faring now. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. My lord, you have emerged from seclusion. At that moment, a woman with a delicate figure and a fair visage approached, clasping her hands before her and standing in front of Ye Suifeng. It was Gu Yulan. Over the past 5 years, Gu Yulan had mainly remained in this small world, attending to various tasks beside Ye Suifeng. However, her primary duty had been culinary endeavors. Every few days, Yu Hong and Xiao Xiao would deliver fresh ingredients for her to refine. Naturally, Ye Suifeng played the role of culinary judge. Over the years, with access to a variety of exquisite ingredients, Gu Yulan's culinary skills had reached unparalleled heights. Moreover, having stayed by Ye Suifeng's side, her cultivation had significantly progressed, successfully breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. Her knife skills were such that even Yu Hong expressed admiration. Perhaps this was the little scheme devised by Gu Wanxin to place her here. Ye Suifeng acknowledged her with a hum and turned toward a patch of low yet dense foliage. The pile of debris resembling construction waste, known as the Origin Tower, remained prominent. Yet, it did not hinder the vigorous growth of the Enlightenment tree seeds. Thousands of saplings had already broken the surface, exuding an extraordinary charm in this realm. Ye Suifeng had long recognized that the Enlightenment tree possessed the miraculous ability to transform the environment and enlighten all things. Had this world not suffered that great calamity, and if the spirit of the heavenly way had been intact, under the influence of the Enlightenment tree, it might have already evolved to an inconceivable extent, perhaps even becoming another celestial realm. However, for now, their primary task remained to purify the remnants of the gods and demons that did not belong to this world. After examining their growth, Ye Suifeng concluded that it would not be long before they could develop into true individuals, ready to be transplanted across the world. And Xiao Xiao? Ye Suifeng inquired. Miss has gone to the Black Sha secret realm today. She should be back by now, Gu Yulan replied. I am here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Immediately after, Ye Xiao Xiao emerged from the void, landing beside Ye Suifeng. She was now able to traverse the dream void realm without needing to open a portal. Hee hee. She smiled, glancing at the lush saplings of the Enlightenment tree, and remarked, Uncle, can we return now? I miss home. Missing home? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Xiao Xiao nodded. I have never been away from home for such a long time. I wonder how my parents are doing. And what about my sisters? I don't know how they've changed. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Are you not afraid that they will bully you when you return? Not at all. Ye Xiao Xiao exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Ye Suifeng's and, with her other finger, traced a colorful bubble in the air before popping it with a satisfying puff. I am very confident in my current strength. Ye Suifeng paused for a moment and asked, have you completed your task? Ye Xiao Xiao snapped her fingers. Absolutely. Brother Yu Hong is no longer my match. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The young lady, after 5 years of relentless effort, has finally triumphed over the goal she had set for herself. Upon her return, she surprisingly refrained from flaunting her accomplishment before him. It seems that, although her exterior remains largely unchanged, deep within her, she has undoubtedly matured. Your celestial assembly has performed admirably. With great flair, Ye Suifeng remarked. Just a bit of fun. Ye Xiaoxiao replied, absent-mindedly kicking at the small stones beneath her feet. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, go settle in. If there are those you cannot bear to part with, bring them along. In a few days, we shall return to Cloud City together. Ye Xiaoxiao was instantly elated. Looking up to ask, really? Ye Suifeng nodded. You are truly wonderful, uncle. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around Ye Suifeng. Moments later, she released him, leaping backward and vanishing into the void, leaving only her voice echoing in the small world. Then I shall bring along more helpers. We'll plant trees together when we get home. Chapter 99. Arrangements at the headquarters of the Celestial Assembly. 5 figures sat together in a room on the top floor of the attic, seemingly awaiting something. Why did you call us here in such a hurry? The Master of Immortals suddenly exclaimed. I was just about to seek out the War Goddess associates for a brawl. One of them, a hulking brute named Dali, bellowed. He was the 5th champion of the Celestial Assembly, also known as the Mad Lord. This name was self-chosen, owing to the ferocious beast spirit he had fused with. The rampaging hound. Dali himself was a peak 8th-tier beast spirit warrior. Lu Ming, do you have any idea? Dali directed his gaze at a seemingly frail young man beside him. This youth was the 4th champion of the Celestial Assembly, known as the Master of Calamity. A powerful 9th-tier fate mage, his star of destiny was the star of disaster, leaving desolation in his wake. How could I know? Shouldn't you be asking the Wolf Lord? Lu Ming replied, turning his gaze towards the Wolf Maiden. She shrugged. I also received urgent news to come here. She then turned her attention to the 7th elder, who similarly shook his head. Finally, they glanced at Fu Gui, who was gnawing voraciously on a large piece of honeycomb he had acquired from somewhere. Well, asking him is futile. Yet, the Wolf Maiden harbored her own suspicions. 5 years had elapsed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the void, taking a seat at the head of the table. Master of Immortals. The others quickly rose. Ye Xiaoxiao waved her hand, saying, I called you all here for just one matter. I intend to return to the southern region of Jailing. Anyone who wishes to accompany me is welcome to join. She stated directly. The Wolf Maiden lowered her head, deep in thought, while Fu Gui continued to munch on his honeycomb. Both Dali and Lu Ming were momentarily taken aback. Only the 7th elder seemed to have anticipated this, bowing, wherever the Master of Immortals goes, I shall follow. Good. That makes one, Ye Xiaoxiao said, extending her finger before turning to the Wolf Maiden. Sister Wolf, what about you? The Wolf Maiden smiled broadly. I will always be by your side, and I have long wished to journey south. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded, then looked at Fu Gui, Air Bear. Pack your things in the next few days. We shall be embarking on a journey. Oh, Fu Gui blinked, then returned to his task. Meanwhile, the other two were still in a state of shock. This decision was far too abrupt, and their agreement came far too swiftly. Master of Immortals. Lu Ming cleared his throat. Why the sudden desire to venture south to Jailing? Because my home is over there, Ye Xiaoxiao replied, jumping down from the table. This time, I grant you complete freedom of choice. If you do not wish to leave Yongdong, you may stay. But if you wish to join me in conquering the south, prepare your belongings. We shall depart in a few days. Bang! A heavy fist slammed onto the table. Dali glared, exclaiming loudly, Yongdong is nothing. Are we truly just going to abandon the Celestial Assembly? Lu Ming nodded in agreement, for the Celestial Assembly represented the collective effort of their group. Sigh. Ye Xiaoxiao leaned against the table, arms crossed. I understand. But have you considered whether there is any room for advancement for the Celestial Assembly here in Yongdong? This question rendered them all silent. Indeed, the War Goddess Association, the most formidable force in the Imperial City, had already been trampled beneath their feet. Beyond that, only the pursuit of royal status remained. But how could that be possible? After a moment, Ye Xiaoxiao spoke again. As long as we exist, the Celestial Assembly shall endure. The world to the south is vast and vibrant, teeming with strong individuals like stars in the night sky. I admit, I primarily wish to return home. Yet, even without this motivation, I would not remain cooped up in Yongdong. The grand world to the south is our true stage. Once Ye Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the two remained silent for a long while. They were, after all, still young and harbored aspirations as boundless as the sea. To reign supreme in Yongdong was certainly not their future choice. Eventually, Lu Ming spoke. You are right. Our Celestial Assembly indeed deserves to step onto a larger stage. However, this decision feels rather hasty. There are many matters that cannot be settled in time. For instance, how many people should we bring with us to the south? And who should we take? Ye Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. I have already thought it through. This news shall be conveyed to those who initially fought alongside us. Those who wish to stay may do so, and those who wish to leave may leave. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. But if the higher-ups all depart, the Celestial Assembly here will likely collapse immediately. The Celestial Assembly is still too young. It currently stands only because of the powerful presence of its leaders. If they all leave, it would probably disband or be swallowed by other factions within a few days. However, Ye Suifeng responded, before we depart, I will inform the royal family of Yongdong to ensure the existence of the Celestial Assembly. Lu Ming felt a surge of astonishment within. The outside world had long speculated that the Master of Immortals held a close relationship with the Yongdong royal family. Yet, it now appeared that perhaps her identity was even more formidable than they had imagined. With the involvement of the royal family, matters would become much simpler. There remained only one final question. Lu Ming inquired, if the core members leave, who will manage the normal operations of the Celestial Assembly? I certainly do not trust those newcomers from the War Goddess Association. This statement caused Ye Suifeng to furrow her brow as well. It was indeed too urgent, making it difficult to execute without any flaws. I actually have a suitable candidate in mind. The wolf maiden suddenly interjected. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Who? Half an hour later, Shi Zhong emerged from the inn, pulling his father, Shi Haojia, along with him. After several days apart, Shi Haojia appeared somewhat disheveled. Having been dismissed from his long-held position as the Grand Leader, he had suffered a significant blow. Zhong you need not worry. I currently have no thoughts whatsoever. Shi Haojia said weakly. This is truly an opportunity, father. Shi Zhong insisted eagerly. When the wolf maiden and Ye Suifeng approached him, expressing their desire for Shi Haojia to manage the Celestial Assembly, Shi Zhong was utterly astonished and dashed back in a flurry. Yet his father seemed devoid of any spirit. Opportunity? Humph. Shi Haojia shook off Shi Zhong's hand, gazing at the palace in the sky, and whispered with a smile, in this world, only those who stand at the pinnacle have the right to discuss opportunities. Therefore, let us become sufficiently powerful. Shi Zhong shouted loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. He approached Shi Haojia and lowered his voice. Father, 5 years ago, we witnessed that man strike the great heavenly god down from the heavens, leaving it utterly defenseless. Though it was a bear, it was still a formidable 10th-tier powerhouse. Recently, I learned that he later arrived at the imperial city and shattered the so-called eternally unyielding grand formation of the royal city with a single move, effortlessly destroying the 9 heavens worship afterward. The countless lives within the imperial city trembled beneath his feet. To such a person, what does royalty signify? Shi Zhong fixed his gaze on his father, who had grown half a head shorter than him over the past 5 years. Observing the shifting expression of Shi Haojia, Shi Zhong sighed. Father, the Celestial Association was established by that young girl from years ago. Coincidentally, they are headed back to the southern region, presenting a tremendous opportunity for both of us. An opportunity to become sufficiently powerful. After his words, Shi Haojia fell into a prolonged silence. The formidable and defiant figure of that man from years past flickered in his mind. Ultimately, a flame reignited in Shi Haojia's eyes. Chapter 100, The Return Journey. Can he truly succeed? After meeting Shi Haojia, Ye Suifeng inquired of the wolf maiden. He is the lord of the Pingyang Pass, with formidable strength. Managing a gang should be no issue, the wolf maiden replied. Ye Suifeng nodded. Is he trustworthy enough? The wolf maiden smiled. Let us not forget. His son is here with us. Upon confirming Shi Haojia as the acting leader, Ye Suifeng included Shi Zhong among the candidates for the journey south. In the world of martial arts, certain methods must be employed. Furthermore, they could hardly find anyone more suitable than Shi Haojia in such a short time frame. Then it is settled, Ye Suifeng declared. Days later, in the small world, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the verdant saplings of the enlightenment tree before him. An enigmatic aura began to coalesce above them. It was a presence capable of awakening the wisdom in all things. If a mundane person were to be present, within the span of a tea ceremony, they would be transformed into a genius. Meanwhile, other beings lost in ignorance would also gain sentience here, soaring to new heights. As time passed, the aura above the enlightenment tree grew denser, gradually transforming into a green mist. At a certain moment, the entire small world suddenly trembled. Thousands of saplings of the enlightenment tree finally completed their metamorphosis, becoming mature entities, each possessing the potential to grow into a pillar of the world. The green mist at that moment turned into countless droplets of water, cascading down. Due to the sheer number of enlightenment trees, these green droplets began to converge, forming a gentle stream. What a waste! Ye Suifeng exclaimed, producing a jade bottle and beckoning. The green liquid soared into the bottle. After collecting several cubic meters of the liquid, the stream gradually dwindled. What remained had all seeped into the earth, nourishing the newly sprouted enlightenment saplings. It is time to depart. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng uprooted the thousands of enlightenment trees, gathering them in the sky. Their crystalline roots sparkled with a dazzling green light. According to the descriptions of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, the enlightenment trees would only turn white upon reaching the 6th stage. Prior to that, They were indistinguishable from most other plants, remaining green. After uprooting all the saplings, Ye Suifeng opened his spatial storage, placing them all inside. Dozens of origin towers, regarded as refuse, followed suit. Before transplantation, they required the nourishment of the origin towers and grew at a painfully slow pace. Only after being transplanted to the main world would they absorb the power of heaven and earth, purifying the land. All right, let us go, Ye Suifeng stated. He and Gu Yulan then departed from the small world. In the outside world, atop a vast high platform, a large crowd was gathered, seemingly awaiting something. At the forefront stood Ye Xiaoxiao and the 5 lords of the Celestial Association. Opposite Ye Xiaoxiao was Yu Hong, who had regained his vitality. Since their last encounter, Ye Xiaoxiao had not sought him out again. Rest assured, everything concerning the Celestial Association is in my hands. Hurry and prepare your belongings. Do not delay our departure, Yu Hong said with a broad smile. The little ancestor was finally leaving. Ye Xiaoxiao, filled with joy, responded, "You are too kind. Not only have you provided us with an abundance of food for unforeseen circumstances, but also with so many spirit stones, monster cores, beast souls, and precious materials. I cannot thank you enough." Yu Hong's lips twitched. It seemed that aside from the food, none of the other items he had prepared for Ye Xiaoxiao existed. Gazing into her crescent-like eyes, Yu Hong slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I had prepared them long ago." He hastily communicated with the Eternal Winter Emperor, urging the royal treasury to deliver a portion. As long as this young lady can depart, it is worth any effort. Subsequently, the two staged a playful scene reminiscent of a New Year's celebration, one insisting, "Oh, I do not want it," while stuffing items into their pockets, the other insisting, take it. If you do not accept it, it would be disrespectful," while secretly retrieving some for themselves. Observing the preposterously hypocritical duo, the wolf maiden could not help but facepalm. "Fugaway, are you not going to say farewell to your family?" The wolf maiden turned to the little bear beside her. Fugaway rubbed his eyes. "I have already bid farewell." The little bear wore a sorrowful expression, prompting the wolf maiden to crouch down and gently pat its head. Comforting, "Do not be too sad. There will surely be time in the future. They told me to bring back a mountain of delicious food, or else they would team up to beat me up." Fugaway pouted, lamenting. The wolf maiden thought, what extraordinary friends does she have? Perhaps only Lu Ming and Quang Dali could be considered somewhat normal. As for Old Seven, one must never hope for a foolish bird. At that moment, Shi Zhong approached the wolf maiden. "Are you nervous?" She raised an eyebrow. "A little," Shi Zhong replied with a shy smile. "I have only heard of the southern region of Jailing. I never imagined I would have the chance to visit. I have heard that it is teeming with geniuses, with numerous formidable individuals. Is that true?" The wolf maiden rolled her eyes. "How would I know? You have been with the Celestial Master for quite a while." "Indeed." Shi Zhong chuckled. The wolf maiden looked at the small figure and laughed. "If the prodigies there are all like the Celestial Master, then we can comfortably continue being our little minions." Moments later, the two figures landed upon the high platform. Ye Xiaoxiao hurriedly welcomed them. Everyone else fell silent, their expressions filled with reverence. They understood that this was the parent of the Celestial Master, an existence of unimaginable power. "Are you prepared?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded in affirmation. Gazing at the multitude of over 100 individuals on the high platform, Ye Suifeng chuckled. "With so many people, how do you intend to transport them?" "With the Rainbow Phoenix," Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, seizing the transformed figure of the vibrant bird, now a 9th-tier beast. It could carry hundreds at once. The Rainbow Phoenix appeared somewhat weary, as if it was destined to become a burdensome chariot once more. Ye Suifeng nodded. "Just take care of your own people. Well then, let us depart." Subsequently, the Rainbow Phoenix reverted to its original form, its wings stretching over 100 meters as it landed upon the high platform. The crowd of over 100 individuals gradually boarded. Naturally, Ye Suifeng would not join them. Instead, he plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tree and tossed it into the air. Instantly, the leaf expanded against the wind, transforming into a majestic floating vessel. Thereafter he, along with Ye Xiaoxiao, Gu Yulan, and Fu Guwei, ascended into the sky. Yu Hong observed them, his face adorned with a serene smile. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward him. "Yu Hong, you should come as well." The smile froze on his face. "Me?" Ye Suifeng nodded. "Your teacher entrusted me with a request on his deathbed, to ensure you witness the enlightenment tree blooming across the land, fulfilling the ultimate destiny of the Tiangui Valley." Yu Hong's expression grew solemn, and he bowed deeply. "I shall heed the directive of my esteemed predecessor and teacher." He then glanced at the resting place of the venerable Tianga elder before turning to board the leaf boat. Moments later, a leaf soared into the sky, spiraling upward, with the magnificent Rainbow Phoenix following close behind. They raced southward, one ahead of the other. Chapter 101. The East belongs to all. In the southeastern region of the Nine Cities Alliance, in Linjiang City, at the foot of the city walls, a stout figure emerged in a flurry, scrambling out of a narrow dog hole. Though covered in dirt, the quality of his attire betrayed his immense wealth. Yet, it was unclear why he now appeared so disheveled. Glancing back in a state of apparent panic, as if fleeing for his life, suddenly, a long sword materialized out of thin air, embedding itself in the ground before him, its hilt vibrating and humming ominously. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, his face awash with despair. Weak in his knees, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A pair of black boots appeared before him. Slowly, he raised his gaze, encountering the silhouette of a tall figure, clad in black combat attire. Her worn purple cloak billowed behind her in the wind. The blinding sunlight streamed from behind her, obscuring her features, leaving only strands of long hair dancing in the breeze. Yet, the middle-aged man recognized her instantly. Bowing his head, tears streamed down his cheeks. For a long time, there has existed a faction in Linjiang City that vehemently opposed the establishment of the Tianwan Palace. You were the one who instigated the conflict, weren't you, Fenghe? Speak, why? Her voice, low and devoid of emotion, pierced the air. Fenghe forced a miserable smile. You of the Tianwan Palace are merely vassals of the Ye family from Yunxiao City. I could never submit to the covetous hands of Ye Suifeng. His agitation crescendoed as he spoke of Ye Suifeng, fear laced in his fury. Have you encountered him? She asked, seemingly surprised. Indeed, Fenghe replied in a hushed tone. Once, I conducted business in Yunxiao City. After Ye Suifeng unified the city, he employed despicable means, using merely a low-grade spirit stone to forcibly acquire my assets worth billions. Driving me out, he treats everyone in this manner. The figure before him stood silently, offering no response. Fenghe, suddenly kneeling, implored, let me tell you. Ye Suifeng is a malevolent spirit. Collaborating with him will yield no fortune. Even if you conquer a realm for him, you will surely meet a tragic end. You, your companions, your subordinates, may not even retain your own golden core. I am a living testament to this. His earnest pleas were so heartfelt that they could draw tears, compelling one to ponder the depths of Ye Suifeng's cruelty. It seems you offer such counsel to all who oppose the Tianwan Palace and the Ye family, do you not? The woman inquired suddenly. Fenghe was taken aback, lowering his head as he solemnly replied, what I speak is the truth. You may disregard it. But when the time comes and Ye Suifeng discards you, do not lament. The wind howled louder. Suddenly, the woman laughed. Do you know who I am? She questioned. Fenghe nodded. I know. You are the esteemed leader of the Tianwan Palace, an unrivaled legend in recent years. She gently shook her head. I am Ye Huang, daughter of Ye Suifeng. I trust my father would not resort to such treachery against me. Fenghe abruptly lifted his head, the sunlight flickering, and at that moment, he finally beheld her visage. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet it plunged him into an abyss of icy dread. In a flash, the sword gleamed. A head was sent soaring into the air. Ye Huang stood poised. A cultivator at the golden core stage now appeared as insignificant as an ant before her. To slay him required no effort at all. Her presence was merely due to Fenghe's pivotal role in the opposition against Linjiang City. Little did she anticipate the connection this man had with her father. Gazing at the distant sky, 5 slender trails of color shimmered at her brow, reminiscent of half-blooming flowers, casting a faint glow. These were the colored celestial lights she had captured in the 9 heavens. Each represented a form of supreme sword intent. Over the years, none who had encountered those sword intents had survived. Father, where are you now? Are you always watching over your daughter? A sense of longing graced Ye Huang's exquisite face. She believed her father was ever watchful, even across a distance of 100,000 miles. With the passage of years and the defeat of formidable foes, she had come to comprehend the true magnitude of her father's strength. Even now, as a formidable cultivator in the harmonization stage, with the aid of the 9 heavens sword intent, she had the potential to vanquish a tribulation stage expert. Yet, she still could not grasp even a fragment of her father's essence. She wondered how her cousin, who had accompanied her father on his journeys, had fared. Had she matured? Or was she still as playful as before? And what of Ye Long, heading southwest, Yi Qian remaining in Yunxiao City, and Yi Qinyao, who joined the Tianfu Academy? These 5 were all nurtured by her father. She pondered their current circumstances. Nevertheless, Ye Huang was confident they would soon reunite. For Linjiang City had become the final stronghold in the eastern region of the 9 Cities Alliance. She was on the cusp of fulfilling her initial promise, conquering her way to the southernmost point of the 9 Cities Alliance. Everywhere she passed, the inhabitants succumbed to her might. Further south lay the Panlong mountain range, home to the Tianfu Academy. As Ye Huang contemplated, several figures descended rapidly from the sky, landing behind her. Among them were Fenghe, Lu Hong, and the 4 great protectors. Aside from them, there were several others, each exuding valor and extraordinary presence. These individuals constituted the most formidable warriors of the Tianwan Hall. The Hall Master, all the remaining heads of families in Linjiang City, have willingly pledged their allegiance to the Tianwan Hall. Fengzhi knelt on one knee, and the rest followed suit. Congratulations, Hall Master. Their voices resonated like thunder, their spirits soaring to the heavens. The gentle breeze stirred the violet cloak behind Yi Huang, a battle robe bestowed upon her by her father. Very well, next we shall eradicate the rebellious forces across various regions. Let the banner of the Yi family Tianwan Hall be planted throughout the eastern territories of the Nine-City Alliance. Yi Huang declared. Yes, came the thunderous reply from all present. Moments later, Fengzhi approached Yi Huang's side. Hall Master, he said. Yi Huang acknowledged with a slight nod. What is it? The four great guardians were her most trusted and relied upon allies. Fengzhi paused before speaking. Linjiang City has surrendered. The remaining opposing forces are but remnants. Incapable of stirring significant turmoil, their eradication is merely a matter of time. However, Blackstone City remains the last bastion of resistance. As he spoke, Fengzhi's gaze shifted to a young man in the crowd, distinguished yet with darkened skin. Mi Feng had emerged as the most outstanding subordinate over the years, second only to the four guardians. His identity had gradually become known. He was the son of the Lord of Blackstone City, the sole legitimate heir. Yet, Blackstone City was the most fervent opponent of the Tianwan Hall and the Yi family. Let him deal with it himself, Yi Huang replied, redirecting her gaze. When my father returns, I shall not permit a single voice of dissent within the Nine-City Alliance. Chapter 102. Yunxiao, the World. Boom, boom, boom. The three chimes echoed throughout Yunxiao City. Everyone within the city understood that this marked the commencement of the monthly contemplation assembly at the Xianxia Academy. Yet, these chimes heralded an even more significant event. The spiritual rain was about to descend. 6 years prior, the Yi family had made grand efforts to reconstruct Yunxiao City. At that time, many were unaware of the implications. However, when the first drops of spiritual rain fell, everyone was utterly astonished. That day, the sky was adorned with auspicious clouds. Ancient trees swayed with the gentle rain, revived with life. Countless birds circled above Yunxiao City, while beasts knelt on the ground, reverently facing the city as if on a pilgrimage. The earth brimmed with vitality, trees flourished, and birds and fish reveled in the heavenly dew. The people felt a stirring in their hearts. Was this a divine blessing upon the populace? Yet soon they realized that this spiritual rain fell solely within the domain of Yunxiao City, gradually dispersing from its center. Gasps of realization spread among the crowd. Was this spiritual rain the doing of the Yi family? The following day, speculation was confirmed. A grand decree of rain appeared above Yunxiao City, detailing the monthly spiritual rain, the transformation rain every 3 months, the soul rain annually, and the life rain every 3 years, among others. This decree was signed by the head of the Yi family, Ye Suifeng. The people of Yunxiao City then understood that the architect of all this was none other than the fabled being. Gazing upon the decree radiating with brilliance, they knelt in reverence. It was not mere divine grace, but rather holy benevolence. From that day forth, the title Yisheng began to circulate among the masses. In the realm of Yunxiao City, this name became a symbol of faith and taboo, an existence that none could dare to offend. It was also from that time that the Xianxia Academy opened its doors wide, welcoming apprentices and establishing itself as the most influential entity in Yunxiao City. Aside from the Yi family, the three chimes gradually faded. A gentle rain, as promised, began to fall. A slender figure clad in a light cyan robe stood at the edge of a shallow pond, watching the lotus flowers sway in the rain. Colorful little koi swam joyfully around the lotus roots, occasionally surfacing. A few bold ones stared with wide eyes at the figure on the shore. The rippling surface of the water reflected the person's face, sharp brows and bright eyes, yet exuding an air of elegance and affability. Dean, at that moment, a young woman, similarly attired, holding a small umbrella made of banana leaves, approached the shore. The man turned, feeling a sense of familiarity. It was Yi Qian, the founder of Xianxia Academy. Little E, the woman before him, was the little girl Yi Qian had rescued years ago, now grown into a radiant beauty. She held the umbrella for Yi Qian and softly inquired, "Are you thinking of Yisheng again?" Yi Qian chuckled lightly. "In the future, do not address him as such in his presence. He has never regarded himself as a sage and does not favor being called that." Little E looked puzzled. "But his deeds are those of a sage." As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, droplets of rain falling upon her fingertips, transforming into rich spiritual energy that swirled above them. Over the past 6 years, the monthly spiritual rain had utterly transformed the realm of Yunxiao City into a sacred ground. The population had increased by hundreds of times. Even beyond the borders of Yinxiao City, throngs of people had arrived, nearly establishing a circle of small nations of their own. Yi Qian remained silent, having witnessed the flourishing of Yinxiao City over the years. It was a prosperity he had never envisioned. Yinxiao City had indeed become a holy land, with the Yi family at its core and his uncle, Ye Suifeng, as the sovereign of this sacred domain. Dean, do you know what the current price for entering the realm of Yinxiao City has risen to? Little Yi suddenly asked with a smile. How much? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Little Yi extended a single finger. 10 million spirit stones. This was merely the price for the outskirts. They were nearly driven to madness just to experience the heavenly rain. Little Yi shook her head. Normal, Yi Qian remarked. The spiritual rain, transformation rain, soul rain, and life rain are all invaluable opportunities for breakthroughs for cultivators. Even if one exhausts their life, they would seek this chance. After a pause, Yi Qian asked, what about the core area within 1,000 miles of Yinxiao City? Has there been any such situation? Little Yi shook her head. No. Only those who have made significant contributions to Yinxiao City are granted entry into the core area. This has always been strictly regulated by the family. Yi Qian nodded. A clear hierarchy, with the core as the focal point. This is a rule established by my uncle and the foundation of Yinxiao City's long-standing stability. The Yi family's core. The direct descendants. Those who have made significant contributions to the family, the Yi family as a whole, and then Yinxiao City, its surrounding 100 miles, and finally, the realm beyond 1,000 miles. Resource allocation is meticulously divided according to this hierarchy. The core area within 1,000 miles is firmly under the control of the Yi family. Consequently, the Yi family's position remains transcendental and unassailable. Never mind. The family will have the clan elders in charge. Our task is to gather talented individuals and, while educating the masses, ensure that we retain the outstanding talents from the outside world within our grasp, Yi Qian stated. Indeed, have the 3 chosen ones of this year been found? Before my uncle departed, he left not only the rain decree but also 3 celestial mandates. Each year, 3 innate stones descend. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones fall. And every decade, 3 stones of creation are bestowed. Within the jurisdiction of Yinxiao City, over the past 5 years, 15 individuals possessing innate bodies have emerged, alongside 3 holy ones who have awakened their divine abilities. All of them were ushered into the gates of the Xianxia Academy by Yi Qian, and they have since become prominent figures within the institution. This year, the innate stones have already descended, and the sacred stones are soon to follow. There is no need for further search. After acquiring their innate bodies, they have naturally gravitated towards the academy, Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. The reputation of Xianxiao Academy is second only to the existence of the Sage Yi family. However, Xiao Yi suddenly furrowed her brows and said, the news of the divine stones descending has gradually spread. Perhaps this year, a fierce conflict will arise due to the sacred stones. The heavenly mandates have not been made public, yet nearly 6 years have passed, and many have speculated certain information. Yi Qian chuckled. After all, they are supreme divine objects. Only through conflict can the most suitable talents be selected, don't you agree? Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. But let us not cause too much of a ruckus. Yi Qian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled towards the courtyard. The head of the family could return at any moment. We must not allow him to perceive that we have left the household in disarray. I still wish to ask him for a personal inscription for the academy. Xiao Yi gently pressed her lips together, watching that tall figure, her eyes filled with admiration, respect, and a hint of deeply concealed affection. Even now, in the later stages of integration, possessing unmatched strength, does he still need to seek Yisheng's favor? What kind of being is the head of the family truly? Chapter 103, The Grand Stage Approaches. In the Panlong mountain range, Tianfu Academy stands as a testament to the gathering of the world's prodigies. A description most fitting for this esteemed institution. Perhaps within your own clan or sect, you are an unrivaled genius. Yet upon entering Tianfu Academy, you will inevitably discover that there are always greater heights to aspire to. It is possible that even entry to the Junzi Academy may elude you. Beyond the Junzi Academy lies the Four Seasons Academy, the Starry Academy, and the Heaven and Earth Academy. Those fortunate enough to enter the Heaven and Earth Academy are nothing short of prodigious anomalies. If they flourish, they could become titans of their domains. The number of students in the Heaven and Earth Academy is few, yet it is often lively, with countless individuals eager to forge connections with these future rulers of the world. However, today, the atmosphere within the Heaven and Earth Academy is eerily silent. The once elegant courtyard, shrouded in ethereal mist, now emanates a faint crimson glow, casting a disquieting aura that sends shivers down the spine. One cannot dare to gaze too long. The dark red light resembles an enigmatic vortex, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Glancing around anxiously, Upon catching sight of the ominous crimson hue on the walls, her pupils constricted in horror. No, Xianxiao, no. She reached out, pressing her hand against the wall. Almost instantly, the faint crimson light began to creep up her arm, enveloping her entire being. Soon, the scene before her shifted. The courtyard was no longer empty. It was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Observing their attire, she realized they were indeed the renowned prodigies of the Heaven and Earth Academy. The young woman's expression turned to one of terror. As the crimson mist continued to engulf her, the scene became increasingly vivid, with distant wails of despair echoing through the air. She turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure clad in red, standing with an air of calm. That figure glanced her way, embodying both the grace of a celestial being and the menace of a demon. It was none other than Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng cast a fleeting glance at the young woman before shifting her gaze away. Before her, a man knelt upon the ground, his face contorted in agony, seemingly enduring excruciating torment. His body curled inward, emitting a foul stench, evidently in a state of utter degradation. "Spare me, kill me," he pleaded, his voice strained, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. "You truly believe that under the protection of the Heaven and Earth Academy, you could remain unscathed?" Ye Suifeng spoke slowly, her gentle tone laced with an icy chill akin to a purgatorial descent. Every fallen figure surrounding her was a result of her own doing. The so-called prodigies, the so-called anomalies, the so-called unrivaled talents, crumbled effortlessly under the weight of true power. They had been brimming with arrogance and disdain for all. Yet in the face of death, they knelt and begged for mercy, imploring Ye Suifeng for a chance at survival. Ye Suifeng offered no such opportunity. "Guanmu, take a look at this." Suddenly, Ye Suifeng produced a piece of parchment and placed it before the kneeling Guanmu. It was a letter addressed to the Academy's headmaster. A plea for mercy, signed by Zhang Dong. Yet the one for whom mercy was sought was not himself, but rather Guanmu. "You committed such a grave transgression. And yet Zhang Dong merely sought to teach you a lesson, wishing to save you afterward. But what did he receive in return?" Ye Suifeng's expression turned cold as she fixed her gaze upon Guanmu. "Betrayal. You cared for nothing, simply betraying him. You wielded the dagger that pierced Zhang Dong's very lifeblood, shattering his soul and condemning him to eternal unrest." Guanmu gazed at the letter, tears of blood streaming uncontrollably down his face. Trembling, he sobbed, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Zhang Dong was dead. Ye Suifeng continued. He perished by his own hand, lost to his foolish sense of justice, and succumbed to his misguided sense of responsibility towards us. I had long warned him not to trust others so blindly, but he was indifferent, believing that a sincere heart could summon a like spirit in return. In Tianfu Academy, I have only respected him. Thus, Guanmu, no matter the circumstances, I can never forgive you. With that, Ye Suifeng gently raised her hand. Countless crimson threads coiled around her jade-like fingers, the other ends piercing into Guanmu's body. As her fingers moved, his body was lifted, a haunting scream escaping his lips, each thread embedding painfully into the depths of his soul, as if everything he was being torn asunder. "Ye Suifeng," Guanmu bellowed, "you've murdered me, slaughtered so many illustrious students of the Heaven and Earth Academy. You will surely meet a grim fate. The headmaster will not let you go." Ye Suifeng remained unmoved, her demeanor as placid as ever. "So, these are your final words." With that, she tugged on the crimson threads, and a multitude of tiny blood spouts erupted from various parts of Guanmu's body. Blood splattered upon Ye Suifeng's gown, the crimson fabric becoming even more resplendent. At that moment, the young woman finally entered this realm, rushing forth in alarm. She clasped Ye Suifeng's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "Xianxiao, the headmaster and the others have arrived with divine artifacts. You must flee now," the young woman urged fervently. Ye Suifeng lifted her hand, brushing away the traces of her tears, and shook her head with a smile. They have arrived." As the words fell, a tremendous divine light cleaved through this crimson world, allowing the pristine radiance of the heavens to finally penetrate. The onlookers outside could now discern the scene within the courtyard. A group of individuals clad in azure robes stood suspended in the void, their expressions trembling with shock and horror. At the forefront was an elder with hair as white as snow, clutching a shimmering silver bell that faintly gleamed. That was in existence above even heavenly treasures. A sacred artifact. "Ye Suifeng," the elder bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the entire Tianfu Academy. The terrifying might of the tribulation phase surged directly towards Ye Suifeng. Yet, a dark crimson light manifested before her, shielding both her and Yanxi. The elder's countenance flickered with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Ye Suifeng, you dare slay all the prodigies of the Tiandi Academy." Ye Suifeng remained unfazed. "They protected those I aimed to kill, thus I had no choice but to eliminate them." The elder's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. You could have resolved this matter through the academy. Zhang Dong shared the same sentiment. Thus he was utterly terrified. Ye Qiniao replied, Director, I wish not to engage in idle chatter. I am the one who is killed, and I shall not sit idly by, so let what must come, come. The elder's eyes widened in fury. Ye Qiniao, do you truly believe that there is no one here capable of restraining you? Ye Qiniao remained silent, the crimson mist before her growing ever thicker. Behind her, a mirror began to levitate slowly into the air. The two sides stood in opposition, the impending clash ready to erupt. Xingsong, cease this at once. Suddenly, a voice resonated. Following that, a towering figure descended from the heavens, exuding an ethereal aura as he walked through the air to stand between the two. Master Hengsu, the director exclaimed in astonishment. Hengsu offered no response, but gazed intently at Ye Qiniao. Spare her. After a long pause, Hengsu finally spoke. Master, she has slain all the prodigies of the Tiandi Academy. The director gasped in shock. Prodigies? Hengsu regarded him with a mocking expression. Those who have been slain are called prodigies? He then turned his gaze. The time to determine the ownership of this chaotic region of the 9 cities is approaching swiftly. Our Tianfu Academy requires true prodigies to stand a chance of victory. Xingsong, do you comprehend? With that, Hengsu soared into the sky. Chapter 104, The Return. Majestic mountains towered high. Atop a picturesque peak lay a crystal-clear lake. By the water's edge, several deer with white tails frolicked joyously. Among them, one particularly robust stag lay resting beside the water. The remaining deer gathered around it, clearly indicating this strong stag was the leader of the herd. Suddenly, a blue halo appeared at the edge of the stag's presence. The leader opened its eyes, the blue light flickering across its face, revealing a hint of confusion. Suddenly, it felt its body grow heavy, plummeting from the blue halo and vanishing from sight. The surrounding deer, ears perked, stared in shock at their suddenly missing leader. Frozen in place, motionless. Above in the sky, 2 shadows darted swiftly across the heads of the deer. With a thud, the stag landed on a massive white leaf. The howling wind rushed past, and clouds billowed around it, indicating it had ascended to the heavens. Before it could properly survey its surroundings, a flash of blade light passed before its eyes, and then darkness enveloped it. Yu Hong stood at the forefront of the leaf, observing the 2 women, one giggling merrily while the other extracted a glowing white core from the stag's chest with a sharp knife. He shook his head gently. A 7th-tier demon beast, just like that, was lost. Yu Hong knew that within half an hour, it would be transformed into a delectable feast. Since entering the jailing half a month ago, he had witnessed such scenes far too often. Almost all 6th-tier and above demon beasts had not escaped this fate. This group of individuals was akin to geese plucking feathers, systematically depleting the Qinggu jailing. The precious high-tier goods within were either turned into delicacies or temporarily stored, claimed to be kept for future feasting. As the sole heir of the Tianji Valley and the world's guardian, Yu Hong was deeply reluctant to witness such occurrences. He even wished to shed a few tears to express his sorrow. However, after Gu Yulan transformed them into meals, he found no tears, only involuntarily salivating at the aroma. It was simply too enticing. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but glance towards the figure of Ye Suifeng in front of him. The predecessor was indeed wise. Bringing such a cook along on an excursion was an unparalleled stroke of genius. What is it? Ye Suifeng sensed Yu Hong's gaze upon him, his expression curious, prompting him to speak. It's nothing at all. Yu Hong replied awkwardly, contemplating before saying, I was merely wondering how much longer until we exit the Qinggu jailing? No rush, it will be soon, Ye Suifeng replied. Yu Hong nodded and stepped forward, saying, Predecessor, I actually wanted to inquire when you plan to plant those numerous enlightenment trees. He shifted the topic to a more serious tone to mask his earlier embarrassment. This had indeed been a long-standing question in his mind. Those were over 10,000 enlightenment trees. If all were planted, they could occupy an entire world. How many origin towers would that require? And how vast a force would be needed to accomplish it? This undoubtedly necessitated a careful, meticulous, and exceedingly detailed plan. When I am prepared, Ye Suifeng responded. Yu Hong nodded seriously. Such significant matters required the predecessor to be well prepared. He couldn't help but wonder if this timeline was 500 years or perhaps even less. Yu Hong dared not dwell on it further, fearing his own greed. What the predecessors of Tianji Valley had never witnessed, he was truly experiencing. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng's consciousness had arrived in his personal space. Here, tens of thousands of young enlightenment trees flourished vibrantly. Surrounding them, the sky was brimming with countless origin towers. Several of Ye Suifeng's divine thought avatars were seated within, continuously refining the origin towers. Over 90,000 now, Ye Suifeng estimated, before shifting his gaze back from the small world. This was, in fact, his preparation. The enlightenment trees required the nourishment of the origin towers to grow more rapidly, akin to fertilizer. A 9-layer origin tower served as the best fertilizer for the Enlightenment trees, maximizing their growth rate. Through experimentation, Ye Suifeng discovered that only under the combined influence of 10 origin towers could they truly reach that limit, doubling the effect of a single tower. Thus, on the journey back, Ye Suifeng had divided several of his divine consciousness avatars specifically to refine origin towers. Having not focused too intently, it took him over half a month to produce over 90,000. At this rate, in just a few more days, he would provide all the young Enlightenment trees with the highest grade growth conditions. Then, the grand endeavor of planting trees could commence. Yu Hong, in matters such as these, one must possess patience. It is imperative to be thoroughly prepared before proceeding. Ye Suifeng, under the impression that Yu Hong was eager to plant trees at this very moment, thought to himself that a few days' effort was hardly sufficient. The elder's words ring true. It is indeed the younger generation that is too impatient. Yu Hong bowed respectfully, contemplating that he should not display such eagerness. For a matter of such magnitude, one must at least devise a plan that spans a millennium. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement, affirming, "It is good that you understand." Thus, their conversation, having drifted onto different wavelengths, came to a close. They then turned their attention back to admiring the two women as they hunted, followed by indulging in the exquisite delicacies of this world. The following day, quite suddenly, Yu Hong sensed a warmth enveloping his surroundings. Upon glancing downward, he noticed that the towering mountains had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of vast plains. "We have emerged." Before he could utter another word, Ye Xiaoxiao leapt forth, exclaiming loudly. Immediately behind them, the resplendent, colorful phoenix also erupted with jubilant cheers. Throughout their fortnight-long journey, they had not received sustenance from Gu Yulan. The speed of the colorful phoenix was unparalleled, allowing only the wolf girl and a select few to occasionally descend for hunting. The rest of the disciples from the Celestial Immortals Association had to subsist on the provisions they had initially prepared, which had long since become monotonous. At last, they had arrived at the fabled Southern High Ridge. Uncle, this isn't the location of Yunxiao City, is it?" Ye Xiaoxiao questioned, gazing at the vastness beneath her feet with sudden perplexity. "We have already cleared the monstrous beasts before Yunxiao City. There's nothing left to encounter. Conveniently, Yongdong lies northeast of Yunxiao City, so I circumnavigated from the east," Ye Suifeng replied. "After all, having traversed the Qinggu High Ridge, it would be a matter of conscience not to restore its ecological balance." "Haha, so that's the case," Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Where do we head next?" Just then, several long black lines appeared on the ground, wriggling towards the west. Upon closer inspection, they were all humans, marching resolutely toward the location of Yunxiao City. "Let us descend here." After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng took the lead toward the earth, eager to witness what transformations had transpired in his absence of 6 years. Chapter 105. The Terrifying Savages. The Yulan sect, situated at the northeastern boundary of the Nine-City Alliance, shares borders with several smaller nations to the east. The sect leader, Bailanji, possesses cultivation at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In this tumultuous land, the Yulan sect has stood firm for centuries, its strength ranking among the foremost within a 1,000-mile radius. However, today, nearly all disciples of the Yulan sect, under Bailanji's leadership, commenced a long journey westward. Few are privy to the reasons behind their sect's migration, nor their intended destination. Yet, as longtime rivals of the Yulan sect, the Jiaohe sect is all too aware of their motives. Shortly after the Yulan sect set forth, the Jiaohe sect also mobilized, embarking westward in kind. The two factions, one trailing the other, ultimately converged on a vast plain. White sect leader, what a coincidence it is to encounter you here. An ethereal old Taoist, standing upon the back of a colossal celestial crane, obstructed the path of the Yulan sect. He was the leader of the Jiaohe sect, known to the outside world as the celestial crane Taoist, also at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Bailanji regarded him with a slight frown. Her exquisite visage radiated a sense of serenity. "Good dogs do not obstruct the path," Bailanji retorted coldly. The celestial crane Taoist's lips twitched. Despite the frequent conflicts between their sects, they now tread the same path, yet the other remained so unyielding. "Bailanji, I advise you to temper your temper upon reaching the Holy Land. There, heroes gather, and those more powerful than us are abundant. One careless word could invite disaster." The celestial crane Taoist cautioned, yet he stepped aside, unwilling to engage in a confrontation with the Yulan sect in this place. "This does not concern you." Bailanji remained aloof, leading her disciples onward. "I am looking out for your best interest," the celestial crane Taoist persisted, following closely. "The Yunxiao Holy Land is fraught with peril. Our two sects hail from the same origins. Therefore, we should support one another to ensure survival in that realm. Should we not?" Bailanji scoffed, not even glancing at him as she replied, Old Taoist, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. As for the Holy Land, you have long since quarreled with that serpent dragon, leading to a violent clash of perspectives. Thus, I surmise that the forces you bring comprise merely a fraction of the Taoist sect. Having engaged in such dealings for many years, they could discern one another's motivations with remarkable clarity. The celestial crane Taoist harbored no genuine intentions of collaboration. He sought only a temporary ally for his own security. Once firmly established, Bailonji was certain he would turn against her without hesitation. Exposed, the celestial crane Taoist's expression shifted awkwardly, a blend of embarrassment and anger. Yet he quickly regained composure, replying with a cold smile, Bailonji, do not mistake my good intentions for foolishness. My proposition for cooperation stems from our shared origins. I wish to elevate you alongside me, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bailonji turned to him, amusement dancing in her eyes as she queried, is that so? I am quite curious about how you intend to elevate me. The celestial crane Taoist snorted disdainfully, stating, in the Holy Land. I have already established connections with a serpent leader. Once there, we can swiftly settle ourselves. Entering the Holy Land to enjoy its blessings is a distinct possibility. At that point, do not come seeking me. As he spoke, Bailonji suddenly produced a white talisman, waving it before him. The talisman bore the bold characters, Tianluan. The celestial crane Taoist's pupils constricted, exclaiming in shock, the Bai Jin talisman of the Tianluan Palace. How could you possess this? His countenance shifted dramatically. This talisman essentially served as a passport to the Holy Land. Possessing it would ensure one could easily secure shelter outside the Holy Land, and even grant several opportunities for entry to partake in its bounties. He was eager to learn how Bailonji came into possession of such a token. However, Bailonji had no intention of explaining herself. After briefly displaying the talisman, she swiftly tucked it away, smiling faintly as she remarked, Old Taoist, I advise you to refrain from wasting your efforts here. I am all too familiar with your character. Frankly, I would sooner collaborate with a random group of individuals by the roadside than consider you. Bailonji spoke with unwavering confidence. This talisman was her safeguard. On the path to the Holy Land, none would dare disregard its significance. The celestial crane Taoist was well aware of this truth, yet he would not concede outwardly. Snorting derisively as he declared, if you possess the ability to find others, go ahead. I refuse to believe anyone could be more suitable than the Taoist sect. Just then, a group of individuals appeared on the horizon, prompting both to adopt a wary stance. As they drew closer, it became evident that this group was rather peculiar. They were robust, donned in strange attire, and exuded an aura that was decidedly odd, carrying an air of formidable presence. Strangely enough, this group of individuals appeared as though they had not eaten for many days, each clinging to a pile of mundane earthly food, indulging with great fervor while displaying expressions of sheer delight. A band of savages? The celestial crane Taoist was taken aback. How could wild men appear here? They must be denizens of the mountains, he mused. Bailonji also frowned, finding this group exceedingly peculiar. Exercising caution, she decided to circumvent them. Yet, the celestial crane Taoist chuckled mischievously, pointing at them and saying, did you not just claim that anyone could be a partner? Why not invite this band of savages to join us? Bailonji rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with this imbecile. Just then, a tall woman adorned with intricate black markings approached them directly. After halting, she surveyed the two before inquiring, may I ask who you are? Her speech was halting and awkward, as if she had only recently learned the language. Ha! The celestial crane Taoist could not contain his laughter, pointing at her and exclaiming, Bailonji, I believe these dim-witted savages are precisely the partners you yearn for. Do take them in. Bailonji remained silent, sensing an unusual depth to the woman before her. The woman appeared momentarily confused, struggling to comprehend, and was about to speak again when suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Sister Wolf, what nonsense are you spouting? Just bring them over. We are not pretending to be ordinary people. The wolf woman nodded, then stated, come, my master wishes to see you. The celestial crane Taoist, still grinning, retrieved an unknown piece of beast meat from his storage pouch and tossed it at the feet of the wolf woman. Does your master desire something delectable? Do not hesitate. Take it. Just remember to roast it well, huh? The wolf woman gazed at the raw meat beneath her feet. Though she did not fully grasp what the person had said, the action was universally regarded as an affront. Old Taoist, you have gone too far. Bailonji remarked with disdain. Uff, they are merely savages. My mercy in not slaughtering them is already generous, the celestial crane Taoist retorted. Abruptly, he noticed Bailonji had frozen, her gaze fixated behind him, her eyes wide with terror. The Taoist turned, perplexed, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Before him, a pair of icy blue eyes, radiating a deadly chill, locked onto him. The Taoist stammered, I. The wolf woman tilted her head and suddenly delivered a kick. The celestial crane Taoist spewed a mouthful of blood, his bones shattering with a sickening crack as he was sent flying, landing in a muddy heap. He twitched a few times before falling still. Bailanji looked at the now incapacitated Taoist, a wave of dread sweeping through her spine. This bizarre woman possessed extraordinary strength. Who on earth were they? Simultaneously, she recalled the Taoist's earlier words. There are countless beings more powerful than us. One careless remark could invite calamity. The Taoist, by his own actions, had proven the truth of his warning. Chapter 106, Companions. Bailanji found herself at the center of a group with an ominous aura and peculiar demeanor. Her arms crossed and hands clasped before her, paralyzed with fear. The Taoist lay there, unknown if he were alive or dead, and she felt no inclination to resist against the inarticulate woman. Fortunately, their leader appeared relatively normal, rather handsome, resembling a local cultivator. Beside him, a girl with lovely long hair was conversing with the woman who had just attacked. Why did you go and injure him? Ye Suifeng poked at the celestial crane Taoist's body with a dry twig. How unfortunate. You shattered his nascent soul with a single kick. The wolf woman shrugged apologetically. How was I to know he was so weak? You mentioned the South was teeming with geniuses, each more formidable than the last. I assumed that kick would not cost him his life. In a short span, the wolf woman had become quite adept in the local dialect. Is this my fault? Ye Suifeng rolled her eyes, standing upright. You must quickly master the art of omen reading. This way, you will avoid misjudgments due to the differences in cultivation systems. This one is at the nascent soul stage, akin to a Tier 6 Fate Mage in Eternal Winter. You broke through to Tier 9 just a few days ago. A Tier 7 extraordinary being standing before you would be nothing more than a mere trifle. The wolf woman nodded, indicating her resolve to heed this advice in the future. Meanwhile, Shirchong wore a complex expression, realizing he would also be unable to withstand a kick from the wolf woman. As Bailanji stood trembling, she was utterly bewildered. This group, seemingly a tribe of barbarians, was unexpectedly fierce. They were not merely wild men. Rather, they were a band of ferocious beings. Moments later, Bailanji was brought before Ye Suifeng. The earlier girl was also present. Bailanji felt a rush of anxiety, discerning that those before her were likely the leaders of this group. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? Ye Suifeng bombarded her with the ultimate questions of existence. Nevertheless, Bailanji responded to each query. Fairy, my name is Bailanji, the head of the Yulan sect, arriving from the eastern border of the Nine Cities Alliance, on my way to the western Holy Land in search of opportunity. The Holy Land? Ye Suifeng blinked in confusion. What Holy Land? Bailanji hesitated, wondering how they could be so uninformed. It is naturally the Yunxiao Holy Land, she replied. Ye Suifeng looked even more perplexed and turned to Ye Suifeng. The Yunxiao Holy Land you speak of, is it the Yunxiao city controlled by the Ye family? Ye Suifeng inquired. Indeed, Bailanji affirmed. Wow! Ye Suifeng exclaimed suddenly, disbelief etched across her face. In just a few years, that shabby place has become a holy land? Uncle, what is going on? Ye Suifeng did not reply, though he had anticipated the elevation of Yunxiao city to a holy land. If 1,000 origin towers could not transform a mere Yunxiao city, they would not deserve the title of supreme treasure. However, the reactions of the two held a different significance in Bailanji's eyes. It appeared these individuals lacked a proper understanding of the Yunxiao Holy Land. Perhaps she could exploit this to navigate through her current predicament. Fairy, esteemed elder, Bailanji began, I was invited to the Holy Land. As she spoke, she produced the black gold Tianluan token. In the eastern part of the 9 cities, with the Tianluan token in hand, who would dare disobey? Oh, however, Ye Suifeng gasped, quickly snatching the Tianluan token from her grasp. What is this? It is so ugly, she exclaimed. Bailanji immediately panicked, raising her voice. Fairy, take care with your words. This is the Tianluan token, representing the authority of the Tianluan Hall. It must not be insulted. Ye Suifeng blinked. Tianluan token? Wait a moment. She rummaged in her storage space for a while and produced 2 white tokens, placing them before Bailanji. Is the Tianluan token not like this? When did it turn black? Upon seeing the 2 white tokens, Bailanji's pupils constricted in shock as she inhaled sharply. The white jade Tianluan token. How could you possibly possess this? And 2 of them at that. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. Watching the changing expression of Bai Yulan, Ye Suifeng was filled with further confusion, and Ye Suifeng was equally perplexed. Thus, he urged Bai Yulan to elucidate the matter regarding the Tianluan order. Subsequently, they uncovered the truth of the situation. It turned out that the current Tianluan order was categorized into 5 distinct ranks, from lowest to highest: the Black Gold Order, the Gold Order, the Red Gold Order, the Platinum Order, and the Supreme White Jade Order. The Tianluan order was exceedingly rare. Even possessing a single Black Gold Order could ensure one's safety in the eastern region of the 9 cities. The highest rank, the White Jade Order, was a privilege reserved solely for the founders of the Tianluan Hall or individuals who had made significant contributions to it. There were also whispers of an even higher rank, the Rainbow Order, above the White Jade Order, yet no one had ever laid eyes upon it. Thus, the White Jade Order symbolized the utmost authority within the Tianluan Hall. After Bailanji finished speaking, Ye Xiaoxiao absent-mindedly touched her nose and glanced towards her storage space. A basket brimming with White Jade Orders lay within, interspersed with one that shimmered with a rainbow hue. These artifacts were crafted by her 6 years prior. At the inception of the Tianluan Hall, Yi Huang and Yi Qingyao were preoccupied and had no time to attend to other matters. Amused, Ye Xiaoxiao had produced a batch of White Jade Orders, claiming they represented everyone's identity. As for the Rainbow Order, it was specifically prepared for the 3 of them. Each one signified the identity of the hall's master. Little did she know, after 6 years, the White Jade Order had become so valuable. So the Tianluan Hall is quite formidable now? Ye Xiaoxiao tossed the Black Gold Order back, inquiring. Indeed, Bailanji carefully accepted the Black Gold Order and replied. The entire eastern half of the 9 Cities Alliance now belongs to the Tianluan Hall. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Ye Suifeng's face. His daughter had chosen the path of conquest, and she had truly succeeded. He felt a sense of contentment. Yet, Ye Xiaoxiao's emotions were somewhat complex. On one hand, she felt joy for Yi Huang's achievements. On the other, she harbored concerns. Were the members of her celestial society sufficient to confront the current Tianluan Hall? She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze settling on Fuguwei. Aside from herself, he was the most formidable member of the celestial society, equivalent to a tribulation stage cultivator. However, he was rather simple-minded and might easily be lured away by Yi Huang with a jar of honey, rendering him unreliable. Contemplating this, Ye Xiaoxiao approached a man and lightly tapped his arm. Ahem, brother Yuhong, the southern waters are deep. Would you consider joining our celestial society? I could make you a prominent figure. Yuhong remained silent, pondering that he might only have the option of accepting or being coerced. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng and Bailanji were engaged in conversation. Are you all preparing to head to Yunxiao City? Yes, senior, Bailanji nodded. The deceased person was also a member of your Baiyu sect? Not at all, Bailanji clarified. He was the leader of the Jiaohua sect. We merely encountered him on our journey, and those over there are members of the Jiaohua sect. Ye Suifeng glanced over and then turned back. From now on, they are also members of the Baiyu sect. Let us proceed together to Yunxiao City. Chapter 107, Arrival at Wutong Pass. Bailanji could hardly fathom that the Jiaohua sect, which had been adversaries of the Yulan sect for centuries, had vanished just like that. A single word from that man had caused thousands of Jiaohua disciples to willingly submit to the Yulan sect. Was this the true essence of strength? She tightened her grip on the Tianluan Order, resolutely vowing to establish her sect within the Holy Land for a brighter future. In the following days, Ye Suifeng's party, accompanied by Bai Yulan, made their way towards Yunxiao City. Along the journey, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the current state of Yunxiao City. To describe it in one phrase, a convergence of nations. They encountered numerous groups from various regions, including families relocating from other cities within the 9 Cities Alliance, as well as individuals from beyond the alliance who had traveled great distances. Their purpose was to seize an opportunity within the sacred land of Yunxiao. The pace of their progress was swift, and within a few days, they arrived at a densely populated area. As far as the eye could see, there were newly constructed buildings, restaurants, inns, and shops, creating the semblance of a bustling city. According to Bai Yulan, however, this locale was still several dozen miles from the true realm of Yunxiao City. Goodness, how did it transform into this? Ye Xiaoxiao gazed at the crowded streets, lost in thought. When she had departed, even within Yunxiao City, there hadn't been this many people. This is the outskirts of the sacred land. Continuing inward leads to Wutong Pass, Bailanji explained. Wutong Pass. Ye Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You don't mean the Wutong town from a few years ago, do you? I cannot say for certain, Bailanji responded. However, I have indeed heard that Wutong Pass was not originally very large. It developed later on. I also heard that there is a statue of the Hall Master within Wutong Pass. Ye Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Indeed, Wudong Town did have a statue of Yi Huang. She and Ye Suifeng had visited it a few years ago. It must be Wudong Town. She could not comprehend how such a monumental change had occurred in such a short span of years. Who could have orchestrated this? Unconsciously, her gaze shifted to Ye Suifeng, pondering that only her uncle could possess such remarkable capabilities. Ye Suifeng, however, appeared quite calm. He had anticipated such a scene. The issuance of the Shiyu Order and the Tianxian Mandate was intended to elevate the entire Yunxiao City. As the saying goes, population is one of the core elements of power. It seemed that, in this regard, they had more than enough. Senior, Fairy, shall we continue forward? Bailanji suggested. With the Black Gold Tianluan Order, We can find a suitable place to settle in the outskirts of the sacred land. Ye Xiaoxiao produced 2 white jade orders. What about these? Fairy. Bailanji exclaimed in shock, blocking the white jade orders and lowering her voice. Fairy, I don't know where your tokens came from. But please do not display them here, or it will bring calamity. Her expression turned anxious as she scanned the surroundings. Initially, Bailanji was indeed intimidated by the 2 white jade orders. Yet, upon further reflection, how could that be? The Tianluan Hall had long ceased distributing white jade orders, and these individuals clearly had little understanding of the sacred land. How could they possess white jade orders? They must be counterfeit. Forging Tianluan orders was a capital offense. She had no desire to arrive in the sacred land, only to face execution before she could even realize her ambitions. I assure you, these are genuine. Ye Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. Enough, Ye Suifeng interjected. Let us follow her for now and see what the situation is here. He opted not to return directly to Yunxiao City, wishing to genuinely experience the changes in Yunxiao City. Holding a high position often obscured certain details, just as some emperors enjoy discreetly visiting in disguise. Thus, over 10,000 individuals continued their journey towards Wudong Pass, with the throng of people being overwhelmingly vast and diverse, comprising all manner of characters. Fortunately, Yunxiao City has also dispatched administrators to maintain order in the periphery, so apart from a few dim-witted individuals, they encountered little trouble. Before long, they arrived outside Wudong Pass. Beholding the true sanctum of Yunxiao, this place is indeed a sacred ground. Upon arrival, Yu Hong exclaimed, holding a small formation plate that radiated a dazzling light. This is the geographical plate. Yu Hong explained as others turned to him. It can detect the presence of remarkable individuals and auspicious energies nearby. The territory ahead is unlike anything I have ever seen. It truly deserves its title of sacred ground. Yu Hong lamented, expressing that to be born in such a place would be an extraordinary blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. That's an exaggeration, Ye Suifeng replied, shaking his head. While it does benefit from the nurturing of countless origin towers, it has only been a few years. Genuine sacred grounds have been cultivated over tens of thousands of years to gradually take shape. For Yunxiao City to reach such a level may still require around a decade or more. Not an exaggeration at all, Yu Hong insisted earnestly. This location is indeed an exceptional site for planting enlightenment trees. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. If they were to plant an enlightenment tree, the progress of Yunxiao City's evolution into a sacred ground could be further expedited. Contemplating this, he glanced at the small world where all 100,000 origin towers had already been refined. Very well, upon our return, let's plant one here, Ye Suifeng declared. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Elder, did you not say you needed more time to prepare? Indeed, Ye Suifeng replied, looking at him. Haven't I prepared for several days already? Yu Hong was left dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching. Is this the elder's perception of time? He had assumed preparations would take thousands of years. All right, do not be overly anxious. It will not be long before everything is planted. I do not wish to spend too much time on this matter. After a considerable pause, Yu Hong bowed deeply. I shall heed your instructions, Elder. Chapter 108. Aren't you brave? This gatehouse is simply atrocious. Outside Wudong Pass, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked, grimacing at the brand new gate. Uncle, are we going in? She inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded. They had gathered sufficient understanding over the past few days. There was no need for further undercover visits. Planting the enlightenment tree would require time, along with preparations for other matters. They then readied themselves to proceed to Wudong Pass. Just then, a sharp slap echoed, accompanied by curses. Damn woman! Do you think this is some kind of place? Everyone turned to see Bailanji embroiled in a confrontation with what appeared to be a steward. The man's demeanor was foul. Despite being merely at the Golden Core stage, he had audaciously slapped Bailanji across the face without a hint of fear. Surprisingly, Bailanji did not resist. She bent down to pick up the black gold Tianluan token and stated solemnly, "This was gifted to me by the Tianluan Hall as a token of gratitude for our Yulan sect's assistance in quelling turmoil. They explicitly stated that this token allows us to secure a place to reside on the outskirts of the sacred ground." Bailanji invoked the Tianluan Hall. Yet the steward remained obstinate. "How dare you bring so many people here, as if this were a refugee camp? I will only grant you 50 spots, the rest you can manage on your own." As he spoke, his gaze pointedly flickered toward Bailanji's storage ring. Bailanji quickly understood. This was not merely about accommodation, but an attempt to extort some benefits. It seems that no matter where one goes, one cannot escape the entanglements of petty troubles. Gritting her teeth, she removed the storage ring filled with supplies, preparing to hand it over to the steward. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her wrist. Turning to see, it was the girl known as the Immortal Sovereign, who had been traveling alongside them. Bai Yulan was taken aback. To her astonishment, the Immortal Sovereign produced a token shimmering with multicolored light. "Hey, Will this thing work to exchange for a piece of land? Surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned. And after a brief pause, the steward's expression shifted to one of alarm as he stumbled backward, pointing at Ye Suifeng and shouting, "You audacious fool! How dare you forge a 7-colored Tianluan token?" This proclamation drew the attention of many. Someone actually dared to present such a token. You must be seeking death. Hurry, someone. Capture these thieves who forged the Tianluan token. The steward bellowed. A group of powerful individuals immediately rushed forward. Yet before they could even approach Ye Suifeng, they were sent sprawling by a peculiar group of individuals, rolling on the ground in agony. The crowd was stunned. This group was not to be trifled with. They quickly retreated, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fairy, you, Bailanji was equally astonished. She never expected the immortal sovereign not only to present a 7-colored token, but to take action herself. This was a sacred ground. Its authority must not be trifled with. What should they do now? Do not worry. Just watch, Ye Suifeng replied, a playful smile on her face, seemingly unconcerned. You actually dared to strike. The steward finally regained his composure and glared furiously. If I don't strike, should I wait for you to hit me? Ye Suifeng retorted, exasperated. The steward's face twisted in rage as he sneered. If you have the guts, just wait here. The Lord of Wutong Pass will definitely not let you off. With that, he produced a jade talisman, seemingly intended for communication. No need. Ye Suifeng turned her head, noting Ye Suifeng's nonchalant demeanor, and grinned. Let me personally invite him to come and see who this unfortunate soul is. Did he not realize that the very last thing he wanted was a disruption of order? As she spoke, Ye Suifeng glanced at the gatehouse, wrinkling her nose in disdain. It had to be said, it was indeed hideous. Then, with a powerful punch, she shattered all the formations at the gate. The towering gatehouse collapsed with a resounding crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Who was this little ancestor that could even demolish the entrance to a sacred ground? Truly, a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, a robust figure shot out from within Wudong Pass. Who dares to wreak havoc at Wudong Pass? He did not conceal his aura. His mid-stage integration strength was enough to subdue the masses. He landed heavily, his broad shoulders and fierce brows glaring at everything before him. It was Lord Ye Ba, the mainstay of the Yi Holy Clan. Whispers spread among the crowd. This group was finished. Of all people, they had provoked him. Ye Ba's face darkened as he surveyed the scene, frowning deeply. The individuals who had just committed violence exuded a strange aura, and he could distinctly sense that several among them were incredibly powerful, perhaps even comparable to himself. Notably, a long-haired bear demon within the crowd sent a chill down his spine. However, being in Yunxiao City, he felt no fear. Who are you people? Ye Ba demanded angrily. We are the Celestial Association, came the reply. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Following this, a petite figure bounded into the presence of Ye Ba. She possessed a distinctive mane of purplish-red hair, an almost unchanged visage, and an insidiously mischievous smile that sent shivers down Ye Ba's spine. Xiao, cousin? Ye Ba uttered in disbelief, his legs trembling involuntarily. If Ye Suifeng was here, then uncle. Xiao giggled, gesturing toward a figure behind her. Ye Ba turned to follow her indication. A man stood there, his expression inscrutable, exuding an aura of authority. Thud. Ye Ba collapsed to his knees. His mind swirling in confusion, stammering, unsure of what to say. Xiao, standing before Ye Ba, playfully rubbed his shocked face as she laughed. Keep boasting. Weren't you just so brave a moment ago? This spectacle left the onlookers utterly stunned. Bailanji nearly lost her balance. The master of Wudong Pass had merely cast a glance at him before he knelt, faced with the scrutiny of the Celestial Lord. He did not dare to make a single move. Who on earth were these people? What sort of being was that man? Chapter 109. The Actions of the Powerful. Wudong Pass is one of the key gateways on the western edge of Yunxiao City. It serves as an entrance to the sacred land, thus attracting numerous cultivators seeking fortune. In populous areas, the martial world naturally stratifies. Those of considerable strength, affluent backgrounds, or connections within the sacred land reside near the pass. Bailanji was once among this echelon, but unforeseen events transpired. First, an overseer demanded extra fees under the pretense of her entourage being too large. Then, her accompanying aunt brutally intervened, shattering the gate of Wutong Pass with a single punch, prompting the pass's master to emerge in fury. Initially, it seemed like a day destined for trouble, yet who could have anticipated that the formidable master would simply kneel upon a glance at that man? He was a direct descendant of the Yixing clan. Even within the sacred land, he was not to be trifled with. Yet, at this moment, he trembled, unable to articulate his thoughts. Xiao, stop fooling around. Ye Ba pulled Xiao's hand away from his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Xiao caught sight of Ye Suifeng approaching and, with a mischievous grin, whispered in Ye Ba's ear, "You're in for it now. Uncle despises such antics. With that, she leapt back to Bailanji's side, clutching a handful of dried sangshan beans, her eyes sparkling with delight at the unfolding drama. Bailanji, still slightly unsteady, pondered the implications. The mighty master of the combined stage had knelt so easily. How formidable were these individuals? Thankfully, when she encountered them, she had not felt the impulse to resist. Otherwise, she looked up at the imposing man. As Ye Suifeng drew near, Yi Ba's face was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. Master of Wudong Pass, Ye Suifeng stated coolly as he stood before Yi Ba. Yi Ba bowed his head, too intimidated to respond. Are you aware of the disgraceful deeds you've committed? Ye Suifeng directed his gaze at the nearby overseer. The once arrogant overseer now appeared utterly defeated, his greatest support having crumbled instantaneously. Yi Ba instinctively attempted to defend himself, but recalling the gravity of the family head, he faltered. Uncle, I understand. Smack. A hefty hand struck Yi Ba's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Bailanji was shaken, not by Yi Ba's punishment, but by the title he had used to address the man. Could it be that the person accompanying her was the legendary Yi Sheng? Ye Suifeng regarded the fallen Yi Ba with an icy demeanor. Since you call me uncle, I shall discipline you on behalf of your father. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of rules. Yet you, allowing that little brat to wreak havoc here. Is this the conduct of the Yunxiao sacred land? Faced with Ye Suifeng's admonishment, Yi Ba dared not utter a word. He was indeed aware of the extortion practices, receiving a substantial tribute each month. Ye Suifeng's piercing gaze revealed that what irked him most was not the incident itself, but Yi Ba's failure to embody the dignity of a powerful individual, resorting instead to the petty tactics of a small family. You should establish clear standards for how many individuals may accompany you, or simply charge a fee per person. Even if you choose to reject outsiders entirely, forbidding them from approaching within 100 miles of Yunxiao City, should they dare to come. You may eliminate them without eliciting my wrath. But you, letting a mere child bully others here, is utterly disgraceful. From this moment on, you shall no longer serve as the master of Wudong Pass. Return to Yunxiao City, and only re-emerge when you have reflected upon your actions. Yes, Yi Ba replied despondently. Rising from the ground, his voice barely a whisper, Ye Suifeng huffed, then beckoned to Ye Xiaoxiao, preparing to depart. Hey uncle! Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly bounded over. Grinning, now that my cousin has stepped down, shouldn't we find a new master to oversee Wudong Pass? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Do you have a candidate in mind? Hee. Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled, pointing at Bailanji who stood nearby. I think she would be perfect. She has experience managing a sect, and is quite prudent. Most importantly, I believe she is well suited for the role. What? Bailanji was momentarily taken aback, the sudden turn of events overwhelming her. How had she suddenly been thrust into the role of master of Wudong Pass? Cousin, don't be ridiculous. An outsider, with merely nascent soul cultivation, cannot possibly oversee Wudong Pass. Yi Ba exclaimed, fearing another outburst from Ye Suifeng. Why not? However, Ye Suifeng's response was unexpected. As long as Xiao approves, she can be the master, understand? Yi Ba was left in stunned silence, struggling to grasp the implications of this statement. Ye Suifeng shook his head. When you come to understand the dynamics at play here, then consider stepping out of Yunxiao City. For true powerhouses, your preferences dictate how others conduct their affairs. You may be benevolent, capricious, or even bloodthirsty. However, never be petty or engage in base acts, for that will only invite ridicule and strip you of your dignity. Having managed the Tianxian Association for years, Xiao had long grasped this principle. Let us proceed as you suggested. We will take refuge at Wudong Pass while you allow Bailanji to quickly familiarize herself with the situation here. With that, Ye Suifeng walked further into the pass. Meanwhile, Bailanji stood utterly dumbfounded. She had merely sought a decent place to reside outside the sacred land. Who could have imagined that, amidst the twists and turns of fate, I would ascend to the position of the Lord of Wudong Pass? The power is overwhelming. It feels as if I am living a dream. This remarkable turn of events transpired due to a single utterance from a young girl and a mere nod from a man. Are you all right? At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao returned to this side. Bailanji wore a complex expression, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Ultimately, she knelt on one knee and declared with a resonant voice, Immortal Master, I shall not fail your expectations. Ye Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Very well. From this day forth, you too shall be a member of our celestial society. Chapter 110. Farewell. In a tranquil and elegantly adorned courtyard, a young man dressed in a light blue long robe sat beneath a willow tree by the stream, exuding a serene aura as he wielded a brush. Inscribing characters upon a stone table, a willow leaf drifted down slowly, landing beside an open book. The book appeared ordinary, containing illustrations of landscapes and accounts of extraordinary sights. At that moment, an ethereal woman approached, carrying a teapot. Director, she called softly. Xiao Yi, is there something you need? The young man set down his brush and turned to her. It was none other than Yi Qian. Nothing much, I merely came to see you. Xiao Yi crouched down and prepared a cup of fragrant tea for Yi Qian, a faint blush inadvertently gracing her cheeks. Have we found this year's holy sun? Yi Qian lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the tea refreshing and imbued with a unique aroma. We have already located him. Xiao Yi moved closer to Yi Qian, retrieving the inkstone from the table, and as she ground the ink, she continued, given the holy sun's unique nature, we have been monitoring this matter closely. Thus, when he fused with the holy stone and awakened his divine powers, we brought him back to the academy. Yi Qian nodded. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils as he glanced at Xiao Yi, who was now quite near. Have you ascertained his identity and background? Xiao Yi affirmed. 2 of them are locals from Yunxiao City. While one has relocated from elsewhere in recent years, there are no issues with them. That's good to hear. Yi Qian rubbed his temples. The holy sun, once matured, would possess immense power. He needed to ensure the strictest oversight. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, cool hands pressed against his temples. Yi Qian, you seem to be overexerting yourself lately. A gentle voice echoed in his ears. Yi Qian sighed softly. There's no choice. Matters concerning the Holy Land are increasingly numerous, and I have a nagging feeling that the head of our family is about to return. I cannot allow him to perceive chaos at home. You have done remarkably well. A soft figure leaned against Yi Qian, her tender arms enveloping him. If the family head were to witness the current splendor of the academy, he would certainly commend you. A delicate fragrance lingered around Yi Qian. In Xiao Yi's embrace, his restless heart began to gradually find peace. Unconsciously, he raised his hand and gently clasped her jade-like hand. The atmosphere became subtly intimate. Suddenly, 2 large characters manifested on Yi Qian's forehead, radiating with brilliant golden light. Mountains and rivers. Yi Qian instantly became alert. The romantic atmosphere dissipating as he sprang to his feet. He gazed at Xiao Yi, who was now enveloped in golden light, a surge of righteous energy rising up. Xiao Yi smiled, yet her visage gradually faded along with the golden light. You are in love. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated beside Yi Qian. He turned to see a girl with long, purplish-red hair reclining on the table, her legs playfully swinging in the air, propping her chin with her hands, and her crescent moon-like eyes sparkling with mirth as they regarded Yi Qian. Who would have thought you would also experience the stirrings of affection? Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Xiao. Yi Qian slowly regained his composure, realizing that everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by her. When did you return? Yi Qian resumed his seat. Yi Xiaoxiao rose and sat across from Yi Qian, playfully poking his forehead and exclaiming, you are quite ruthless, having inscribed characters upon your own body. It was indeed these characters that had shattered her dreamscape. 6 years have passed, and you still relish mischief. Yi Qian brushed aside Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, feeling inexplicably vexed. I do not. Yi Xiaoxiao hugged her legs, adopting a gossipy demeanor. Come on, tell me, who is that girl? What do you see in her? Do not speak nonsense. Yi Qian replied hastily. She is currently a teacher at the academy. Our relationship is purely one of superior and subordinate. Humph. Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed, her face adorned with disdain. Your earlier behavior clearly indicated that you have feelings for her. What is there to be anxious about? I am not anxious, and that was a dreamscape you deliberately created. Yi Qian retorted loudly. You are still denying it? You cannot even distinguish between a dreamscape and a fantasy. Yi Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Yi Qian and said, I merely allowed you to take a nap. Those scenes were constructed from the emotions deep within your heart. It was akin to a spring dream. Yi Qian lowered his eyelids and extended his hand, gently pushing Yi Xiaoxiao's face away. He wished to avoid further discussion on that topic. What about uncle? He must have returned as well? Yi Xiaoxiao shrugged. Of course, he is currently in the study, having summoned my father, your father, as well as the 3rd and 4th uncles, likely scolding them. Scolding? Yi Qian was taken aback. About what? Roughly speaking, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, on our way back. We noticed some disarray in certain areas of Yunxiao City, which made him quite angry. The consequences, could be severe. Yi Qian's brows furrowed. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the academy and had not engaged much with family affairs, thus he was unaware of any existing issues. Nevertheless, his greatest concern remained whether there were vulnerabilities within the academy as well. Do not worry, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Xiaoxiao perceived Yi Qian's thoughts and continued, from what I have seen, the only things that seem to satisfy him are Sister Yi Huang's Tianluan Palace and your Tianxia Academy. He explicitly stated that you are doing an excellent job as the director. Ah, who would have thought you would genuinely become the director? Yi Qian chuckled. I also did not expect you to have become so formidable. When did you allow me to enter the dreamscape? Yi Qian inquired curiously. At present, he had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage, and he had inscribed the characters personally written by Ye Suifeng onto his own body. Even a formidable being at the tribulation stage could withstand some of it. Yet, despite this, he had unwittingly fallen into Ye Xiaoxiao's dreamscape. Ye Xiaoxiao remained silent, instead shaking a willow leaf in her hand. Yi Qian suddenly realized that the dream had commenced at that very moment. Her methods were still as terrifying as ever. Prepare yourself. Uncle may soon have matters to assign, and this time it pertains to a momentous task of saving the world. Ye Xiaoxiao leaped down from the table and declared. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. In whatever endeavor lay ahead, he would devote himself wholeheartedly. By the way, you should also expedite your own affairs. With a beaming smile, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked, let us not forget, having a child brings with it 5,000 contribution points. If you feel embarrassed, I could simply approach her and claim that you had a spring dream with her as the leading lady. Yi Qian's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. No, do not mention this matter again. Chapter 111, Assaulted by a Fish. Beside a lake as smooth as a mirror, the willows swayed gently in the breeze. The wolf girl stood at the water's edge, relishing the pleasant caress of the cool wind. Before her loomed a moss-covered stone tablet, inscribed with two powerful characters, Mirror Lake. The wolf girl recognized these words and could not resist reaching out to touch them. Suddenly, a long branch descended from the heavens, sweeping across and brushing aside her fingers. Do not touch the tablet, a nearby willow tree spoke, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she realized this willow had indeed attained sentience, its strength seemingly at the level of an 8th-grade tree spirit. Do not move recklessly. This garden has awakened. At that moment, Yu Hong approached from behind, his face reflecting disbelief. What do you mean? The wolf girl inquired. Yu Hong gestured to the surrounding scenery. All the flora here has gained intelligence and possesses remarkable cultivation. Some beings even induce a sense of trepidation in me. The wolf girl nodded, for she too felt a similar unease. Ever since stepping into the realm of the Yuntian Holy Land, everything they encountered continuously reshaped their understanding. They had never witnessed such grandeur before. Every fruit on a tree radiated spiritual essence, and even the flowers by the roadside brimmed with substantial spiritual energy. Even a handful of soil picked from the ground outside could be deemed a rare treasure. It was no wonder so many cultivators would traverse great distances to reach the Yuntian Holy Land. If one could enter here, opportunities abounded. The closer one approached Yuntian City, the more thriving the scenery became. Based on my observations, the source of all these transformations lies in this very Mirror Lake, Yu Hong stated. Standing side by side with the wolf girl, hands clasped behind his back, he inhaled deeply, feeling the aura emanating from the essence of the Origin Tower. A quantity so immense it was almost terrifying. This recalled to him a remark made by a senior years ago. I still have over 10,000 Origin Towers at home. He had been skeptical then, but now, he believed wholeheartedly. Excitement surged within him. If the Enlightenment tree were to be planted here, its growth cycle would undoubtedly be drastically shortened. No wonder the Xian Lord and that senior are so formidable, the wolf girl mused. Not at all, Yu Hong countered, shaking his head. The prowess of Elder Yi has no connection to this place, for it was he who meticulously crafted it. The strength of the Xian Lord, however, is directly linked to Elder Yi. The wolf girl turned her head. So, does that mean the entire Yuntian Holy Land is a result of his efforts alone? How could one individual possibly be so powerful? Yu Hong chuckled. I too find it hard to believe, yet the truth remains. Perhaps he is a divine being sent to save our world. After witnessing the Yuntian Holy Land, Yu Hong's mindset had truly settled into a state of peace. As long as Ye Suifeng sought to save the world, there would be no issues. Should he choose not to, well, no one could stand in his way. Just then, a commotion broke out, followed by the sight of a shaggy bear racing towards them, crying out, Brother Yu Hong, save me. I got into a fight with a fish. Before long, Fuguwei reached the two, half of its bare face swollen and wet, clearly having endured a severe blow. What happened? Yu Hong questioned, astonished. Despite Fuguwei's clumsiness, it was a sacred beast, equivalent to a human undergoing tribulation. How could it be so badly beaten? Had it clashed with a member of the Yi family? Fuguwei wiped its tears and recounted the events. After arriving at the Yi family estate, Ye Xiaoxiao had allowed them to roam freely. While exploring, Fuguwei stumbled upon a stream teeming with remarkably beautiful koi, all agile and brimming with intelligence. Most importantly, they were impressively large and appeared delectable. Remembering the request from its kin to bring back some delicacies, it felt compelled to catch a few koi. However, the koi proved to be exceptionally spry, effortlessly evading capture and playfully blowing bubbles at Fuguwei. Enraged, Fuguwei unleashed its sacred beast aura and chased after the fish, pursuing them all the way to Mirror Lake. Just as it prepared to employ its abilities to catch them, a colossal red koi leapt from the lake, slapping Fuguwei with its tail. Furious, Fuguwei retaliated. only to discover that this seemingly ordinary koi had also cultivated to the level of a 10th grade demon beast, on par with a sacred beast. Its agility and diverse techniques overwhelmed Fuguwei, resulting in a thorough beating. "Brother Yuhong, you must avenge me," Fuguwei sobbed, observing Fuguwei's head, now resembling that of a pig. Yuhong fell silent. He had sensed the presence of several formidable beings. It was surprising that Fuguwei had engaged one of them. "You cannot win, neither can I. Rest for now, and I will see if I can find something else delectable," Yuhong replied helplessly. This mirror lake was indeed perilously deep. It was wiser to refrain from recklessness. The wolf girl sighed. "A few days ago, I accidentally killed a cultivator and thought those from the southern region of Jailing were not particularly impressive. Yet now, it is evident that we are indeed lacking." Despite her words, the icy blue light in the wolf girl's eyes grew ever brighter. "This is for the best. Only by facing stronger opponents can one truly grow." Yuhong agreed. "Following the Xian Lord will undoubtedly be the right choice." The wolf girl teased. "So, are you voluntarily joining the Heavenly Immortals Association now?" Yuhong shrugged. People often harbor inexplicable pride. It is only upon encountering true strength that one realizes how laughable their pride is. 5 years ago, I could have easily slain 100 Xian Lords with a mere finger. Now, even with all my might, I might not even graze her. Clinging to my paltry pride would be utterly ridiculous. His gaze drifted from the mirror lake to the vast sky, where the giant character for Yi loomed. And he smiled faintly. "Being chosen by him is undoubtedly the greatest fortune of my life." The wolf girl mirrored his smile. "Indeed. I am also immensely grateful for our meeting that day." Meanwhile, Fuguwei, having just dried its tears, pondered how it might defeat that detestable koi. Chapter 112. Ambitions of Expansion. At the center of the mirror lake, there lay a small island. On the island, pavilions and towers stand gracefully amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, exuding an ethereal ambience. This is the newly constructed estate of the clan's head, which includes a study. For the past 5 years, only a handful of maids have tended to the cleanliness here, but today, the study is filled with an assembly of individuals. Ye Suifeng occupies the central position, flanked by Ye Suiyun, Ye Suiyu, Ye Suihu, and Ye Suibao, for pivotal figures of the Yi family. Their presence in the outside world would undoubtedly provoke significant commotion, for they are the leaders of a revered lineage, wielding absolute power and supreme authority within the sacred realm. Yet, at this moment, each of them appears tense, sitting upright in their chairs, patiently awaiting the words of the man at the head of the table. Ye Suifeng lounges languidly in his chair. Before him rests a dazzling treasure chest. Within this ornate box lies not material wealth, but rather a comprehensive account of all significant events that have transpired in Yunxiao City over the last 6 years, as well as all pertinent information regarding the family. This data has been meticulously compiled by Suiyun, ensuring that Ye Suifeng is promptly informed of the current state of affairs upon his return. Soon, Ye Suifeng has skimmed through the contents. Firstly, the Yi family's direct lineage has expanded exponentially, nearing 10,000 members, half of whom are children born during these 6 years, indicating a commendable industriousness. The senior ranks of the Yi family have, as per Ye Suifeng's directives, firmly maintained their grip on critical familial powers, a position that remains unassailable. For instance, Suiyun and the others have all transcended to the fusion stage, demonstrating extraordinary prowess. Following this, a vast number of collateral branches and external cultivators who have joined the Yi family have swelled to over 100,000. They enjoy cultivation resources second only to the direct line, their collective strength being remarkably impressive. The Yi family thus governs the entirety of Yunxiao City, which commands the core area within 1,000 miles. The hierarchy is distinctly delineated, cascading downwards. This management model is straightforward and effective, yet it possesses numerous minor flaws. For example, the incident involving Yi Ba at Wudong Pass stands as a glaring testament to one of these shortcomings. It is inevitable that as a power expands so rapidly, issues will arise. As long as the core rights and strength remain unaffected, such matters are trivial. Overall, the administration has been commendably executed. Upon concluding his review of the information, Ye Suifeng speaks, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the family heads present. However, he notes that there are still several minor issues to address. He then turns his gaze towards Ye Suihu, Yi Ba's father. With Yi Ba having returned, he is already aware of his son's situation, and under Ye Suifeng's scrutiny, beads of cold sweat begin to form on his forehead. Yet, after a brief moment, Ye Suifeng averts his gaze. The family's rapid development naturally entails minor complications. What is essential is the proactive identification of these issues, rather than maintaining an aloofness that disregards the happenings below. Ye Suifeng asserts, since you have transformed Yunxiao City into a sacred land, it must embody the essence and dignity of such a place. Millions of cultivators congregating outside like refugees are akin to a burgeoning nation, chaotic and disordered. You must either open the borders or enhance management. Swiftly devise a solution to rectify this situation. Sui Yun nods in agreement, stating, Elder brother, we have indeed been formulating strategies, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Now that our niece, Yi Huang, has unified the eastern half of the Nine-City Alliance, and Yi Long has secured the western half, it is time to expand. Ye Suifeng responds with a non-committal hum. Well then, you have all managed the family affairs commendably. I have little else to add. Moving forward, I will initiate actions on a global scale, leading to rapid expansion. You must promptly mobilize the family's personnel to support this endeavor. The Enlightenment trees and the 100,000 origin towers are prepared for deployment. Ye Suifeng resolves to plant them swiftly, aiming to purify the tainted land and rejuvenate the world. Additionally, he intends to investigate the capabilities of those purportedly at the pinnacle of power and whether they had any involvement in the events of the Temporal River. After discussing various matters, Ye Suifeng concludes the meeting. Over the years, this cadre has developed the competence to manage independently, relieving him of the burdens of direct oversight. Soon, he finds himself alone in the study. Abruptly, he addresses the empty space before him. Come forth, having spied for so long must be quite exhausting. As his words echo, a petite figure descends from the void, landing gracefully upon the expansive table. Heh, uncle, I thought you would scold them thoroughly, Ye Xiaoxiao chirps playfully. They are not children anymore. There is no need for reprimand. Ye Suifeng replies with a bemused shake of his head. Have you seen your mother? Indeed, Ye Xiaoxiao reclines, gazing at the sky. I returned stealthily and surprised her from behind, which startled her greatly. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that my parents are not as affectionate towards me as they once were. Her tone carries a hint of melancholy. That is because you have grown. They do not wish to confine your wings with familial ties. Regardless, they remain your greatest supporters, Ye Suifeng reassures her. Ye Xiaoxiao lets out a gentle sigh, falling silent. Though she appears outwardly as an unripe girl, the experiences she has endured have undeniably fostered her growth. She comprehends much more than she lets on. Invite Yu Hong and the others. We must prepare to plant the trees. Also, summon Yi Qian to join us. We will require a substantial workforce, Ye Suifeng instructs. Ye Xiaoxiao nods and performs a playful roll, vanishing into the void as she leaps from the table. Chapter 113. The first tree in the Mirror Lake, at the heart of the central island. A small pond lies gracefully before an elegant courtyard. Though modest in size, its depths are profound. Occasionally, a few seemingly ordinary koi fish rise to the surface, playfully blowing bubbles. Ye Suifeng stands at the pond's edge, hands clasped behind his back. This is the chosen site for the first enlightenment tree. He eagerly anticipates the transformations this exalted tree will bring to the world. Uncle, they have arrived, Ye Xiaoxiao announces, descending from the void to join him. In the distance, a group swiftly descends from the sky. Yu Hong, the wolf girl, and Fu Guwei, 3 celestial leaders, are accompanied by a man and a woman, Yi Qian and Xiao Yi. Greetings, uncle. Upon landing, Yi Qian immediately kneels, performing a deep bow. Xiao Yi follows suit, mirroring his gesture. Rise, Ye Suifeng smiles gently. It has been several years, you have grown quite a bit. I have heard of your achievements at the Tianxia Academy, very impressive indeed. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qian rose to his feet, his expression charged with excitement. After years of relentless effort, the validation he yearned for most was his uncle's acknowledgement. At long last, his wishes had come to fruition. Beside him, Xiao Yi wore a look of astonishment. She had never before witnessed such a manifestation of Yi Qian's emotions. Come over here, Ye Suifeng beckoned. Subsequently, Yi Qian and Yu Hong gathered around. Ye Suifeng then extended his palm, revealing a diminutive, verdant seedling that gradually grew larger, ultimately occupying the entirety of his hand. Yu Hong's gaze burned with fervor. It was the seedling of the enlightenment tree. The elder was preparing to plant it, a feat that had come far sooner than he had anticipated, by an order of magnitude. The guardianship of generations within the Heavenly Machine Valley was finally poised to burgeon once more in the main world. Meanwhile, Yi Qian's face was alight with curiosity. Uncle, is this truly the enlightenment tree that can save the world? He inquired. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, while Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled beside him. I informed him of everything on our way here. Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the enlightenment tree. The purpose of your gathering today is to observe the planting process of the enlightenment tree and the effects it generates. For a considerable period hence, your tasks may revolve around this. He cradled the enlightenment tree with one hand. So, pay close attention. With that, the seedling slowly floated toward the pond. Under the gazes of all present, the seedling trembled, as if it were experiencing this world for the very first time. Its delicate roots began to writhe gently, as if caressing the earth. Suddenly, a flash of lightning emerged from the void, connecting with the tiny roots of the enlightenment tree. In an instant, countless minute arcs of electricity coursed through beneath the tree, as if extending its roots. The void began to quiver. A heavy rumble of thunder reverberated. Through the vision granted by the Heavenly Dao ring, Ye Suifeng could distinctly perceive numerous laws that initially probed cautiously before joyfully converging upon the seedling of the enlightenment tree, entwining it tightly. When all the Heavenly Dao laws coalesced to a substantial degree, the entire world seemed to freeze momentarily. Soon after, the seedling of the enlightenment tree, drawn by myriad arcs of electricity, descended heavily to the ground. Its roots then began to expand wildly, each one burrowing deeply into the soil, reaching into the void. Its trunk, too, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly flourishing. In the blink of an eye, it soared to several dozen meters in height, bursting forth with countless fresh branches and leaves that unfurled swiftly. In an instant, a towering giant tree rose majestically in the center of the mirror lake. The immense canopy nearly obscured the entire island at the heart of the lake. The crowd could not help but exclaim in awe. The scene was truly extraordinary. Ye Suifeng could distinctly feel that the enlightenment tree before him had completely intertwined with the laws of the entire world. It was gently transforming the earth beneath them and the surrounding environment to align more harmoniously with the operational rules of the world. Moreover, through the myriad beings it sheltered, it reciprocated the Heavenly Dao rules, forming a tightly knit virtuous cycle. Ye Suifeng realized why the elder of the heavenly machine had said that the enlightenment tree could not only save this world, but also elevate it to a higher plane of existence. It was simply magnificent. Yu Hong tilted his head back to gaze at the canopy, unable to suppress his admiration. His heart trembled, and his eyes grew moist. The enlightenment tree had finally returned to the main world. This tree seemed to be altering the very earth beneath them, aligning it more closely with the Heavenly Dao. Yi Qian, too, wore an expression of astonishment, having discerned some of the extraordinary qualities of the enlightenment tree. Ye Suifeng nodded. With the presence of the enlightenment tree, it would not be long before the cloud sky sacred ground attained an even higher echelon. Moreover, it was not only the cloud sky domain. Nearly the entire nine-city alliance lay within the transformative reach of this enlightenment tree. This was merely the first stage of the enlightenment tree. Once it truly matured, it would possess the power to change the world. Xiao, Ye Suifeng called gently, summon Yi Huang, Yi Long, and your sister Yi Qingyao back. Next, we shall plant the enlightenment tree in every corner of the world. Chapter 114, The Death of Mi Feng. In the Eastern Nine-City Alliance, at Haishi City, the City Lord's mansion. A resounding slap echoed through the City Lord's hall, reverberating loudly. A group of extraordinary soldiers, some seething with anger, others filled with disdain, and some bearing solemn expressions, all fixed their gaze upon a dark-skinned youth standing at the center. Before him stood a tall, middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority. Coldly regarding the youth, that slap had been delivered by him. Father. Mi Feng disregarded the fiery pain on his face and shouted loudly, "Do not call me father." The middle-aged man struck again, then turned and strode back to the City Lord's throne. "I have no son like you. Go back to the embrace of that woman in Tianwan Hall." He scoffed disdainfully. "You think I will submit? Never." The City Lord's furious voice echoed in the hall. Among the crowd, a gaunt middle-aged man with a long beard bore a look of helplessness. It was Wen Shu, the very man who had once taken Mi Feng to witness the battle of Yanxiao City. "That's not submission, father," Mi Feng exclaimed loudly. "Why don't you go out and take a look? The entire Eastern Nine-City Alliance is now under the banner of Tianwan Hall. Yanxiao City has long since transformed into a sacred ground, with millions of cultivators gathering at the periphery, simply to be closer to the sacred ground in hopes of seizing fortune. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance." He pleaded desperately, attempting to sway his father's heart. However, the Lord of Haishi City merely huffed dismissively, spitting a mouthful of phlegm. "To hell with your opportunity. To hell with your fortune. To hell with Tianwan Hall. I have fought my entire life alongside the bloodthirsty beasts in this very world. Even in death, I will never yield to a woman." The Lord's declaration incited a frenzy of cheers from the soldiers. This was a group of true men who would rather die than submit. Mi Feng lowered his head. The surrounding voices of condemnation were incessant. He could not comprehend why, despite the overwhelming disparity in strength between the two sides, and the utter lack of hope for Haishi City, his father remained resolute against submission. Such obstinacy, even at the cost of the lives of all in Haishi City. What was it for? He could not fathom. Yet, he had to persuade him. For if diplomacy failed, the offensive from Tianwan Hall would descend upon them in an instant. Haishi City had endured thus far only because Yi Huang had refrained from acting, considering him the son of the City Lord. But now, with the Eastern Alliance entirely lost, only Haishi City remained. "Father, Mi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, tinged with sorrow. We truly have no chance. Think of Mother. Think of our family. Think of these soldiers who have fought by your side all their lives. He yearned to persuade him once more. However, the city lord's demeanor was cold and indifferent. Between you and Blackstone City, there is no longer an us. Go back and inform your lord. If she wishes to kill or maim, let her come swiftly, lest I lose all respect for her. Mi Feng stepped forward, eager to voice his thoughts. Leave. The city lord's furious shout halted him. Following was the cacophony of scorn from all the soldiers. Mi Feng's expression was one of bitterness as he slowly exited the grand hall amidst the jeers. Moments later, he stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distant sky. Several dozen miles away lay the stronghold of Tianwan Palace, where Ye Huang was poised to launch an assault on Blackstone City at any moment. Mi Feng stood in silence. Before him was the lord he served, the ethereal figure he had cherished for 6 years. Behind him were his father, mother, and his family, and he found himself caught in the midst of this conflict, trapped, with no clear path forward. He could not bear to witness Ye Huang leading her forces to obliterate Blackstone City. Yet he could not persuade his father to submit to Tianwan Palace. He truly did not know what to do. Perhaps he should never have followed Uncle Wen to Yunxiao City that year. Perhaps, after the Battle of Yunxiao, he should have returned to inherit the position of city lord. In that case, at the very least, he would not have to endure this torment. Yet, nothing could be undone. After a long while, he suddenly chuckled. Perhaps only in that manner could he find release. Within the expansive tent, Ye Huang bore a solemn expression as she scrutinized the map depicting Blackstone City. Suddenly, Feng Zhi entered, approaching her side. Lord, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Ye Huang replied coldly. I have already shown considerable mercy. Before my father returns, I must completely pacify the East. What if Blackstone City refuses to yield? Feng Zhi inquired. Then we shall eradicate them entirely. We have not shied away from slaughtering cities before. Ye Huang's gaze was devoid of warmth. But Mi Feng has been our comrade for many years. Ye Huang fell into silence, and after a moment, softly stated, I believe in him. After some time, a voice called from outside the tent. Lord. Subsequently, Zhang Fei emerged from beyond the canvas, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she clutched a blood-soaked piece of cloth. Blood dripped from the fabric, trailing down her fingers onto the ground. What has happened? Ye Huang's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Zhang Fei sighed. Mi Feng. She left the sentence unfinished, merely extending the bloodied cloth towards Ye Huang. As Ye Huang accepted the fabric and gradually unfurled it, she found a letter penned in blood. My lord, for 6 years, I. The letter was lengthy, the handwriting meticulous. Yet as Ye Huang read, her hands began to tremble slightly. Her expression remained impassive, but her eyes conveyed a torrent of emotions. I only hope you can spare my mother. The letter concluded here, signed by Mi Feng. Where is he? Ye Huang asked in a low voice. Zhang Fei pressed her lips together, responding, he has severed himself beneath the city wall. With a crash, Ye Huang slammed the letter onto the table, inadvertently shattering it to pieces. I merely sent him to negotiate. How could it have come to this? A dark aura began to swirl within Ye Huang's eyes. She stepped forward but faltered, nearly collapsing. Feng Zhi and Zhang Fei rushed to support her. My lord, are you all right? Ye Huang pushed them away, the dark energy intensifying within her. At her brow, petals symbolizing supreme sword intent stirred restlessly. I just wanted my father to witness my accomplishments. I never wished for his demise. Suddenly, a tempestuous force erupted from Ye Huang, shattering the formations surrounding the camp. An ominous black aura emanated from her eyes, rapidly spreading. Feng Zhi and Zhang Fei stood paralyzed, realizing something was amiss with Ye Huang. My lord. They attempted to rouse her, but to no avail. The malevolent energy surged, imbued with a heavy scent of blood, making it difficult for them to approach. Meanwhile, the terrifying sword intent at Ye Huang's brow grew increasingly agitated. Feng Zhi's heart raced. Should that sword intent erupt, all present would likely suffer catastrophic losses. Yet the encroaching evil was too swift, allowing no time for intervention. Just as the sword intent was on the verge of breaking free, a delicate hand emerged from the void. A finger precisely pressed against Ye Huang's brow. Blue ripples radiated from her brow, instantaneously enveloping her entire being, quelling the frenzied black malevolence. Ye Huang's body swayed, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 115, The Cage. The talent assessment begins. A dignified middle-aged man announced loudly. Several children, seemingly only 3 or 4 years old, stood together, gazing blankly at a lantern before them. This lantern was designed to test their innate abilities, divided into 9 sections. Each section that illuminated indicated a higher level of talent. The first to approach was a quiet girl who, following the adult's instructions, extended her small hand and placed it atop the lantern. A sensation of warmth gradually enveloped her palm. Soon, the lantern began to rotate slowly. With each complete revolution, a section lit up. Ultimately, after a full 7 rotations, the lantern gradually came to a halt. Xiao Qiniao, superior talent, the middle-aged man proclaimed. Joy spread across the faces of those around them. This was indeed superior talent, with the potential to reach the golden core stage through diligent cultivation. Xiao Long, it's your turn. As the middle-aged man called out the name, a chubby little boy stepped forward, extending his pudgy hand to the lantern just like Qiniao. The lantern soon began to spin. After completing 7 rotations and nearing the 8th, it finally came to a stop. Ye Long, superior talent. The joy on people's faces intensified, with some laughing aloud. Haha, truly a blessing for the Ye family. With these 2 children, if all went well, they both possessed the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. At that time, the Ye family would firmly establish themselves in Yunxiao City. Next were the other children. Among them was a smaller girl, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. She did not stand with the other children, but rather nestled in the embrace of a young man. After the others had completed their tests, the authoritative middle-aged man called out her name. Xiao Huang, it's your turn. Xiao Huang tilted her head, looking up at the young man. Father, she sweetly called out. Go ahead, I believe in you, her father encouraged her. Xiao Huang leaped from her father's arms and wobbled toward the lantern. You can do it. You've got this. The other children cheered her on. Xiao Huang approached the lantern, placing her hand atop it as the others had done. The lantern soon began to spin. 1 rotation, 2 rotations. As it neared the completion of the 4th rotation, it faltered and finally came to a halt. Ye Huang, deemed to possess inferior talent, was the subject of a middle-aged man's pronouncement. The little girl, oblivious to the implications of his words, merely observed that the once jubilant adults around her had fallen into silence, while her father had bowed his head in despondence. Ha, it's all right. In the future, Ye Long and Qin Yao will surely assist little Huang well. Someone eventually broke the silence, prompting others to resume their conversations. Yet, the little girl continued to fixate on her father, noticing a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. It was only later, as she matured, that she comprehended this emotion as disappointment. Father, 3 years later, she exclaimed, I can finally manifest spiritual energy. A diminutive figure dashed into the courtyard. Indeed, it was little Huang. Unfortunately, her short stature and the high threshold conspired against her. She stumbled and fell flat on her face. Quickly recovering, she brushed off the dirt, but suddenly felt a sharp sting in her elbow. Raising her arm to inspect, she discovered a patch of skin had scraped off, causing a throbbing pain. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind as she wiped it with her clothing and ventured into the room. Father, I can officially begin my training, she announced as she entered. At that moment, her father emerged from the inner chamber, holding an ancient scroll that appeared to have been weathered by time. Little Huang recognized that the scroll depicted a beautiful woman, her mother, as she had heard from others. Father, look. She hid her injured arm behind her back and extended her other hand, where a flickering flame ignited at her fingertips, dancing erratically. Wonderful, her father remarked, crouching down to wipe the smudges from her face. Continue to strive, I believe in you. You can do it. Little Huang nodded vigorously, the concept of effort embedding itself in her heart. Soon, she arrived at the family's training grounds, disregarding the pain in her arm as she unleashed punch after punch upon the training pads. At this juncture, a group of children took notice of her, whispering among themselves. Hey, that's Ye Huang, the clan leader's granddaughter. I heard her talent is terribly lacking, far behind Ye Long and Ye Qiniao. She is peculiar. While everyone else is resting and playing, she is still training. I've heard she's a jinx, that she caused her mother's death. Indeed, we should keep our distance from her. Little Huang overheard their remarks, feeling bewildered as to why the other children held such disdain for her. She had questioned her father, who had explained that her mother's frail health was the cause of her demise, not her own actions. Yet, regardless of where she went, such sentiments seemed to echo around her. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out, followed by the crack of a long whip striking the children who had spoken ill of her, causing them to yelp in pain. Wow, we won't do it again, Teacher Bao? A fierce-looking young man, having delivered the reprimand, approached little Huang. Upon noticing the wound on her arm, he frowned slightly before producing some medicinal ointment to carefully bind it. Observing her tiny fists, now reddened and nearly raw, he sighed. However, this taciturn individual ultimately said nothing, merely ruffling little Huang's hair before departing. Behind him, the sound of fists striking the soft pads resumed once more. 3 more years passed. During the clan's grand competition, bang, a figure was knocked to the ground, rolling off the stage. Wang Yu defeats Ye Huang, announced the elder. Little Huang rose, wiping the blood from her lips and brushing off the dust as she walked back to her father amidst a sea of complex gazes. Father, it's all right, take a rest, her father sighed. Little Huang sat down, Her head bowed as the murmurs of the crowd penetrated her ears. A direct descendant actually being bested by a collateral branch, what a waste of resources. These words, she knew, also reached her father's ears. Look, it's Ye Long. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Little Huang lifted her gaze to see a handsome youth on the stage, wielding a long spear with an impressive demeanor, eliciting cheers from the crowd. 3 more years elapsed. Once again, during the family competition, when it was her turn, she ascended the stage and looked toward the clan leader's seat. It was conspicuously empty. Silently, she turned away, her hands instinctively clenching. If only she possessed talent. If only she wielded formidable strength. She vowed resolutely that she would never allow that emotion representing disappointment to manifest in her father's eyes again. I cannot let him feel disappointed. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Ye Huang's grasp. I absolutely cannot let him down, she cried out, swinging the sword toward her opponent. With a thunderous crash, the world around her seemed to tremble. The scenery quickly shifted, and a faint floral fragrance enveloped her senses, gradually restoring clarity to her mind. When she regained her bearings, she found herself standing amidst a sea of roses. No, it was more accurate to say half of a floral expanse, for the other half lay in ruins. A gaping abyss formed by her earlier strike. A girl with flowing purple-red hair stood before her, her complexion slightly pale. Xiao Xiao. Ye Huang was taken aback. What has happened to me? She pondered, gazing at the girl before her. Ye Xiao, frowning, seemed to have collapsed as she took a few steps forward. Ouch! My back. Ye Huang rushed to support her. I'm so sorry. I truly have no idea what just transpired, she expressed with a look of regret. I know. Ye Xiao sighed. You were possessed by demonic energy. Ye Huang paused, contemplating. Possessed? It seems so. She had never intended for Mi Feng to perish. Yet her obsession had inadvertently driven him to his demise. She had been too hasty, too eager to prove her worth. She did not wish for that look of disappointment to appear in her father's eyes. You mustn't take children's words to heart, Ye Xiao advised. At that time, they knew nothing. Perhaps they thought little of it, yet unwittingly, they caused you harm. Ye Huang's expression grew complex. You witnessed it all? Ye Xiao nodded. Forgive me for prying. When you were possessed, I had no choice but to pull you into this dream. I simply did not expect your past to be so tragic. A smile crossed Ye Huang's lips. What a tragedy this is. After all, I am the granddaughter of the family head, and eventually, the daughter of the family head as well. I live in affluence, and my siblings have always cared for me. There are countless others who are far worse off than I. Ye Huang rose to her feet, gazing into the distance. I simply do not wish for him to feel disappointment because of me any longer. Ye Xiao sighed once more. I cannot pass judgment on the events of the past. But now, I can assure you with certainty that Uncle will never feel disappointment toward you. Although he may not express it overtly, I know in his heart, you are the epitome of perfection. Having spent 6 years by Ye Suifeng's side, Ye Xiao had long since discerned his temperament. His sentiments toward others are rather peculiar. To strangers, he is utterly indifferent to life and death alike. However, when it comes to family, his standards are exceedingly stringent. Even the slightest misstep will be pointed out, and sometimes punishment may ensue. Just like the incident with Yiba a few days ago. Yet, when it comes to those truly close to him, his tolerance and patience are boundless. During those 5 years in the Eternal Winter Kingdom, the mistakes she made and the trouble she caused could be described as vast as the cosmos itself. Yet Uncle has never truly been angry. Rather, he has patiently guided her, step by step, onto the righteous path. Throughout this guidance, he consistently used Ye Huang as a model of virtue, intelligent, resilient, sensible, and composed. Virtually every commendatory term has graced his lips. Thus, Ye Xiao firmly believes that Uncle will not blame Ye Huang for trivial matters. Uncle has returned. He instructed me to summon you back. As there are matters to arrange, you should hurry. As for your inner demons, I cannot dispel them, only temporarily suppress them. But he, being cunning, will surely have a solution, Ye Xiao said. Ye Huang fell silent. You truly are the same Xiao as before, a genius with words. She took a deep breath and replied, Very well, I shall return at once. Subsequently, Ye Huang looked around and remarked, Is this the dream you have constructed? It feels so real and impressive. I cannot detect any flaws. You can spare me your flattery, Ye Xiao retorted with a smirk. That sword of yours nearly shattered the dreamscape. What on earth was that? My finger is still bleeding. As she spoke, Ye Xiao extended her finger, revealing deep crimson cuts at her fingertip. At that moment, to hypnotize Ye Huang, her fingertip had inadvertently touched the sword intent at her brow, resulting in her finger being pierced, and the aura of destruction made the wound slow to heal. I truly apologize, Ye Huang said, feeling embarrassed. It's a trivial matter. Ye Xiao waved her hand dismissively. It will heal in time. You should promptly take care of the matters outside, and then return to find Uncle. Yi Huang inquired. Are you not returning with me? I still need to find Yi Long and my sister. Yi Xiao replied. I will be quick. We shall meet at home later. With that, she waved her hand, and the surroundings began to shimmer and ripple like water. Once the scene had entirely vanished, Yi Xiao disappeared as well. Yi Huang opened her eyes to find herself back in the real world. Feng Ji, Lu Hong, Jiang Fei, and a host of subordinates from the Tianwan Hall surrounded her, their faces etched with anxiety. Hall Master. Upon seeing her awaken, they exclaimed in delight. Yes. Yi Huang stood up, clutching Mi Feng's blood letter tightly in her hand. Hall Master, what just transpired? Who was that hand emerging from the void? Jiang Fei asked nervously. For the scene had resembled an assault on Yi Huang. Yi Huang shook her head. It is all well now. Where is Mi Feng's body? Yi Huang inquired. Feng Ji replied. It has been retrieved by the people of Blackstone City. After a moment of silence, Yi Huang instructed. Send a few individuals to monitor discreetly to ensure that he is buried properly. Additionally, prepare the highest level of arrangements to return him to our Tianwan Hall's Spirit Hall. She handed the blood letter to Feng Ji. What about Blackstone City? Feng Ji asked. Yi Huang sighed. Let it be. She did not elaborate further. A mistake is a mistake, no matter how one attempts to amend it. It cannot bring a living person back. Life must go on, as tens of thousands within Tianwan Hall depend on her. Dispatch the order to set forth. Return to the Yunxiao sacred land. In Blackstone City, at the center of the city lord's hall, a simple wooden bed was laid out. A white cloth covered it, and beneath it, the outline of a person was distinctly visible. A woman sat beside it, utterly heartbroken. It was you who killed Feng Er. It was you who drove him to his death. The woman wailed in anguish, accusing the city lord of Blackstone City, who sat above her. The city lord remained silent, but a flicker of unshakable sorrow lingered in his eyes. What of the people of Tianwan Hall? He chose to evade the woman's accusations. Returning to the city lord, the troops have retreated, when Shu stepped forward to say. He sighed inwardly. The events from 6 years ago were the most regrettable decision he had made. Alas, the city lord sighed heavily, then rose to his feet. My son sacrificed his life to protect the entirety of Blackstone City. Regardless of the mistakes he made in life, they should be absolved. He shall be returned to the ancestral hall. As for you all, the city lord sighed again, stooping as he turned away. Go your separate ways. Chapter 117, The Might of the Dragon Lord. Yellow sand obscured the heavens, clouding the vision. This place resembled the very heart of a terrifying sandstorm. Any mortal remaining here would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. A long procession of figures was laboriously advancing. Each individual was tightly wrapped, every one exuding a formidable aura. Leading them was a tall figure clad in white armor. Adorned with a battle helmet, he was entirely encased in armor, with a conspicuous spear resting on his back. The Dragon Lord must be just ahead. At that moment, a bald giant beside the man shouted. This is the last Black Sand Celestial Python, and the most powerful one at that. If we kill it, all our cities will be safe. The bald man exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. The Black Sand Celestial Python has long been a dire threat to the major cities of the Western Nine-City Alliance. Each year, it unleashes terrifying sandstorms, eroding human settlements. Within the sandstorms lurk numerous brutal desert beasts, and countless cultivators have met their demise there. The Black Sand Celestial Python, with its immense strength, lies hidden deep within the desert, making it exceedingly difficult to handle, and has always been a source of great vexation for the cities. Fortunately, a few years ago, the Dragon Lord emerged. He led the true Dragon Pavilion, sweeping through the major cities and establishing his renown. Subsequently, upon learning of the Black Sand Celestial Python, he resolutely charged into the heart of the desert, intent on eradicating this scourge that has persisted for centuries. When he successfully slayed the first Black Sand Celestial Python, the name of the Dragon Lord echoed throughout the West, and he drew countless followers. After years of relentless struggle, the influence of the true Dragon Pavilion has grown increasingly formidable, and the call for the Dragon Lord has risen to a crescendo. If he can vanquish the last remaining Black Sand Python King, the western half of the Nine Cities Alliance will undoubtedly revere him as their sovereign. The team pressed onward. Suddenly, the unending sandstorm vanished in an instant. They found themselves in a land strewn with black gravel, the very heart of the storm. A colossal python, hundreds of feet long, coiled itself in this desolate expanse. As the Dragon Lord and his entourage entered, the beast opened its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Lord surged forward, his spear slicing through the air, aimed directly at the python's gargantuan head. The giant serpent rose, letting out a deafening hiss, lunging towards the advancing Dragon Lord. Yet, the spear expanded dramatically, resembling a heavy hammer, and struck the python's nostrils with a resounding thud. Boom! The immense shockwave nearly dispersed the raging sandstorm in the distance. At that moment, the others joined the fray, shouting loudly. their spirits soaring. Some soared into the heavens. Others burrowed into the earth, some conjured spells, while others hurled enchanted artifacts. Instantly, the massive python was besieged by a swarm of combatants, resembling a multitude of flies. Among them, the most prominent was the Dragon Lord himself. The Black Sand Python King, a peak 9th-tier demon beast, possessed a body as resilient as steel and skin akin to gold. However, the members of the True Dragon Pavilion were no weaklings. Each exuded a powerful aura, displaying unparalleled bravery. Soon, the python felt the sting of pain. It let out another fierce hiss, and a dark glow emanated from its mouth, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy that surged toward the Dragon Lord. Yet, undaunted, the Dragon Lord stood firm, his spear held horizontally, refusing to retreat. Boom! Another explosion erupted, sending the Dragon Lord hurtling backward from the force of the colossal energy. However, the python was not unscathed. Dark blood streamed from its jaws, dissipating into the air as grains of black sand. The onlookers scrambled to evade the toxic sand, knowing that contact meant certain death or grave injury. They dodged the deadly particles and continued their assault on the Python King. The python roared once more, its massive form twisting violently, its head targeting the bothersome attackers. Yet, a white figure darted in, like a shooting star. One swift thrust shattered one of its venomous fangs, piercing through its jaw, thick black blood spraying forth. The previous collision had cracked the Dragon Lord's helmet. His resolute visage bore a cold glare. Kill. As time passed, under the Dragon Lord's leadership, the immense 9th-tier demon beast, the Black Sand Python King, finally let out a long, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground. The relentless sandstorm ceased in an instant. The Python King was finally slain. The greatest threat to the western cities was at last eliminated. Sunlight bathed the Dragon Lord's bloodied shoulders. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord! Their voices echoed across the boundless desert. In this moment, the True Dragon Pavilion had truly ascended to the zenith of the western half of the 9 Cities Alliance. Ye Long gazed at the distant sun, a long-lost smile gracing his features. The Dragon Lord was magnificent. The surrounding cheers continued. The Dragon Lord is so handsome. He's drop-dead gorgeous. Suddenly, a bright, discordant voice rang out amid the crowd. People turned to see a young girl with beautiful, flowing hair, exuberantly shouting beside the Dragon Lord, seemingly more thrilled than anyone else. With a clang, countless weapons pointed at her, every gaze fixated on this inexplicable newcomer. At that moment, the Dragon Lord also turned his head, and upon seeing her, he was momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiao. Ye Xiao took a bite of a spirit fruit. Moments later, a long line began its return journey from the desert. Dragon Lord, you were just so magnificent. Ye Xiao floated beside Ye Long on a colorful phoenix, her pace leisurely. Ye Long did not respond, but instead asked, has Uncle returned as well? You all were gone for quite a while. Where did you go? To the north, Ye Xiao replied. First, we traversed the green ancient highlands, then went to a land called Eternal Winter, where everything was covered in snow, impossibly white. We stayed there for nearly 5 years before returning through the green ancient highlands. Ye Long clicked his tongue in admiration. That sounds incredible. Next time, you should come with Uncle, Ye Xiao suggested with a smile. Sure, I would welcome the opportunity. Being with Uncle surely has its advantages, as you can see. Ye Long replied. Ye Xiao looked slightly surprised. Can you really leave the True Dragon Pavilion behind? I can see they currently venerate you. Ye Long shrugged. So what? If I were to leave, would the True Dragon Pavilion disband? We are not merely a mundane gang. We are cultivators. Departing for 30 or 50 years is entirely feasible. Ye Xiao was taken aback. Is that so? Then why does it feel like my celestial fairy society would struggle to survive without me? After pondering for a long time, she could only come up with one term: cohesion. Whether it was the Celestial Fairy Society or the Heavenly Phoenix Hall, both lacked sufficient cohesiveness. In contrast, the True Dragon Pavilion was established by Ye Long through his formidable strength and charismatic personality, which was what truly allowed it to stand unwavering. All right then, handle your affairs swiftly and return home. Uncle is waiting for you, Ye Xiao instructed. This time, we might all have to accompany him, traversing the world together. Chapter 118, Qin Yao captured. At the Tianfu Academy, in the subterranean chamber, there lay the confinement room of the academy, typically reserved for punishing errant students. The confinement chamber spans 6 levels, with each tier fortified by increasingly potent formations. The deeper one descended, the greater the peril faced by those imprisoned within. In the bottommost chamber sat a young figure, possessing an ethereal beauty. Even in confinement, her expression remained placid, betraying no hint of anxiety. Is she still refusing to cooperate? Outside the room stood a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow. Any student from the academy would instantly recognize the elder as the academy's headmaster, known by the Dao title Xianxian. Indeed, Master Han Shuzi, Xianxian affirmed. Since she eliminated all the prodigies of the Celestial Academy and was captured by us, she has remained utterly silent, let alone representing our academy in battle. Han Shuzi's expression was devoid of emotion. Have you uncovered her true background? Yes, Xianxian responded. Ye Yao joined the academy 6 years ago. Hailing from a small city in the northern borders of the Nine Cities Alliance, specifically from Sioux City. However, it appears her family has produced a remarkable individual who currently wields considerable influence in the Nine Cities. Even the former Yunxiao city has been transformed into the Yunxiao Sanctuary, with her family head being referred to as Ye Sheng by the locals. Han Shuzi scoffed dismissively. In the desolate land of the abyss, dare one claim to be a saint? Only a handful of sacred places can be found in the central continent, all of which have been revered for millennia as realms of immortality. Clearly, he holds this so-called Saint Yi in contempt. Xianxian smiled faintly, remaining silent. Despite the reports from his subordinates indicating that the influence of Yunxiao City has spread throughout the Nine City Alliance, the very essence of this region is one of backwardness and desolation. No matter how formidable they may be, they would never garner the attention of the powerful sects from the south or the holy lands of the central continent. Though the 9 cities may be barren, their vast expanse still holds significance for the headquarters. Convince her swiftly. If necessary, we may resort to certain alternative measures, such as leveraging her kin. You know what to do. Instructed Han Shuzi. Xianxian nodded in agreement. Matters concerning the headquarters are never trivial. He had also caught wind of a certain secret, suggesting that the prominent figures in this world are vying for an extraordinary opportunity. Rest assured, before the contest for dominance begins, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Han Shuzi affirmed, surveying the surroundings. Ensure the defenses are fortified. She is no ordinary person, and we cannot allow her to escape. Absolutely no problem. Xianxian vowed earnestly. This location was specifically designed for the confinement of the most heinous of criminals. Even those in the tribulation stage, once inside, will find it impossible to escape, and none can infiltrate unnoticed. Han Shuzi acknowledged with a grunt. That is reassuring. He cast a glance at the tranquil figure of Ye Yao within, sighing inwardly. He never anticipated that such an extraordinary talent could be discovered in this unremarkable place. With her representing the academy in battle, victory for the Nine-City Alliance would be virtually assured. Moments later, the duo departed from the lower-level confinement chamber. Meanwhile, Ye Yao remained silent throughout, sitting quietly. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed as she opened her eyes. A yellow petal drifted gracefully from the sky, landing gently on her lap. Ye Yao pondered, how could a petal appear out of nowhere in this place? Moreover, the aura emanating from it seemed strangely familiar. Just as her curiosity piqued, the petal began to stir, transforming gradually into a small bird the size of a finger. The bird flapped its wings and alighted on Ye Yao's shoulder, subsequently speaking human words. You seem to be in quite a predicament. Ye Yao was taken aback, recognizing the voice instantly. Sister, you've returned? Hee. The little bird hopped down, settling comfortably on her chest, its mischievous eyes sparkling. What happened to you? Why are you locked up? Ye Yao let out a gentle sigh. It's a long story. I eliminated all the students from the Tianfu Academy's Celestial Division. Ye Xiao was rendered speechless. She later learned about the Tianfu Academy and understood that the Celestial Division was comprised entirely of the Academy's most promising prodigies. She never imagined Ye Yao would wipe them all out. Why didn't they lose control and kill you instead? Ye Xiao inquired. Ye Yao replied with a hint of sarcasm. Firstly, they were incapable of doing so. She produced a mirror, its aura sending a shiver through Ye Xiao. She recognized it as a gift from their uncle to Ye Yao. Secondly, they wanted me to participate in a battle seemingly concerning the territorial claims of the Nine-City Alliance, with several superpowers involved. Ye Yao tucked the mirror of mundane realms away, stating, Are you out of your mind? Ye Xiao exclaimed. When did the Nine-City Alliance become a matter for unrelated parties to discuss? If our uncle were to find out, he would certainly deal with them harshly. She was utterly speechless. After all their efforts, Yi Huang and Yi Long had conquered all of Nine City, and now others wished to take it from them. Absurd. Why didn't you come home and inform us? Oh right, I forgot, you were locked up. Ha. No offense intended. Ye Yao shook her head. With the mirror of mundane realms given to me by our uncle, how could they possibly restrain me? I remain here only because I discovered something exceedingly peculiar. This object seems to belong to a realm beyond our own and possesses a terrifying power, if unleashed. It could taint the land and potentially disrupt the rules within a certain range. I suspect the forthcoming battle is related to this entity. Ye Yao elaborated. Ye Xiao was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. What is this thing? Where is it? Have you located it? The questions came in rapid succession. It lies somewhere in the back mountain of the Celestial Division, where I inadvertently sensed it while activating the Mirror of Mundane Realms, Ye Suifeng explained. I've already dispatched a friend to investigate, and I believe results will soon follow. The so-called 6th-level confinement chamber could not possibly hinder Ye Suifeng. She had her ways of communicating with the outside world. There's no need for such complications. Our uncle has returned, and it would merely take a snap of his fingers. You should return with me for now, and we can come back together later, suggested Ye Xiaoxiao. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Suifeng replied, Go inform our uncle. I'll remain here to avoid alarming the enemy, and they cannot harm me. When you leave, please take my friend with you. It's somewhat dangerous for her to stay here. With that, Ye Suifeng transformed into the likeness of a woman, none other than Yanxi. Very well. I shall take my leave, sister. By the way, after years apart, you have become increasingly alluring, she teased. With that, the little bird hopped a few times on Ye Suifeng's chest before fluttering its wings and dissipating into a multitude of sparkling lights. Ye Suifeng gently shook her head and closed her eyes once more. In the back mountain of the Celestial Division, a graceful figure was stealthily wandering about. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beneath her, firmly grasping her ankle. The woman gasped in shock, and before she could utter a sound, the pulling force from her feet drew her into the depths of the mountain. Chapter 119. The Return of the Dragon and Phoenix. At Mirror Lake. On the central island beneath the Enlightenment Tree, Ye Suifeng sat by the water's edge, leisurely enjoying some fruit. Beside him lay a fishing rod, its line dangling in the serene waters. A school of colorful little carp swirled joyfully around the bait, while a couple of bold ones occasionally poked their heads above the surface, staring curiously at the unfamiliar man on the shore. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng felt a shift in his thoughts and looked up. In the distance, a violet figure approached, moving with a graceful gait. It was none other than the returning Ye Huang. Ye Huang walked slowly, seemingly hesitant, her gaze fixed on Ye Suifeng as she approached step by step. Father. Seeing the familiar figure before her, Ye Huang spoke, her expression somewhat complicated. They had not seen each other for 6 years, and it seemed they had grown a bit estranged. Come here. Ye Suifeng beckoned. Ye Huang complied, moving to his side. Father, how did you end up looking like this? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, his voice gentle, filled with concern. He reached out to caress Ye Huang's brow. As Ye Huang approached, he discerned that his daughter had succumbed to the clutches of darkness. The malevolent heart demon nearly engulfed her entirely, yet fortuitously. An irreverent gesture intervened to dispel it. Ye Suifeng gently raised his hand, extracting a sinister black aura from Ye Huang's brow. This malevolent force was so chilling that even the fish in the nearby pool dove to the depths in terror, cackling ominously. The black mist bared its fangs at Ye Suifeng. What a nuisance, he scoffed, flicking his fingers, instantly delivering a crushing blow to the black fog, which dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, Ye Huang felt her mind clear, as the pent-up frustration that had lingered in her chest for days evaporated. Silly girl, why burden yourself with such immense pressure? With me around, what is there to worry about? Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Ye Huang's heart ached, and unable to contain herself, she collapsed into her father's embrace. Father, she wept, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ye Suifeng sighed, holding his beloved daughter close, gently patting her back as he inquired, What has happened? Speak to me. Through her sobs, Ye Huang lamented, Father, I failed to conquer all the cities in the east. What does that amount to? Ye Suifeng chuckled, You have done remarkably well. On my way back, I heard many legendary tales of the lords. Ye Huang tightened her grip, Yet I have taken many lives, countless innocent lives. As he stroked her silky hair, Ye Suifeng replied, The path of conquest invariably incurs casualties. That is to be expected. If you feel your methods have been too extreme, simply exercise more caution in the future. There are myriad paths to dominance, and you have chosen the path of slaughter. He did not wish to cast judgment. After all, he could not force her to become someone like Ye Long. Moreover, some matters necessitated a slayer who stood in the shadows. But, Ye Huang sniffled, I also caused the death of a comrade who fought by my side due to my selfishness. Ye Suifeng sighed. Now that you recognize your error, rectify it promptly. The past is immutable, yet we must remember to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Do you understand? Ye Huang clasped her hands tighter, tears soaking her father's garments. Father, do you think I am merely a ruthless executioner, devoid of compassion? Ye Huang asked softly. Silly child, Ye Suifeng smiled, resting his forehead against hers. No matter what you become, you will always be my daughter. Do you remember what I once told you? As long as you do not forget your true essence, traversing the path of slaughter is permissible. Have you forgotten? He spoke gently, having come to understand that his daughter's inner demon stemmed from himself, or rather, from the self that had long since passed. Ye Huang nodded. then quickly shook her head, uncertain of which statement to affirm or deny. After a prolonged silence, she softly requested, "Father, may you hold me a little longer?" Ye Suifeng tightened his embrace. What a foolish girl. Moments later, on the central island of Mirror Lake, two figures, one clad in purple and the other in white, stood side by side at the edge of the isle. "You have triumphed, cousin," Yilong declared with a smile. "I never anticipated you would conquer the entire eastern region. As for the west, I have merely subdued all the major cities." Having returned from the west an hour earlier, Yilong had met with Ye Suifeng and his parents before rejoining Yi Huang at Mirror Lake. "No, it is you who has won," Yi Huang countered, shaking her head. "I merely wielded the fear instigated by slaughter to intimidate them. You, however, have genuinely garnered their support. You are the one truly suited to reign." Upon her return, Yi Huang learned of Yilong's endeavors. Realizing that his path to conquest could be summed up in 3 words: great, glorious, righteous, his subordinates displayed heartfelt allegiance to Yilong. After years of serving as the Lord of Tianwan Hall, she understood deeply the immense effort required to achieve such a level of devotion. It was no small feat. "Cease your modesty. If we were to engage in combat now, I would undoubtedly be the one to fall," Yilong jested. Yi Huang chuckled. "Then it must be that Xiao Zhao's celestial prowess is the most formidable. She knocked me out with but a single finger." Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You jest. I have met her, and while she is indeed powerful, she cannot possibly match you." Yi Huang shrugged. "It is true, when she returns. You may inquire further and ascertain the truth. She went to fetch Sister Qin Yao, though I know not where she has wandered off to." In the sky, a colossal multicolored phoenix soared swiftly. She sat upon the bird's back, feeling the rushing wind against her pale face. She had been searching for clues on the academy's rear mountain when suddenly, she was whisked away, and upon regaining her senses, found herself upon the back of this majestic phoenix. The girl with crimson hair before her was the instigator. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the phoenix, she dared not move. "Who are you?" She questioned cautiously. He. The girl remained silent, emitting a low, chilling laugh. "Why have you captured me?" She pressed. He. "Where are you taking me?" Cackling ominously, she felt as though she might lose her mind, nearly leaping from the phoenix's back. However, she restrained herself, realizing the witch before her would not allow her to escape. Should she provoke the girl's ire, the consequences could be dire. She dared not move or inquire further, curling up tightly and fervently hoping that Yi Qin Yao would soon discover her disappearance and come to her rescue. As time passed, the multicolored phoenix appeared to breach a barrier, arriving in a realm brimming with spiritual energy, akin to a sacred land. Curiously, she gazed downward, where a familiar circular city gradually came into view. Chapter 120. The decision to engage in battle. The enormous multicolored phoenix descended from the sky, landing in a garden teeming with spiritual energy. Yi Xiao leaped down and, with a mischievous grin, turned to Yanxi. Cackling, "My little darling, come with me." Yanxi trembled, cautiously stepping down from the phoenix's back, whispering, "What have you brought me to Xianxiao City for? Please don't act recklessly. I am acquainted with Yi Qin Yao and the head of the Yi family, Ye Suifeng." Yi Xiao paused, the ominous aura around her dissipating entirely. "You have been here?" Yanxi nodded. "Yes, I once visited the head of the Yi family and took Yi Qin Yao with me to Tianfu Academy." "Who exactly are you?" Yanxi questioned, her nerves fraying as she regarded the girl, who exuded an unsettling aura. Yi Xiao laughed, bounding over to embrace Yanxi. "I am Yi Qin Yao's sister, her real sister. She told me your situation at the academy isn't very safe. So I was instructed to bring you back to Xianxiao City first." In that moment, Yanxi stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. The witch. Could it truly be that she is Yi Qin Yao's sister? Previously, Yi Qin Yao had spoken of her siblings' kindness, charm, and delightful nature. Now, all she yearned for was to drag Yi Qin Yao out of the confinement chamber and confront this witch before her, questioning whether she had misconstrued the meanings of kindness and charm. "Sister Yanxi, why do you appear so pale? Did you not sit steadily just now, and were jostled about?" With that, Yi Xiao pointed at the recently shrunken rainbow phoenix, proclaiming loudly, "Old 7, if you dare to fly unsteadily again, I shall send you to Gu Yulan." "Old 7. Yanxi, do you truly have no inkling as to why my complexion is ashen? By the way, how did you manage to converse with Qin Yao? Her current predicament is far more perilous. We must hasten to rescue her." Yi Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need to rush, my sister is formidable. They cannot harm her. First, we must meet with someone and ascertain how we should proceed." With that, Yi Xiao took Yanxi's hand and led her toward Mirror Lake. After a brief moment, Yanxi wandered through the garden, marveling at the surrounding scenery and absorbing the tangible, rich spiritual energy, unable to help but exclaim in wonder. When I last visited, it was nothing like this. This place feels several times more infused with spiritual energy than our sect's cultivation sanctum. It is utterly astonishing. The sect? Ye Xiaoxiao questioned, puzzled. Aren't they all rather weak? Yinchi replied, our sect is quite different from those here in the 9 cities. It is predominantly governed by powerful sections. The one I belong to is a first-rate sect known as Taiyu sect, overseeing an expanse nearly as vast as half of the 9 cities alliance. Our sect leader is a formidable practitioner in the tribulation stage. Oh, Ye Xiaoxiao responded. One of the bears in my family is also in the tribulation stage. Yinchi's eyelids twitched, engaging in a rational conversation with this little which seemed an elusive endeavor. Nonetheless, this garden indeed appeared more impressive than the sect's cultivation sanctum. It was a place reserved for direct disciples, and she had only visited a handful of times, remaining on the outskirts. After a while, the two arrived at the edge of Mirror Lake. You play here for a moment. I will go over there, Ye Xiaoxiao said before soaring towards the small island at the lake's center. Yinchi sighed and turned to survey the area. Not far off, a peculiar group of individuals had gathered, the rainbow phoenix among them. Furthermore, there was indeed a bear standing upright, holding a long spear, intently gazing at the water's surface. It truly appeared rather foolish. This creature, in the tribulation stage? That would require the carp in the lake to be in the tribulation stage as well. Yinchi shook her head and approached. At the small island in the lake, beneath the enlightenment tree, there existed an entity not of this realm, with a potent aura capable of saturating the land and altering its rules. Listening to Ye Xiaoxiao's narration, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. This description mirrored that of the remnants of gods and demons spoken of by the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. It seemed that the Tianfu Academy was yet another thief of the world's essence. Yes, that is what my sister said. I do not know what it is. Ye Xiaoxiao replied. By the way, they also coerced my sister into participating in some inexplicable battle, claiming that if she won, she would gain possession of this territory within the 9 cities alliance. My sister would rather perish than comply, a paragon of virtue. Ye Suifeng nodded, choosing to overlook her subsequent remarks. With the red dust realm he provided, Ye Qiniao would certainly not utter any words of defiance. The individuals from the academy likely coveted this territory for the remnants of gods and demons as well. The more they infected the land, the more essence they could extract from the world. Unexpectedly, before he could seek it out, Ye Qiniao had stumbled upon it first. Moreover, it appeared that numerous factions were involved, each possessing remnants of gods and demons. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate. Let us do this. Ye Suifeng interrupted Ye Xiaoxiao's lengthy monologue. You shall return and inform Qiniao to accept that battle. We will also go to observe who exactly desires this territory in the 9 cities. The endeavor of planting trees shall commence from there. Ye Xiaoxiao's face instantly brightened. Hee, that sounds splendid. I adore causing a ruckus. Ye Suifeng, at a loss for words, replied, then hasten along. I'm going. Ye Xiaoxiao spun around, but, after taking a few steps, turned back. Approaching Ye Suifeng, she donned a demure expression. Uncle, could you procure some sort of mirror for me as well? It looks remarkably impressive. Or perhaps the type of sword energy that Sister Yi Huang possesses. That would be so cool. Wow, that ring on your hand is exquisite. Why not give it to me? Ye Xiaoxiao pointed at the Heavenly Dao ring, having witnessed its power firsthand, obliterating the great array of the eternal winter imperial city in an instant. Go away, Ye Suifeng retracted his hand. If he were to remove the Heavenly Dao ring, well, there would be no need for tree planting, as the world would shatter in an instant, irretrievable by any means. But they all have treasures you gifted them. And I have none, Ye Xiaoxiao lamented, resembling a wilted eggplant. You desire one? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded. Indeed. Very well, Ye Suifeng said. You shall first notify your sister and prepare a place to stay there, awaiting our arrival. At that time, I shall present you with a gift. Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a promise. You must not go back on your word. I absolutely will not, Ye Suifeng assured her. Uncle, you are so wonderful. Ye Xiaoxiao embraced Ye Suifeng before performing a somersault and vanishing into the void. Ye Suifeng gazed at the spot where she had departed and shook his head. A gift? That would be simple enough. He would simply ask Yi Qian for a copy of the Tao Te Ching and gather a few hundred practice problems and exam papers. It was perfectly normal for an adult to gift a child a set of exercises, was it not? Chapter 121, Departure. The sacred land of Yunxiao has opened its borders. However, it has not done so entirely. The Holy City has introduced a series of assessment criteria, allowing only those who pass all evaluations to enter the sacred land for cultivation. Those who excel may even be recruited into the Tianxia Academy. Despite the limitations, the news has ignited a fervor beyond the borders. People rejoiced, for there was finally an executable standard, and all they needed to do was strive toward it. In addition to opening the borders, the sacred land also personally planned and integrated the gathering spots for cultivators outside the borders. Several vast cities were constructed, standing strong beyond the pass: East Outer City, South Outer City, West Outer City, and North Demon City. Indeed, the beasts of Qinggu Jialing yearned to enter the sacred land, which was equally their place of fortune. Thus, the Ye family established a city on the outskirts of the high ridge beyond the northern borders, gathering all the beasts and fairies dreaming of entering the sacred land. As a series of regulations cascaded from the top down, the entire sacred land swiftly became much more orderly, with everything falling into place. In these matters, Ye Suifeng merely proposed a few requests and directions. The specific implementation was deliberated upon by the family's officials. This signifies that the Ye family as a whole has matured completely, allowing Ye Suifeng to relinquish these mundane affairs. The magnificent multicolored phoenix has perched on the edge of the central island, poised for takeoff at any moment. According to the information relayed by Ye Xiaoxiao, the so-called battle in which Ye Qingyao is to participate will commence in half a month, prompting Ye Suifeng to prepare for an early visit to observe the situation. Yi Huang and Yi Long are both included in this endeavor. In recent days, they have all settled their personal affairs. The Tianwan Hall, under the leadership of the four great protectors, alongside the Jinlong Pavilion, has begun to eradicate all rebellious forces within the 9 cities, further solidifying the Yi family's dominion. The primary responsibility of the Tianwan Hall is to cleanse, while that of the Jinlong Pavilion is to govern. As for Ye Xiaoxiao's Celestial Society, which is still acclimating to the Southern Society, it is temporarily led by Lu Ming and Quang Dali. They have established a plan that, once the situation in the 9 cities stabilizes completely, the Tianwan Hall, Jinlong Pavilion, Celestial Society, and the Academy of All under the representation of the Holy Land itself will act independently, each choosing a direction to advance, to conquer the 9 cities, to reach the entire world. Regarding the individuals heading south this time, Ye Suifeng has brought along only a few key figures. The Wolf Girl, Yu Hong, and Fu Gui are all prepared to journey southward together. From Yi Huang's side, only Jiang Fei accompanies her. Yi Long has brought 2 individuals. One is a city lord from the western main city, a muscular bald man named Xiaomia, possessing a combined cultivation level. The other is a woman, veiled and clad in mere strips of cloth, her sun-kissed skin gleaming. She is called Si Chenlan and, alongside Xiaomia, has been Yi Long's right-hand support over the years. This time, Ye Suifeng has insisted that Yi Qian join them as well. Undoubtedly, he has also brought along Xiao Yi. Together with Ye Suifeng, Gu Yulan, and Yin Shi, who was brought back by Ye Xiaoxiao, they total 12 individuals, 1 bear and 1 bird. Moments later, the multicolored phoenix spread its wings and soared swiftly towards the south. In the depths of the confinement chamber at the Tianfu Academy, Yi Qingyao sat in silence, suddenly opening her eyes with a smile gracing her face. She then picked up a communication jade talisman and infused it with her spiritual energy. Dean, I have come to a realization. I am willing to fight for the Tianfu Academy. After a while, a grand sky ship ascended from the Tianfu Academy, flying southward. On the top deck of the ship stood a figure, his long robes billowing in the cool breeze. It was Han Shuzi. 2 figures approached, one after the other. The Dean, Zhen Xian, and Yi Qingyao, who had just emerged from the confinement chamber. My lord, she has arrived, Zhen Xian said respectfully. Han Shuzi nodded, still gazing ahead, and spoke in a measured tone. Qingyao, I hope you understand that fighting on behalf of the Academy is both a blessing and an opportunity for you. I trust you will not squander the fortune that rightfully belongs to you. Yi Qingyao smiled gently and stood beside him. Fortune or misfortune, who can truly determine? Silence. Zhen Xian exclaimed, how dare you speak to my lord like that? Do you even know who he is? Han Shuzi raised a hand to interrupt Zhen Xian. He then turned to Yi Qingyao, this seemingly ethereal yet grounded woman, who continued to astonish him even after such a long time. Qingyao, do you know whom you have killed in the Academy of All? Han Shuzi inquired. Yi Qingyao replied nonchalantly, I do not know, nor do I care. You should be concerned, Han Shuzi responded. Let me provide a few examples. Tong Feng, the son of the sect leader of the first-grade sect Lingyun sect, one of the most promising prodigies in centuries, destined for ascension if all goes well. Wan Donger, granddaughter of the supreme elder of the first-grade sect Qijing sect, who shattered countless records and is hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Wen Taichu, the 19th prince of the Eastern Yuan Kai Empire, favored by Emperor Yuan Kai, his talent and cultivation surpassing all other princes. Each of these individuals possesses formidable backgrounds. Imagine if they were to discover that it was you who slain their prodigies. Do you suppose they would remain unperturbed? Han Shuzi enumerated several names, all of whom were the most outstanding, yet also the most arrogant within the Academy of All. Yi Qingyao slowly replied, I recognize them. but I only remember their figures kneeling at my feet, pleading for mercy. Ah, such audacity! Han Shuzi exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. I adore spirited youth. But have you considered that, even if you are unafraid of them, what about your friends and family? Your kin? Can they withstand such overwhelming power? What if they come seeking vengeance? What will you do? Han Shuzi posed the question. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng nearly laughed out loud. If they truly sought her out, well, the image was too beautiful for her to dare envision. However, she did not reveal this sentiment, merely chuckling lightly. It would be best if they did not come looking for me. I'm glad you understand. Han Shuzi nodded, believing he had finally made his point. Yet you need not worry. As long as you fight on behalf of the Academy, win the battle, and thereafter follow the Academy's arrangements, I will ensure that those forces will not harm you in the slightest. For above them, there is still our Tianfu Academy. After Han Shuzi concluded, Ye Suifeng finally comprehended. After all this time, he simply wished to convey how immensely powerful the Tianfu Academy truly is. Indeed, managing such a multitude of superforces, the Tianfu Academy is indeed formidable beyond measure. Yet, Ye Suifeng secretly chuckled to herself. My affairs are the responsibility of my family. If you seek my service, then you should consult my family head and see if he will acquiesce. Chapter 122, Lingyun Sect. Lingyun Sect is a super sect located in the northern region of the Star Sea Mountains. As a first-grade sect, Lingyun Sect governs a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, with disciples numbering over 1 million, rendering them unrivaled in this region. The sect leader, Tong Xianxing, is a powerful cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. His might is unparalleled, his authority immense, and he is known for his solemn demeanor and lack of humor. Yet today, seated in a secluded villa at the back mountain of the sect, he clutched a delicate toy, his sorrowful expression betraying his inner turmoil. Master. At that moment, a young man approached, bowing respectfully. Yuan Hao, Tong Xianxing said, tucking away the toy and gradually composing himself. Yuan Hao regarded him with a soft sigh. Master, please accept my condolences. None of us wished for this outcome regarding our junior brother. Sorrow resurfaced on Tong Xianxing's countenance. Had I known, I would not have allowed Fenger to attend the Tianfu Academy. I believed he would learn greater things there, yet unexpectedly, he perished in the secret realm trial. Tong Xianxing sighed heavily. Yuan Hao's expression was complex as he spoke. Master, such events are not beyond anticipation. You are aware of our junior brother's temperament. Silence. Tong Xianxing's gaze suddenly turned exceedingly sharp. Having held a high position for many years, his formidable presence, akin to that of a tribulation phase cultivator, compelled Yuan Hao to kneel instantly. Forgive me, master. Yuan Hao managed to utter with great difficulty. The oppressive aura lingered, remaining formidable until Yuan Hao, drenched in sweat and nearing his breaking point, felt the pressure abruptly dissipate. He is already dead, and yet you dare to conspire against him. Tong Xianxing bellowed. Yuan Hao repeatedly acknowledged his fault, yet internally sighed. Perhaps it was due to Master S' boundless indulgence that his junior brother, Tong Feng, met such a tragic fate. However, such thoughts were ones he would never dare voice in front of his master again. After a moment, Tong Xianxing spoke coldly. What brings you here today? Yuan Hao hurriedly replied. There is news from the academy. A certain esteemed figure has personally brought the Chosen One and should arrive in the next few days. Tong Xianxing's expression darkened. Humph, that slot for the Chosen One was meant for my phone. After a pause, he inquired, do you have information about this Chosen One? Yuan Hao nodded, indeed. The Chosen One is named Ye Suifeng, a woman and a student of the Tiandi Academy. It is said she is a genius from the northern frontier, having joined the academy 6 years ago. Tong Xianxing snorted coldly. Is there truly no one left in the academy? Without my Fenger, they dare to send such a person? Do they not fear embarrassment in the Destiny War? His narrowed eyes glinted with menace. How dare they seize my Fenger's position? Yuan Hao was taken aback and quickly urged, Master. The one coming is a distinguished figure from the main academy, with an exalted status. Please, do not act impulsively. Tong Xianxing's demeanor remained icy. Do you take me for a fool? I would not confront her directly, but, humph, some young individuals are quite hot-headed. If someone were to teach that provincial woman a lesson, perhaps that esteemed figure would even be pleased. After all, he was quite invested in that barbaric land of the 9 cities. Yuan Hao was perplexed, unsure of what connection this Chosen One had with the Northern 9-City Alliance. Enough, Tong Xianxing said dismissively. Prepare well. Let us see how this exceptional woman from the Tiandi Academy truly measures up. A day later, a massive ship glided above the mountains. Soon, a towering mountain range loomed ahead, resplendent with vibrant colors and ethereal light, resembling a celestial paradise. We have arrived. Wak Suzi proclaimed from atop the ship, hands clasped behind his back. Where's this? Ye Suifeng inquired. Lingyun Sect, Wak Suzi replied, turning his head. The sect where Tong Feng, whom you killed, belonged. The sect leader is his father. Ye Suifeng fell silent. Did she have to engage in bloodshed right upon her arrival? However, you need not worry. Wak Suzi reassured with a smile. We will temporarily claim that Tong Feng's death was an unfortunate accident during a secret exploration. As long as you strive to win the destiny war, no one will know it was you. Ye Qingyao nodded, pondering the tragic fate of Tong Feng's father, who remained oblivious to the true cause of his son's death. Yet, Wak Suzi continued, given Tong Shanqing's temperament, he is likely to send some capable individuals to trouble you. Thus, do your best to avoid any fatalities. He was quite familiar with Tong Shanqing. When Tong Feng was sent to the academy, Tong Shanqing was nearly certain his son would be the current chosen one. Now that his son was dead, any new chosen one would undoubtedly face provocation. Wak Suzi was unconcerned about Ye Qingyao suffering any losses. He was confident that among all the talents of the Lingyun sect, none could rival her. Even if Tong Shanqing himself were to engage, he would likely gain little advantage. Perhaps only a few buried ancestors could subdue Ye Qingyao. I cannot guarantee that. Ye Qingyao remarked. Wak Suzi responded nonchalantly, no matter. If the other party goes too far, then eliminate them. To oppose authority is to be prepared for death. Ye Qingyao nodded. Then, she suddenly asked, we have been traveling for several days. Where exactly is the location of the destiny war? Wak Suzi gestured ahead, not far from Lingyun sect. There lies a natural secret realm, perfectly suited for battle. In the next couple of days, I will take you there to familiarize yourself. Ye Qingyao nodded and further inquired. Which factions will participate in the battle? I ought to know my opponents. Wak Suzi smiled. 6 factions will compete in the Destiny War, the Tiandi Academy. The Chongguang Empire from the east, the Mingyan Empire from the southeast, the Eshan cult from the west, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Tianxian Sacred Land from the Central Plains. It is a true sacred ground. Wak Suzi emphasized this last point, evidently concerned that Ye Qingyao might mistake it for the Yunxiao Sacred Land. Wanbao Pavilion? Ye Qingyao expressed mild surprise. In her impression, it was merely a commercial entity that refrained from worldly disputes. Wanbao Pavilion does not engage in ordinary conflicts because they harbor grander ambitions, Wak Suzi explained. Do not underestimate them. They are likely your most formidable adversary. Ye Qingyao nodded. As she reached a higher vantage point, it seemed that certain secrets of this world had begun to unveil themselves to her. Why are you willing to share this with me now? Ye Qingyao inquired. She had posed this question during their journey, but Wak Suzi had remained reticent. With a smile, he replied, in this world, certain powerful existences surpass your imagination. My identity is unique. Should I mention them in the outside world, they would swiftly become aware. And you would be the one in danger. Therefore, only here can I discuss it with you. With a wave of his hand, Wak Suzi conjured a thin, translucent barrier that rippled above them. This barrier was immense, enveloping an area of nearly hundreds of thousands of miles. Most critically, Ye Qingyao felt an unusual aura. One that did not belong to this world, akin to that mysterious entity behind the Academy's mountain. Once we are in such a place, no one will be able to pry into our affairs, Wak Suzi assured with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, a small, delicate hand suddenly appeared behind him, poised to deliver a playful flick to his head. Cough, cough. Ye Qingyao hastily cleared her throat. Wak Suzi frowned slightly and turned abruptly, yet found nothing amiss. He felt inexplicably puzzled, having just experienced a moment of disquiet. My lord, we have arrived, Zhang announced as he approached. The ship had reached the apex of Lingyun sect. Chapter 123, Do Not Indulge. The enormous ship gradually landed atop the highest peak of Lingyun sect. The disciples of Lingyun sect looked up in awe. They understood that an extraordinary figure had arrived, for it was impossible for anyone to ascend directly to the main peak without cause. Lord Wak Suzi, Dean Jinxian, welcome to Lingyun sect. With a smile, Tong Shanqing took the initiative to step forward. Behind him stood several elders of the Lingyun sect, along with a few of his personally taught disciples. Naturally, there were also some young prodigies, their expressions curious as they gazed at this esteemed guest, who was treated with such deference even by the sect leader. Han Shuzi descended from the ship and spoke. I too lament the circumstances surrounding your son. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. I hope you find solace in this time of mourning. Tong Shanqing replied respectfully. I appreciate your concern, esteemed sir. My son lacked the blessings and fortunes. It is not for anyone to blame. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Ye Qingyao beside him. Is this truly the chosen one? Beyond her breathtaking beauty, there seems to be little of significance. Could it be that she employs the art of seduction? Mere tricks. Tong Zhangjiao. Han Shuzi roused him from his thoughts, saying, allow me to introduce this individual. She is the chosen one of the academy, named Ye Qingyao. Ye Qingyao nodded slightly at Tong Shanqing. Being new to this place, she was still unfamiliar with many aspects. Perhaps it would be best to have someone guide her to explore. Han Shuzi suggested. He had already discerned Tong Shanqing's underlying thoughts. His son had perished, leaving him discontented and seeking an outlet for his grievances. Very well, I shall facilitate this. Indeed. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flickered across Tong Shanqing's face. Excellent. He called out, Yuanhao. A young man clad in a robe adorned with golden edges promptly approached. Please accompany this fairy, Qinyao, to appreciate the beauty of our Lingyun sect. Yuanhao bowed and extended his hand toward Yi Qinyao, saying, Fairy, please. Yi Qinyao nodded and followed Yuanhao away. Soon, the group of young elites exchanged glances and began to follow suit. Han Shuzi observed this scene with a faint smile, remaining silent. In the presence of Yi Qinyao, these individuals were merely playthings. Should any of them manage to defeat or slay her, the academy would simply gain an even more formidable chosen one. Esteemed sir, the headmaster awaits. Please, Tong Shanqing urged. A moment later, Yi Qinyao, accompanied by Yuanhao, arrived at a picturesque location. This is the Xianxia, the place of enlightenment for the core disciples of Lingyun sect, Yuanhao explained. Yi Qinyao surveyed her surroundings. Beside her lay a shallow lake filled with azure lotuses, where dragon fish frolicked playfully. These dragon fish were of noble bloodlines, possessing capabilities comparable to those of gold-bodied cultivators from birth. In fact, the dragon fish inhabiting this lake were even on par with those at the integration stage. Moreover, the environment here was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. The spiritual energy was dense, accompanied by a subtle aura of Dao. No wonder Yuanhao referred to it as the battlefield for core disciples. Truly, as a first-rate sect, it was undeniably remarkable. However, recalling Yi Xiaoxiao's words, she pondered that even a common carp in the mirror lake of Yunjiao City possessed the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator. If she wasn't exaggerating, then Yunjiao City had likely surpassed Lingyun's sect by leaps and bounds. Fairy Qinyao, Yuanhao suddenly spoke. What is it? Yuanhao's expression grew conflicted as he said, I know your strength is formidable, but the situation is somewhat delicate, so it would be wise to exercise caution. Yi Qinyao was taken aback. She had initially assumed Yuanhao was sent by Tong Shanqing to deal with her. She hadn't expected him to offer her a warning. There's no need for concern. Yi Qinyao replied with a slight smile. Yuanhao seemed poised to say more when suddenly, a voice called out, Yuanhao, what are you doing here? The sect leader is calling for you. Come with me. A young man rushed over, addressing Yuanhao. Yuanhao hesitated, and the youth's expression shifted as he whispered, Yuanhao, the sect leader is waiting for you. With a gentle sigh, Yuanhao cast a glance at Yi Qinyao before departing with the youth. Yi Qinyao watched them leave with an air of indifference. Hey, just as they had departed, a voice came from behind her. Yi Qinyao turned to find herself confronted by a group of young men and women, led by a brooding youth who fixed a piercing gaze upon her. Who are you? And why are you in the forbidden grounds of my Lingyun sect? He bellowed, and his companions swiftly advanced, encircling Yi Qinyao menacingly. With a palpable aura of hostility, Yi Qinyao remained unfazed, realizing they were merely seeking a pretext to accuse her. However, seeing that the highest cultivation among them was only at the peak of the transformation stage, she felt little interest. A fishing rod materialized in her hand. If you're looking for trouble, come forth. With that, she seated herself by the lakeside, casting her line into the water and leisurely fishing. Being so blatantly disregarded, the once arrogant young elites were infuriated. Impudent. This is utterly outrageous. The youth scoffed. You audacious thief. Do not forget, this is Lingyun's sect. With a splash, Yi Qinyao quickly reeled in her line, only to find she had caught a handful of weeds. She cast her line again, saying, Truly, spare me the chatter. Utter another word, and I shall take the initiative. Fury erupted. You seek death. The youth roared, launching an immediate attack by throwing a jade vial that swelled into a small mountain, descending upon Yi Qinyao's head. The others followed suit, either summoning their treasures or unleashing their most powerful techniques. In the blink of an eye, several formidable assaults converged upon Yi Qinyao. She remained silent, flicking her finger, causing the cluster of weeds she had just caught to explode. Countless slender strands of grass scattered like celestial flowers, raining down upon the treasures and techniques. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The youth let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. A look of horror crossed his face as he realized his life treasure, the jade vial, had been obliterated by the weeds Yi Qinyao had casually dispatched. With his life treasure damaged, he himself sustained grievous injuries. Yet, that was not all. The weeds, having shattered all incoming attacks, surged toward him with undiminished momentum. Retreat! The youth shrieked, but it was evidently too late. The weeds moved with incredible speed, and half of them pierced through his dantian. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, feeling the world spin before losing consciousness. Yi Qinyao remained quietly seated, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Suddenly, a sharp dagger materialized above her head, piercing the void and descending rapidly. Yet, a faint crimson aura rose, enveloping it, preventing the dagger from advancing even an inch. So close, yet so far. I saw you long ago. With a wave of her hand, a slender figure descended from the void, none other than a woman. The red aura enveloped her, binding her completely, rendering her immobile. At the mid-integration stage, she was exceptionally skilled in concealment. Unfortunately, she was not as formidable as Ye Suifeng and was sensed by Ye Qingyao. The woman was subdued on the spot. Yet her expression remained fierce. How dare you usurp Brother Tongfeng's position? The Lingyun sect cannot accommodate you. Ye Qingyao, feeling helpless, recognized that she was not a bloodthirsty individual. Those who had just fainted had merely sustained a wound on their dantian, which would heal completely after a few months of recuperation. However, if the members of the Lingyun sect continued to provoke trouble, it might indeed lead to a tragic reenactment of the calamity at Tiandi Academy. Ye Qingyao, do not presume yourself invincible. The woman continued coldly. There are many who surpass you within our Lingyun sect. Suddenly, a brick appeared out of nowhere and struck the woman heavily on the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. So much drivel. I can hardly wait, Ye Suifeng exclaimed as she discarded the brick and dusted off her hands. Sister, quickly reel in that dragonfish king. It looks absolutely delectable. She crouched beside Ye Qingyao, eyeing the fish in the water, drooling in anticipation. Ye Qingyao was speechless. Her sister had never been this greedy before. Who had she learned this from? Day after day, she learned nothing of substance. Oh no, another empty rod. Ye Suifeng cried out. It was then that she realized Ye Qingyao was merely fishing in a conventional manner, without employing any of her spiritual prowess. How could she possibly catch the dragonfish king like this? Beside the fishing rod, the dragonfish king was there, disdainfully blowing bubbles at them. Ye Suifeng was instantly infuriated. Sister, let me tell you, this approach is futile. That fish king is just teasing you since it refuses to bite. You must not indulge it. With that, Ye Suifeng leaped into the water and delivered a punch to the dragonfish king's head, splashing Ye Qingyao with water and revealing her silhouette more clearly. Ye Qingyao rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Oh dear, please hurry back, uncle. Chapter 124, Remnants of Gods and Demons. A large bird soared swiftly through the sky, with a dozen figures standing atop its back. Ye Suifeng occupied the foremost position, gazing at a long mountain range in the distance, which lay on the ground like a dragon. That is the Panlong mountain range. The Tianfu Academy is located beyond that. Yanxi pointed out. Soon, the mythical bird approached a grand mountain gate. At that moment, Ye Suifeng's mind stirred, and he snapped his fingers. A comically peculiar monkey fell from the void, startling Yanxi. Goo goo goo, chitter chitter, ahu ahu. The monkey bounced around while making noise. Isn't that Xiao Zhao's monkey? Yi Huang recognized it. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed, this is the message she left for us. Why can't she speak properly? Yi Huang inquired with confusion. Is there some hidden meaning? Do you expect her to articulate herself? Ye Suifeng replied with mild irritation. Qingyao and the others have already departed. The entity suspected to be a remnant of gods and demons is still here. We should investigate. With that, Ye Suifeng instructed Lao Qi to approach the academy. Above the mountain gate, a massive protective barrier loomed, its array pulsating with formidable energy, subtly hinting at a lethal threat. It was almost comparable to 1/10 of the grand formation surrounding the eternal winter imperial city. Senior, this is the purgatory killing array. Once triggered, escaping will be exceedingly difficult. We must exercise caution and find a way to infiltrate, Yanxi advised cautiously. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Very well. Then, the Heavenly Dao ring shimmered faintly, suddenly unleashing several gray tendrils of law that pierced through the formation above. Boom. The purgatory killing array shattered instantaneously, transforming into a cloud of black patterns that scattered in all directions. How is this good? Without a second thought, you just destroyed the formation. Is this the style of Elder Qingyao? It's so cool. Let us go, Ye Suifeng commanded, and Lao Qi unfurled his wings, soaring towards the back mountain of the academy. He had already sensed the presence of that entity. The protective formation around the mountain was abruptly breached, leaving the academy's inhabitants in a state of utter confusion. Moments later, several powerful auras surged into the sky, heading towards the colorful phoenix. These were the elite forces of the academy, the weakest of whom were at the transformation stage. The leading elder was a formidable being at the integration stage. He was the vice principal of Tianfu Academy. Upon seeing the enormous phoenix, the vice principal's gaze turned icy as he bellowed angrily. Monster, cease at once. However, before he could finish, Lao Qi flapped his wings, unleashing a terrifying force accompanied by the innate divine light of the 7 colors, directly charging forth. Over the years, by Ye Suifeng's side, he had successfully broken through to become a peak 9th grade beast. Coupled with his innate divine abilities, even ordinary tribulation cultivators would find him a challenging opponent. Sensing the immense power rushing towards him, the vice principal was filled with dread and immediately summoned his lifebound treasure to shield everyone in front of him. Boom! A tremendous collision ensued. The Academy's top forces were sent tumbling from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating numerous craters. The vice principal spat blood, his expression one of horror. With the principal and Lord Hunsu absent, they were utterly incapable of stopping this beast. Fortunately, after repelling them, the phoenix did not pursue the slaughter. It flew straight towards the back mountain and suddenly vanished from sight. Surviving the ordeal, the vice principal, still shaken, shouted, "Quickly notify the principal." At the back mountain of the academy, by a deep pool of water, Ye Suifeng and the others had gathered. Lao Qi had transformed back into his human form, obediently standing behind them. Yan Shi, feeling faint, realized that the phoenix, which had been threatened by Ye Xiaoxiao and treated as a mount by everyone, was truly formidable. With just one strike, it had repelled all the Academy's elite forces, even leaving the vice principal bloodied. Thankfully, she had shown it no disrespect in recent days and had managed to conceal her true feelings well. Ye Suifeng gazed into the pool before him, having detected that the entity was located here. Surrounding the pool were over 100 intricately arranged formations, most of which were designed for concealment. Even ordinary tribulation cultivators arriving here would likely remain oblivious to the anomalies present. Such a valuable find was almost certainly a remnant of gods and demons. Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng activated the Heavenly Dao ring, and the tendrils of law swiftly dismantled the formations layer by layer. When the final formation was obliterated, an unusual aura immediately rushed forth. This seems to be a presence not of our world, Yi Long exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, even the rules are somewhat different, Yi Huang added, equally intrigued. It must be a remnant of gods and demons. I never expected to find it here. Yu Hong's expression was shaken. The northern regions were vast and sparsely populated, with hardly any forces placing remnants of gods and demons there, making this his first encounter. Let us proceed, Ye Suifeng declared, leaping into the depths of the pool. The frigid water parted automatically, revealing a deep passageway. Moments later, they arrived at the bottom of the pool, where a cave engraved with symbols appeared before them. Countless black stripes adorned the walls of the cavern. At the very center of the cave stood a tall, circular stone platform, resembling an altar. Above the altar, several slender filaments floated silently in the air. What could this be? Yi Long, filled with curiosity, stepped into the cave. However, as soon as he entered, dark lines immediately appeared on his white armor. These lines, akin to living tendrils, spread incessantly, exuding an eerie aura. Yi Long gasped in astonishment and swiftly retreated. The black tendrils ceased their growth but remained attached to his armor. They are absorbing the spiritual energy from within me. Yi Long's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel his internal spiritual force being forcibly extracted. There was no way to resist. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. This is a rule that does not belong to our world. Ye Suifeng extended his hand, and with a mere sweep, the black tendrils on Yi Long vanished in an instant. So those individuals are utilizing this terrifying entity to erode the world? Yi Huang exclaimed in shock. Ye Suifeng nodded. The entity before them carried laws that transcended the very fabric of this world. Thus, in the absence of the Heavenly Dao's spirit and the Enlightenment tree, it could recklessly alter the world, siphoning its essence to strengthen itself. If such entities abound, then as the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms foretold, the world truly stands on the brink of death. Chapter 125, Fertilizer. At the bottom of the deep pool, after Yi Long's initial probe, the others dared not venture further. Indeed, they were powerful, yet faced with an existence that surpassed the rules of the world. They felt utterly powerless. However, Ye Suifeng was the exception. You all stay here and do not move. I shall fetch an orange. Ahem. I will take a look inside. With that, Ye Suifeng strode forward. Upon entering the cavern, countless black tendrils surged towards him. The Heavenly Dao ring emitted a faint glow, forming a black shield that repelled all the tendrils. Stymied, the black tendrils seemed to go mad, frantically attempting to burrow deeper, seeking to breach this protective law. Yet they had miscalculated. The Heavenly Dao ring in Ye Suifeng's possession assimilated all the laws of the world. It was akin to another manifestation of the Heavenly Dao itself. Ye Suifeng, in essence, was equivalent to the spirit of the Heavenly Dao, and incomparably more potent than the true Heavenly Dao spirit. Thus, no matter how frenzied the black tendrils became, they could not approach Ye Suifeng in the slightest. Soon, he found himself before the altar. Several black filaments, akin to steel needles, intertwined and floated above. Previously tranquil, they seemed to sense an external threat and grew increasingly agitated. Let's see what this is. Ye Suifeng regarded the filaments and produced an array plate. Various colors converged upon the plate, some covering larger areas and others smaller. This was the Heavenly Mechanism plate gifted to Ye Suifeng by the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. It displayed the remnants of divine and demonic forces, currently tainting the proportion of the world's rules. Ye Suifeng scrutinized it closely, but did not find the wolf hair-like entity before him. He furrowed his brow slightly. The Heavenly Mechanism plate was a treasured artifact crafted over generations by the Heavenly Mechanism Valley. It connected with the world and could discern anything that did not belong. Could it be merely a fragment? Ye Suifeng searched once more, ultimately locking his gaze upon an object. It was a broken brush, the tip composed of numerous wolf hair-like strands. Moreover, the territory represented by this brush's faction was substantial enough to rank among the top 20 of all divine and demonic remnants. Such a minuscule residue possessed such immense corruptive power. Ye Suifeng clicked his tongue in astonishment. He then extended his hand, grasping all the filaments. The black filaments grew increasingly frantic, writhing in his palm, striving to breach the Heavenly Dao ring's barrier and assault Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng smiled gently. If you wish to meet me so badly, then let it be. With that, he opened a minuscule gap without affecting the external world. Upon sensing the opening, the filaments rushed in like mad, breaking through the Heavenly Dao's laws and confronting Ye Suifeng's body directly. In an instant, the filaments trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming pressure that threatened to annihilate them. In but a moment, they began to retreat, more frantic than ever. Yet it was too late. The gap had already been sealed by Ye Suifeng. He pinched one of the filaments, and with a gentle stroke, it shattered instantly, transforming into countless slender black lines that entwined around Ye Suifeng's finger. These lines were pure laws, and they did not belong to this realm. Indeed, these laws transcended the world. When the black lines made contact with his finger, Ye Suifeng completely unraveled their essence. He understood why they could corrupt the world and siphon primordial power. It was akin to a higher dimensional realm exerting suppression over a lower dimensional one. Upon realizing this, Ye Suifeng nodded. Next, he would observe how the Enlightenment tree purified them. With that, Ye Suifeng retrieved a sapling of the Enlightenment tree from his spatial ring. The sapling arrived in the main world, and like the one planted in the Mirror Lake, it swiftly integrated with the world's laws. However, to prevent it from bursting the cave, Ye Suifeng suppressed its size. Remaining the same, the Enlightenment tree took the place of the filaments, quietly hovering above the altar. After assimilating all the laws, a verdant mist emanated gently from the Enlightenment tree. As the mist touched the surrounding black tendrils, a radiant brilliance erupted. A torrent of luminous mist surged forth, surrounding the black tendrils completely. Ye Suifeng witnessed as the encircled black tendrils gradually coalesced, and with the passage of time, they were entirely consumed by the luminous mist, as if digested. In a mere quarter of an hour, all black tendrils within the cavern were purified by the Enlightenment tree, leaving only the filament remnants in Ye Suifeng's grasp. Once purification was complete, the Enlightenment tree swayed gently, seemingly quite pleased. Ye Suifeng let out a soft exclamation, keenly sensing that after digesting the black tendrils, the growth state of the Enlightenment tree had notably increased. Moreover, the rules that originally did not belong to this world were gradually absorbed by the Enlightenment tree, seamlessly merging into the Heavenly Dao's laws. Subsequently, the Heavenly Dao laws also experienced growth. Ye Suifeng was astonished. He truly had not anticipated that the Enlightenment tree possessed such an ability. It could absorb external laws and convert them for its own use. Those divine and demonic remnants were akin to fertilizer for it. If that were the case, should it absorb enough external laws, the entire world would evolve alongside it. It was utterly astonishing. As he contemplated, Ye Suifeng crushed the essence of the brush strokes in his hand into fragments. He then unleashed the pure laws, causing the Enlightenment tree to stir once more. This time, it extended its roots directly, ensnaring all the black laws, and gradually absorbed them, subsequently nourishing the Heavenly Dao. After absorbing the final trace of law, the growth state of the Enlightenment tree elevated once again. It reached out its branches and leaves, affectionately rubbing against Ye Suifeng's hand, seemingly expressing its joy and gratitude. Quite intriguing. Ye Suifeng stroked the tender leaves of the Enlightenment tree, which immediately shook its branches, causing its entire form to bounce with childlike exuberance. At that moment, as the cave had been purified, others gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment at the lively Enlightenment tree. This little creature is rather unique. Yilong curiously extended his hand to touch its leaves, only to be unexpectedly met with a swift strike from the branches of the Enlightenment tree, leaving a red mark on his hand. Haha, it seems to be particularly close to my father, Yihong chuckled. Meanwhile, Yuhong wore a complex expression. The seed of the enlightenment tree had been cultivated by a predecessor, and its sapling had also been raised by them. Now, it was the predecessor who had brought them into the main world. Thus, in a certain sense, they had already regarded the predecessor as their father. Yi Huang's smile abruptly faded. If memory served her right, there were still tens of thousands of enlightenment tree saplings in her father's small world. This meant I suddenly have over 10,000 younger siblings. She gazed at the sapling of the enlightenment tree affectionately nestled against Ye Suifeng's hand, her emotions becoming exceedingly complex. Chapter 126, A Cycle of Slaps. The seven-colored phoenix soared from the back mountain of the Tianfu Academy, heading southward. Before leaving, Ye Suifeng had left the enlightenment tree in the cave, along with 10 origin towers to provide nourishment. The location was quite favorable, perfectly suited to plant one. And once it reached a certain stage, it would connect with the one in the mirror lake, jointly purifying and enhancing the entire world. As for the formations used for concealment, Ye Suifeng had also restored them and casually set up an illusion formation. In case anyone came to investigate, they would find no abnormalities. This was to avoid prematurely alarming the snake. He still wished to observe which of the forces with remnants of gods and demons would participate in this so-called destiny war. The vice president of Tianfu Academy, witnessing the departure of the seven-colored phoenix, discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. The ancestor had finally left. President, what was that terrifying beast there for? A teacher inquired. The vice president shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps it simply came by for a drink. How could we possibly discern the temperament of such a being? It was already a stroke of luck that the pinnacle of a ninth-grade beast had caused no casualties while the president was absent. Have we informed the president? The vice president asked. Yes, we have already notified him. What about the damage to the academy's formation? Fortunately, it will be restored soon. It seems it was merely passing through, having broken the formation without damaging its foundation. The vice president sighed in relief. That's good. From the current situation, it appears that the seven-colored phoenix inadvertently intruded. Otherwise, why would it not seize the academy's immensely rich cultivation resources? Those are coveted even by those undergoing tribulation. In the Lingyun sect, in a pavilion within the back mountain garden, Han Shuzi sat opposite Tong Shanqing. Is everything prepared in the Abyss Valley? Han Shuzi inquired. It is all set, Tong Shanqing replied. We've established a villa within the volcanic storm. If the master wishes to go ahead, he may do so now. The Abyss Valley was the battleground for the Destiny War, delving deep underground for thousands of feet, where the volcanic fire raged violently, capable of instantly obliterating even nascent soul cultivators. However, at the very depths of the Abyss Valley lay a natural secret realm. The resources within were not abundant, but the environment was exceptionally unique, ideally suited for the 5 factions to compete. No rush, Han Shuzi stated. Let Yi Qinyao familiarize herself with this environment first. After all, the Star Sea Mountains differ greatly from the barren regions of the 9 cities. Tong Shanqing nodded. Then a smile crossed his face as he asked, Master, may I pose a question? Speak, Han Shuzi replied languidly. Cough, cough, Tong Shanqing began. I don't quite understand why. Despite the academy being filled with prodigies and exceptional talents, you would ultimately choose someone from a remote area? Yi Qinyao seems rather unremarkable to me. Han Shuzi's lips curved slightly upward. He had anticipated that Tong Shanqing would broach this topic. This man, aside from doting on his precious son, harbored an extremely blind confidence. When he allowed Tong Feng to enter the academy, it was precisely for the sake of the chosen one title. As a stellar performance would lead to selection into the main academy, a true land of fortuitous encounters. Thus, when Tong Feng unfortunately met with an untimely death, Tong Shanqing would undoubtedly direct his ire toward Yi Qinyao. Tong Sect Master, if you believe she is unqualified, you could indeed allow the prodigies of Lingyun Sect to give it a try. I would quite welcome stronger candidates, Han Shuzi remarked with a smile. Moreover, I believe you have already done so. Having had his thoughts exposed, Tong Shanqing displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he laughed heartily, saying, Then the master has spoken. For I am quite confident in my own little ones. He remained unconvinced that a girl from the frontier could possess much capability. Tong Sect Master, allow me to remind you, Han Shuzi cautioned, do not underestimate Yi Qinyao too much. If you wish to test her, send your strongest. Do not dispatch mere foot soldiers. Should Lingyun Sect suffer excessive losses, it would bode ill for you or the academy. Han Shuzi subtly conveyed his concern without stating it outright. He feared that provoking Yi Qinyao might lead to a repeat of the tragic events of the Tiandi Academy, potentially affecting the upcoming Destiny War. Tong Shanqing chuckled. I hadn't anticipated the master to hold such confidence in Yi Qinyao. With that being said, this Destiny War should be easily within our grasp. Han Shuzi gently sighed. In matters such as these, who can truly predict? Yi Qinyao is strong. But one cannot be certain what kind of prodigies might emerge from a place like the Wanbao Pavilion. Understand that what they oversee is far more formidable than ours. As he spoke, Han Shuzi suddenly shifted his tone, smiling as he added, however, regardless of whether Yi Qingyao wins or loses, we shall not relinquish our hold on the 9 cities. Tong Shangqing was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Han Shuzi continued, do you think the academy has been rooted in the southern part of the 9 cities for over a century without leaving any remnants? We have already brought part of it with us. If Yi Qingyao triumphs, we shall awaken it. If she loses, we will still partake in a share. Tong Shangqing's expression shifted to realization. Truly, the academy is impressive. The ability to stealthily bring it here is astounding. That object possesses the terrifying power to alter the very laws of the universe and draw upon primordial sources. Once it takes root, no one will be able to contend with it. As the vanguard of this endeavor, the Lingyun sect stands to gain considerable benefits. The two exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their glasses. Suddenly, 2 figures hurriedly approached from behind them, Zhen Xian and Yuan Hao. Both bore anxious expressions as they reached the sides of Han Shuzi and Tong Shangqing, simultaneously whispering, my lord, may we have a word? The others were taken aback. Yet they soon stepped aside. What is it? Han Shuzi inquired. Zhen Xian's countenance was grim as he replied, my lord. News has arrived from the academy that a peak 9th-tier beast has forcefully invaded the premises and has made its way to the back mountain. Han Shuzi's expression shifted drastically. The back mountain is where that object is stored. We cannot afford any complications. What did it do? Han Shuzi's demeanor darkened. Zhen Xian responded, fortunately. It appears to have merely passed through. According to the vice president, the beast did not harm anyone or seize resources. It lingered for a moment and then departed. Han Shuzi fell silent, pondering the sheer coincidence of it all. After a moment, he declared, we must return and inspect. It absolutely cannot be compromised. You go ahead. I will follow shortly. Zhen Xian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, what? Even Qi Feng has been defeated? Tong Shangqing exclaimed, astonished. Qi Feng is the most outstanding prodigy of Lingyun's sect. Indeed, Yuan Hao confirmed. In just one exchange, senior brother Qi Feng fell at the feet of Yi Qingyao. His fate unknown. Moreover, the dragonfish king you personally nurtured in the Xian pool has been roasted and consumed by her. Tong Shangqing's eyes widened incredulously, struggling to accept Yuan Hao's words. Moments ago, he believed Lingyun's sect's prodigies could easily defeat Yi Qingyao, yet they had been swiftly overpowered. How dare she eat my fish? You go and stabilize her. I will be there shortly. After dismissing Yuan Hao, Tong Shangqing returned. Just then, Han Shuzi also reappeared. The two locked eyes. The camaraderie they once shared suddenly felt overshadowed by an ominous tension. Chapter 127, Truly Digging Up the Ancestor. At the Lingyun sect's Xian pool, a group of young individuals lay scattered across the ground, their fates uncertain. If any disciples of the Lingyun sect were present, they would tremble in terror. For the fallen individuals were, without exception, the most illustrious prodigies of the sect. Among them were even a few who were direct disciples of the sect leader. Beside the Xian pool, 2 figures sat next to a fire rack. Half of a dragon fish, with wide, innocent eyes, emitted an incredibly appetizing aroma. This is dreadful. It tastes terrible, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked as she took a hefty bite of the fish. Then why are you eating it so quickly? Yi Qingyao questioned, also holding a piece of fish. In her view, such high-quality ingredients, when simply prepared, would already be a delicacy of the world. I'm just hungry, all right? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, discarding the fish bones. If Gu Yulan were to cook this fish, it would surely leave you in awe. Yi Qingyao could not disagree. She was already aware that this Gu Yulan was someone her uncle had brought along to cook for him, suggesting her culinary skills must be exceptional. Moments later, Yi Xiaoxiao stood up and stretched, surveying the unconscious figures around her. Where is everyone? I haven't had my fill of beating them yet. Earlier, while they were grilling fish, several people had attempted to sneak attack them. Most were swiftly subdued by Yi Xiaoxiao's quick reflexes. Let us wait a bit longer, Yi Qingyao replied nonchalantly. If no one comes, I shall seek them out myself. Do they truly think I am easy prey? Wow. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao gasped, then playfully hugged Yi Qingyao's neck from behind. Sister, after not seeing you for years, you are not only fierce, but quite fearsome. She teased, playfully pinching her. Yi Qingyao swatted her hand away, then stood and gazed into the distance. They are already here. A powerful wave of energy surged rapidly towards the Xian pool. You go ahead and play. I will cover you from behind. Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, stepping back and vanishing from sight. At that moment, a formidable figure descended from the sky, Tong Shangqing. Upon seeing the fallen prodigies of Lingyun's sect and the half-consumed dragon fish, his eyes widened in fury. That was the dragon fish he had personally raised, akin to his own flesh and blood. Yi Qingyao, he began. but was interrupted as she seized the opportunity to confront him directly. Tong Shanqing was momentarily taken aback. How had she preempted his intended words? What do you mean by this? He bellowed. Ye Qingyao surveyed the sprawled figures around her and coldly retorted, I, as a chosen one of the academy, came to your Lingyun sect, yet not only did I not receive the treatment I deserved, but I have been repeatedly ambushed. I cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. Are you seeking a life and death struggle with me? This declaration drove Tong Shanqing to a state of frenzy. He had come to seek justice, yet the roles had swiftly reversed, leaving him disoriented. Ye Qingyao, do not be so arrogant, he shouted, his voice filled with rage. That dragonfish is a spirit beast I personally raised, destined to be the guardian of Lingyun's sect. How dare you treat it as mere sustenance? What punishment do you deserve? Ultimately, Tong Shanqing managed to regain his composure. However, Ye Qingyao merely smiled nonchalantly. No one informed me of such matters, so what crime have I committed? If you cannot accept this, then let us battle. I wish to see the true prowess of the sect leader of a first-rate faction. Her tone dripped with provocation. Indeed, she aimed to deliberately infuriate Tong Shanqing. She was weary of encountering inexplicable individuals daily and preferred to resolve the issue at its root. Tong Shanqing was undeniably enraged. His fury surged like a tempest. Ye Qingyao, you are insufferably arrogant, he hissed, suppressing his murderous intent. I advise you to retract your words. Lord Hun Shuzi has just departed, and now, no one can protect you. Ye Qingyao smirked. Is the leader of a sect so verbose, perhaps fearing battle? At last, Tong Shanqing could no longer contain himself. You seek death, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder, causing all within Lingyun's sect to feel the weight of his wrath. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what had provoked their leader's ire. Come to me, Tong Shanqing bellowed again, fingers curling as he conjured a forceful grasp towards Ye Qingyao. The tremendous power of the tribulation stage erupted violently. An overwhelming force of attraction descended upon Ye Qingyao. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. A dark red aura gradually surged around her, appearing delicate, yet steadfastly resisting Tong Shanqing's power. Remaining unmoved. Is that all? Observing the provocative demeanor of Ye Qingyao, Tong Shanqing was on the brink of an explosive fury. You shall perish, he bellowed, launching a formidable punch that threatened to rend the very fabric of the void as it hurtled towards Ye Qingyao. Yet, she remained unfazed, extending her palm to conjure a crimson ancient zither that materialized before her. With delicate, jade-like fingers, she plucked the strings. A resonant note reverberated, unleashing a wave of transparent ripples that collided violently with the chaotic energy in the air. Boom! The earth trembled as if in an earthquake, shaking the entirety of Lingyun's sect. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the sacred place of enlightenment, the Xianxia pool, was obliterated. The disciples and elders of the sect were aghast, witnessing the very sanctum they had longed for explode before their eyes. Stones, water, soil, flowers, and schools of dragonfish ascended into the sky, only to rain down in a chaotic deluge. Some were left paralyzed on the ground, bewildered by the unfolding calamity, while others, more powerful elders, discerned two figures amidst the chaos. One was their sect leader, while the other was an ethereal woman, locked in direct combat with him. As Tong Shanqing beheld the Xianxia pool reduced to ruins, madness enveloped him. He no longer cared whether he would kill Ye Qingyao. Summoning all his strength, he charged forward. Ye Qingyao, her expression indifferent, continued to pluck the strings, unleashing arcane forces. The two clashed repeatedly in the skies, reducing several ethereal pavilions to mere dust under the tumult of their battle. It felt as if the Lingyun sect was facing its apocalypse. I will kill you, Tong Shanqing raged, employing techniques surpassing even the heavenly level, capable of annihilating worlds. Yet Ye Qingyao remained serene. Her fingers glided over the strings, playing a profound melody that resonated throughout Lingyun's sect. Subsequently, a dark red canopy descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire main peak of Lingyun's sect within its folds. The crimson veil. The world transformed into a hue of red, obscuring all vision and sound. No one knew what transpired within the confines of the crimson shroud. Moments later, as the veil dissipated, they beheld the main peak of Lingyun's sect, now half collapsed, with only the ethereal figure of Ye Qingyao remaining in the sky. Tong Shanqing lay bloodied and sprawled upon the ground, breathless. He gazed at Ye Qingyao hovering above, struggling to fathom her extraordinary power. Yet at that moment, a smile crept upon his lips. You are doomed. Even if Soul Voidsy were here, he could not save you. Just as he spoke, four terrifying auras erupted from the depths of the earth, their might eclipsing Tong Shanqing's by several magnitudes. The disciples of Lingyun's sect knelt, their faces frozen in horror. We pay homage to the ancestors. They prostrated themselves. In an instant, for figures surrounded Ye Suifeng, their murderous intent locking onto her with unyielding ferocity. To dare cause chaos within Lingyun's sect, there shall be no mercy. The four ancestors roared in unison. The overwhelming pressure surged toward Ye Suifeng. She let out a soft grunt, the music abruptly ceasing. These four ancestors were formidable beings on the verge of transcending tribulation. Facing them alone proved daunting. With a gentle sigh, Ye Suifeng realized she would need to summon her ultimate power. Just as she prepared to call forth the Crimson Mirror, a colossal flower erupted from the depths of the earth, enveloping the entirety of Lingyun's sect. Its white petals, purple stamen, and obsidian center exuded an extraordinarily ominous aura. It was a celestial flower. Chapter 128, Sisters Unite. Amidst the ruins, a figure emerged from the rubble. It was Yuan Hao, covered in dust and disheveled. He coughed violently, spitting blood onto the ground. Kneeling, fear radiated from his eyes. Earlier, he had come to the xianxia pool with his master, intending to intercede on behalf of Ye Suifeng, hoping to persuade his master to spare her. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly younger woman possessed such overwhelming strength? The battle erupted, a single strike obliterating the sacred ground of Lingyun's sect. Yuan Hao found himself caught in the chaos, flung away alongside the xianxia pool, buried beneath the debris. Why is she so powerful? He coughed up blood again. The aftermath of the assault had shattered his life-bound artifact, leaving him grievously injured. Where are they? Struggling to rise, Yuan Hao surveyed the desolation around him. What he beheld was a scene of utter devastation. Most of the pavilions lay in ruins, and the once ethereal landscape resembled a war-torn battlefield. He turned in shock, a chill creeping up his spine. The mountains ahead had crumbled by half. Beneath his feet lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. In the sky, a red figure loomed like a demonic deity, standing in eerie silence. Surrounded by four entities exuding terrifying auras, Yuan Hao recognized them as the ancestors buried deep underground, the last vestiges of Lingyun's sect's power. Xiao Hao. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Yuan Hao turned, bewilderment etched on his face. Father? The colossal celestial flower blossomed beneath Lingyun's sect, shrouding the entire mountain gate. A ghostly blue aura slowly ascended, enveloping the mountainside, rendering Lingyun's sect fantastical, yet tinged with an unsettling essence. Above, three elderly Taoists and an aged matriarch felt the peculiar resonance of the celestial flower, their expressions grave. There are other powerful beings. They sensed an unfamiliar presence. The ghostly blue mist gradually enveloped them, coiling around their forms. Instantly, they furrowed their brows, shaken. This eerie mist could exert direct influence on their souls. Observing the scene below, they realized that everyone in Lingyun's sect, aside from themselves, had been drawn into another realm by the celestial flower, who possessed such terrifying power. They remained vigilant, wary of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng, encircled by them, resumed playing her zither. A complete melody flowed, soothing yet melodious. Subsequently, the crimson veil descended once more. This time, it descended alongside the celestial flower, enveloping all of Lingyun's sect. Dark red mist began to swirl around the four ancestors, intertwining with the ghostly blue, amplifying the pressure upon them. Gentlemen, perhaps we should converse, Ye Suifeng proposed. You destroy my mountain gate, harm my disciples, and yet wish to parley? You are delusional. Prepare to meet your end. The ancestors roared in fury, their immense power forcing their restraints apart. They each employed their formidable techniques, unleashing an array of terrifying spells in an attempt to subdue Ye Suifeng in one fell swoop. The might of those at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage should not be underestimated. Even Ye Suifeng dared not withstand their assault head-on. Just as their attacks were about to reach her, a small hand suddenly emerged from the void, grasping the collar of Ye Suifeng and yanking her backward with great force. Her entire being was drawn into the emptiness. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the assaults from the four tribulation peak beings proved to be no trifling matter. Even the eerie atmosphere that enveloped the air was blasted into a vast void. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unharmed. Has she escaped? An aged Taoist furrowed his brow in concentration. He had distinctly witnessed someone pulling the woman into a peculiar space. Damn it! If I find her, I shall rend her to pieces. The old Taoist ground his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. Before he could react, the other three ancestors beheld a brick materializing abruptly behind his head, and it came crashing down upon him. Bang! The brick struck solidly against the back of the old Taoist's head, shattering into dust. Tough as nails. A voice lamented regretfully. The old Taoist's head buzzed. He was indeed a being at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, with a body that had reached an astonishing level. Yet, that strike still left him dizzy. Rubbing the back of his head, he discovered blood seeping forth. What in the world was that brick? Before he could fully register his astonishment, Another identical brick appeared behind him. This time, he reacted just in time, turning his head. As a result, his smooth forehead received a heavy blow. Blood gushed forth immediately. Hee hee. A chilling laughter reverberated through the void. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they could not pinpoint the exact location of that dark hand. Be careful. Another shouted in alarm. The old Taoist instantly locked onto the dark hand's position and roared, launching a fist forward. The tremendous force caused the void to tremble. Alas, the assailant had already retreated, leaving only echoes of laughter. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng appeared behind another lanky Taoist. The sound of her zither created ripples that struck against his back. The Taoist grunted, his vitality surging. That blow had already reached the realm of tribulation stage. Yet, when he attempted to lock onto Ye Suifeng, she vanished once more. Damn it! Damn it! The several ancestors felt immensely frustrated. Clearly, their opponent was at a significant lower realm than them, and in terms of raw strength, they could not match them. Yet, the adversary refrained from direct confrontation, employing bizarre methods, appearing and disappearing at will while occasionally delivering heavy strikes. Especially that detestable dark hand. Bricks, dog-beating sticks, rice bowls, whatever could be thrown was hurled at them. Sometimes, a collection of unknown, limp objects would be tossed, splattering against their faces. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Coupled with that soul-piercing blue aura and the entangling dark red mist, the mental state of the group was on the verge of collapse. After being drenched in an unidentifiable liquid once more, one of the elders could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Who are you people? Do not go too far. Our Lingyun sect is under the protection of the Tianfu Academy." He attempted to intimidate the others with the name of the academy. However, all he received in return was a chilling laughter that sent shivers down their spines. More attacks ensued. As time passed, the strength of the four ancestors began to wane gradually. If this continued, defeat was an inevitable outcome. More critically, the disciples of Lingyun's sect were becoming increasingly ensnared under the combined influence of the red dust celestial veil and the celestial maiden, unable to extricate themselves. Esteemed one of the old Taoists spoke again. Let us cease hostilities. Perhaps we can engage in a proper discussion. There is no grievance that cannot be resolved. He conceded. For no matter what, Lingyun's sect must not fall at his hands. At long last, the attacks ceased. Moments later, Ye Suifeng's figure reappeared. Her expression was calm, yet her tone carried a hint of mockery. Are you now willing to have a proper discussion? Chapter 129, The Direction of Suifeng. Tianfu Academy. Two figures descended rapidly from the sky, heading straight towards the back mountain. They were Han Shuzi and Jin Xian. Han Shuzi's expression was grave. If anything were to go awry with that item, the main academy would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Soon, they arrived at the secluded pond at the back mountain. The formation remained intact. Jin Xian gazed at the unscathed pond, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Let us descend and take a look. Han Shuzi produced a small jade talisman, which emitted a hazy glow as it began to meld into the layered formation. That was the key to entering the pond. Moments later, the two arrived at the bottom of the pond. Before them lay a cavern, its walls adorned with black stripes. At the center of the altar hovered several delicate strands of hair. Thankfully, Han Shuzi felt his worries dissipate. It seemed the beast was not targeting it. My lord, we were overly concerned. Though it was a creature nearing the level of a sacred beast, it would not dare approach such an unparalleled entity. Jin Xian remarked. When it comes to matters of fate, being cautious is never excessive. Han Shuzi replied, having thoroughly examined the cavern and found no other abnormalities. Subsequently, he and Jin Xian departed from the pond's depths. Meanwhile, under the concealment of a certain miraculous formation, a verdant seedling unfurled its branches and leaves, seemingly bidding them farewell. After a while, Han Shuzi and Jin Xian appeared in the academy's council hall. The vice principal and several powerful teachers were also present. They had grasped the sequence of events and, while still puzzled about certain aspects, ultimately concluded that this was indeed an accidental incident. They had merely encountered a top-tier beast devoid of intelligence at an unfortunate moment. Thereafter, Han Shuzi and Jin Xian resumed their swift flight towards Lingyun's sect. My lord, must we be in such a hurry? Jin Xian, whose cultivation was inferior to Han Shuzi's, found it somewhat strenuous to keep up with him as he sped along. Strive to keep pace. Han Shuzi replied solemnly. There is an issue with the divine artifact, and in my anxiety, I rushed back. It has just occurred to me that Tong Shanqing seems to have personally gone to deal with Ye Suifeng. Jin Xian was taken aback, saying, no matter how Tong Shanqing is, he would not dare harm someone from our academy, would he? He merely intends to make Ye Suifeng suffer a bit. Han Shuzi shook his head. That man is a madman. When he goes berserk, he recognizes no one. I fear Ye Suifeng may be in danger. The battle of fate is of utmost importance to us. Upon finishing, he quickened his pace once more, hoping that Ye Qinyao could withstand the pressure from Tong Shanqing. Lingyun sect, main hall. Tong Shanqing knelt upon the ground, while Ye Qinyao sat regally at the top. The four ancestors were seated on either side. They gazed up at Ye Qinyao, their spirits exceedingly discontented, yet powerless to act. What could they do? They were no match for her. Moreover, through their discussions, it became evident that she was a significant figure within the academy. This conflict had been instigated by Lingyun's sect, and for both public and private reasons. They could not lay the blame upon her. Tong Shanqing, do you acknowledge your transgressions? One of the most imposing elders thundered. His heart brimmed with fury. Had it not been for Tong Shanqing's reckless provocation, Lingyun's sect would not have faced such monumental losses. Unable to contend with Ye Qinyao, they could only unleash their wrath upon him. Tong Shanqing knelt with his head bowed, his countenance despondent. After hundreds of years of existence, he found himself compelled to lower his head in apology to a mere youth of around 20, a humiliation that left him feeling utterly degraded. He could never have anticipated that Ye Qinyao would possess such formidable strength. Beneath the vast expanse of the mortal realm, he was stripped of any capacity to resist. Even with the combined might of the four elders, they could not subdue Ye Qinyao. Instead, they were suppressed by her, nearly costing Lingyun's sect the lives of over 1 million souls. Such a prodigy was beyond anything he had ever heard of. The so-called geniuses of Lingyun's sect paled in comparison, appearing as mere jesters. Now, Tong Shanqing was consumed by humiliation and boundless regret. Why had he sought to provoke her? I acknowledge my guilt, he proclaimed, bowing deeply. The elder snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward Ye Qinyao, instantly donning a smile as deep wrinkles creased his face. Fairy, if you would. Enough, Ye Qinyao replied calmly. Bullying the weak is your customary practice. I am aware that you would relish the opportunity to see me suffer 1,000 deaths. The elders exchanged awkward smiles, hastily denying any such intentions. Ye Qinyao continued. In truth, I harbor no malice toward Lingyun's sect, nor have I ever taken a keen interest in your affairs. Had you not provoked me, this situation would not have arisen. Rising to her feet, she stated, I have but one request. Before the conclusion of the destiny battle, I wish for no one to disturb me for any inexplicable reason. Should this continue, I can assure you, even the Soul Void Master will be unable to protect you. Casting a sweeping glance at the formidable figures of Lingyun's sect, they all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze. This scene reminded her of a saying her uncle once shared. I am most fond of discussing reason, but one must possess strength for others to sit and reason with them. She wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. With that, Ye Qinyao stood, disregarding the kneeling Tong Shanqing, and exited the sect master's grand hall. In the tranquil garden of Lingyun's sect's rear mountain, Ye Qinyao sat in a pavilion, gently plucking the strings of an ancient zither. Nearby, under a pear blossom tree, Ye Xiaoxiao swayed contentedly on a swing. This serene spot had been prepared specifically for Ye Qinyao, ensuring that no one would intrude upon her peace. Sister, I am not jesting. You are truly fearsome right now, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Qinyao paused to adjust a few discordant notes before resuming her melody. Such is life. If you are weak, you will be bullied. If you do not inflict pain upon them decisively, they will seek revenge, escalating the matter unnecessarily, she stated. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have come to understand this principle. However, I typically subdue those who attempt to bully me before they can act, nipping trouble in the bud. Heh. With that, she leapt from the swing and quickly settled opposite Ye Qinyao. Sister, I have always been curious about the direction you found during that trial 6 years ago. Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. At that time, Ye Suifeng had conducted trials for the 5 of them, each allowed to express a desire. Ye Qinyao's wish had been to find direction amidst confusion. The zither fell silent once more as Ye Qinyao sighed softly. In truth, I deceived my uncle back then. What? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. I claimed that I had entered the second layer of the mortal mirror, where a day in reality equated to 10 years, but in fact, I had accessed the third layer, spending a full 1,000 years there. Ye Xiaoxiao's mouth fell open, her eyes wide. 1,000 years? The enormity of what Ye Qinyao must have experienced was beyond her comprehension. Dozens of centuries, numerous lives, did not yield me direction, yet they imparted a singular truth. Ye Qinyao continued. Strength is the prerequisite for all direction. Only someone like my uncle can truly accomplish what they desire. Ye Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hands, murmuring. No wonder I feel that your methods are increasingly resembling his. Ye Qinyao nodded. If one must speak of finding direction, it can only be to become a person like my uncle. I do not wish to become him. Ye Xiaoxiao paced back and forth, arms crossed. Look at him. Perpetually lost in books, eating, sleeping, and now, off to plant some obscure trees. How dreadfully dull. He should at least find a beautiful woman to bear a few siblings for Yi Huang. Ye Qinyao chuckled. Everyone is unique. You, I, Yi Huang, Yi Long, Yi Qian, we each have our own ideals and goals. My uncle has always allowed us to grow individually. Otherwise, with your temperament, he would have long since disciplined you severely. Sister, don't underestimate me just because of my stature. I have matured, Ye Suifeng retorted, before reclining on the table, gazing at the sky with a gentle sigh. Her long hair cascaded like a rainbow across the surface. Imagine if we could remain forever young. How delightful that would be. Chapter 130, Arrival at the Abyss City. Amidst the mountains lay a vast valley. At its heart, a colossal sinkhole plunged into unfathomable depths, as if leading straight to the earth's core. Within the pit, dense plumes of red smoke occasionally erupted, filling the air with the acrid scent of sulfur. Encircling the sinkhole were numerous structures, having formed a city-like expanse. Above the city, a protective formation enveloped the area. Suddenly, a massive rainbow-hued phoenix soared rapidly from the distance, ultimately alighting before the formation. Behind the phoenix stood several figures. Is this the location of the destiny battle? Yi Huang inquired, standing at the forefront. Ye Suifeng nodded. According to the information left by Xiao Xiao, the site lies within a secret realm at the bottom of the sinkhole. With a few days remaining until the destiny battle commences, let us enter the city and wait. Yi Long tilted his head, asking, should we dismantle the formation? I wish to give it a try. It shouldn't be too formidable. His spirit of combat was palpable. Ye Suifeng shot him a glance. Why are you so aggressive? Establishing a protective formation is no easy feat. Let us maintain a low profile this time. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng instructed Lao Qi to fly in another direction. On the opposite side of the formation stood a high platform designated for welcoming cultivators arriving via flying spiritual tools or beasts. At that moment, a 7th-grade flying demon beast, the xianxia tiger, majestically descended, drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Riding upon a 7th-tier demon beast is not an endeavor achievable by the average individual. It is undoubtedly the privilege of someone hailing from a prominent sect. From the back of the xianxia tiger leapt a cadre of elegantly attired individuals. At the forefront stood a young maiden, bedecked with jingling bells, her head held high, radiating an air of utter disdain. A mere assembly of rustic bumpkins, she mused. The girl appeared charming, yet her words dripped with haughtiness. An elder approached with a benevolent smile, saying, Fair Yintong, most of the cultivators here are but ordinary souls seeking fortune in the depths of the Abyss City. However, the Lingyun sect, which oversees the Abyss City, is, like our Taiyu sect, a first-tier grand sect. With the upcoming grand event, many formidable powers will converge here. It would be prudent for us to temper our demeanor. The elder spoke with kindness, yet the young maiden merely scoffed in response. Why should I be afraid? With Brother Limping guarding me. Anyone who dares to bully me is courting death. Humph, Yintong declared, her face a mask of indifference. The elder sighed softly, feeling powerless. After all, Yintong had secured the favor of Limpong, the most illustrious prodigy of the celestial calculus Holy Land, though rumors suggested their relationship lacked depth. The connection between Limping and Yintong was well known. With Limping's pride, he would never allow anyone to insult his beloved. Elder Jiang, I heard that the Tianfu Academy will also be sending representatives, correct? Yintong inquired suddenly. Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened momentarily before he replied with a smile. Indeed. The Academy is among the participants. Haha. Yintong laughed heartily, her eyes gleaming with a vengeful light as she continued. If only she could accompany them, it would be splendid. I want her to realize that in the end, it is I who has won Brother Limpong. Elder Jiang remained silent. In truth, he had no desire to be in Abyss City, but Yintong had thrown a tantrum, insisting on seeing Limping. With no other recourse, Taiyu sect had dispatched him to accompany her, lest she cause a scene. It seemed that Yintong's intentions were not solely focused on Limpong, but also on that pitiful girl who had been cast aside years ago. He secretly hoped that the girl would not appear here. Suddenly, a powerful and disconcerting aura surged from the heavens. Elder Jiang looked up, only to behold a colossal, multicolored phoenix diving toward the high platform. His countenance shifted dramatically. That was a terrifying 9th-tier demon beast. Get out of the way, Elder Jiang bellowed, seizing Yintong's garment and fleeing post-haste. With a thunderous crash, the phoenix landed upon the high platform, unfurling its majestic wings that spanned 100 meters, and let out a resounding cry. The overwhelming pressure rendered the other demon beasts on the platform, including the previously imposing xianxia tiger, trembling in fear, immobilized and cowering in place. The pinnacle aura of the 9th tier caused the entire platform to tremble. The guards quaked in their boots. They had never faced such a terrifying creature. Enough, a voice emanated from above the phoenix. Though soft, it possessed an undeniable authority. The guards watched in terror as the fearsome beast recoiled slightly. The phoenix then rapidly shrank, transforming into a rather unkempt-looking Taoist. A dozen figures materialized before the crowd. Observing the shaken and trembling individuals around him, Yilong exclaimed, Uncle, Your understated presence is quite the spectacle. Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze slightly. Little dragon cub, I did not summon you to critique me. Ye Long beamed. I merely seek to learn from your esteemed example. Behind them, Xiaomia and Si Chunlan looked on in astonishment. They had never witnessed this side of the Dragon Lord before. His image had shattered entirely. Ye Suifeng snorted lightly and stepped forward. The guards trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing their footing. If that demon beast was fearsome, then the one who rode it must be immensely powerful. Esteemed seniors, we are from the Lingyun sect, which governs this area. One guard stuttered, struggling to articulate his words. Do not panic. We merely seek entry into the city. This is the entrance, is it not? Ye Suifeng inquired. The guard replied hurriedly. Yes, esteemed senior. You may enter Abyss City from here, with a toll of 1,000 spirit stones per person. Soon, Yi Huang counted out the spirit stones and handed them over. Given their wealth, they were not reduced to taking the highway. As they prepared to enter, they noticed Yanxi lagging behind. Staring blankly at the edge of the high platform, there stood an elder and a maiden, equally transfixed. Grandpa Jiang. After a moment, Yanxi spoke. Elder Jiang. A look of shock and surprise etched upon his face. Had not anticipated encountering that girl from years past here. Little she, it has been a long time, he replied. His voice somewhat hoarse. At that moment, Ye Suifeng approached. An acquaintance? To encounter a familiar face here is quite the serendipity. However, Yanxi shook her head. Her expression complex. No, Master Yi. I have severed all ties with them. With that, Yanxi turned and rejoined the group. Ye Suifeng observed them but said nothing further as he led everyone away, disappearing at the entrance of Abyss City. With a heavy sigh, Elder Jiang watched Yanxi depart. Beside him, Yintong was left in a daze. How is this possible? How could she be surrounded by such powerful individuals? How could she ride such a fearsome demon beast? Was she not meant to remain alone in the academy, weeping in sorrow? Yintong found this difficult to accept. She turned to gaze at the Xianxia tiger, which she had once taken pride in, now trembling on the ground, a pitiful sight. An overwhelming tide of fury and resentment surged within her. No, I refuse to believe this. Chapter 131. Hun Suzi was stunned. Outside Lingyun sect, two figures swiftly traversed the skies, arriving above Lingyun sect. It was none other than Hun Suzi and Jin Xian. They had raced at full speed for 2 whole days, completing a round trip between the academy and Lingyun sect. However, upon observing the scene below, they gasped in shock. Has someone attacked Lingyun sect? Jin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Below, the Lingyun sect lay in ruins, with numerous structures collapsed, debris strewn about. Most astonishingly, the main peak of Lingyun had partially caved in. It had been fine when they left, and yet in just 2 days, it had descended into such chaos. What on earth had transpired? A foreboding sense of dread began to swell within Hun Suzi. He scrutinized the air, catching a whiff of a familiar aura lingering in the atmosphere. It was identical to the techniques employed by Yi Qingyao in the Tiandi Garden. They had indeed made their move. As I gazed upon the scene below, both sides unleashed their true power in a fierce confrontation, their full might on display. Who knows? Perhaps some ancient ancestor, buried deep underground, had also intervened. Damn it! The expression on Hun Suzi's face darkened, and his body transformed into a streak of light as he rushed toward the hall of the sect master. Tong Shanqing, come out here at once. His furious roar reverberated through the skies. Should Yi Qingyao be killed or severely injured, impacting the impending destiny war, he would hold Lingyun sect utterly accountable. Hun Suzi stormed into the hall of the sect master, where Tong Shanqing raised his head to meet him. Tong Shanqing, you. He was about to explode in anger when he noticed that Tong Shanqing appeared frail, his aura unsteady, and even his hair had turned half white. He clearly bore the marks of severe injuries. What has happened to you? Hun Suzi's fury shifted to astonishment. Hee. Tong Shanqing managed a forced smile, his face lined with despair. It would be better for you, my lord, to inquire about this directly from Yi Qingyao. Hun Suzi's brow furrowed slightly. Where is she? In the back mountains, celestial garden, resting. Tong Shanqing replied slowly. The ancestors have arranged for her to occupy the precious grounds of Lingyun sect. Hun Suzi was astonished once more. The ancestors? Tong Shanqing nodded. Indeed, the 4 ancestors have safeguarded our Lingyun sect, preventing our annihilation. What? Hun Suzi was taken aback. He had assumed that if the ancestors of Lingyun sect were to emerge, Yi Qingyao would likely face dire consequences. Yet, the reality seemed contrary to his expectations. What exactly has she done? Hun Suzi inquired. Tong Shanqing sighed deeply. Nothing much. She merely defeated all of us. Moments later, in the celestial garden of the back mountain, Yi Qingyao sat by a crystal-clear lake, tuning her strings. Suddenly, she felt a shift in her thoughts and turned her head. Hun Suzi was racing toward her from afar. Yi Qingyao. Han Shuzi's brow furrowed as he looked at this woman who seemed to transcend the mundane world. Speaking in a deep voice, how could you have reduced Tong's sect master to such a state? His very life essence has been gravely harmed. Ye Qingyao turned her head, her expression calm. He attempted to capture me. I could hardly stand idly by and wait for him to seize me. Could I? Han Shuzi was momentarily at a loss for words. But you cannot, in your rage, destroy half of Ling Yun's sect. He stepped forward. Ling Yun's sect is a crucial piece in our academy's strategy. If it were to perish, the Central Academy would not spare us. No, they would not spare you. Ye Qingyao smiled. Han Shuzi, my lord, I believe you ought to remember that I am not one of the Central Academy's people. My participation in this destiny war is born of necessity. Our relationship is not as amicable as you perceive. Therefore, Ye Qingyao rose to her feet. If you wish for me to represent the Tianshu Academy in battle, it would be wise not to adopt a commanding demeanor. Lest, I cannot guarantee what may transpire in the future. Upon hearing this, Han Shuzi stood frozen. A threat. A blatant threat. How long had it been since someone had dared to confront him so directly? How did this young woman, barely in her 20s, possess such audacity? Han Shuzi's hand slowly reached for a jade talisman adorned with black patterns. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his hand. Ye Qingyao was correct. The Destiny War was of utmost importance to the Academy, and they needed her. Moreover, her ability to subdue the combined might of four-peak tribulation transcendence was extraordinary. Not even he, without deploying divine artifacts, could easily overcome her. The probability of victory was exceedingly high. Sighing heavily, Han Shuzi lamented, "Young one, I advise you not to be too brash in your youth. In this world, those who stand above us are numerous. Should your brilliance shine too brightly, there will come a day when you face catastrophic repercussions." Ye Qingyao nodded gently. "I appreciate your counsel." Han Shuzi shook his head. "In any case, if you can claim victory in the Destiny War, all past grievances shall be erased. If not, you should take care of yourself." With that, Han Shuzi vanished into thin air. Ye Qingyao watched his figure fade from view. "Sister, how dare he threaten you? We should find an opportunity to bury him." Ye Xiaoxiao's head popped out from the void. Ye Qingyao shook her head slightly. This person, in truth, conducts himself quite well. However, he has long grown accustomed to looking down on others. Perhaps in his eyes, obedience is what others ought to provide. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed. He has yet to encounter uncle. His perspective is too narrow. Ye Qingyao chuckled. Who among us had a broad perspective before meeting uncle? None could comprehend just how distant those who tower over us truly are. By the way, uncle and the others should have arrived by now. Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Oh, she twirled her eyes and playfully exclaimed, "Sister, why don't I go find them first? I fear they might inadvertently provoke someone they shouldn't." Ye Qingyao sighed. "If you wish to go, then go. What a flimsy excuse. Off you go. I have a piece of music to perfect and need some tranquility." "All right, then I wish you success," Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed before eagerly rolling away, vanishing into the void. Yuan City. This place also boasts a Wanbao pavilion. In front of the resplendent pavilion, Yi Long stood agape. Over the years, he had traversed many places. And wherever he went, he encountered this organization that traded treasures. It was truly astonishing. "Let's go inside and take a look," Ye Suifeng suggested. "Father, you won't empty their entire treasury again, will you?" Yi Huang laughed. "Why are you also mocking me? Do I seem like a nouveau riche?" Ye Suifeng rolled his eyes before leading everyone inside. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion, several beings of formidable presence were seated. Among them, if Gu Wanxin were present, she would undoubtedly recognize one as Shun Tianming, the steward from Su City. At that time, Ye Suifeng had been astonished to see him at 27, possessing the cultivation of the transformation realm, and had hoped the Yi family disciples could reach such heights. He was a true genius. Yet now, his expression was far from pleasant. "I advise you once more. It would be best if we do not meddle in the affairs of the Nine City Alliance." Chapter 132, The Long-Awaited Monetary Power. In Yuan City, Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng and his party entered without attracting much attention, for the peculiarities of the patrons here surpassed their own. There were those who resembled scholars. Towering figures with bulging muscles, individuals riding turtles, and even one leading a chicken that was playing with a round ball. "This place is quite different from ours," Yi Long remarked. "The sects manage their affairs more loosely here, without many secular regulations." Yi Qian explained. "Of course, disputes abound." Just then, two cultivators began to argue and shove each other, clearly on the verge of drawing blades, only to be swiftly thrown out by the guards of Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng paid them no mind and approached the counter. "Here is the inventory list for the first floor." After a cursory glance, it appears to be quite similar to other Wanbao pavilions. The first floor predominantly features items of yellow grade, which hold no value for the Yi family at present. However, he is not here today for a clearance sale. Moments later, an intriguing object caught Ye Suifeng's attention. "Waiter," Ye Suifeng called for the attendant, inquiring. "What is this earth firestone? You must be visiting Yuancheng for the first time," the attendant replied with a beaming smile, then elaborated. "The earth firestone is a local specialty of Yuancheng, a treasure rare to find in the world. Bring me one to examine," Ye Suifeng requested. Soon, the attendant presented a red stone to Ye Suifeng. As he toyed with it, his consciousness thoroughly scanned the earth firestone inside and out. In simpler terms, it is a stone rich in earth fire energy. This energy can refine spiritual essence and strengthen the body, making it a commendable cultivation material. Regrettably, its energy purity is not particularly high, and it is infused with a violent aura. Excessive absorption could lead to adverse effects, even scorching the soul. However, Yi Huang's cultivation method is quite suitable for assimilating the earth fire stone. Surely there must be higher quality ones available? Ye Suifeng inquired. Of course, the attendant replied, grinning, as he thought to himself that he had encountered a valuable client. What you hold is merely a low-grade earth fire stone. Above it, there are medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade stones. Which one do you require? Let me see the supreme grade, Ye Suifeng stated. Certainly, the attendant exclaimed, please follow me. I will fetch the manager. The supreme earth fire stone is too precious for me to decide on my own. I hope you understand. Not a problem, Ye Suifeng replied. He then entered a private chamber, and shortly thereafter, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion entered. Before the manager could utter a word, Ye Suifeng preemptively stated, let us skip the pleasantries. I want to see the items, and if I am satisfied, I shall purchase. The manager was taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile, as he favored such straightforward and generous patrons. As you wish. The manager stepped forward and produced a beautifully crafted small box. Upon opening it, a stone resembling red crystal was revealed, emanating a scorching aura that raised the room's temperature several degrees. Please be cautious, esteemed guest. The earth fire within is quite violent and may cause harm, the manager began to caution, only to find that Ye Suifeng had already grasped the supreme earth fire stone in his hand, as if unperturbed. It was evident he was a figure of significant stature. Yet, upon acquiring it, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. The energy within the supreme earth fire stone was indeed highly pure, deserving of its title as a treasure. In the outside world, even cultivators at the transformation stage would likely fight over it. However, to him, this quality was merely adequate for use as cooking fuel. Is there nothing of an even higher quality? Ye Suifeng pressed. Are you dissatisfied? The manager exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent many years in this business, he had never encountered a customer who found even the supreme earth firestone lacking. Well, there are higher quality ones, but their price. Listen, Ye Suifeng interjected impatiently. I do not wish to hear about status or pricing. If you have it, present it. I assure you, I am capable of affording it. Oh, yes, of course. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure of dealing with such a lavish client. After a brief interval, he returned, holding a pitch-black iron box. I apologize, esteemed guest. The energy of the fire crystal is too formidable and can only be sealed within a millennium black iron container. The manager cautioned. Ye Suifeng nodded and opened the box without hesitation. Immediately, a small figure, accompanied by a melodious bird song, soared into the air. It was an exceptionally pure, manifested form of earth fire energy. The firebird ascended with a fierce momentum, charging directly toward Ye Suifeng. With a swift motion, Ye Suifeng clapped his hand down, capturing it back into the box and sealing it once more. And the price? He inquired. The manager's face lit up with delight as he replied, if calculated in high-grade spirit stones, one fire crystal would require 100 million high-grade spirit stones. However, it can also be exchanged for other treasures, and we will assess an appropriate value. I'll use spirit stones, Ye Suifeng stated, glancing at his wallet, which had not diminished in spirit stones for quite some time, much to his irritation. How many fire crystals do you have in total? The manager hesitated, then replied. We have 31 in total. Such a paltry number? Ye Suifeng frowned. 31 would yield negligible cultivation benefits. The manager was taken aback, as he believed Ye Suifeng would be astonished by that figure. Instead, it was he who was astonished. Ahem, esteemed guest, the manager said. Such treasures are typically retained by those who acquire them for personal use and are not sold to Wanbao Pavilion. If you truly require them, you might consider going to Yuangu Valley, where the earth fire tide is currently active and many fire crystals are emerging. However, there will also be numerous powerful cultivators vying for them. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, bring forth all the fire crystals you currently have. Additionally, gather all the supreme grade earth fire stones as well. Those still hold some utility. The manager complied. Moments later, Ye Suifeng returned to the main hall on the first floor. Yi Huang and the others were each in search of items that piqued their interest, as they were not short on funds. Even Fu Gui had purchased several large honeycombs. Suddenly, delicate little hands covered Fu Gui's eyes. Fu Gui was startled, causing the honeycomb to slip from his grasp. "Ah, Brother Yuhong, save me, I am blinded." He panicked, careening about and knocking over several cultivators, causing a commotion. Ye Suifeng, exasperated, flicked his finger. Bang! A petite figure tumbled from thin air. "Fairy Master?" Yuhong exclaimed, holding Fu Gui, his face a picture of helplessness. Hee. Ye Xiaoxiao giggled, and in the next moment, she appeared beside Ye Suifeng. "Why are you so cheerful? Whose roof tiles have you torn off now?" Ye Suifeng asked with irritation. "Not at all. I am simply genuinely happy. Is that wrong?" Ye Xiaoxiao retorted. "Besides, if we're talking about demolishing houses, my sister is far more adept at it than I am, I assure you." Ye Xiaoxiao chattered incessantly, recounting the exploits she and Ye Qinya had engaged in over the past few days. At that moment, the guards from the lower levels of Wanbao Pavilion rushed over. Who dares to act recklessly in Wanbao Pavilion? They surrounded Ye Suifeng and his companions, exuding an intimidating aura. However, at that moment, the manager burst forth. "What is happening here? Everyone clear out." He shooed away the guards, then turned to Ye Suifeng with a beaming smile, his eyes squinting into slits, and said, "Esteemed guest, I hope we haven't disturbed you." This scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. The usually imposing manager appeared so humble before this man. Who exactly was he? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "No issue. You carry on with your business." With that, he signaled to Yi Huang and the others, and they departed Wanbao Pavilion together. He had long since lost interest in such conflicts. After Ye Suifeng departed, the shopkeeper gradually reined in his smile, reverting to his usual unsmiling demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and ascended to the upper levels. Such individuals of this caliber were certainly extraordinary. It was imperative to report to the lord of the pavilion without delay. It was rumored that someone from the main pavilion had indeed arrived in the Abyss City. Chapter 133, Missed Opportunities. At the pinnacle of Wanbao Pavilion, the atmosphere was tense and charged. "Shen Tianming, what on earth do you mean?" A powerful middle-aged man thundered. "Pavilion Master." Shen Tianming's expression was grave. "I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. We cannot recklessly engage in the territory of the Nine-City Alliance." The Pavilion Master grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "So, according to you, Wanbao Pavilion is to forfeit this opportunity in the Heavenly Mandate War?" "Indeed," Shen Tianming affirmed resolutely. "You're talking nonsense." The Pavilion Master overturned the table and confronted Shen Tianming, bellowing, "You think that just because you hold the position of steward, you can dictate terms in Abyss City? I have spent decades preparing for the Heavenly Mandate War. Can you dismiss it with a few meaningless words?" He glared at Shen Tianming, who stood unflinching. It appeared a physical altercation was imminent. "Enough." An elderly man, his hair completely white, interjected. "Both of you have rendered significant contributions to Wanbao Pavilion. Do not let trivial matters lead to discord." The elder's words held weight. The Pavilion Master scoffed and returned to his seat. "It's not that I have a bad temper, but this young man speaks with utter nonsense," he remarked. "I was dispatched to Abyss City precisely because of the Heavenly Mandate War. After all these years, can this lad simply declare it will not happen?" He continued. "Look at him, having built our second 9-story origin tower for Wanbao Pavilion, basking in glory. What about me? If this endeavor fails, the fault lies with me, and I shall be punished." His frustration was palpable. However, Shen Tianming slowly interjected, "There is no longer a plan. I have already sent the origin tower back to the main pavilion." The revelation left both men momentarily stunned. The elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you serious?" Shen Tianming nodded. The Pavilion Master erupted in laughter. "What did I tell you? This lad has truly lost his mind." The elder's frown deepened. "Why would you do such a thing? Capturing the 9 cities is a command from the higher-ups of the main pavilion. Do you dare to act on your own accord?" Shen Tianming sighed deeply. "Elder, I have mentioned this numerous times. An extraordinary figure has emerged there and has unified the 9-City Alliance. We cannot recklessly proceed without preparation." "Is it the Ye family you speak of?" the elder asked. Shen Tianming nodded. "Over the years, I have witnessed the Ye family's rise firsthand. Their achievements are beyond what ordinary individuals can accomplish. The strength of their patriarch, Ye Suifeng, is such that even as I approach the tribulation phase, I cannot fathom his true extent. If you do not believe me, you may investigate for yourselves." His expression was one of urgency. For years, he had secretly prepared Wanbao Pavilion's second 9-story origin tower in the City of Silence. The Ye family transformed daily, with merely 2 direct descendants enabling them to seize control of the entire 9 cities in just 6 years. He had once observed the devastating aura of the sword left by Yi Huang in Huangyi City, which sent chills down his spine. Remarkably, Yi Huang had been a mere foundation-building cultivator when she unleashed that strike. It was easy to imagine how formidable her father, Ye Suifeng, must be. Then why have you not reported this to the main pavilion? The elder inquired. I have already said it many times. Shen Tianming lowered his head. The main pavilion's reaction is similar to yours. They do not believe that a small, peripheral force could threaten Wanbao Pavilion in just a few years. They think I am too young and misjudging the situation, hence they have yet to send anyone. With that, silence enveloped the room. The pavilion master scoffed. Choosing not to speak further, the elder, however, pondered the validity of Shen Tianming's assertions. After much contemplation, he still deemed the possibility nearly non-existent. Historically, there have indeed been forces that rose rapidly, yet they were primarily located in Central Continent, a land of exceptional talent and abundant resources. The 9 cities, however, were too barren to support the emergence of such powers, and the time frame was simply too short. 5 or 6 years was hardly sufficient. Even a single seclusion could last longer. Yet, he understood Shen Tianming well enough. He would never engage in mere theatrics. Perhaps it was worth investigating after all. Sensing the elder's wavering resolve, Shen Tianming urged, with only 4 days until the Heavenly Mandate War, we can make a round trip and ascertain the truth. The Yi family is not to be trifled with, he asserted earnestly. When have the members of the Shen family ever been easily intimidated? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Then, a woman entered, her eyes sharp, exuding an air of menace as she disdainfully regarded Shen Tianming. Ningyue? Shen Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Haha, Ningyue. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The pavilion master stood, his face alight with joy. You are the chosen one for this occasion? Shen Tianming's pupils constricted. Indeed. Even the elder's demeanor softened as he remarked, Shen Ningyue has returned from the Divine Gate trial and has acquired the true essence of a divine artifact. This heavenly mandate war shall be within our grasp. Shen Ningyue bowed to the elder and subsequently took a seat beside Shen Tianming. At that moment, his expression shifted, his countenance darkening. No, he suddenly shouted, rising to his feet, addressing Shen Ningyue. Sister, you absolutely must not participate in this heavenly mandate war. The others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Shen Tianming's unwavering stance. Come back with me at once. Shen Tianming insisted, his voice low. In any case, the origin tower has already been returned to the main pavilion. I have retrieved it. In a few days, it will be delivered to Abyss City. Shen Ningyue smiled. Shen Tianming, I did not expect you to have grown so cowardly after years apart. Are you truly so intimidated by a small, peripheral family? Shen Tianming gritted his teeth, gazing at his sister's derisive expression, rendered speechless. This is my first battle after emerging from seclusion. I am determined to achieve victory. If you are afraid, you may as well return home and hide in our mother's embrace. Shen Ningyue's smile was laced with contempt. The elder and pavilion master fell silent. Disappointment and sorrow flooding Shen Tianming's heart. Even his own sister refused to believe his words. After a moment, he said nothing further and turned to exit the room. Now, he could only hope that the Yi family had not dispatched anyone. Once the heavenly mandate war concluded, he would do everything in his power to bring his sister back. As he stepped outside, he brushed past the proprietor of Wanbage, who greeted him with a beaming smile, oblivious to Shen Tianming's countenance, before entering the establishment. Esteemed gentlemen, Master Fong, I bring you delightful news, exclaimed the proprietor. Master Fong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is it? The proprietor grinned. Just moments ago, someone visited our Wanbage and purchased every exquisite earth fire stone and fire crystal with spirit stones. Instantly, joy radiated from Master Fong. He understood that spirit stones were the most valuable asset for Wanbage. The celestial maiden, Fairy Ningyue, is truly my lucky star. This time, our Wanbage shall be inundated with good fortune. At that moment, Shen Tianming had already walked far away, unaware of Master Fong's laughter. Otherwise, he would have recalled that there was indeed someone else who had displayed such audacious prowess. Chapter 134, The Nodes of Heavenly Path. In the outskirts of Yuansheng, the Abyss Valley, the air was perpetually scorching, laden with the acrid scent of sulfur. Each day, chaotic and violent earth fire erupted from the depths of the valley. Occasionally, waves of earth fire surged forth, where any cultivator with insufficient cultivation would meet their demise upon mere proximity. Yet, despite the peril, the allure of treasures drew cultivators eager to test their luck in search of opportunities. The earth fire stones were the coveted fortunes of the Abyss Valley. With the eruptions of earth fire, a plethora of earth fire stones would be ejected, serving as an exceedingly precious resource for cultivation. Should one be fortunate enough to stumble upon a superior earth fire stone, it could lead to instantaneous wealth. Daily, throngs of cultivators awaited the eruption of earth fire, hoping to embark on the path to riches. Ye Suifeng's group had also arrived at this location, not in pursuit of wealth, but rather for 2 reasons: to procure some fire crystals for Yi Huang's cultivation, and to explore the depths of the Abyss Valley. To uncover the so-called secret realm, the battlefield of the fated war. Let us first find some fire crystals for Sister Ye Huang, cried Ye Xiaoxiao. Along the way, Ye Suifeng had informed them about the fire crystals, and Ye Huang had even attempted to utilize them. Indeed, as Ye Suifeng had anticipated, the fire crystals significantly enhanced Ye Huang's cultivation. Suddenly, a thin old Taoist nearby burst into laughter. Whose little darling is this? Absolutely adorable. Do you think fire crystals are so easily obtained? Little one, they are coveted even by those in the tribulation stage. A chorus of laughter arose from the group of cultivators surrounding him, viewing Ye Xiaoxiao's words as the folly of the naive. Hearing the whispers, Ye Suifeng turned his head. This is my child. Do you have an issue with that? The old Taoist turned and saw Ye Suifeng grasping a fire crystal, resembling a fluttering moth. As it flailed about in his hand, the old Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. Anyone capable of catching a fire crystal with bare hands was certainly no ordinary being. Forgive my indiscretion, esteemed senior, he stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Today, he had misjudged the situation. He had not anticipated that this unfamiliar face belonged to the legendary powerhouse. Ye Xiaoxiao leaped slightly, snatching the fire crystal from Ye Suifeng's hand and presenting it before the old Taoist. Dear uncle, would you like it? The old Taoist, feeling the terrifying aura of the fire crystal, felt his legs weaken and quickly chuckled awkwardly. The little fairy has misunderstood. That was not my intention. Fire crystals are indeed extraordinarily precious, but not everyone can possess them. If I were to hold one, I would likely be incinerated to ashes in an instant. Enough. Let him be, Ye Suifeng said. It was merely an offhand remark. There is no need for hostility. Soon, the area was left with only Ye Suifeng and his companions. The least among them had reached the transformation stage, rendering the violent earth fire of the Abyss Valley incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Ye Suifeng reached out and, from the depths of the flames, once again retrieved a butterfly-like fire crystal, capturing it in his hand. Should other cultivators in the vicinity witness this, they would surely be left agape, while others risked their lives, painstakingly striving for a single superior earth fire stone. He casually collected fire crystals with ease. The disparities among individuals can be utterly infuriating, he mused, though his brow furrowed slightly. He then gazed deeper into the ancient expanse. The number of fire crystals here is too sparse. I shall descend further. You all should remain above for now. With that, Ye Suifeng vanished into the depths of the Abyss Valley. The others exchanged glances, and Ye Long suggested, shall we search for fire crystals outside? This place is rather intriguing and could serve as a good exercise. Sounds good. After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to, Ye Xiaoxiao agreed. Subsequently, the group joined in the quest for fire crystals, while Ye Suifeng delved deeper into the Abyss Valley. Here, the earth fire grew increasingly ferocious, likely challenging even those in the nascent soul stage. After descending nearly 5,000 zhang, Ye Suifeng suddenly noticed something peculiar about the environment. A sweep of his divine sense revealed a grand estate within his perception. Simultaneously, a faint spatial aura emerged amidst the flames. So the secret realm lies here, Ye Suifeng realized, deducing that this was indeed the site of the fated war, and the estate was prepared for the forces involved in the conflict. Quite concealed indeed. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, extending his divine sense to unveil the entire secret realm. It was divided into 5 distinct areas: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was an exceptionally rare 5-element secret realm. Each area possessed its own unique heavenly laws, requiring cultivators from the main world to adapt upon entry. Within each elemental zone, numerous formidable shapeshifters resided, with the strongest having reached the tribulation stage. How intriguing, Ye Suifeng mused, stroking his chin. Utilizing such a secret realm for battle indeed presents a high degree of operability. Upon my return, I could arrange for 100 or so in Yunxiao City to engage in some fun. After observing for a while, Ye Suifeng continued his descent. There was no need for confrontation. He merely wished to witness the true prowess of the other top-tier cultivators. As he ventured deeper into the Abyss Valley, the earth fire intensified, quickly reaching a point where even those in the tribulation stage would find it difficult to descend. In this place, the quantity of fire crystals was visibly increasing. Ye Suifeng swiftly gathered a dozen fire crystals, all of substantial size. His curiosity about what lay at the very bottom grew ever stronger. After approximately 15 minutes, Ye Suifeng finally reached the valley's deepest point. The surroundings were suffused with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of devastation reminiscent of the celestial light high above. In the distance, a broad river flowed, though it was not composed of water but rather molten rock, coursing like a liquid. The magma erupted intermittently, swept upwards by the earth firestorms. Upon cooling, it transformed into the earth firestones appearing in the external world. Occasionally, a creature resembling a living entity emerged from the bubbles, revealing itself to be a fire crystal. Ye Suifeng deftly swept them into his spatial pouch, then rose, following the course of the magma river. Soon, he arrived at the river's source, where, astonishingly, a crimson lotus flower blossomed. Ye Suifeng approached, and soon realized that the lotus flower had long since perished, transforming into a substance as unyielding as stone, with much of its form having already eroded away. The remnants of the lotus had morphed into a torrent of molten lava, which now coursed as a subterranean river, giving rise to the external chasms. What on earth? Ye Suifeng pondered, then grasped the stem of the lotus. In an instant, the world before him transformed. Countless delicate threads of celestial laws radiated from the lotus, exploding outward in a fan-like array, stretching towards the unknown. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, his immense spiritual awareness unfurling as it traced along the various lines of the laws, extending far beyond. Soon, his consciousness traversed over 1,000,000 miles, revealing several places nearly identical to this one. The same lotus, the same demise, the same erosion. Only the resulting transformations differed. Some had become rivers. Some had transformed into spiritual energy. Some had evolved into illusions, while others had given rise to vast karmic burdens. What could it possibly be? Ye Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and his spiritual awareness surged once more, seeking to retrace its steps from this new origin. After a period of time, a peculiar map spanning countless miles unfolded in his mind. It was a three-dimensional representation of a celestial sphere. Countless lines of law wove through it, with a point resembling a lotus at every 1,000,000 miles, converging all the laws. Thousands of these points acted as magnets, while the celestial laws resembled magnetic fields, binding all the points together. Ultimately, this formed a complete celestial path, a node of the celestial laws. Ye Suifeng, having grasped its significance, bestowed upon it a name. Each node represented a fragment of the celestial laws, once alive and part of the essence of the celestial order. Yet now, they lay lifeless. In Chapter 135, the Holy Son of Linpeng, Ye Suifeng finally beheld the celestial laws of this world. Or rather, the manifestation of the celestial laws post-mortem. The true celestial order remained formless and abstract. The lotus before him was, in essence, a segment of the celestial body. Its continuous erosion sustained the flawless laws of this world. For generations, the Tiangong Valley had believed that the remnants of divine and demonic beings posed the greatest threat to the destruction of this realm, thinking that nurturing the enlightenment tree would save the world. How naive. Should the lotus completely erode one day, there would be no need for divine or demonic entities. The world would disintegrate on its own. Of course, the remnants of the divine and demonic beings also represented a significant calamity. If left unchecked, they would corrupt the world before the lotus had a chance to dissolve, leading to inevitable ruin. Alas, the world was truly wretched. Ye Suifeng could not help but mutter in exasperation. Regardless of the scenario, it was inescapably doomed to destruction. Unless a figure of unparalleled beauty, charm, and boundless strength appeared to rescue it, the world had little chance of survival. Ye Suifeng now harbored grave doubts that his arrival in this realm was merely the machinations of this world itself. Shaking his head, a vibrant green sapling materialized in his hand. Indeed, following his recent discovery, planting the enlightenment tree at the celestial node was the most fitting choice. Not only would it integrate into the laws at an accelerated pace, but its growth rate would also increase. Conservatively speaking, what would normally take about 70 years for the enlightenment tree to mature could be reduced to 50 years if planted within a node. Moreover, its ability to purify the world would be significantly enhanced in this location. This was fortuitous. He no longer needed to seek out a planting site. Upon counting, there were over 6,000 celestial nodes in this world. Once the enlightenment trees were planted at all these nodes and the strongest remnants of the divine and demonic beings were eradicated, this realm would truly come to life. Perhaps the spirit of the celestial laws would be reborn, restoring hope for ascension within the world. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng uprooted the deceased lotus flower and planted the sapling of the enlightenment tree within the celestial node. Instantly, the tree unfurled its branches and leaves, its roots growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering giant. The node beneath seemed to awaken, gradually emanating the breath of life. The node was alive. Soon, the enlightenment tree began to fade, merging into the node. Even those approaching with the potential for ascension would be unable to discern its presence. Very well. Ye Suifeng discarded the remaining half of the lotus flower into his spatial realm, knowing that the manifestation of this celestial node represented the law of fire, thus transforming into a river of lava and nurturing fire spirits. He would return and present it to Yi Huang for cultivation. With the lotus flower uprooted, The river of lava lost its source. Perhaps in a few years, the abyss would be nothing more than a relic of the past. Did I just uproot the very foundation of Abyss City? How intriguing. Meanwhile, above the abyss, Ye Huang and her companions employed their respective methods to search for fire crystals amidst the raging earthly flames. However, capturing a fire crystal was no simple feat. They were elusive, powerful, and often volatile, with some even opting for self-detonation. Ye Long suffered a setback, his face covered in soot, his hair standing on end. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more it ignited their enthusiasm. Soon, they began to reap substantial rewards. In addition to them, other formidable cultivators were also hunting for fire crystals. A group clad in matching attire, adorned with an embroidered abacus bead on their chests, was encircling a fire crystal the size of a sparrow. Each of them exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably intimidating. Should those from Zhongzhou have been present, they would have kept their distance. For this group hailed from the revered Tianshuan sacred ground of Zhongzhou, an entity not to be trifled with. At the forefront stood a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, leading the charge against the fire sparrow, gradually depleting its stamina. He was none other than the holy son of Linpeng, sent by the Tianshuan sacred ground to participate in the Fate War. In no time, the fire sparrow's aura weakened significantly, and soon it would undoubtedly be captured. Ye Huang, come quickly. There's a large one here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from across the way. Immediately, a figure emerged within their line of sight. She was petite, with long, purplish-red hair. Upon spotting the group from the Tianshuan sacred ground, she paused momentarily, then grinned mischievously, summoning a blue bubble that enveloped the fire sparrow before swiftly retreating, leaving behind a trail of laughter that ignited their ire. Linpeng's expression darkened. Pursue. He could not abide by having his prize snatched away. Thus, he led his companions in hot pursuit. Their speed was remarkable, and in moments they located the girl, who was now handing the fire sparrow to another woman. Beside them stood a group of individuals who exuded an air of distinction. Yet, Linpeng felt undeterred. They were from the Tianshuan sacred ground. Halt! Linpeng bellowed, landing with a thundering presence that even quelled the surrounding flames. Other cultivators nearby, upon witnessing this, hastily distanced themselves. After all, altercations were commonplace here, and they wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire. What is going on? Ye Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, while Linpeng's expression remained indifferent. That fire crystal was found by this holy son. Return it swiftly, he commanded coldly. As a group of individuals from the sacred grounds glared at them, an overwhelming pressure immediately descending upon them. The wolf girl, Yu Hong, Xiaomia, and Si Chenlan also shot fierce glares, their momentum equally formidable. A powerful storm erupted, centered around them, instantly dispersing the surrounding earth fire. While other cultivators in the distance retreated repeatedly, their expressions filled with astonishment. This time, they were indeed facing tough opponents. Perceiving the formidable aura that rivaled his own, Linpeng was momentarily taken aback. In such a place, there were young cultivators of such strength? Could they be from other factions participating in the destiny battle? Who are you? He asked icily. Ye Huang stood at the forefront. And who might you be? Linpeng snorted coldly. I am the holy son of the celestial calculation sacred ground. His words carried with them a sense of profound authority, striking awe into the hearts of those who listened. The gathered cultivators were visibly shaken. The sacred ground was a legendary entity. These young individuals had truly encountered a formidable challenge. However, Ye Huang remained unfazed. I am Ye Huang of the Yi family from Cloud City, she replied nonchalantly. Linpeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had never heard of Cloud City, let alone the Yi family. Could they truly be a local power? Impatiently, he demanded, return the fire crystal to me at once. Or do not blame me for being ungracious. A murderous intent surged from his gaze. He had dealt with countless cultivators who were unaware of their limits. Upon sensing the killing intent, Ye Huang merely smiled lightly. What we have captured is ours. I advise you to leave swiftly, lest blood be shed. You seek death. Linpeng roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying aura characteristic of the tribulation stage. A golden fist, imbued with boundless might, soared toward Ye Huang and her companions. This strike was delivered with murderous intent. Yet, the individuals before him did not display the fear he typically encountered. Instead, they wore expressions tinged with mockery. Clang! A beam of sword light shot into the heavens. Chapter 136, Defeating Linpeng. Boom! A great tremor shook the periphery of the abyssal valley. The cause of this quake was merely the clash of two young cultivators. I recognized them. They are from the celestial calculation sacred ground, who just arrived in Abyss City a few days ago. How terrifying! Who were those young individuals on the opposite side? Surrounding cultivators were all struck with shock. The level of this confrontation was truly terrifying. With a mere punch, the holy son Linpeng demonstrated the terrifying prowess of the tribulation stage. Yet, Yi Huang's sword was not easily dismissed. Its annihilating aura obliterated the attack before slicing through. Lin Peng's expression tightened, and he retaliated with another punch, which finally neutralized Yi Huang's assault. However, at that moment, a brick appeared at the back of his head. Bang! The brick disintegrated into dust, and Lin Peng felt a ringing in his head. Impudent! The Celestial Calculation Sacred Grounds followers were instantly enraged, unleashing powerful techniques and treasures toward Ye Suifeng. Yet, after striking the black brick, Ye Suifeng chuckled and vanished into the void once more. Meanwhile, Yi Long and the others also joined the fray. A long spear, infused with boundless battle intent, thrust forth violently, scattering a group of adversaries. Yi Qian tore off his shirt. Every golden character on his body represented a supreme technique, inscribed by Ye Suifeng himself. He charged into the throng, radiating golden light, delivering a punch to each foe as if he were a war deity. The glimmering eyes of Xiao Yi sparkled. She had never witnessed such a dominant display from Yi Qian. Yu Hong and others did not remain idle either. The wolf girl, Xiaomia, Si Chunlan, Jiang Fei, and the seventh brother surged forward alongside Yi Qian, their battle intent soaring. Yu Hong, with an expression of indifference, produced a radiant array plate. With deft finger flicks, grand formations emerged, weaving between the Celestial Calculation Sacred Ground members. Fu Gui transformed into his true form. A towering black bear, roaring as he swatted one individual away, blood scattering through the air. Though he appeared comical, he was indeed a beast of the sacred grade, capable of devastating destruction with a single blow. Under the onslaught of these formidable warriors, the Celestial Calculation Sacred Grounds members were almost instantly routed, fleeing in a panic. The surrounding cultivators stood in stunned silence. Were these truly the people from the Celestial Calculation Sacred Ground? What kind of divine beings were they battling against? Bang! Lin Peng, at the forefront, received yet another brick to his forehead. While not fatal, the sensation of being suppressed drove him to the brink of madness. Die for me, he seethed, charging toward Yi Huang like a frenzied ancient beast. Lin Peng knew that only by subduing Yi Huang could his side have a chance to turn the tide. Thus, he summoned all his strength. Yet, Yi Huang was hardly an ordinary adversary. With the trials of the 9 heavens, the resources of the 9 layers origin tower, and the occasional guidance from Ye Suifeng, her true prowess had long reached the pinnacle. Facing Lin Peng's reckless charge, she remained unfazed. The patterns between her brows shimmered, and an overwhelming aura of destruction emanated from her, accompanied by a chilling, killing intent. Yi Huang advanced rather than retreating, meeting Lin Peng head-on, her body surrounded by a swirling tempest of colorful sword energy. Boom, boom. The two clashed midair, and the mere release of their energies swept the earth fire above the abyssal valley clean. The intensity of the battle was so terrifying that the surrounding cultivators retreated dozens of paces, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Lin Peng was indeed worthy of being the holy son of a sacred ground. His power was formidable, and his methods were ceaseless, making him one of the most exceptional figures of the younger generation. However, as time passed, he began to falter, nearly being overwhelmed by Yi Huang. Even his protective armor began to show cracks under the onslaught of the destructive sword energy storm. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. How could such a powerful individual exist in this realm? Could she truly be one of those ancient factions? Moments later, a beam of sword light sliced through, striking his chest. His armor cracked further, and crimson blood stained half of his body. At that instant, the brick that had driven him to the edge of madness appeared once more, crashing against his forehead. Lin Peng felt dizzy and disoriented. When he regained his senses, a long sword was already poised at his throat. Surveying his surroundings, he found that all the Celestial Calculation Sacred Ground members had been subdued, some dead, others wounded. Lin Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had truly lost. Even in the face of an assault, he understood that had he fought Yi Huang one-on-one, he would have ultimately been the one to fall. Yi Huang regarded him with an indifferent gaze, her eyes cold as ice. Is arrogance your inherent nature? Had you chosen to speak amicably rather than resorting to violence against us, perhaps you would not find yourself here, losing your life. A faint killing intent emanated from Yi Huang. Lin Peng's pupils constricted. In that moment, he felt the chilling breath of death. Suddenly, a hand seized Yi Huang's arm. Cousin, let it go. There's no need to kill him. Yi Long approached. Yi Huang's gaze fell slightly as she remarked. He did not consider our lives when he acted against us. Yi Long chuckled. Thus now, his men are either dead or gravely injured, and his own life hangs by a thread. They have received their just punishment. Yi Huang's expression remained unchanged. Setting the tiger free is an act of irresponsibility towards oneself and one's kin. Yi Long smiled subtly. Surely, we need not fear a defeated foe. Yi Huang fell silent, yet her murderous intent intensified rather than waned. Yilong's grip did not falter, as the essence of sword and battle began to rise between them. At that moment, Yi Qian and the others also gathered around, their expressions serious as they observed the two, who were subtly clashing due to differing ideologies. Even Yi Xiao, rarely seen without her playful grin, subdued her demeanor. Just as the tension escalated, Yilong suddenly released his hold. He laughed heartily, saying, "Cousin, you have grown so quickly that I almost considered challenging you. Let us return. Uncle should be back soon." Upon hearing Yilong mention their father, Yi Huang gradually reigned in her overwhelming bloodlust. "Very well, we shall have ample opportunities." The long sword withdrew from Lin Peng's neck, returning to its sheath. Seeing the two step back, Yi Xiao and Yi Qian sighed in relief. If they had truly come to blows, it would have been no laughing matter. Subsequently, they ignored Lin Peng entirely, leaving him behind as they vanished above the gorge. Now once again cloaked in molten fire. After a lengthy pause, Lin Peng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Surviving the ordeal, he felt a chill of cold sweat drenching his back. Holy Sun! The few remaining members of the Heavenly Calculation's sacred ground gathered around him. One individual, with a sinister expression, glared in the direction Yi Huang and the others had departed, venomously stating, "Holy Sun, I shall seek out Lord Qingsong and ensure they pay a bloody price." Lin Peng slowly turned, his face devoid of emotion. Smack! A resounding slap struck the individual, sending teeth flying. "I have already learned a lesson in arrogance," he turned and declared. "No one is to mention this matter again. If you encounter them in the future, simply avoid them." Chapter 137. The Battle of Destiny begins. Ye Suifeng returned from the depths of the gorge. He found Yi Huang and the others awaiting him, and they departed the gorge's outskirts, purchasing a large estate in the city, where they settled in to await the official commencement of the Battle of Destiny in a few days. While on the road, Yi Xiao stealthily approached Ye Suifeng, relaying the events that had transpired at the gorge's outskirts. They had defeated the Holy Sun of the Heavenly Calculation sacred ground, yet in the end, Yi Huang and Yi Long had diverged in their opinions, one advocating for death, the other for mercy. After listening, Ye Suifeng shook his head with a smile, saying, "Disagreements are perfectly natural. After all, each person's experiences are distinct. The key members of our clan do not always share the same sentiments. They are no longer children. They understand this principle, which is why they ultimately withdrew. The wisdom of humanity is birthed from divergence and collision. If everyone were identical, progress would be an impossibility." Yi Xiao nodded, though only partly grasping his words. However, moments later, she realized her uncle implied that Yi Huang and the others were no longer children, which meant she had not yet matured. How infuriating. Days later, the Battle of Destiny officially commenced. This was a grand assembly of elite powers, and the combat would take place within a hidden realm deep in the gorge, thus it was not announced to the general populace. Only certain formidable factions were granted the opportunity to witness this pinnacle clash. Naturally, Ye Suifeng and his companions faced no such obstacles. When Yi Xiao produced a jade token from the ancestral lineage of the Lingyun sect, the guards trembled, welcoming them in with the utmost humility. Within the courtyard, there lay a vast plaza. The battles would occur within the hidden realm, while the powerful would project the scenes from the realm onto the plaza. Ye Suifeng casually found an unoccupied spot to sit, awaiting the commencement of the event. He wished to observe the caliber of the world's most exceptional talents. More importantly, he sought to ascertain whether the remnants of the divine and demonic powers possessed a common origin. As he waited, within a splendid hall of the courtyard, Yi Qingniao sat composedly. Han Shuzi, Zhen Xian, and an elder from the Lingyun sect were present. They had already gathered some information about their opponents. Han Shuzi produced a jade talisman, which displayed 5 figures. Tianfu Academy, the Eastern Chongguang Empire, the Southeastern Mingyan Empire, the Western Eshan sect, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Central Zhou-Tian Calculation Sacred Ground. The Chongguang Empire's Fu Huanyu practiced a technique akin to the righteous qi. The Mingyan Empire's Yuzhe excelled in the ways of the ghostly path. The Eshan sect's Fei Ti specialized in curses and misfortune. The Heavenly Calculation Sacred Ground's Lin Peng practiced an overbearing and arrogant technique. Wanbao Pavilion's Shen Ningyue currently lacked detailed information. Han Shuzi provided an overview, stating, "For you, the others are not significant concerns, but Shen Ningyue of Wanbao Pavilion warrants special attention. She may be the only one capable of posing a threat to you." Yi Qingniao nodded. In truth, she held little interest in the battle. However, with her uncle present, she yearned for him to witness the efforts and progress she had made over the years. Thus, she would give her utmost. As Han Shuzi spoke, he dismissed the elder from the Lingyun sect and Zhen Xian, then approached Yi Qingniao. "I know you do not feel a sense of belonging to the academy. I implore you, help us secure victory this time. Once accomplished, All your efforts will be overlooked, and I will elevate your Ye family to become a true top-tier force. Therefore, I hope you will give it your all. Do you understand? Hun Shuzi spoke half in threat. Ye Qiniao glanced at him, noting how this long-standing figure could not genuinely relinquish his identity. She then nodded. I will do my best. Satisfied, Hun Shuzi stood and smiled. Relax. You are the most outstanding young person I have encountered, so there is no doubt you will succeed. You are already familiar with the rules of the Battle of Destiny. So prepare yourself, it is about to begin. The rules of combat are as follows. Within the 5-element secret realm, there are a total of 5 zones. Each zone contains a portion of a treasure hidden in the depths of the secret realm. The 6 contestants will be randomly assigned 5 individuals to different zones, where they must each defeat powerful monsters within their zone to find the treasure. Subsequently, they will cross zones to seize tokens from others. Only those who ultimately fuse the treasures will be deemed victorious. The remaining individual will act as a free agent, randomly assigned to a zone, with the choice to either cooperate or eliminate one contestant first. Within the enigmatic realm of the 5 elements, the rules governing each area diverge significantly from those of the main world, presenting a formidable challenge to the adaptability of the participants. Moreover, the trials of transdomain challenges pose a considerable test for those who dare to traverse these boundaries. In this battle, strength, wisdom, and even fortune are of paramount importance, constituting a comprehensive examination of the contenders. At present, each participant awaits in their designated chambers. When the combat is officially set in motion, a portal of void will manifest before them, granting passage to their respective domains. Among them are Shun Ningyue, the Grand Steward, Fang the sect leader, and Shun Tianming. We are well acquainted with the chosen ones from various factions. However, the Tianfu Academy has maintained an impressive secrecy, having not divulged any information thus far, remarked the Grand Steward. Shun Ningyue's countenance was icy, her longsword emanating a chilling mist. Fear not. For anyone who crosses my path shall meet their demise at the edge of my blade. I am a scion of the Shin family. As she spoke, she cast a glance in Shun Tianming's direction, who remained seated in solemn silence, his expression grave. On the other side, Brother Limpeng, give it your all. I know you will triumph. Yin Tong exclaimed, clinging to Limpeng's arm with a charming demeanor. Yet, Limpeng, lost in thought, paid her no heed. He clenched his fist, his mind haunted by the indelible scar left by Yi Huang's sword. Surely, I shan't encounter her today, he pondered, gazing ahead. In the square, numerous factions had already assembled. The resonant toll of the bell heralded the imminent commencement of the Destiny War. Why haven't they emerged yet? Show yourselves, darlings. Ye Xiaoxiao called out. At that moment, a Taoist seated nearby chuckled. Dear little fairy, this is not our usual contest. Beings of such caliber disdain to reveal themselves before us. The mere privilege of witnessing the true paragons of heaven is a blessing in itself. The term little fairy instantly brightened Ye Xiaoxiao's expression. Uncle, from whence do you hail? She inquired eagerly. I am an elder of the second-rank sect, the Supreme Origin sect, the 3rd largest sect under the Lingyun sect, he replied. Oh, truly impressive. And you? The two quickly struck up a lively conversation. Ye Suifeng shook his head, his gaze fixed ahead, where he spotted Ye Qiniao's silhouette, alongside the other 5 factions, each member exuding an aura foreign to this realm. With the final toll of the bell, a grand tableau unfolded at the center of the square. The Destiny War had officially commenced. Chapter 138. Comprehending the laws at the sound of the 9 bells. Ye Qiniao opened her eyes to behold a white portal of void before her, the entrance to the secret realm, leading to the battlefield of destiny. Without hesitation, Ye Qiniao rose to her feet, her figure gradually vanishing into the portal. Once all 6 chosen ones had entered the secret battlefield, a magnificent scroll materialized in the square, mirrored in the chambers of each participating faction. 5 distinct regions, each adorned with unique landscapes, a world rife with gale force winds and strewn with broken swords, embodying metal. A primordial forest that obscured the sky, representing wood, an icy expanse where blizzards raged, symbolizing water, a realm of soaring flames and erupting lava, embodying fire, and a desolate land of yellow sands, representing earth. 6 radiant orbs of light slowly emerged within the scroll. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the true visages of the 6 chosen ones were revealed to all. Shun Tianming, upon seeing the figure amidst the icy realm, turned pale, collapsing into his chair. His expression a mixture of horror and disbelief, his voice trembling. They have truly arrived. In the square, a fervent cheer erupted as all the chosen ones appeared. Look, that's one of our Lingyun sect members. Elder Tuo of the Supreme Origin sect pointed at Ye Qiniao, who remained clad in a dark red gown, embroidered on the back with a brush and a cloud motif, the insignia of the Lingyun sect. Yet, Ye Suifeng understood that this emblem bore a deeper significance, representing the Tianfu Academy. However, the Supreme Origin sect, at this level, remained unaware of the existence of an even greater power above the Lingyun sect. That is my sister. She shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this battle, Ye Suifeng declared, shaking her small fist in excitement. Ha! Elder Tua is growing fonder of this little girl, he teased. You are so charming. Should fate allow, that fairy might just acknowledge you as her sister. Clearly, he took her words as jest. Yet, he conceded. One thing you are correct about. Our people fear no challenge. As Ye Suifeng and Elder Tua engaged in playful banter, Ye Suifeng observed the other participants. Through Ye Qingyao, he had gleaned their information. The individual from the fire realm was Fu Huanyu of the Chongguang Empire, a tall figure radiating righteousness. The one from the metal realm, the holy son of the Tian Xuan sacred land, Linpeng, appeared somewhat disoriented and out of sorts. The representative of the earth realm was Shun Ningyue of the Wanbao Pavilion, a truly remarkable woman whose youthful vigor reached its zenith, making her Ye Qinyao's greatest rival. Inside the wood realm were two participants, Yus of the Ming and Empire and Fadi from the cult of the other gods. They occupied different positions, both unaware that they were free agents. With all 6 chosen ones having entered the secret realm, the destiny war had truly begun. Ye Suifeng cast his gaze toward Ye Qingyao, ensconced in the icy domain. Here lay a genuine frozen world, composed entirely of ice and snow, its harsh climate surpassing that of the northern snowfields. Upon her arrival, Ye Qingyao felt a bone-chilling cold, prompting an involuntary shiver. It is worth noting that she had reached the peak of the integration stage, rendering ordinary cold ineffective against her. The laws, then, Ye Qingyao mused, extending her hand as a snowflake landed in her palm, swiftly melting away. She could distinctly perceive that the laws governing this realm differed markedly from those of the main world. Overall, they were somewhat weaker, yet possessed unique characteristics, a derivative of the laws of the main world. How intriguing, she thought with a slight smile, before settling into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes to contemplate the laws of the surrounding realm. This was both an adaptation to this miniature world and a form of cultivation. Moreover, she remained unhurried. According to the rules of the Destiny War, it was indeed the most prudent strategy to remain within her own domain, awaiting others to challenge for the spoils. For entering a new world, it was always best to first acclimate to its rules, otherwise, it could significantly impact one's strength. Of course, Ye Qingyao would neither be overly conservative nor excessively aggressive. Steadfastness epitomizes her enduring approach to undertaking tasks. At this moment, the others depicted within the scene begin to comprehend the laws of their own realms, albeit through disparate methods. Fu Huanyu plunges directly into the roiling lava pool, employing the ferocious principles of fire to temper his essence. Lin Peng ascends into the heavens, seeking enlightenment in the endless gale, attuning himself to the principles of gold. Yus transforms into a swirling plume of black smoke, merging into the verdant embrace of the forest floor. The enigmatic Fadi consumes a seed, then reclines upon the earth, from which a towering tree burgeons, springing forth from his very being to swiftly become a colossal giant. As for Shun Ningyue, she merely stands amidst the sandstorm, gradually closing her eyes. They all commence their quiet contemplation of the laws within this secret realm. Meanwhile, the gathering in the square grows increasingly fervent. Elder Tua, along with several other second-tier sect elders, congregate to fervently discuss the chosen ones. Following the formal commencement, some information regarding the 6 chosen ones is disseminated. Alarmingly, Fu Huanyu's path of cultivation is inherently aligned with the principles of fire, granting him seamless entry into the realm of flames. Someone gasps. Yu's and Fadi's entry into the wood realm is also quite fitting. However, both possess solitary dispositions, making collaboration improbable, another observes. Ye Qingyao, skilled in the art of melody, is indeed a rarity, though regrettably, her talents do not yield significant benefits within the 5-element secret realm. My goodness, Shun Ningyue, who practices the path of water, is fortunate she did not enter the world of ice and snow. Lin Peng, in the gold realm, appears to conform adequately, yet today, he seems somewhat off. At this juncture, Ye Suifeng approaches. Upon hearing their discourse regarding Lin Peng, she chuckles, saying, "That is because a few days ago, my cousin and I gave him a good thrashing. My cousin nearly pierced him with her sword." Upon her utterance, the previously animated discussion abruptly falls silent. They regard her with an air of stern authority. Whose child is this? Return home at once. Such a place is no venue for frivolous talk. Elder Tua quickly interjects with a smile. She is a young friend of mine. I ask for your understanding. As he speaks, he discreetly gestures to Ye Suifeng. Such a solemn occasion is no place for boastful claims. Ye Suifeng giggles, refraining from further comment, and listens to their analysis of the competitors in the secret realm. All are in their 20s, yet have already reached the pinnacle of integration. In comparison, we seem to have lived like mere dogs. One person laments. Achieving such a level is unattainable without the trifecta of talent, lineage, resources, and fortune. All are indispensable. Another counters. In truth, this secret realm does not intentionally eschew fortune. Elements of luck permeate the compatibility of the realm with the chosen ones, as well as alliances or hostilities among the free agents, Elder Tua explains. Someone nods. Unfortunately, the information is too scant, and we are yet unable to ascertain their true capabilities. Elder Tua continues. The stage of adapting to the laws can reveal certain clues. Those who adapt most swiftly will undoubtedly stand out. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden gasp reverberated through the square. The onlookers turned their gaze towards the scroll, whereupon they beheld one among the six, having completed her comprehension of the laws, racing swiftly through the world. It was none other than Shun Ningyue.